technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoid, enemy-less, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. The cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Mid-City, Los Angeles. They're covered centigrade on the keyboard. Working away. Vocals, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would start or starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity. So I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell. Where hell's bullets is, I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare it, work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Yeah. So I gotta close out the whole session. A little something, harking back to the good old days. Yeah. So I can't go out like that. Okay. 7 degrees, elevation. The psychokinetic medic, credits the beheaded. The shredded bone dust, you've known us. The tone justifies the live carcasses from donors. A bonus, this specimen's healthy. He must have felt me. In the beginning, he be sitting, so his ending begins with me sending. Workers from the shadows, spitting disease marrow, add many marrows, releasing sparrows. That's cybernetically enhanced advanced electronics to decode and implode. Select phonics, direct tonics, the physical, labyrinths, mechanisms encased in cabinets to make atoms split. These technologies have scholars debating, elating thoughts up while their daughters I be sedating. From nubile young vixens to tricks in my Dixons, a bacterial courier to scurry about flurries addiction. Just stating syllables to kill a few illadues like Willadu. Use strychnine and wine to blind minds like Mildew. The Willa crews are crushed like small plastic cast items. Mere trinkets of idolatry are like sugar babies. I bite them. I'm back again like saccharin packs of slim fast. No men last in DC. I hawk men and then flash. 7 degrees of elevation. Every elevation rise. 7 degrees of elevation. Every elevation rise. Got so bad, I'm on the street. Bitches in all of the streets trying to get through. Just try to hate. Drugs, sex, glamour, the hammer of God that solves in your evil abyss. Kiss up the czar, the odd bazaar, far beyond still appeals with the quickness. Bitches witness, open tongue and stitches, niches, smoking cones and bitches, plotting attacks of fat stacks. My back contract, got a mat finish to diminish various scrimmages or images. Entering my poisonous jungle where mad fake niggas fumble. I'm simmering flesh to the bone, necks are blown off the body. Shoddy style and hotties got me highly vowed. I wonder why lifestyle child still fouled and bow from pissed out, plus their cow turns all my scripts foul. No matter how much I clutch my holy Bible, my rivals see my survival was vital when try to throw me vitals. They show me ice, my cycles in the blood of my enemy. Battle within my symmetries of 1 to infinity. Projects, a house the mind of it gone like Barnabas. Dark shadows are hot, lost by the dominance. Momentum worry, armies them Marbury, dimes the parlay until your life turns to law.
Life ain't the same in the world today. Things done got so bad, I wanna stray. Niggas, bitches, and all of these snakes trying to hit third world when you just try.
What you get that to? I just got it from the soul. It was 375. Now you saw it, now you die. Please don't hurt me. I don't care. Now say goodbye. Start to count your fucking blessings. Now your soul's in the sky.
I like brain, I'm insane, and I'm here to take your brain. I'm the king, Freddy Ting. Watch your body slowly swing with my brain, just because. And I'm fucking with the blood. You a dud, ain't my blood flowing like a flood. Two-tone hollow tits. I'm the devil, you's a bitch. Tell me you ain't with this shit. Better throw a fucking fit. When I thought you up, you acting silly, you insane. Begging for your life, I cannot hear what you are saying. Crying way too goddamn much. You are such a fucking lame, talking all that stupid shit until the Freddy's in your lane. Look at my shiny hammer, I think I'm a name and slam a bitch into your head. Now you're dead, time to go to bed. What you get that to? I just got it from the soul. It was 375. Now you saw it, now you die. Please don't hurt me, I don't care. Now say goodbye. Start to count your fucking blessings. Now your soul's in the sky.
What you get that to? I just got it from the soul. It was 375. Now you saw it, now you die. Please don't hurt me, I don't care. Now say goodbye. Start to count your fucking blessings. Now your soul's in the sky.
Oh man.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. The machine lies, also the Mashiach lies, as I like to say. And that's what it is, you know.
The real rage against the machine.
Exactly. The real corners of the mind and the products of the intellect that we are espousing here. Blessings to all you guys who are joining us. You know, blessings to my friend Pill Eater. Asian sexuality.
Asian Aryanism. AXA.
Asian Aryanism. You know, and we got the fucking jihad unit up on the deck, the cyber caliphate, which I won't go ahead and you know, promote Michael Muhammad Knight and his philosophy, but maybe a cyber version of that, you know.
It's CXC, cyber caliphate, CXC culture.
Yes, CXE culture. Yeah, cyber caliphate culture. There we go.
CXC.
Michael Muhammad Knight, eat your heart out, buddy. And you're a fake Muslim. It is what it is. Right. So shout out to Michael Muhammad Knight and the whole Taqwa core installation that was heavily influenced by the pedo Hakeem Bey and the Moorish Science Temple. Also a product of Blasian sexuality. Something that we were talking about. Yeah.
Afro-Asian.
Not too many people.
It's a real thing.
Yeah,
there's a
too many
Twitter
people.
account. I follow. His name is Keymaster1 or Key Schoolmaster1. And he's a Twitter user that supports black male Asian female alliancing. I like his art projects. Pretty cool. We share a lot of topics back and forth. He just has a very like hip hop Asian thing, DJ Crush thing going on. I like it.
Yeah, I was talking about Nujabes and Samurai Champloo, and also the Wu-Tang Clan. And how much they are explorations, into the mix between. Obviously, there's a lot of interesting correlations that one can draw, but the first correlation is from the Moorish Science Temple itself, where the Rosicrucian scholar, Noble Drew Ali actually coined this concept of the Asiatic black man. So he actually said that there's an Asiatic black man at the start of civilization, some sort of Polynesian, Samoan type of exploration of cultural themes. But yeah, we're going into white nationalism today. We're going to talk about some things about white nationalism with this talk that we have with Richard Spencer and also Jim Gold and also E. Michael Jones. So I hope you guys will enjoy our commentary on some of this, because this is a very lesser known talk. And I think that it has some interesting ideas. Nietzsche gets brought up. Obviously, the Christian worldview and its relation to the Judeo-Christian, the Christian worldview and its relation to the European project, and also the entire bridge between, right-wing Nietzscheanism, on the one hand, versus Christian anti-Semitism on the other end, and I think right-wing and left-wing Nietzscheanism are perversions of Nietzschean ideology. They're basically, basically left-wing Nietzscheanism is an attempt to turn Nietzsche into a perennial philosopher. And then the left-wing Nietzscheanism is an attempt to essentially take Nietzsche and turn him into some type of authoritarian or an aristocrat of some sort, where Nietzsche's philosophy is thoroughly nonconformist in every respect, so you can't go that far with it. Nietzsche is a rebel against every type of thought. The main pressure points that I would implore people to look at, and which I have been trying to implore others to look at to get to the modern philosophy, is his attack against Plato's philosophy, his attack against Christian theology, and his attack against the German idealism. Now, all of these three attacks, neither right-wing Nietzscheans or left-wing Nietzscheans are really addressing. They seem to carefully obfuscate these, these 3 points. But and Spencer's one of them. Spencer's.
I'd like to make a note here. It's kind of been on my reading list. There's an obscure French philosopher, not that obscure, but well-known in France, by the name of Jacques Bouverius, or Bouverius. My French is lacking here. Bouverius. So that's Bouvresse. He had a book titled Nietzsche contra Foucault. And he argued at that time, when Foucault was popular, supposedly a really quick brief, is that Foucault was mistranslating Nietzsche in favor of this kind of liberal individualism. And Bouverarius thought he could defend them. He could defend that by saying, no, this is a misinterpretation of Nietzsche into left American liberalization, and the whole point is you're trying to make France Americanized. So I would say look into that name, because it's certainly not brought up in the Americas at all, or in the West. And he seems to be knows what he's talking about. But because my French is so horrible, I'm going to put his French name in a translator so I can say it right. And that is, I'm going to say it right now. It is pronounced
Jacques Bouveresse.
Bouveresse. Bouveresse.
Jacques Bouveresse.
Jacques Bouveresse. Jacques Bouveresse. I'll put it in the chat so everybody can Google search it, because my French isn't the best.
And in celebration of this great intellectual thinker, I will change my name to Jacques.
Jacques Lacan. Even Lacan is difficult. Lacan. Derrida. Lacan. Althusser. Deleuze. Deleuze. Depending if you're north, you go Deleuze, and if you're south, Deleuze. I don't know what's up with that. And Guittari. I don't know what's that.
Now we sound like we're white people impersonating Chinese speaking French.
Right, and that's how they would probably see it. But Bouverary, I think he was really the first to criticize so-called left Nietzscheans, which are our friend Cucked Philosophy, or whatever his name. I'm saying.
I love that guy, Cuck Philosophy.
Nietzschean. That's a left Nietzschean, or whatever.
That's a left Nietzschean for sure. Yeah.
Why Miyazaki is based in communists. Whatever. That's why we read Jacques Bouvet, because he's like, no, it's not. Hold on, you're misinterpreting the text there. So that's
Cuck Philosophies. Yeah, Cuck Philosophy is hilarious. I loved his attack on Stephen Hicks, and I loved his attack on where he said he doesn't understand Kant. That was awesome. And then he did an attack on Jordan Peterson or something like that. And
I think his first video was like, "Oh, the global phenomenon of K-pop. What do drum machines and suicide have to do with each other? Nothing. I just like them." Yeah, that's yes.
Yeah, he's a funny. Yeah, that's a funny channel. For sure. Cuck Philosophy. Jason Sika, I think.
Yeah, he's like a guy with a hammer and a sickle. Why Nietzsche and Marx make sense? And I'm like, no, stop. Don't go there. But
yeah, Nietzsche hated communism.
It's
openly. Yeah, he called the socialists dolts and flatheads in Beyond Good and Evil. He hated anarchists and socialists of all stripes. So I can't imagine him going with Marx. Yeah, and that's one of the pairings that I've always argued that they had to basically abandon Nietzsche and Marx because they're too harsh, and they're definitely too harsh on a certain group of people.
Right.
So they had to abandon. Yeah, so they had to abandon their thinking because of the anti-Semitic undertones, and so they basically established Freud and Hegel. They had to go backwards and forwards in order to do that. But yeah, there's all sorts of uneasy mixes in modern times. But yeah, there's lots of people on stage here. I'll try to skip around and find a relevant portion when they start the dialogue. But yeah.
Well, yeah, and I just wanted to say where you're talking about the caliphate and all this, I was going to say the Islamic Aryan Sharia caliphate, cyber caliphate area, something like that.
yeah, I was talking about this with my baby brother because they were, to put it quite briefly, we were talking about how the secular age is upon us at this very stage. They have reformed Judaism and Christianity, and the book we were reading is from, I think, 1960 something, or but they were talking about how a similar reformation had to take place within Islam. Okay, so they talked about the Europeanization of the world and how a reform was necessary to take place within Islam in order to acclimate it to modern times. Yet and still, it talked about how no change had occurred in Islam in the last 1,000 years. And so reform within Islam was basically impossible. It had to be reformed from the inside out before it could be acclimated to the pressures of the modern world. And I've read many such things. I've read it in A.R. Luria as well, in his book on cognitive psychology that's sometimes quoted by Jordan Peterson and other people. But yeah, he's talking about a similar trend among the Slavic people of Uzbekistan. He said when he was studying those people, the thing that was so ingrained that they couldn't accept modern value systems was the Islamic tendency within them. So and still he was talking about how in the modern world, right, the Christians and Muslims, okay, who live in the modern world, they would basically be more acclimated to accept socialism than they would 11th century style Islam or Christianity, even though these things are what have survived in the modern age. Actually, there are the dominant religions of the modern age. They have not been updated for the last 1,000 years. And this is why these conservatives are tending towards Orthodox Christianity, because this is another system that hasn't been improved for 1,000 years. Because when you have the break off of the church in the 1100s, because of the filioque and all of that stuff, the Great Schism of the 1100s, then you have a stop in the updating of the doctrine for the next 1,000 years. So they could take it back to the Eastern Church and say, well, that's a religious thought system that's similar to Islam, goes back to the medieval time period and hasn't been improved, right, for the last 1,000 years. So these are
hasn't been publicly improved for the last 1,000 years. So they'll actually make changes and modifications in private. That's why they have church fathers still. Because if they didn't make any changes at all, they wouldn't need church fathers. Just go with the
what
old
they
ones.
need is what they need is they need Uncle Toms for your people, Benedict Arnolds for the white people, and then for Muhammad they have Uncle Muhammad's who pretend to be Muslim and then they become Wahhabist and fuck it up for everybody.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, the Saudis are totally 100% fake and propped up, and so is Israel, right? I think anybody with eyes can see that sort of thing, that Israel since its conception is a liberal institution, a Western and European institution, despite the words of Solzhenitsyn, who placed it apart from the development of the West because of its theological status, right? It only has one on the surface, right? But yeah, let's go to some of this here. But yeah, it's interesting that all of these changes have taken place, and though socialism is much closer to those who follow modern aspects of medieval ideologies, it seems that many of them see that these religious state of mind is the only thing that is stopping the full acceptance of modern laws and principles. And I think that even Nietzsche saw that in a way. Well, he talked about it, and we talked about his reflections on that on the show. But yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to mention two things because I'm not going to be on here too long for the moment, but it seems that everything they had to do to religion is, I mean, not everything, but at least in modern sense, seems to be about making it possible to have this technocratic, technological system available, because you had to subvert the religion to get to where we're at with that. And secondly, the thing I wanted to mention that's funny is like E. Michael Jones and Milo Yiannopoulos did like a Trinity intervention on Owen Benjamin before too, and I think if you see that, like I watched that live when it happened, and I just think it's funny. It's like I'm sure that this E. Michael Jones Spencer thing is like it's very like Discordian in some way. Like I just know because I've seen enough of these talks with like Michael Jones and Jim Goad and all this, like that there's definitely there's going to be some sort of Discordianism thing going. So I'm glad Hank is here to kind of run us through and
Well,
read and
look at this, guys. I've had my interactions with Jim Goad. Jim Goad is not a white nationalist. What he is he's a hipster, subcultural guy that pretends to be a skinhead. He has many Hollywood connections. He was in LA. He was in Portland. He did go to NYU. And he got it big with Answer Me as a, transgressive zine, but he was friends with Gavin McInnes. He was friends with all those kind of Michael of Blood Axis and kind of that early industrial with Boyd Rice. So his intentions are clearly ill intent. It's just a subcultural thing. And he does this, and when you point this out, he intimidates you by gang stalking you, by creating this skinhead character of I'm right, you're wrong. Meanwhile, he has the backing of Chuck Palahniuk, Margaret Cho, Doug Stanhope, Lydia Lunch. The list goes on because people know that Jim is also this kind of bisexual guy that goes on the casting couch to make sure that white nationalism is in the name of liberalism only. And Greg Johnson, another gay white nationalist, is paying him.
yeah, it's really funny you said that because
there it is, guys. He just got destroyed before we even turned the video on. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I just want to mention it's really funny that he mentioned some of those names because, like, if you see that the Jim Bob did an attack on Owen Benjamin today. Owen Benjamin did an attack on Black Pill, Devin Stack, and so and also Owen Benjamin's attack like all these comedians the past few days. And it's funny because he's friends with Jim Goad, and then he attacked all these other comedians. And it's funny because I think there really is an internal war within the liberal camps. But the funny thing is like they're all united under liberalism, and it's so weird to me to like actually come to that conclusion that I never would have thought I would have said something like that.
I'm just saying that Jim Goad does not have arguments, and he's only there as an Antifa agent to shut you down. So the only thing he can do is make fun of you, use his comedy stand-up routine, his kind of transgressive avant-garde hate. And that's not an argument. That is a subcultural stance because it's about selling an image. Shane Bugbee knows this, and he's been with Jim Goad. And all this, and everyone knows, all his friends from Lydia Lunch to Chuck Palahniuk and Jack Donovan all know this very well. So I think he's just some suppressed gay trauma bonding guy who's using Greg Johnson's gay, liberal, Trojan co-opted white nationalism to sell a New York City subculture. I mean, but I know he's in Stone Harbor, the South, but this is all true. This is about Adam Parfry and Feral House and all that post-industrial tradition. There's no arguments, but shut you down, shut up, let me speak. He's even done this to E. Michael Jones and his enemies, so.
Yeah, the chat is going absolutely insane. It's jumping off the hinges. So people who are going to participate in the chat, the mods are loose in this chat. It is what it is. But yeah, blessings. This is the funniest one. Owen Benjamin seems as dumb as EBT sober.
Is EBT dumb or sober or drunk?
Uh-huh.
Is EBT dumb or sober or drunk?
Yeah, he's usually some aspect of all three because he's drunk on pills and dumb. So it's interesting. It's an interesting mix, Yeah.
So you're saying you never seen him sober yet? Oh, okay, that makes sense.
No, he's been sober. He's just been I think he's been hungover on pills or drunk, so it is what it is. I think he takes Adderall as his drug of choice. A lot of these streamers, you could tell streaming goes hand in hand with Adderall to a certain extent, but
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah.
Walt Bismarck, who was going to interview me this Saturday, just told me straight up, "Hey, I've been on an 80-hour Adderall binge. Mind me if I crash or anything like that." I'm like, is it really important to be 80 hours addicted to Adderall to do a fucking remote internet career? I don't think so. That sounds like what psychological operations is about today, being addicted to Adderall for 80 hours in front of a computer.
Bad news bears.
Yeah, I think meth has an extreme quality of making people susceptible to, like, really like a demonic mainframe, because, like, yeah, like people under meth seem more demonically possessed than anyone else, to be honest.
They don't like straight edge culture. They just want to be on meth and Adderall and do drugs and pretend therefore a good clean life, when really it's a stay-at-home psychological operation warfare system paid for by liberal elite to make sure they're always chasing the tail while all this is going on. It's a form of psychological control to make sure everybody's in their own cage.
Yeah, and I've done the drug. It doesn't allow certain types of thoughts. Adderall doesn't allow you to think certain types of way. It's like a gatekeeper in your head that goes, no, wrong way, like in fucking Diddy Kong Racing. Like, it's literally what it is. Yeah.
It's like when you're on meth, it's like every racer in Diddy Kong Racer goes one speed. You think Banjo goes faster, you think Timber Tiger goes slower, or Pipsy or whatever, but they all go the same speed. And it's just a kid's game where you just have to go on the ramp and maybe go faster, and then you think like a robot. And it's kind of this negation drug that doesn't really do anything. It makes you feel like the cool kid constantly. But when you're off meth in Diddy Kong Racing, you could actually go off stage and get the secret key under the ocean and then go to the bonus level, but they won't tell you that.
Yeah, can you imagine somebody playing with the speedometer on instead of the map on the Diddy Kong Racing? It's like
insanity.
Only an autistic person would.
Yeah, insanity.
Yeah, blessings, neutral ground. I'd rather have Illumitami in chat, hear Hank on panel while watching Owen Benjamin on TML. Uh-oh. Owen Benjamin, come through. We're only one step removed from Owen Benjamin since Adam Green has been on the show. We've talked to Davey Crocco. That's why maybe he might not come on here. Because
that's true.
Yeah. Putting up with any sanity machine bullshit. Yeah. Sanity machine. He's definitely on a mission. But yeah.
Everyone a gay Jew. Loser gay Jews. Yeah. Listen, you didn't apply that Larry Kramer, who wrote Faggots, is a gay Jew and argued that the second Holocaust is everyone dying from AIDS. He's in San Francisco or New York City. That's the elite. Gay Jews are not losers. It's not like you don't have anything. It's just some attacks. So I've yet to hear the rebuttal from Sanity Machine about gay Jews being not successful, because they are. They are the elite.
Yeah, that's a valid point. That is a valid point. And they created things like porn, feminism, and a slew of other conceptions.
It seems like all the weirder Jews go into porn and then they feel bad about it, but they have to do it because it feels like their neurotic expression, like being Woody Allen or something.
So you're probably in luck, Peter, because King Stephen's reviewing Jack Talcott right now, so probably catch up to us in about 5 hours, so he'll hear you.
Who is?
About gay Jews.
Oh.
Yeah, he'll catch up to you in like probably today, like at midnight. So he's reviewing Jack Talcott right now. He'll catch up to you.
I mean, he can call everyone a gay Jew loser, but it's just like Larry Kramer's a successful gay Jew. It's if you're trying to deduce things to having property or not property, that's not. If it's just an insult, then it's whatever. But what's the point? The point is just Antifa patrolling, tabs on people.
Yo, hang on real quick, Mr. Neutral Ground. Give me a second. I'll throw you a link for that Discord while I play this video here. Thank you so much for inquiring about that. If anybody wants to hop in there, it's basically a free-for-all. I don't take, anybody's protection seriously in my Discord. So please join at your own risk. And you know, the thing is that it is a good way to have a personal correspondence with me, because if you call me on Discord, it makes tons of noise. So you know, if my computer is on, I will understand that you've messaged me. But yeah.
You're listening to Radio Aryan at radioaryan.com.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Underwater Alex Jones, and welcome to the Richard Spencer Show on the Heel Turn Network. Tonight, this is Casino Royale. We have Dr. E. Michael Jones, Jim Goad, and Mark Brahman. Ladies and gentlemen, take it away.
All right. Good evening, everyone, or good morning, or good afternoon, or whichever fits when you are listening to this. It's my pleasure to bring you at what's going to be an amazing conversation on the impact, the necessity, the influence of religion in the alt-right, or really any identitarian or nationalist movement around the world. And we have quite a panel. This will not be a blood sport. I will cut off the stream if it gets too bloody. I expect this to be a respectful, though provocative, conversation. That is it's a balance that we're going to have to strike, but we have done that before, so I think we can do it again. And I couldn't imagine a more interesting collection. Let's start first with Dr. E. Michael Jones. Dr. E. Michael Jones is a author of many books, perhaps most famously the Jewish Revolutionary Spirit and its impact on world history, and also Dionysos Rising. He's written on urbanism, which we might have a chance to get into tonight if we have time. And he is obviously also written on culture, history, and
one little thing
Jewish
I have
issues. So, Dr. Jones, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here.
Thank you. And we also have a man who probably needs no introduction, an international rapscallion, Jim Goad. His most recent book is The Original Sin, Whiteness. So welcome, Jim.
Hello there. Hi, everybody. Practicing peak optics tonight.
You have gone beyond optics to a new dimension.
Yeah, if you guys know, I couldn't find the video of this, but he's wearing like a carnival suit, like the type that they wear. Like
it's a part of his occult because he loves Coon Chicken Inn. Coon Chicken Inn was this racist franchise back in the South that showed basically a black man's mouth opening up. It was like Chuck E. Cheese's, but with like black man stuff. So Jim Goad's actually quite an artist. He makes his room.
Have you ever seen that really corny movie Ghost World with
the Robert Crumb, Sophia Crumb movie? It wasn't a Robert Crumb. It was Daniel Clowes, right? Daniel Clowes.
I forget what it was, but
I liked the comic 10 years ago. I didn't really see the movie, but Sophia Crumb was in that. Robert Crumb's daughter, and the art was Daniel Clowes. Or was it Daniel Clowes? I think it was. But whatchamacallit. But Jim Goad, I just want to mention this. E. Michael Jones has his PhD from Temple University, and Jim in comparative literature, and Jim Goad also has a BA in journalism from Temple University. Both of them went to state school in Philadelphia, which is only $17,000 a year, probably in inflation, but and it's all black. I took a semester myself, so it's a pretty mediocre university, but it's there. So they both know what they're talking about with whites in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's definitely. Somebody said the other day that Philadelphia is like a black version of New York, which was an interesting comment.
Much. Very, very much. It's like, what it is? The sixth borough. If you're not in Astoria, Queens, and you can't live in New York anymore, you get kicked 90 minutes away to Philly. And that's the borough without a train to Manhattan.
Yeah, blessings to neutral ground. You know, I think he's attacking Illumitami or someone else. But yeah, I put the Discord link out there for you, brother. If you want to get up in there, you can. But yeah.
Yes.
That I don't even know how to confront what you've done.
Yes.
In fact, yeah. The other person on our panel is my friend Mark Brahman. Mark is a frequent writer, columnist, you could say, for Radix Journal and also his own site on Apollonian culture and theology and thinking. So, Mark, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. So I want to start with E. Michael Jones. So I'm expecting you to put out some food for thought so that we can start, biting into it and picking up different threads and things like that. But what is the role, or what should be the role of religion and spirituality in the alt-right, or really any identitarian or nationalist movement around the world?
Okay. I started off years ago doing research into the Rockefellers, Rockefeller promotion of birth control as a form of social control. And I realized that birth control was a weapon. It was a weapon that was used by one group to weaken another group because demographic power is the source of all political power. At that point, I thought,
okay, and this is the pro sort of reaction to the Malthusian birth control movement. Obviously, if you guys don't know, because a lot of the audience is beginners at a lot of this, basically Malthus had a theory about the production of food, that it was arithmetical while the population increase was exponential. Therefore, food production would be taken over by population growth. He therefore proceeded to tell people that they had to control certain, he actually recommended procedures in terms of sexual mores. He said that people should get married later and then decide to have lesser kids. So his ultimate solution was the home and the family. You see that a lot on the Christian right too. Them saying that we need to double the population in order to get more people to run the machines that people are losing in skill work. If we don't want to live in a transhumanist utopia, we're going to have more kids to run the machines, right? That's what Andrew Wilson was saying to Richard Spencer, if you'll recall in our previous thing. This is where this philosophy comes from. But
I highly recommend for any introduction people who don't know Malthusianism. My favorite documentary is by Peter Coffin. That's Less Sucks: Overpopulation, Eugenics, and Degrowth. It's also a pamphlet, a transcript of the documentary. But if you just write Peter Coffin, Less Sucks, he does have a communist bias to it, but explains the Malthusian issue in a nutshell for both the left and the right sides and in universal issues.
Yeah, we looked at a little bit of the degrowth agenda and stockholder capitalism and all of those ideas, as they're coming out today. But yeah, let's go on with some of this. But yeah, those are the ideas that are trying to either deal with, on the left, it's always environmentalism, and on the right, it's always some sort of, I guess, I guess the right is increasingly moving towards the neoliberalism of people like, what do you call those guys? Mises and these types of people, especially the alt-right seems to be taken over by libertarian thinkers, so yeah.
We were all Americans. And I thought, well, why would Americans want to weaken other Americans? And that's because I didn't understand ethnic identity in America. So that took me a couple years when I was doing research on Yugoslavia for another book that I was writing. And I read Franjo Tuđman's book about ethnicity. And I realized America was Yugoslavia. The thing that allowed me to understand that was a sociological theory called the triple melting pot, which basically says that ethnic identity in America is based on religion after 3 generations in America. So no matter where you come from, you end up being a Protestant, a Catholic, or a Jew. That is the basis for ethnic identity in America. I think that's true. And I think it's true because I've tracked it in any number of different books. If you go to, for example, my book, The Slaughter of Cities, about urban renewal and ethnic cleansing, which is about that racial conflict, the real armature of that discussion is religious. It was basically the WASP elite at the height of its power, collaborating with the Jews to destroy Catholic political power by destroying their neighborhoods. This is the armature of life in America, ethnic life in America, which is unique because of its particular history. What I'm saying here, what I've said.
That's so interesting. Everybody ends up either a Protestant, a Catholic, or a Jew. And now the Arabs are the new Catholics. The the Chinese are the new Protestants, and the the Indians are the new Jews. I guess I don't know. It's the wave. And the Mexicans are, what are they? They're the new slave class or some shit. I don't understand. Right. But yeah.
Said before many different times is that a white guy is basically a Protestant who doesn't go to church anymore. What we're seeing here is a massive lack of identity. The whole idea of being an American has collapsed during my lifetime. I've been called many names in my career, but I've never been called un-American or anti-American. That was a common attack during the 60s. People would attack you if you were against the Vietnam War. They call you anti-American. I'm saying now that it doesn't exist anymore because there is no America anymore. And the 3 main groups are also in a state of disintegration. And I'm saying that white identity is basically a function of this lack of identity. That's what I'm saying.
That's all very interesting. When were you first looking into you said the triple melting pot idea? In which?
Okay, now if you go to he's looking at people like Grant Morrison, who was saying there's like different types of white people, Mediterranean, Alpine, and I think it was Anglo-Saxon or something like that. There's like 3 different types of predominant types of quote unquote European or white people. Therefore, ethnically speaking, white people are quite diverse. What has unified the Arab tribes for the last 1,000 years has been Christianity, right? So he's saying that your identity is actually linked to Christianity more than it is to any European ethnic identity, right? That's his main argument, and he's making it against white nationalism. So
decade?
The 90s, I believe.
Oh, okay. So not too long ago.
The book I mentioned I wrote a book on Medjugorje, which is a phony apparition in what was Yugoslavia. And I started reading Franjo Tudjman's book on Yugoslavia. He was a Croatian nationalist, and he basically opened my eyes to ethnic identity in the world. It's difficult to understand as an American because ethnic identity is something that you leave behind, supposedly. When your grandfather came from Ireland, your grandmother came from Germany, and you don't have any identity. Well, that's not true. You have a religious identity, and that's ethnic identity in America, and that was ethnic identity in Yugoslavia. You were Croat, Serb, or Muslim, and that's what opened my eyes to it.
Yeah, I would say that I don't disagree really with anything that you've said, and I do think there very often is a negative center to the concept of whiteness as we use it. I think I did a video where I said, whiteness should be an aspiration. It shouldn't be what it is right now, which is basically a checkbox on the census form. You're a non-Hispanic, et cetera, and you live in the suburbs and you vote Republican or something. I completely agree that is a maybe not a false identity. That might be the wrong way of putting it, but it's a rather hollow shell of what a real rooted identity is. Going forward, I'll just Go ahead.
I'm coming from a Catholic perspective.
Right.
I grew up in an Irish neighborhood as a small child, and that neighborhood was ethnically cleansed by black people when they crossed Lehigh Avenue and marched into the neighborhood, and everybody marched into the suburbs. That's when that happened. That's the background that I'm bringing to this.
On behalf of fellow Episcopalians, I would like to apologize for doing that, but.
Okay, so this argument that I believe that E. Michael Jones has made this argument in a book called The Destruction of Cities, where he's referring to the ethnic cleansing of the Europeans in the inner city by getting the blacks, having them move in from the South into the inner city as the work of racial liberation of people like Martin Luther King, who was actually a socialist. You know, the paradigm that he was working in was not one of ethnic multiculturalism, but of socialism, right? In order to break down what the Europeans had established in the inner cities, the Europeans then moved out to the suburbs. The suburbs were created as a result of the blacks moving into the inner city. And this was a project of ethnic cleansing.
You also have to understand is that it was the creation of the car. The car came in the 1950s, and all of a sudden Detroit was getting really popular. So out in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, which is 35 minutes away from Philadelphia, it was nothing. It was farmland. If you went out there, there was no SEPTA train, SEPTA bus. You just had to trek out there and see what the farm, kind of like Lancaster, Pennsylvania, where the Amish are. And so once they built I-95, they made a horse and buggy road into a commuter town, kind of like what happened to Daly City to San Francisco, and the creation of the Levittown with the tiny boxes, like in Levittown, Pennsylvania, and New York as well. That's when the car made it possible for you to tell the whites, the chummy whites in South Philly, to move to King of Prussia because the houses were only $50,000 for a front yard, a backyard, 3 bathrooms, you know, a basement, and the boomers all bought for it. It was this kind of super profits that was made from World War II. And at the same time, that was Whitopia, to just white them out. But little did they know, when all the whites left Camden, New Jersey for King of Prussia, they dispersed everyone and isolated, stay in the pods, eat the bugs mentality in the 60s, where no culture was being developed. In fact, they became more universalized individual beings. And so you could say the real Gen X protests were the yuppies, where it was called gentrification, moving back into the cities to reclaim whiteness. But again, it's a part of the program to segregate and destroy everyone as managerialism. Whites pay off for the evil brown people in the cities while they're in their Jetsons pods away, and they all hate each other for being white.
Yeah, and I love how you mentioned the invention of the car, and this is another reason why it's always a treat to have Pill Eater on the show, because he also studies deep ecology and such things where, you know, people like Ivan Illich have made it a point to look at the car and these types of things in order of importance. I do think that the technological impact of the car, obviously people said cars and planes, you know, they said cars are going to take away the family because it's a moving bed, as the plane is going to take away nation states because anybody can fly across national lines.
Right.
You know,
What's going to happen is with the car, they normalized living out in bumfuckia, and that you have to drive to work every day for 40 minutes. And now you can see that the highway to LA is impossible and always crowded. I-95 from King of Prussia to Philadelphia is always crowded. It wasn't meant, and it got destroyed in 30 plus years when everyone did that. So it's just white people renting out cities back and forth. And finally, with the plane, you can just go to every G7 country and go to Japan and get your McDonald's and your Japanese prostitute. It doesn't matter because it's a form of mega colonialism.
And you know what comes next? The barrier between fiction and the universe will be destroyed soon. So that's what comes next.
The celebration of the Pan Am Airlines, which is no longer, it was trying to tell the middle class chump that, you know, there's this cozy little plane with McDonald's and Howard Johnson's on it, and you can take it from Cleveland to San Francisco and get your little house there and be gay and practice homosexuality or something. And they fell for it, the entire boomers. And now when we think of planes, we think of like American Airlines and busyness and terrorism or something like that.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, thank you for all the people that are watching. 35 people watching here, and it's 8:37 p.m. on the East Coast here. It's July 3rd, and yeah, peace to everyone that's here. James, Life's Talk, what's going on, friend? Yeah, we're gonna continue this. We're gonna take a little music break here, since we're an hour into our broadcast, and yeah, we're gonna listen to some experimental music. Scorn and I think it's what is it called?
Secret Mommy?
I think it's Scorn and Princess Difficult. So yeah, check this out, guys. You guys would like to some experimental electronic music. But yeah.
Scares away the PragerU 1950 Southerners. I need to listen to rockabilly. I gotta get trad rockabilly, and then here comes the glitch IDM beats, and it fucking kills them. And they think, oh, the kikes are behind it, aren't they? Machines don't have souls. And then you just play the music and put your rap on there because they're not ready for the cyber caliphate.
Pill Eater, TOS, brother.
Yo, stand by. We're taking a musical break, but I think you'll appreciate what we're watching soon. It's Richard Spencer v. E. Michael Jones. But yeah, you'll like it.
we're back.
Thank you for joining us.
No, in an effort for.
Let me know if you want me to pause this Wi-Fi at any point, or anyone else.
Of ethnic outrage. Before I go to Jim, my general question is, what should be the place of spirituality or organized religion in the alt-right? And so I completely agree with, or I largely agree with your description of what's happening. But what would you say going forward? Because I think we're all on the same page in the sense that we seem to be living kind of at the end of a paradigm. That older white America is fragmenting, breaking down. It's being pathologized, if not criminalized. But what do you see going forward? Do you come from a Catholic perspective where that is the way?
Yes. I mean, the book I'm writing is about logos. In other words, we are creatures of logos. We're rational creatures. We speak to each other. We deal with ideas. And that's always the way forward. There's no other way forward other than this type of embracing this.
We're creatures of logos. And obviously, this is a cult of ontological transcendence. It almost has nothing to do with Christianity, if you put it that way. You know, it's simply deistic. And it says, you know, that Plato's, you know, demiurge is basically equivalent to God in a sense, you know, because it's the worker of the people and all of this type of stuff. I think that this is a totally botched philosophy. It's a degrading of Christian theology, a modernizing of it, if you will, you know, but, you know.
It sounded like in the question, organized religion got conflated with spirituality.
Yeah.
Unless I heard wrong.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did, of course. And this is because whether or not Richard Spencer admits it, his sort of right-wing Nietzscheanism is theosophical in a sense, you know, and because it falls prey to those philosophies of those people that were at the deathbed of Nietzsche, like Rudolf Steiner and all these kind of guys. I think there's a quote where Rudolf Steiner said that Hitler said he was like the most dangerous man in Germany or something like that. But yeah, because he was basically on the opposite side of the occult, you know, and the opposite understanding of Nietzsche from the Thule Society. But yeah, obviously Nietzsche was in a battle against the Freemasons, as we covered on this show. It was an internal battle within the occult, you know, from Lanz von Lebensfeld, who was a former Cistercian monk and also broke off and formed his own version of the OTO, right? His own hermetical order. But yeah,
And of
that
course,
then get
alt-right implies that he's a version of the right, which I've already talked about before, but we already know that answer. Not
Yeah.
right-wing.
Yeah, they subverted Nietzsche to their cause. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd go along with that statement for sure. You know, but that's the problem with philosophies, right? You know, people shouldn't produce. Maybe people ought not to produce philosophies that are susceptible to being abused in such a way, right? Such general notions. We don't want to blame the philosophers, but you know, they write in such general modes, you know, and their ideas have great influence, you know. So what can we do about that, right? You know, was it Nietzsche's fault? I mean, you know, who knows? I don't personally blame him, right? But yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Let's go. And I already know that Gen X Jeff would disagree with a lot of what I just said in terms of he would put it more on personal responsibility. And we've had tons of these discussions in the past, but yeah.
Identity as of logos. What I'm saying now, largely from my experience.
So not a racial identity, basically, but an identity of a logos. I mean, I can get into what it's because that word can be used in many different conceptions. You're saying rationally talking to each other. A lot of secular humanists might agree with that, but I think from your perspective, that would be a rational discussion informed by the truth of Christianity.
The first identity is speech. So the definition of an ethnic group is a group that has the same language and speaks to each other. So if you go to Tanzania, there are 76 different ethnic groups in Tanzania, 76 different languages. That's the basis for our rationality. It begins with speech and then it moves up from there. And what I'm trying to describe in this book is the progress of Logos through history. Okay? It didn't start out where we didn't start out this way. But right now I'm reading Vico, Giambattista Vico.
Okay, Vico is a historiographer from Italy. You know, he's one of the main people that they go back to in the alt-right. You know, Benedetto Croce and Vico, you know, they take this approach in terms of philosophy of history where they say history basically is the engine of philosophy. Philosophy is subject to history, right? And then there's this also the progressive approach where he outlined it a little bit there. He said the progress of logos throughout history. Now, this is Hegelian in a sense, right? That logos could progress. Then secondly, he equated the logos with speech. And we looked at earlier that this is what the sophists did. This is not a Platonic understanding of the logos, right? If the logos is transcendental, it cannot be equated to mere speech, right? He equated it to speech. He said logos is speech, language, right? That's literally what he said, you know, but yeah.
He should know better than that.
Yeah, logos cannot be transcendental. We talked about that because it's equated with God. Logos was God, right? So it can't be the transcendental forms. You know, it has to be with the craftsman, right? You know, so, you know, logos has to be an active principle, an active creative principle, right? You know, so this is a key aspect of these things. But yeah, obviously we saw how the sophists defined logos, right? They defined it as words. Gorgias defined logos as words. Okay. So I don't know why he's you know, degrading the concept of the logos, if you will, if he's coming from an aspect of Christian theology, right? Why is he turning it into this Hegelian conception?
The anti-Cartesian, anti-Enlightenment thinker, and he has come up with, I think, a very persuasive understanding of how Logos moved at the beginning of history. It's basically people, it's after the fall, people are running around in the woods by themselves. The man encounters a woman, they're having sex out in the open. He hears thunder and he feels shame, and suddenly he realizes God is displeased, and so he drags the woman into a cave and has sex with her in the cave, and that's the beginning of family and property. So you have God, family, and property as the beginning of mankind's movement out of barbarism. Excuse me.
That's fine.
Sorry. I'm back.
What? Oh my God! Did he put property in there? He said God, family, and property. Am I not?
I didn't hear happiness, I tell you that.
Yeah, that's interesting that he put property in there. Maybe I'll go back a little bit. See if that's possible for me to go back a little bit to hear exactly what he said, because it'd be interesting, because I'm sure our friend iFi would chime into that.
Of mankind's movement out groups in Tanzania, 76 different languages. That's the basis for our rationality. It begins with speech and then it moves up from there. And what I'm trying to describe in this book is the progress of Logos through history. Okay. It didn't start out where we didn't start out this way. But right now I'm reading Vico, Giambattista Vico, the anti-Cartesian, anti-Enlightenment thinker, and he has come up with, I think, a very persuasive understanding of how Logos moved at the beginning of history. It's basically people, it's after the fall, people are running around in the woods by themselves. The man encounters a woman, they're having sex out in the open, he hears thunder and he feels shame, and suddenly he realizes God is displeased, and so he drags the woman into a cave and has sex with her in the cave, and that's the beginning of family and property. So you have God, family, and property as the beginning of mankind's movement out of barbarism.
Holy smokes. We got God, family, and property. That is a you know, we didn't have any concept of property until we had classical liberalism. You know, I mean, private property, as he's saying, or property, right? In what sense, right? The property was owned by the king, wasn't it?
I thought we had property since the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, see, I disagree with that, right? Property in what sense, right?
Because the residents got kicked out because they violated the HOA terms. So there's private property for you.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that we had, you know, that we are paying rent in heaven with our.
No, in the Garden of Eden.
In the Garden of Eden, we were basically there on rent payments.
Well, you have to obey the rules, and the property owner gets to make the rules. So somebody owns that property. Might not be you, but somebody does.
Yeah, maybe it's the angels, right? Who's to say? You know, because you know, God owns everything, right? Isn't that right? God is the king, right? God has dominion over all things.
I think that's why men were so confused a long time ago. Was they were waiting for God to like say this land is yours and this land is his, and you know, that sort of thing. But after a while, they got tired of waiting for God, and they just said, "I'm going to take this land. This land is mine." And so God just like, you know, watched and see who won. Whoever carries the biggest stick, that's who owns the land now.
Yeah, it's just interesting. It's kind of like he's saying life, liberty, and property. And that seems like it's John Locke from the two treatises of government, as we've discussed, and not something that's found there in the Bible, right? You know, because there it says, you know, more or less.
How familiar are you with anarchist theory about ownership?
I guess I'm as familiar as you know, as anyone is. You know,
so I think most humans agree. Like, even if you're born into a country or whatever, you're not automatically subscribing to that country. And so I think most humans agree that we're kind of like free willed, and we can just claim any territory that hasn't been claimed yet or whatever, or even if some territory has been claimed, if you can just,
well, you're talking about like tacit consent.
yeah, and like, you know, I think there's this interesting philosophy about like homesteading and stuff like that. Like, if you invest time and energy into land, it kind of automatically becomes yours or something, which is neat. But that's why I prefer coming from that direction rather than the other direction, because first of all, in order for the government to tell you who gets the land or whatever, you have to have a government. And so I'd prefer to start, you know, just as a human, like with, you know, like my free will and my personal property or whatever, or or the land that I'm working currently or something like that. And so I think that's a way better
Yeah,
approach.
there's three things. There's land, property, and labor. They're not necessarily the same thing. So we want to distinguish between these three. We don't really have that much time to go over all that, but yeah, I just want to make it known that there's lots of you know, different theories about this sort of thing.
But yeah, if God says you own the land, then that's definitely ownership, 100%. That's why the Jews ruled Israel for so long, is because that was promised to them by God. So he would even fight their wars for them. So that's pretty nice support.
Excuse me.
That's fine.
Sorry. I'm back. I'm sorry. Someone just called me unexpectedly.
It happens. Don't worry.
So anyway, I'm saying this is the beginning. And in a sense, you've got people now who are let's take Scandinavia. Okay. The Scandinavians are all Protestants. It was a Protestant church. There was a Protestant revolution. It took over the place and now it's dying. And the people don't have an identity anymore. And so they're looking around for an identity and they're trying to find it in some type of stage of religion that is now obsolete. You can't go back to that obsolete understanding of God that these people, these Vikings, at some point believed sincerely. We can't believe it sincerely. They could, we can't. You can't go back. You got to go forward.
But you go forward to Roman Catholicism.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm saying that there is an organization that has been successful in the past. It still exists and it can work. It can manage these difficulties. For example, how do you deal with competing ethnic groups? How do you adjudicate between competing ethnic groups? How do you adjudicate a group like the Jews? How do you get along with a group like the Jews? Now, that's a real difficult question. But the church, as I said in my book, Sicut Judaeus Non, the church did have a modus vivendi of even dealing with the Jews. So I'm saying it's there. It's the logos is there. It's just a question of, are we going to implement it or not? Or are we going to go back to some type of obsolete understanding of a logos that doesn't exist anymore?
Okay. I'm glad I started with you because you put a lot of positive assertions out there, and I think we can start to respond to them. So, Jem, you're next. Same question. You can pick up on any thread you want, but what is the role? I would say, to put a finer point on it, what should be the role of Christianity in the alt-right or any nationalist movement?
I don't think it has any role as far as obsolete. I think the Abrahamic religions are obsolete. I want to note the common ground I have with Dr. Jones here. We both went to Temple University, are both from Philly, are both Irish. The war, well, okay, I think he conflated ethnic identity with religious identity. Religious identity is a philosophical identity. I don't think that cuts as deep as blood.
Here he goes.
Steve King, Representative Steve King, was not admonished by Congress for declaring he was Catholic. He was for saying he had no problem with white supremacy or white identity at all. There's a soft war on Christianity in the West. I acknowledge that. You're allowed to make fun of them, whereas you're not allowed to make fun of Jews or Muslims. There's a hard genocidal war against Christians in places such as the Middle East, but that's a whole different war. I just checked the stats. 75% of Americans identify as Christian. The increasing numbers are among people such as Mexicans, which have hardly any, like maybe they have some Castilian Spanish consanguinity with white Americans, but that's about it. I don't think Christianity is ethnic, and as far as Christians, Protestants, and Jews, there's that 25% now that is none of that. Increasingly, there are Muslims, atheists, pagans, whatever. I'm not religious at all. I consider myself agnostic. Yeah, I think the main problem here is the conflation of ethnology with Christianity, or really religiosity. Two entirely different things. The war is on whites. The war is a biological one, and it's a demographic one. Around the world, Christians are on the increase. Whites are on the decrease. I think nationalist movement should be ethnic and not religious. I think religion should be a personal thing, and I think my observation post-Charlottesville was a lot of people got scared and retreated into Christianity because they got afraid of racial politics. They thought it was wrong, and I don't. If you watch what happened at Charlottesville, in context, what was wrong was what happened to the people who tried to march there.
Interesting, because it seems like Goad was reading off a script. Hear that tone of voice he was doing. He was definitely texted out everything on a text pad and read line by line what he has to say. And Goad has said before that he has some level of autism or Asperger's. So I don't know, that's probably just a joke and just a part of trying to prove other people wrong, and he's a sadist for enjoying that. But I think it's very peculiar that he's saying the party lines of Countercurrents right there, that Countercurrents wants to believe that there's white nationalism and all that. And yes, it's true that there was a Christian contrarianism to hide racial interests. But again, it's a little too arrogant to say that there is no racial interest in Christianity, because remember, Christianity came from Judaism. Judaism is for Jews. That's a racial ethnogenesis. So when you talk about Christianity, it's definitely coming from some pagan European interest of being pathologically altruistic and sacrificing yourself for a nuclear family. To me, that creation of a modern Christianity is coming from admixture European people, which Michael Jones has stated. So to deny that, it's like Jones wants to say that Christianity is liberalism, which he is correct. However, I do think that his answers seem to be this forefront, let's just be decadent liberals and go against all authorities of sorts until we're anti-status libertarians. I don't think that's the answer at all either. Again, I think Goad just wants to bash on something that isn't cool and try to make a hipster stance on it by saying these things. So it's so true that months later, when it was Greg Johnson debating E. Michael Jones, if you read in the chat box, Jim Goad did nothing but insult Jones because he's such a sore loser. It's not just being a sore loser, it's a part of his character. He has to uphold this character like he's a hostile skinhead sadist who enjoys hurting other people's feelings, because that's what he likes to do. It's not an argument, it's a subcultural stance.
I never understand the whole connection between race and Christianity. So, which race are we talking about when we're talking about Christian ideals?
So Jones believes you have to focus on a white race. And what
Why white race? Is Jesus white?
he thinks that they're Jews, and Jones is a part of Goad is a part of Countercurrent's white nationalist organization. He believes that all admixture European people are white and they should all help each other out for a generic white brotherhood. That is something Countercurrents believes, and that's what Goad is peddling in. He's reading off a script. Michael Jones says, no, that is a distraction for malaise-ness, as said by Emil Durkheim, and he said that we should, and because Jones is Christian, he thinks in terms of religion. So Judaism is a religious byproduct of being Jewish. Christian is a byproduct of, being American. It's a cultural anthropology thing. But again, the debate here, quote unquote, is not really a debate. You're just hearing two sides of Jones, who's a radical Christian criticizing Judaism, and Goad, who seems to be a old school skinhead white nationalist that wants the subculture and doesn't like Christianity because that's what you did in punk rock culture back in the 70s and 80s. So again, I think there's two different visions of it. But again, I do think Goad is peddling in liberalism because, again, it's just another psychological operations to just say, you are white, you're Malays, you have to be on the same team of being right and to say the enemy is bad. And the problem with that is that it's just upholding some kind of subcultural cell.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he conflated religious identity to that group outside of American views, like Mexicans. He said they're basically the Catholics of today, but he's not focusing on the liberal ideology, how it was basically formulated through a lot of Jews and Freemasons, and it was basically under the influence of neo-paganism to a certain extent in the 18th century. Through there, you have the birth of Zionism. Zionism is basically born out of a liberal institution. So what is, there's nothing really that ethnic about universalism in general. It kind of came out of different parts of it comes out of a sort of historical movement, this sort of world spirit of Hegel that sort of marches through history, the spirit of progress. And obviously it's a secularizing of this concept of the coming of the kingdom of God and the concept of tikkun olam in the Messianic Judaism. Okay, now what else is interesting is that Goad is not connecting Christianity with this, because it is what unified the European tribes, right? Basically, the Europeans were the barbarians of Rome. To break it down for you, I5, and you can look at Edward Gibbon or other people, right, who make this kind of argument that the Europeans were the barbarians of Rome, You know, when the Roman Empire broke down, the church was the main institution, right, that then spread to Europe, right? This was mainly because of Paul going to places like Spain and Macedonia and all those types.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what race were the barbarians? They were
Well,
white.
yeah, that's exactly the point.
And what race was the Roman Catholic Church? You know, they were white. So, like, I don't understand why they think that Christianity has some sort of like racial aspect to it, especially since Jesus wasn't white, and since
Well,
the whole
well,
point.
well, he was Jewish, and this is where
Are
Mitronovic
Jews
and
white, TMO?
well, see, this is where I have to stop you, because this is where Mitronovic and the occult come in, because
Oh.
Mitronovic actually makes a statement. He says Europe was taken under the special task of making the Jews white.
Ah.
Okay, so and then you have the famous statement by Helen Thomas, you know, where she got banned out of the press corps. You know, she said that she said she said, what should they do about the Israel and Palestine situation? And she said they should go back home. And and
Who's home?
yeah, they asked her they asked her where, you know, where's their home? You know, where's the Jews' home that they should go back to? And she said they should go back to Poland and all those European countries where
But
they
then the
came from.
British arrived and recreated Zionism because they
Well,
don't
that was
know how religion works.
well, in the scientific sense, that was created by Theodor Herzl in 1895 when he wrote the book Der Judenstaat, or the Jewish State. He was from Switzerland, right? And then much earlier, the theological type of Zionism was created by La Pereire, Lapeyrere. You guys could look that up, and it was a sort of a instantiation of Messianic Judaism. But yeah, anyways.
I guess you can make the argument that Britain was actually not counting on, you know, the state of Israel actually forming, and they were just trying to get the Jews out of Britain and Europe or whatever. But that's kind of a weak argument, you know, showing how much they, you know, helped build the infrastructure and support them, and then handed it off to the Americans, who were even more retarded. But anyways, um, but yeah, that's where I already lose interest in that topic. But again, I don't see where even Spencer has any, you know, discussion concerning his, you know, racial prejudices and what that has to do with Christianity. Because again, like I said, I understand, like, you know, there are certain people in America that feel like in order to be American, you have to be white and Christian or whatever, or in order to be Christian, you have to be white or whatever, which makes no sense at all, because there's lots of black Christians and Asian Christians, and you know, so, and plus, that was the whole point of Jesus' message, was that he was ending the racial purity of Judaism, which was, you know, a religion that was one and the same with race. And so you can make that claim under Judaism, but you can't, the opposite is true under Christianity. That was like the main point of Christianity, was to do away with this like racial purity, meaning anything in religion. And so that's why I still don't understand why we're still talking about it today. Like, didn't anyone get the memo, or I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Well, it depends. You know, in terms of E. Michael Jones, he's looking at Judaism in terms of a religious sect, and one that basically, as he puts it, rejects the logos, rejects God as logos. Basically, every Jew will reject John's prologue, is his argument, and therefore that's what makes a Jew is their rejection of the prologue of John, and therefore what then amounts to ethnicity is just language. So he says that race actually has nothing to do with you know, our cultural struggles. It's actually language or ethnicity. But anyways, so he has this way of reducing the terminology to different questions.
Well, very well said. Let me add something real quick. I mean, I even hardened atheist would agree that there does seem to be a human need for spirituality, and that also I would say that this idea where I probably would push back on you is where you said this idea that Christianity should just be or religion should just be a personal thing. I think that's a kind of very you could say postmodern, at the very least Protestant concept. The fact is, communities of any kind are shot through with belief, whether it's explicit or implicit or organized or consensual. And so don't you think that religion is almost ineluctable, or some kind of spirituality is almost ineluctable from a human standpoint?
Right.
And then also maybe we actually really need it in order to organize people.
For a long time, I denied a racial instinct because I grew up, in the 70s. That wasn't supposed to be a thing. I think there is a spiritual instinct. I think it's manifest all over the world, and you can't deny that. And there's no atheist in a foxhole. Under times of extreme duress, I've reached out to something out there. I just happen to think that Christianity is a failed attempt to explain that the origins of the universe. I think it's riddled with too many contradictions. And as I point out all the time, Christians worldwide are majority non-white. If it's to save the white ethnicity, I think it's a failed strategy.
All right. Mark, why don't you pick up on anything here? I guess I could pose the same question that I've asked, which I think is a open-ended one of what should what is the place of religion in any kind of identitarian movement? Or you could pick up on some of the really interesting threads that are laying out there. So go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways it's probably pretty hard for us to visualize what comes next. But I think that I think one thing is very clear is that we have to control the media, right? And we have to control the production of art, and we have to control.
Is anyone on the panel familiar with Mark Brahman? Otherwise, I'll look him up. Okay, I'll go ahead and look him up.
Sort of kind of the images and ideas that are put in front of our people, essentially. And I think that that's just objective. And I think that religion in its kind of most basic form is essentially what I'm describing right now. It's essentially, controlling this media, controlling this art, controlling this propaganda. And it becomes a way of encouraging good breeding, effectively, right? Whether that's, good moral behavior, or that's just a kind of, positing sort of more eugenic types as attractive breeding models for, media disproportionately affects women. Women are more easily swayed by media and by religion as well, and by symbols of power in general. So I think that it just becomes a very important thing. And so what I would imagine is,
Okay, so I looked him up a little bit. It seems like Mark Brahman, he's a neo-pagan.
Shocking.
Apollonism. So, yeah, he's into some sort of right-wing Nietzscheanism, as I said. Apollonian versus Dionysian. That's what Nietzsche writes in one of his books. I forget which one. I think it might be Twilight of the Idols or Wanderer and its Shadow. I forget which one it is, but yeah.
There's a lot of those Apollonian dudes on Twitter, with runes all over their Twitter and shit, and they, talking about we don't want we don't want Christian white nationalism, but we want pagan white nationalism. So I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. And his name is Brahman, which I think is kind of funny because a lot of the truthers say that everything goes back to Brahmanism, which there might actually be a case for. I'm not sure, but it is kind of interesting in a way. And I joined. I mean, there's a lot of things I wanted to say. First, I don't know where you guys went with the property situation, but I think that I just take the general situation as property is like you have to assume property just like you have to assume is ought just to have a conversation. So I think that what he's saying is true. Like if you're saying like when men fell from the Garden of Eden, that's the beginning of family and God and property. I guess you can make that argument too, but I think it's kind of like you have to. I mean, a property just means like you own yourself, you own the consequence of your actions, you own your words, you own your thoughts, essentially. And wanted to say something else on the what you guys were just covering there is like, to me, when I hear these guys talking, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I hear these guys talking, what I hear is like, okay, let's assume that what they're saying is true, that Christianity is a propaganda way to control people, et cetera, et cetera. Most Christians are non-whites. Let's just assume all that's true. This is kind of what I'm saying when it's like truth just for the sake of truth is like a weapon, because let's assume that they're right, that all this stuff is true and that all this is propaganda to control people. Well, the last thing you would want to do as a white person who wants white nationalism and dominance over the world is you just say it out loud and then tell everybody who's listening that it's a control system, and then give up that control system both for your own people to organize them and also for controlling people who are outside of your group of preference. So to me, it's like what they're really not saying that bothers me the most is like I call it like the Trojan horse thing, and Peter keeps reminding me about this thing, because it's like they're like giving you some truth, but then the one thing they're not saying is like, well, the elites would obviously get ahead of you waking up to religion being a propaganda tool against you, and then give you the truth as a way to like divert your attention into something else that wouldn't work. And I think that's kind of what I see is like, and I saw some people in the comments are like, white nationalism and Christian nationalism, being conflated. I mean, it's been conflated for a long time. And the thing is, whether you want it to be real or not, the elites are definitely using both in tandem, as well as the opposition to it, as like a huge control grid, in my opinion. So it's just kind of weird to like hear these guys talking about it, because the way they talk about it is like very academic, but I just think the stuff they're leaving out is like really the real story, in my opinion, And since, Goad and these other guys are probably journalists and stuff, it kind of makes sense that, I mean, most journalism is like what to not put in, not what you want to put in, essentially. So I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Going forward, something I think something more ideal would be something more similar to a kind of Greco-Roman religion, where you basically have these racial models.
Okay, there's this paganism there. He said we need a Greco-Roman religion, and essentially he was also talking about art and symbology. So that goes into the Jungian sort of mainframe there. Yeah.
Posited as positive sort of breeding models, effectively. And yeah, but it would feel like something secular compared to our notion of Christianity. In the way that the Romans felt Christianity to be something almost atheistic, this would probably feel to Christians as atheistic.
I'd like to second the idea that women are more religious than men, and I think that speaks for itself.
Oh, that empirically validated. What are some of your, Mark, why don't you talk a little bit about logos? This is something we've been talking about over the phone a little bit. And also maybe some of the kind of non-adaptive aspects of Christianity, particularly in the 21st century.
Yeah, well, my reading of logos, and especially that famous verse in John, is that essentially, of course, Jews are writing this, but I think what they're describing effectively is that the word, it doesn't sound, what I'm going to describe doesn't sound that dissimilar, I think, from what Michael E. Jones was describing, but it's that the word is God, right? So there's this idea that the word is powerful, effectively. That's one kind of reading that you could have of that passage. And I think that is borne out in a very powerful way by Jews themselves. I think that they use language, and they use logos, and they use symbol in, frankly, a much more sophisticated manner than we do, right? Now, I think that it's a bridgeable gap, and I think that that's going to be part of our process going forward, is kind of learning this technology and sort of becoming masters of language and symbol in a way that surpasses our rivals. That's kind of the long and short of it, I suppose.
Okay, you guys should feel free to jump in. I don't need to moderate anything. Dr. Jones, do you want to respond to what's been said?
Do you think Jews are smarter than other people?
I didn't say I think Jews are smarter than other people. I just said that their use of symbol language is more sophisticated than ours. And I think part of that is because they have a very sophisticated religion, which basically constitutes a kind of shared symbol system. And because of that, they're in art, they're able to encode art in a very kind of cunning and powerful way that makes their art and propaganda very potent. You know, they're always kind of using kind of these subliminal messages in propaganda and art. And in a lot of ways, I think it's imitable.
Yeah, I always, in these circles, I always find this kind of hidden admiration or subtle admiration of the Jews because they seem to have higher IQs or something like that.
Yeah, I think that is an interesting response to Nietzsche, because he says that the Jews were responsible, and actually a single Jew was responsible for the revaluation of all values, the overturning of the Roman ideology, and basically he does say that this was an act of ideological subversion of the greatest magnitude and one of extreme cunning. So he actually talks about how the Jews are literally responsible for some of the most cunning deceptions ever crafted by mankind. And that means that it's very, very, it's putting a lot of credit to their way of thinking, right? It's putting a lot of emphasis on their way of thinking, and it's giving them a lot of power. So, the first thing that E. Michael Jones really says is that, hey, do you really think that they've been able to achieve this? They're actually as smart as somebody like Nietzsche thinks that they are, right? That they've been able to use symbolism in such a way as to overturn all of the Greek philosophy and the Roman system and all of that stuff. Whereas E. Michael Jones would argue that it is the church that has actually preserved these systems, of the Roman political system and the Greek philosophical system.
I have a 3-word refutation of the myth of Jewish intelligence. It's Yuval Noah Harari wrote a book called Sapiens, one of the dumbest books I've ever read in my entire life. And he's being promoted by the Jewish establishment as the greatest genius since Einstein. This is not intelligence. The Jews are good at cheating. That's how they got into Harvard. This is, I find that we're internalizing the commands of our oppressors here. We're trying to be better Jews than the Jews are, when what I'm really proposing is something completely different. I mean, somebody talked about we need a God that will preserve the white race or something like that. You don't need a God. When you have a God that's there to do your bidding, it's not God. Okay, that's not what the Logos is. The Logos is the order of the universe, and it's your duty to conform yourself to that order. It's not God's job to conform himself to your particular project. That's doomed to failure. And so what I see here is this type of failure across the board, this lack of identity. The biggest triumph that the social engineers had in the United States of America in my lifetime was convincing Irishmen and Italians and Poles and Germans that they were white people. What that meant was they had all lost their identity. And I'm saying it did happen. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. It did happen. Okay. And the place where it happened was the suburbs. My father's generation, all those Catholics came back from World War II after spending years in uniform, and they were programmed to conform. And the way they conformed was by leaving those ethnic neighborhoods and moving to the suburbs and becoming docile servants of the American empire, or white guys. White guy in this instance meant that they had lost their identity. And I'm saying, we have to get back to some type of identity. And the only identity that's possible in America is a religious identity. That's why I mentioned the triple melting pot. The other identities are not going to work.
Well, aren't you quite literally, conforming to the dictates of your enemies by being a Christian? I mean, you can say that God is outside of all of these things and he's above us, but I mean, at some level, this is an Abrahamic Jewish invention. and you are conforming yourself to that. I mean, in a way, like
Bad
this is
combo.
perhaps what your enemies want you to be doing, is to say something like, "Oh, we can't achieve power in this world because the hereafter is far greater, and that would be sinful, the sin of pride, and so on." Isn't that kind of exactly what your enemies would want you to believe in? And in terms of religion, I mean, again, our ancestors, Romans, did consider Christians to be atheists in the sense that they were attempting a new kind of religion, and this new type, the Abrahamic faiths have, at least in the last few thousand years, have to a very large extent displaced actual traditional religion. But for another person, an ancient person, some of our forefathers, their
By the
God
way,
was an
before we get too
expression
deep,
of their own power. And that it was their God is rising, their God,
I just wanted to shamelessly plug myself again, right after that guy just said, is the only thing that we can unify ourselves, Christianity or whatever. This is why I'm always trying to tell people that, of my political view, obviously Christianity is the most important one, but there's also two other groups that definitely could unify cultural and national properties, which is why I'm always preaching about capitalism and libertarian government, because those are two things that you don't necessarily need a Christian unity to do, but obviously it'll make it 1,000 times better if you do have that, that Christian foundation. But obviously you can approach it even from like a secular point of view or your own personal religious view, as so long as you agree to those other two pillars. And so it's a shame that these two gentlemen aren't even able to conceive of the idea that there may be other things way more important than race that would be able to unify people. But I think we already know that, as much as I love to preach my gospel, no one's interested in my message. So that's why I quit preaching it. Which brings me to the final funeral episode, which like I said, hopefully Pill Eater will be able to chime in on that one, and Machine Lies. I'd love to hear your thoughts as well as to is it even relevant anymore in modern day discussions?
For what exactly? What's
The
relevant?
death of the Libertarian Party, because that was the other major pillar of
I've listened to this podcast before with because it's an old one. I remember it came out, so I'm really up to date because I know the whole domino effects. It's later on, Jones, he publishes on BitChute now, and they bring up what happened to Jim Goad, and then Jones says, well, Jim Goad is a repressed gay who hasn't found the word of God, and hence he's been mad. But Jim Goad just puts pity parties all the time when he doesn't have a right result, but that's his character. So I think Goad does come from a place of libertarianism, which is basically just I'll use the word, a right version of liberalism. I know it's the left. I know the left-right table, so that's why they're very careful.
An alt-right version, perhaps, Pill Eater?
Maybe. I mean, I'm just trying to tiptoe over the landmines here, but I'm saying is that he was kind of like an edgier libertarian where he was, trad-centric about it.
Right.
But he's just like left, if that makes any sense. He's just like a left-wing version of this, and he's really just a liberal, and it doesn't matter what he is because he just wants the same leftist shit we have now, and everyone knows that. And so the problem is he really hates religion. He really just wants everyone to be in Hollywood and New York being decadent idiots, and that's what he wants. I mean, I would say it's just a ruse for something else, for like gay people or something. I don't know, like gay decadent Athenian people in power. As for libertarianism, again, ethno-nationalism relies totally on that pillar. So much that without it, I think ethno-nationalism will fall in all of its arguments, because the only thing, its only crux is just edgy libertarians of the Ron Paul party. And once those people are out and grown up, they're just going to be something else. Because I don't know if Zoomers or Gen Z or Gen A are going to make a new generation of libertarians, because they'll see through the flaws that ethno-nationalism is solipsism, that it's just an extreme version of a...
I thought the natural pairing of ethno-nationalism was authoritarianism.
That too, but I'm coming from the lens that the bull terriers in the basement. Walter.
Even the dog agrees with me, saying,
The
"Get
Walter.
that shit out of here."
The Walter is barking.
You would say that.
I would like to put the camera. Maybe I could put the camera on so you can see him, but just got to go outside.
But going back to our little fun discussion of left and right, everyone knows alt-right is code for batshit crazy extreme left wing. They go so far left wing that they circle back onto the right wing because no one could ever imagine that they're
Walter.
actually left wing.
Walter.
Hey, doggy. Hello,
Walter.
doggo.
Oh, Walter.
Walter saying, vote Phi, Emperor of Conservataria. I agree, Walter. Smart dog.
He's a bull terrier and he's mad. Walter.
Clever girl.
Yeah, bull terriers are really smart. They're just he's on the bed right now, so I have to get him up, but nothing. He's just on the bed right now.
But anyways, I think there are things to unite people, but I think no humans are smart enough to figure out what those important things are. And so even though there's like 3 chances, humans can't figure out any of them. It's like, is it race? Is that what we're all supposed to unify under? And so that's why I find these discussions just mind-numbing, because I'm like, first of all, what does this have to do with religion or anything? And
well, the religion is just this kind of. They're still in this kind of 1950s era where it's like religion was just to keep the bourgeois family alive, and we're moving on from religion because liberalism and transhumanism is replacing it.
yeah, I mean, there are definitely racist religions. Like I said, we pointed out Judaism, and everyone knows.
That's what I brought up like 30 minutes ago. I began the argument. Jones is saying, listen, you need to have religion. It's a natural cultural anthropology thing. And it's true, Judaism for Jews. But then Goat is like, no, that's not possible. But it's like, no, Christianity, there's some European pathological altruism and pagan interests that evolved through like Roman idealism. So it's like, you can't really say that. And it's like, there's different like African Christians and like, it's just the culture, right? That drastically changes what's the priority in their values, and you can see
Native American Christians and Indus Valley Christians and
right. So like Chinese Christians are going to treat Jesus more as like a Buddha type than they ever would a savior, and that's going to conflate with the Jewish European backwash. I could be right back.
Ironic, because Buddha was trying to escape the racist religion of Hinduism. So see, it's funny how it's all the same stuff. We just keep doing it over and over again, but humans never learn their lessons. But anyways, so there's another good example of a racist religion for you. If you want to look up one of the most racist religions, Hinduism is way more fun than Judaism, because at least Judaism was like internally consistent with their logic and stuff, even though it got weird, during the later revisions. But Hinduism was just a barrel of laughs if you ever research its full cultural history. But anyway,
that's why we have Buddhism that kind of tried to say there is no caste system and everybody belongs in one egalitarian caste.
We are all one with the.
And that's why the Buddhists and Hindus, went to war. It's like, no, you're not. It's kind of again the same egalitarian versus inegalitarian argument. Even shows up in East Asian religions.
But anyways, we're still gonna do the funeral for liberty, so it's dead and gone. We'll do that later, but for now, it's disappointing that again humans can't ever figure out any alternative, good answers.
Well, again, I would say it goes back to ethno-nationalism and solipsism. In other words, if all libertarians became ethno-nats, then what does ethno-nationalism provide? It provides solipsism, whatever you want to say it. It just means only you exist and there is no external world. Just focus on yourself. Everybody does not exist. And that's the funny part, because if nobody else exists, only you exist, then you create these kind of liberalism that is just everything we have now, living in suburb, staying in the pods, eating the bugs, and we're told that's the highest virtue. It just doesn't make sense to a world that there's multitudes of differences in politics, and then to say, enjoy the decline and enjoy as this ship is falling, it doesn't really help anyone. It kind of like negates what politics is really about, or even philosophy. So again, I think the issue, it just boils down to this. Like there are some people who think that the problem today are you'll have liberals who hate white people for being white, but then what if I told you there are white nationalists who hate white people for race mixing because they're worse than Jews?
For not being white enough.
Well, yeah. And so isn't that just the liberal ethic reinvented, or the Puritan ethic reinvented, to say the new sinner is someone on the same team who's committed an evil choice of going against solipsism? That is something that is not even brought up. And I think it's a reinvention of anti-white politics, but the anti-white is framing as you're only anti-white because you're not propagating our white nationalist interest. So that is the new kind of, and I'm seeing this all on Twitter. It's that, the real enemy are white men who are race mixing. Well, it's still anti-white men, because you're saying the white man has no colonial power, or no, he can't love anyone. He's just supposed to only have sex with white women. That to me is a fallacy of and also it's not about natalism. It's just about existing in stagnation, a part of the Malthusian plan. So again, the rhetoric has been crafted to make sure there's only stagnation, self-guilt, Puritan politic, likely from religious ideals, and solipsism is the ultimate virtue. And no ethno-nationalist has been able to rebuttal this, because they rely so much on libertarian values. And they think, well, don't other people want the same solipsism we do? No. So that's the dysfunctional part.
Well, libertarians are pretty based. You got me there. Unfortunately, they include their umbrella's a little too big, and they include a bunch of retards too. So what are you gonna do? What up, Joe Cool?
Again, as an expression of their communal abilities to exert power in the world. And it does, I don't know, I guess I've just personally, I've always been extremely skeptical of all of these, again, supposed biblical wisdom about, man makes plans and God laughs, and, the sin of pride and so on. I mean, we want a God that is an expression of our power and dominance on this planet. And you can just say that can't work, but yes, it obviously can. This is the traditional way that religion has worked. It's actually the Christianity that people have now, which is kind of foreign and strange. This idea of to be, again, so many white people genuinely believe this. I don't think this is just some disingenuous trick they're playing, or it's hypocrisy. They're saying one thing, doing another. They genuinely, authentically believe that what it means to be a Christian is to give up your race and identity and give away power. What it means to be a Christian is to bring in the entire world. What it means to be a Christian is to step aside and allow the weak to rise. And that is you can say that that's heresy or that's wrong. You have a different understanding, but it's still not getting at the phenomenological truth that is an authentic spirituality for millions of white people around the globe, whether they are actual Christians or whether they're kind of Christian heretics and they call themselves liberals.
Did I understand you correctly? You want a God who is a manifestation of your power, of the white people's power? Well, that's known as an idol. It's known as an idol.
So
I have something to say about this. I think identity is a matter of proximity. I've often said that the only time the term the human race will have meaning is if Martians attack. I understand there were Polish and Italians and Irish, but phenotypically, Dr. Jones, we're from Philly. I like your Philly accent, your Philly attitude, on the same page there. But if you were to walk in your old neighborhood at 26 in Allegheny and be surrounded by black guys, they wouldn't see a Catholic. They'd see a white guy. Right. That's what unites us, is genetics right now. They after beating you up, they might ask if you're Catholic or not, but they would beat you up for being white.
No, that was the whole point. It was racial warfare. That's what got orchestrated in Philadelphia. That's what happened in Southwest Philadelphia when my wife was a teacher at the Longstress School. She had it was warfare going on, and it was racial warfare.
Was that named after Thatcher Longstreth?
Thatcher Longstreth.
Yeah, great name, right?
After Thatcher Longstreth's father, actually.
Right.
But anyway, so she has she's teaching kindergarten. There's a girl there. Her brother gets murdered on the street. He was Irish. The family had just moved from Ireland. They didn't know they were white until they got here. And the proof that he didn't know he was white was that he was at the wrong place at the wrong time and he got killed. Okay, I am not denying the fact of racial conflict in Philadelphia. What I'm saying here is that if we're smart, I said this to Cynthia McKinney. I said, Cynthia, black people were used as proxy warriors long before the people in Afghanistan were used as proxy warriors. Okay, they were proxy warriors for a group of people who were white. Okay, it wasn't the blacks who were running the show. It was the Ford Foundation using proxies like Leon Sullivan running the show. And the real power in Philadelphia was the ADA, Americans for Democratic Action. And that was Jews and WASP trying to keep the Catholics from taking over the city and using black people as their proxy warriors to prevent that. That's the, are we going to fixate on superficialities, or are we going to get to the real deep grammar of what was happening in Philadelphia?
I think blood goes much deeper than ideology. So as far as superficiality, I think your religious ideology is much more superficial than your genetics.
And I don't deny
lost that one too. Right?
Yeah, I mean, we ultimately failed in our attempts for supremacy. I mean, look, I don't disagree with the story you're telling, and I also don't endorse by any stretch the kind of machinations involved of using bringing blacks into neighborhoods, destroying these rooted ethnic communities. I mean, but the fact is, this is what it is, and we are here right now. And also, I would say that there is a story to be told about, say, WASP treachery, but there are so many other, again, phenomenological currents that are racializing us. I mean, Nietzsche was observing this in the late 19th century, the creation of a European man based on the telegraph and train travel, and in various lingua francas. Today we have a lingua franca of business English, but there are these so many forces beyond, say, urbanization that are racializing us and bringing us together. I mean, Europe had very distinct nations, or at the very least more distinct than we had in the United States. They were separated through nation states, but there were nations within nation states, no question. Nations between nation states in some cases. But the fact is, when a African or a Syrian Muslim sets foot on land, he doesn't have any interest in whether someone's Catholic or a Protestant or a secular humanist or a Buddhist or whatever. They are white. Period. End of statement. And in a way, this is, history in a way reveals to us this truth, that racial identity is actually deeper than ethnic identity.
I had a question that I just answered by looking it up. There was one Catholic founding father, Charles Carroll. Most of the others were WASPs. And I think the Constitution, I don't know if it mentions Catholic or Protestant, it does mention white and black, though.
Right. It's an American issue. It's an American issue. You can't have a huge slave population here without having some type of recognition that it's a black and white issue. But I'm saying that's not what the driving force here is. I'm saying that is not an issue elsewhere in the world. I'm saying that the guy who came from Poland or Lithuania didn't know he was white until he arrived here.
But that's what I mean. It's proximity.
Okay. So, and I'm having a weak internet connection here, so I hope that everyone can hear me.
Audio seems good to me.
Okay. Yeah, it might be different inside the studio than it is on YouTube. So I hope everyone can hear me. But don't know what's going on with that. But yeah. I guess what I want to say is that there seems to be a concerted influence. Okay, and you just heard it right there. He's talking about Nietzsche and his view of ethnicity and ethno-nationalism. And then also there's this idea of the phenomenology of race, as he put it himself. He's the one using these terms. Okay, and I think he's trying to lure E. Michael Jones in because he's prone to using Hegel as well. So yeah, let's go on a little bit. But yeah, thank you for joining, Sean, and everyone else. Oh yeah, thank you to I5 for joining us. Blessings.
Because there's just white people in Poland, Lithuania.
Right. I'm saying, but ethnic identity applies there, where racial identity is it's non-existent.
Right, there's only one race there.
There were clearly racial concepts on the continent. I mean, this is not. I mean, I again, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think I agree with you to a large extent that the concept of whiteness was formed in America through history and circumstance. I agree. But again, it is simply not the case that there was no conception of the white race in the ancient world or throughout European history. I mean, I think we might be like focusing too much on the American experience.
Let's look at it historically. The term anti-Semite was created in 1871 by Wilhelm Marr, who was a refugee from the revolution of 1848, who simply a contemporary of Nietzsche, who basically invented the term anti-Semite because he wanted to deal with Jews on a racial basis rather than a religious basis. And the whole vocabulary up to that time was religious. That's, in a sense, the vocabulary I'm trying to resurrect here when I wrote the Jewish revolutionary spirit, because it's a religious issue. It's ultimately not going to be even comprehensible as a racial issue. It's not racial. The Jews are not, the Ashkenazi are not Semites. They have.
Okay, now, this is interesting because although the Jews are, Judaism is a religion and not a race, because there's different racial designations that follow this religion, right? Historically speaking, right? But otherwise than that, what's interesting is that, the ideology of Zionism was born in Europe, right? So I mentioned this previously, right? It's like how, I compared it to Arabs, right? Not all Arabs are Muslim, right? But most of them are Muslim, right? It's about 80% Muslim, right? And but not all Muslims are Arab. Most Muslims are not Arab. And they come from places like Turkey and Pakistan and other countries, right? So if you look at Islam on the surface, it doesn't really have much to do with Arabs. And then also there's a quality in Islam, and me and Trad Culture have kind of talked about this. If you follow Islam from a country that previously had tendencies towards animistic religion, like in African countries or Indian countries, then they have a more sort of ritualistic practice of Islam itself. Like people in India, they follow Islam in a much more rigid and ritualistic way, much like the Hindu rites, than the people in other countries, right? So, yeah. Yeah, Indonesia as well. That's right, the freak.
No connection with the Semites, with Moses, with any of those people. The Semites are the Palestinians, not the Ashkenazi. Okay, so it's ultimately wherever you go, it seems to me, you run into this kind of brick wall that it doesn't really carry. It doesn't explain things. That's the point I'm trying to make here. What's the racial take on the Kavanaugh hearings?
They said it was 900 media people said he was a white man. They didn't bring up his religion. That's what I remember about that.
As I remember, it was Jews versus Catholics.
I know. Well, I did an article called "Brett Kavanaugh is a White Man." I don't remember his religion being brought up once, but it was white privilege and white rape was the narrative that I heard. We might be checking.
I actually again, not that it's necessarily accurate. I even heard some people talk about him being waspy and so on. I mean, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't completely disagree with what you're saying. So also, but again, I just think where we are now is that things are racialized, whether that is fair or beneficial.
I'm trying to say that back then in 1954, when my family moved out of St. Columba's Parish, it was racial. Obviously, it was a racial battle. They were, but that's the problem here, is that we focused on a racial battle when the real movers and shakers were all white.
I agree with white treachery in the sense of white elites being completely awful, and also some of people in a racial movement wanting to just simply blame Jews are the cause of everything bad, or in a way even worse, just focusing on blacks and just talking about black crime. I think one is overly, say, myopic, and the other is just focusing on blacks is just a total diversion in my opinion. Blacks don't matter.
George Soros gave $33 million to Black Lives Matter because he wants to start a race war. We're back here at square one. The Jew wants to get these two groups of people fighting each other because then he is out of the picture and he can run the show the way he wants to run it. That's the whole history of the Black-Jewish alliance, which I cover in detail in the Jewish Revolutionary Spirit. For 70 years, the Jews tried to turn the Negroes into the avant-garde of their revolution.
Right.
That's why I didn't grow up in North Philadelphia, because they succeeded. The biggest success they had was the Civil Rights Movement, which was basically a revolutionary movement in the South, which I think was payback for the Leo Frank case. But whatever the reason, we're still going through the same construct of basically the Jew paying the money to different groups so that they fight each other and leave him alone. And he can run the show the way he wants it that way.
Dr. Jones, are you familiar with the work of Michael A. Hoffman II? He's a Catholic who lives in Idaho. He did a book called Judaism, Strange Gods.
Yes.
He does, I mean, would you say it's solely Jews, or have white elites historically been very hostile to white underclasses?
I'm saying that as of after the period immediately following World War II, the WASP elite was the ruling class. And the Jews were junior partners.
Yes.
In 1978, Nelson Rockefeller and John D. Rockefeller both died. And at that point, the balance changed. 1976, we have Woody Allen on the cover of Time magazine as a, quote, American genius. I'm saying that the WASP elite over this time was eclipsed by the new...
Absolutely. I remember when WASP started being used as a pejorative in probably the mid to late 60s.
That's right. I was in high school. I remember emulating every Catholic boy dressed not quite the way you are, but remember Skimmer?
Okay. So here comes the JQ, that the culture has been taken over through Hollywood by the Jewish elite, and then WASP was made a bad word in the American cultural scene. And we're going to take a little break here in terms of music and other things. 5 minutes for some jazz mania for the soul. So thank you guys. I know it's Wednesday night. Lots of strange things are probably happening online. Probably I'm assuming that every single show on the internet is actually on right now. But you guys are here with me. Blessings to the 35 people that have been here. It's been a steady current of maybe 35 or so people. We're going to take a little musical break and then continue with listening to what we're listening to. And then we're going to, after this, we may turn it over and we'll see who is with us. I thank you to everyone on the panel, and I appreciate your time, even though some of you may have to go at some point. I don't know if I pinned the link. Let me check if I pinned the link, because the panel is open at this point if anybody wants to join.
It's not pinned.
Okay, whoops. Okay, let me go ahead and pin this link here. And we're going to take a break. Yeah, anybody who wants to jump up and join the discussion with us, feel free to do so. We may be talking about Krishnamurti a little later, looking at some of his philosophy, continuing down that road. And we'll also take a look at maybe some of the works of Kaczynski. We'll be here until the maybe 7 or 8 hour mark as usual. And then we'll turn it over to a recording of our previous content that is no longer available, so that we can release some of that while we have this recording capabilities. Thank you so much for joining us. And please enjoy this music. So future sounds of London. Let me go to this 5 minute mark. It really gets crazy in this 5 minute mark in this recording here. And we'll listen to 5 minutes of this, and then we'll go back to E. Michael Jones versus Richard Spencer. Thank you so much.
The future sound of London. Space-based. Space-based.
Thank you, guys. Okay. Oh shit! Did I close my window? Oh no! Wait, I'm still here.
You're good, I
Yeah,
think.
Yep. Yeah. Blessings to everyone who's here. And yeah, we still got 32 people out here. We're gonna go ahead and continue what we're watching. And I already gave a little rundown of what the program is gonna be like. Thank you guys so much.
Day on the Schuylkill River, you know, wearing your boater hat. I remember every Catholic boy wanted to dress like a wasp because that was the ruling class.
But that was a way to assimilate, right? But don't you think the founders were wasps?
No. WASP is a term that only exists after the Civil
But I mean, okay, white Protestants were primarily the founding class of America.
I think they were Enlightenment figures. They were Whigs. They were people who were creditors. No, the term WASP only came into existence after the Civil War.
I'm not talking about the term. I'm talking about the founding stock of the nation. We're predominantly Protestant, white Anglo-Saxons.
Yes, but I would say more Enlightenment figures rather than believing Protestants.
Like Ben Franklin and Jefferson.
Jefferson was not a devout Protestant as far as I can tell.
And Ben Franklin wasn't a Christian at all, right?
I think he was a deist. So
Yes.
we're talking about another type of political movement, intellectual enlightenment.
So what you right, and deism is basically Plotinus, right? So how far removed is Plotinus from Jewish thought at the time of the founding of Christianity? If you want to say that Christianity is the founding doctrine within the European experience or whatever, you know, within European civilization, right? So it's interesting that you know, he says, well, it's Whigs and the Enlightenment. Okay. You know, I'm gonna say he's a little bit off on that, right? You know, Whigs and the Enlightenment, that's who founded America. You know, that's quite a rare take of the situation, you know. Definitely not, the founders were definitely not Christian, right? Benjamin Franklin, right? John Adams, right? You got your Thomas Jefferson, right? They all had deistic and also Freemasonic sort of inclinations, right? But yeah, let's go on. You know, they're definitely Enlightenment thinkers, right? You know, is the Enlightenment thought, you know, all the founders of Enlightenment thought, you know, were, you know, in terms of philosophy, they were deistic, like Spinoza and Kant, and you know, some of the other people. Descartes, right? Leibniz, they all came to a deistic conception of God, but they were also influenced by the sort of occult that was there at the time, right? Descartes and Spinoza and Leibniz, they were all influenced by Rosicrucians, right? They had friends that were Rosicrucians, right? Like Van Helmont and other people, right? Schleiermacher, who was a student of Hegel, right? A reinterpreter of religious thought. He was part of the Moravian Brethren. Benjamin Franklin, who wrote works of religious propaganda. He was a Freemason, right? He talked to his parents and wrote them letters about how he was in the Freemasons, right? So all these major Enlightenment figures were also influenced by the occult, right? Anyways,
you imagine is a kind of Roman Catholic hegemony where these other ethnicities are functioning harmoniously within a broader whole? Is that a kind of
that was
ideal?
Europe? Have you heard of Europe?
Yes, I have. I mean, you don't have to be.
My barbarian ancestors were looters. My German barbarian ancestors were looters who used to chase pigs through the forest of Germany. And for 1,000 years, I just spent time in Bavaria. Bavaria is 1,000 years of uninterrupted Catholic culture, which basically civilized my barbarian German ancestors. Okay, that's why Germany is a successful country, because they learned how to work, because the Benedictine monks taught them that about ora et labora. That is the story of Europe. And Europe was successful in bringing all of these warring ethnic groups together in some type of more or less harmonious whole. And that was destroyed by the Reformation.
Were we crazed barbarians during the Roman Empire?
Yes, we were. I was. I mean, my ancestors are Suevi. The Suevi were barbarians. They didn't know anything. They crossed the Rhine when it froze, and they looted and pillaged. That's how they got to survive.
Well, I think you're almost like buying into a kind of slander in a way of Germanic peoples and cultures. The idea that they were just total barbarians.
They were barbarians.
I mean, I say this as a supporter of Rome, but
I'm the
nevertheless, I mean, okay.
So self-hating barbarian.
Self-hating barbarian. Mark, why don't you jump in?
The barbarian, right?
Yeah, yeah. Mark, why don't you jump in here? I've spoken a lot. You've been a little bit silent.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
the self-hating barbarian thing is basically an extension of the "we was Vikings," ideology, the neo-pagan ideology, right-wing Nietzscheanism, right? And essentially what is being grown out of it is this idea, right? Conflicting ideals about how the Europeans were the barbarians of Rome, right? And it really goes down to Aristotle, right? Aristotle was a traitor to his Athenian people, right? He sold out Athens and went to go work for Philip of Macedon, just as Paul went to Macedonia, right? I think that's in Thessalonians, right? Thessalonica, I believe, is in Macedonia, right? So it was a town that Paul traveled to, right? So geographically speaking, he traveled to far off regions and worked for the Europeans. Now, Aristotle makes a statement of, I think in Politics 7, book 7 or something like that, about the Europeans. He says they are the freest and stupidest people on earth, whereas he says that the Chinese are the smartest and the least free people. He says they are inclined to legalism, and therefore their people are basically slaves. And he said that the Greeks combined the freedom of the Europeans with the intelligence of the Chinese. So he made a distinguish between the Eastern people, the Mediterranean people, and the European people, right? Just as in Rome, right? The thing that actually unified the Germans and the French and the British, those three things, and you have three philosophical extensions of that during the Enlightenment, right? You have British empiricism, right? And you have French rationalism, right? And then you have German idealism, right? This is the three-headed sort of dragon, right, of modern philosophy, or modern philosophy, right, from the 16th to the 18th century. Then after that begins the sort of postmodern era of philosophy or whatever, right? And then you have the bridging off of different subjects where philosophy is influenced by psychology and economics and sociology and other things, right? So yeah. Also anthropology and things. But yeah, let's go on.
Where to start? I think that I'm against the kind of return to medievalism. I don't think that those were great times, to be honest. Christendom had some serious problems after the fall of Rome, when obviously it had a rocky start. But I think that Jews have been very successful among Aryans precisely because we adopted Christianity. I think it's kind of made us vulnerable to them in many ways. And I don't think it actually served as a very powerful curb against Jews. I don't think the Christian church served as a very powerful curb against Jews. In fact, I think it was often very friendly and offered a kind of sanctuary to Jews. The people that got upset with the Jews, Jews had to worry about kind of the lower class, the laboring class. They did not have to worry so much about kings and nobles as often. Now, there are obviously exceptions to this. I mean, there were the first sort of major pogrom, I believe, was in the Rhine during the Peasants' Crusade, right? And there you see that class aspect of sort of the lower orders didn't like the Jews, but they were essentially supported by the elites. So I think Christianity has that problem.
There was a conflict here. The prince would invite the Jews in to his principality because he would lend him money at a lower interest rate than the normal people who would be ground into dust by 44 and 3% interest rates per annum. Okay, that's true. But and it eventually led to riots, and the Jews would be expelled when the people rose up, and the prince had to cave in to what they were doing. No one was more successful in dealing with Jews than the Catholic Church. No one. The secret Judaeus non is the only viable modus vivendi with the Jews, and it worked for 1,500 years. As long as the church was allowed police power to rein in usury, okay, it was able to keep the peace. And the terms of the peace were, first of all, no one has the right to harm the Jew, and secondly, the Jew has no right to destroy your culture. That was at what modus vivendi that worked as long as the church had police power over things like usury. When
don't you think the Roman emperors were pretty good at handling the Jews? I mean, kind of by smashing their temples on occasion and occupying them.
You're talking about the destruction of the temple?
Yeah, I mean, it's like they literally dominated them. I mean, it seems like that's a better way. You're looking back at the history of Christendom. I mean, this we're coming after it at a point.
Yeah, and this is the problem with taking sides with history instead of using history as instructive. Because what you end up with is, oh yeah, Rome was pretty good at handling the Jews, even though it basically was destroyed by a Jewish sect, right? Which they claim is Christianity, right? It took over the Roman Empire, right? So how good was it at stopping that, right? And oh yeah, the church was good at stopping the Jews taking over Europe, but look, it succumbed to Protestantism and also to Anglicanism. And then Cromwell and the Dutch that were Protestants, they basically made an alliance with those bankers, right, that funded their imperial campaigns. Right? And then you have the Orthodox, right, that say, oh yeah, it's going to stop communism, even though it basically fell prey to Bolshevism, right? It wasn't able to stop it. They got wiped out, right? So historically, that's not the case, that it was able to stand up to these, matters. And they were wiped out. Rome was wiped out. Europe was wiped out. Now, basically, Russia is looking like a puppet of international groups. It doesn't seem to be independent.
When Jews have perhaps never been as powerful as they are now.
I agree with that. They've never been as powerful because the church has never been weaker. If you look through history, it's always going to be the church is strong, the Jews are weak. The Jews are strong, the church is weak. That's a rule of history.
But he just used Rome as an example of it not being the church and people keeping the Jew. And I love the construction of the Jew. It's like Bigfoot. There's only one. But yeah, keeping it in check. Yeah. I mean, so there have been other forces. I think that's undeniable.
I'm saying that over the long haul, Rome succumbed to the same problem that Protestant England succumbed to, namely usury. That it was unable to preserve itself because it was unable to maintain the law on and that prevented the concentration of wealth into fewer and fewer hands. So in that sense, maybe they did. Yeah, they did. They did destroy the temple. There's absolutely no question. If anyone rose up against Rome in that type of fanatical, self-defeating way, they were going to be crushed and defeated.
No, isn't Islam is anti-usury too, right? Islamic finances, have they kept Jewish people in check through that? I have no knowledge of that historically.
Historically, the Ottoman Empire was the refuge for the Jews that got expelled from Spain, and they became their own political movement there. The Dome is the word for converso. So they had their own problems. There are people who say that Ataturk was basically a Jewish operation, the whole secularization that took place after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. So in general, no. In general, no. The conflict was kept in balance in these places.
But did they keep the usurious tendencies in check, the Ottoman Empire?
They did. I mean, to a large extent, they did. Much more success, in many ways, more successful than Christianity, because of the dynamic that I described. Basically, you've got the arrival of the money economy at the end of the Middle Ages. People need money. It's the Jew who has the money. The princes know that, and now the princes want money from the people, and the people have to go to the Jew. And this was the Achilles heel of Catholic Europe.
Again, the Jew. We need to dox the Jew. If there's one, let's just dox them.
Wait, what?
Jump in, Mark. Or should I? I want to read some super chats because super chats are good. They kind of get us going in some new directions, or they comment on what we talked about.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Well, no, it's up to you. Do you want to say anything, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think just the fact that the JQ has persisted for all this period, that the church had to react against Jews in this manner. I don't doubt that there was obviously in some cases an oppositional relationship between church and Jews, but I think that generally it wasn't that oppositional. And in fact, the fact that Jews had this role as they were sort of relegated or forced into this position as moneylenders or as a wealth-bearing race doesn't sound like a bad gig, honestly. Doesn't sound like a bad gig at all. It seems like they had it made.
So this whole idea of the conversos, right, comes from the fact of persecution. There was basically the Jews were allowed to live in Muslim territory, right? So there are certain groups that were allowed to live there, right, who practice different types of beliefs that weren't allowed by the church, right? When the church took over in Spain, right, they expelled a lot of the Muslims, right? But some of the Jews stayed. They stayed behind by feigning conversion into Christianity. Then a lot of them stayed in the Ottoman Empire by feigning conversion to Islam. Okay. So this concept, went on to influence these people like Ataturk, and it went on to influence certain European nobility as well. Okay, they became patrons of some of these figures, right? Famous rabbis. You know, you can name a few. Manasseh ben Israel is one. You know, Moses Mendelssohn, another one. Anyways,
Aid in the shade, honestly. So, in other words, they're happy to rule the cosmos while we get to go to heaven, essentially. So, and I think this is actually how Christianity was designed, to trick us in this manner. Now, the other thing too, I would say, is that Christianity is 100% deracinated. I mean, it's not a racial creed in any manner, and this gives Jews kind of easy access to Christians, because the distinction becomes then a religious distinction. A Jew can get baptized, he can become part of the clergy, he can do whatever he wants. So he can go wherever he wants, right? He can just say he's a Christian effectively. He can get baptized. These things were distinct from this in Rome, where you had the representation of the Jewish God with Saturn there. Tacitus makes this very clear. I have an article on it on my website. And you see that contrasted with Jupiter, who's the Aryan ruler.
Jupiter. Just you have to keep your ears open. But Dr. Jones, what about the Nietzschean that Christianity is a Semitic religion, not a European religion?
It's not a Semitic religion. I mean, I started off this discussion by talking about the Gospel of St. John. That Gospel was written in Greek for a reason. Okay, because basically what happened here at this point in history is that the Christians synthesized the Hebrew tradition and the Greek tradition, and it came through in this gospel by, in a sense, baptizing the term logos. So it's not, let me put it this way, maybe it has Hebrew roots, but it's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. Judaism is a religion that was created after Christianity. What we call Judaism is basically Talmudic synagogue Judaism. It's a newer religion. And
yeah, but it goes along with this. If you can make Christianity anti-Jewish, then you can't really make it pro-European. That's the problem. And that's kind of the problem that Nietzsche was talking about in regards to the Roman Empire. And that's kind of those problems that a lot of the Roman views about the Jewish religion and some of the views that they had about Christianity as well. So they had a very antithetical view of those two types of religions, mainly because they couldn't provide representations of their gods. If you'll recall, Paul going to Greece, right? When he goes to Athens, he argues with the philosophers and he points to the statue of the unknown God. And he says that is the basically representation of the Christian God, right? That he is the one without an image, right? Because, the invisible image of God that people worshipped, Paul said that was a false God, whereas the Christ was the true basically Son of God, right? And the God of the world to come, whereas the God of this world, right, is basically a satanic God that most people worship. But he was trying to argue with the philosophers in Athens, and ultimately he came to reject philosophy altogether. Right? He said it can't solve the problems, right, that we face. And I think in that he actually made a good point. And this is why Paul is one of the most important thinkers in history. Right? So and this goes back to Nietzsche. He definitely thought that, but he thought it was a extension, as I mentioned, of a Jewish psyop. That's what they're mentioning, and I covered this many times on the show or whatever. Right? This is not a new concept that's invented by people like popular commentators on the internet today, right? That follow a right-wing Nietzschean or a neo-pagan paradigm, sort of going back to the European, pagan, either Celtic or Nordic, you know, type of and there's type of Hermetic order of the Golden Dawn. There's figures within those groups that take this neo-pagan approach. You know, influence of Druid thought and all of this type of stuff. But yeah.
I mean, if the machine lies, I mean, are you speculating that the machine, the religion, is generated by some like external satanic like AI generator? Like, what? Why does this tie into your channel name? I don't get it. I mean, I know it's what you cover all the time, but like the machine lies. Are you speculating that the Earth is a machine that's lying? Like, why are you covering this information constantly? It's rather boring, but I'm just asking. Oh, he's just gonna ignore me. At least he's not gonna. Thank you for not booting me. At least that's a start. We're getting somewhere now.
Well, I find your line of inquiry rather boring and rather circular, you know, so we'll just move on with the critiques that we offer here, you know, and I thank you to the 36 people here watching on a Wednesday night. It is what it is. You know, if you don't find value in this, and I would implore you to go and find value somewhere else.
Well, I'm just being an a-hole because you've been talking shit around. Like,
well, we're talking about history and philosophy.
Okay,
here.
what's the problem with Truther Cop? Is he like a joke?
Yeah, he's basically a joke. Yeah.
Like I've seen him come on before on another. It was like a month or 2 months ago. But Truther Cop, I get how funny he is, and he's doing like these funny, why this, why that. Okay, is he like Christian or something? I just want to put it out there. Is he Christian?
No, he's like Jewish. He has like a separate.
Is he a gay Jew? Another.
Yeah, he's like a ginger Jew or something like that.
Okay,
I'm just wondering why you're talking shit, and then when I bring it up, you always boot me for that. Like, are you ashamed of talking shit? I don't
He had a Zephyr Torah or something like that.
I'm just saying, we're all gay Jews now. We're all gay Jews. I'm trying to.
Yeah, you don't have much of a choice now. I mean, like we're kind of like living in fascism and tyranny, so the choices are kind of dwindling at this point. What you can be.
So, Truther Cop's against authoritarianism and all that, right? I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not against anything. But
Okay.
I'm just for the truth. But TM, my feelings have been hurt, man. Nobody wants to address my feelings. TML was talking shit, going on about how I was doing this and that, and he can't address it. Now I'm trying to address it, and so he won't address it. I'm now you haven't booted me that I brought it up. Do you want to address why you're talking shit, TML?
Well, if it's about Truther, then it's about 9/11 truth, right? Like Truther movement. Sorry, I got a cough.
Bro, I cover all the timelines of Trutherism. Come on, dude. Catch up, please. Pill eater, please.
I mean, I'm trying to understand. Like Truther, I only understand Truther Cop sometime here and another, so I'm trying to figure it out.
Do you understand yourself all the time, or are you just trying to figure me out?
I don't know. I don't know what Truther Cop's about.
Well, that's not my question. Nobody's answering my questions. I'm up here on the stand all of a sudden. Jesus.
The machine lies. Why does the machine, right? Why does the machine lie?
No, I was coming at him at a different angle, just trying to address the original issue that he kept booting me for the other day. I was trying to come at him sideways because, you know, the direct approach wasn't working. So I was just trying to figure out I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the beef is, TML. Like, what's the beef? Where's the beef, bro?
I would say the only beef.
Pill eater, why are you speaking when I asked a question to TML?
Okay, I'll let TML speak then. There you go.
Naga, naga, naga. Serpent.
That was about there. Okay.
The Naga serpent? You don't know the Naga serpent? Anyhow, TML, dude. You can't just you're playing like a JG move. That's kind of weird. I don't know, dude. You and JG hanging out?
Christianity has been in opposition with this force for 2,000 years. 2,000 years.
Do you want to pick up on that, Mark? I mean, I could if you don't.
Yeah, why don't you pick up? Why don't you grab this?
No, you do it. You're the expert. Yeah. I mean, go for it.
Yeah, I'd say 2,000 is pretty generous. Maybe 1,500. Give or take. 300 or 400 years out of that. Maybe you could at best say the last 1,000 years, since the Great Schism is where we'll place that for now. But yeah, pre-Reformation, Eastern Christianity, basically.
I mean, I don't know. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Whether Christianity is Semitic. Or
Dr. Jones is claiming that it is a non-Semitic religion, particularly because of its. I guess it's written in Common Greek, Koine Greek, and kind of the Ebonics of the ancient world. But whatever.
False. I mean, there's a very kind of consistent use of symbol language from the Hebrew Bible to the New Testament to a Woody Allen film today. I mean, I would argue that Woody Allen knows the New Testament as well as anyone.
But let me just
He's
say,
using these kind of references.
Let me say, Christianity has roots in the Hebrew Scripture. There's absolutely no question about that. Okay, Jesus Christ is talked about being a child of Moses. Okay, the Catholics now are children of Moses. We are the true Israel. We are the new Israel. We are the true Israel. We are the successors of that religion. That's true. I agree with that. Okay, but we're not Jewish, because the Jew is a creation of the post-Christian era. The Jew.
So when it said Jesus Christ, King of the Jews, was that a mistranslation?
That was a mockery of Jesus Christ. That was a kind of subtle type of mockery, because the Jews killed him. You can't underestimate the magnitude of this decision on the part of the Jews to kill Jesus Christ. This is a rejection of the religion of Moses. It is a rejection.
Yeah, I'll agree that the Jew is a post-Christian construction, but I'll have to say that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam have the same problem, in which they were all reconstructed in the 1100s. Okay, this is post the attack of Aristotelianism on, the Islamic doctrines, the Christian doctrines. Okay, you have people like Maimonides, people like Avicenna. Okay, in the Islamic world. Okay, he was a Persian philosopher. Okay, you have people like Aquinas responding to Aristotle. Right, that's what the 11th century amounts to. Right, and you have other writers up until the 1500s, like Martin Luther and Dante, who wrote Dante's Inferno, that are literally ensconced within the Aristotelian, paradigm. They had to overthrow that in order to get to the scientific worldview. Right? Anyways.
Whoa, I just saw that the freak called me a greasy wop, dude. How dare he? Also, but like coming from like
He was
the
talking
perspective
about
of
somebody else. But yeah, look at this.
no, he said TC was a greasy wop, dude.
Dead Sea Scrolls. What about Dead Sea Scrolls?
See, but like speculating on my original thing, like where I said, like, are you speculating that? Because I just made a whole website. It took me forever to figure out how to set it up through WordPress and all this. And then I had AI make exactly the website I wanted to make. But it took me forever to figure out how to get it set up. Probably about as long as it would take me to figure it out on my own. But AI made the most excellent website right off the bat, dude. Exactly what I wanted. But bringing that back to like Saturn, my whole perspective is that Saturn has a satanic overlay on the world, and it creates all these religions and perspectives, these programs, these algorithms. Like, is there any like, what is the point of this conversation? Because to me, like, if there's a division among the people, it's this satanic overlay computer algorithm, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. It's like to divide the people and make them fight against each other. That's my perspective of all, like what's happening now with all religion. I think it's important to have your own religion and your own connection with God, but like beyond that, when it comes to other people, like, I don't know.
Yes, certainly. Saturn has entered the conversation twice. as the god of the Canaanites, which they're basically saying about the Jews, and secondly, as the Dionysus of the Nietzschean, sort of Marvel universe.
And what about Mecca, the black cube that the Muslims go and worship? Is that not Saturnalian?
Well, that's from Joseph. No, wait, not Joseph, but Jordan Maxwell.
That theory?
Yeah.
But what's the truth? What is the black cube from? It's a freaking asteroid that they put in a black cube, right? And they worship it?
Well, in the theory, Christianity and Judaism and Islam, because of the symbols, the crescent and the star is from Tammuz, and so is the six-pointed star. That's Tammuz as well. And then the cross is basically the unboxed cube. So it's basically all three of them are Saturn.
Well, that's actually a fascinating angle I've never heard. But the black cube that's currently in Mecca, the Muslims go and walk around. Not all Muslims. Is that a sect of Muslim or Islam that does that?
Well, I think right now it's controlled by a sect because the Saudi Arabians, they're basically Freemasons. So it's controlled by a Masonic. It's under the control of the Saudi family. That's basically not. They're responsible for essentially butchering a lot of the Muslims there. So they got rid of the Arabs that lived there. They moved them out. They're like going to Yemen and stuff, and they basically attacked them in Yemen. So Saudi Arabia is basically the enemies of the Muslims. But anyways, yeah.
Well, so I would lay out here just a random theory, just off the top of my head. Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are all like authentic, but then this movement, this AI overlay synthesized everything.
Well, hold on. Don't talk over me for a second. But yeah, what I was trying to say, they're not authentic. They're not authentic. What they are is basically, reformed in the 11th century is what I was just trying to describe. And then in the 15th to 18th century, then they were basically reformed again because there was a rebirth through nationalism, essentially, and liberalism. So they had all of these different ideologies that they were ensconced in, and that brings us to the modern age. And that's why these people aren't adequately discussing these ideologies, is because they're not framing them correctly. They're missing the point. In other words, E. Michael Jones is coming at it from a perspective where he's looking at Judaism outside of the European nexus, even though he believes that Judaism is linked to the birth of Christianity, and these guys are not seeing Christianity within the formation of the European progression. Anyways, let's go ahead and listen to more of this.
Rejection of Logos, and from the moment they did this, they became revolutionaries, and that's what they are to this day. That's the identity of the Jew.
Well, Jesus is a revolutionary. I mean, he kind of turned Judaism inside out, as you were, as opposed to a chosen people. We all became the chosen people. It kind of, again, turned the Hebraic faith inside out, and then created this religion, which I guess, I think there's an interesting tension, or maybe it's a contradiction in what you're saying. You seem to be looking back towards ethnic identity and so on as something wonderful that we need to preserve. I mean, it's right. Christianity, the movement of Christianity itself is about breaking that down. I mean, you are neither Greek.
Have you ever been to Europe? Europe is ethnic groups that have been preserved by their Catholicism. The Catholic Church did not destroy ethnicity in Europe; it preserved it.
How?
Yeah, I mean, whether those ethnicity would exist with or without the Catholic Church, I think
for thousand years, Bavaria was both 100% Bavarian and 100% Catholic. They're not mutually exclusive; they complement each other. This is the genius of of Catholic Europe, that you could have you could have vibrant ethnic communities that were part of a trans-ethnic corporation that allowed them to collaborate with each other as best they could. This is the genius of Europe.
You think that this should be now global in the sense that all ethnicities around the world. So there's no problem in a way with the Catholic Church being, vastly majority non-white, in the sense that all of these ethnicities are going to harmoniously act within the church, a kind of friendship of the nations.
The only possibility for peaceful collaboration among ethnic groups is logos, rationality, and the vehicle for logos in history is the Catholic Church.
So why did the Reformation happen?
It was a looting operation because the princes wanted church property. It was a looting operation, pure and simple.
So then it doesn't create unity, obviously, or that the Reformation never would have happened.
Are you saying that God prohibits sin from happening in this
I
world?
don't consider God in any of these things. I look at what humans do
Well,
with their ideologies.
Okay, the fact that people sin does not mean that that's the plan. You can always free will. Man has free will, and so therefore he can contradict the plan.
He has free will, and he gets punished eternally if he exercises it. That's what that creed teaches. So I don't see how free that is.
No, you get punished
Bingo.
for violating logos in some type of dramatic way. You punish yourself first, and then God punishes
Define
you.
dramatic.
So there's nothing free about it. There's nothing free about that.
Of course there is. Of course it's free.
I'm supposed to be the rage ball here, not you. So take it down.
I'm just saying, if it weren't, you couldn't be punished. The only way you can be punished is if it's a free choice. Otherwise, you're not culpable.
That's
I don't
right.
understand why he punishes it all. It seems sadistic, but that's a whole different discussion.
Why is sadism bad?
Okay. Should we let's put a little bookmark here and let's take some super chats. Again, super chats can be good. They can bring us into new areas and so on. And we definitely want to acknowledge people who have donated. Okay. Love is a 4-letter word. Is that some kind of ballad rock song or something? Love is 4-letter word. For 25. Logos. In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God.
Yeah, this goes with Pillier's argument that white nationalism is solipsism because or ethno-nationalism, he put it. I don't want to mince his words, but yeah, really what it was it goes to his point that he said, well, essentially, it's sadistic to incorporate this this ideology here. I want to go back and hear what he said again. We can comment on it.
Okay. Should we let's put a little bookmark here and let's take some super chats. Again, super chats can be good. They can bring us into new areas and so on. We definitely want to acknowledge people who have donated. Okay. Love is a 4-letter word. Again,
you can always free will. Man has free will, and so therefore he can contradict the plan.
He has free will, and he gets punished eternally if he exercises it. That's what that creed teaches. So I don't see how free that.
Yeah. So
he calls God a freak.
Yeah. God is a creep, and
that's
and
what
also,
liberal would say. That's the funny part.
Yeah, and also free will is a free will to be a sadist.
Yeah. What's E. Michael Jones is reciting an Alvin Plantinga argument, because remember, Jones also had a position at Notre Dame before he left it, and Plantinga had that same Notre Dame position that Jones wanted. And you have to look up the video, Divine Foreknowledge and Human Freedom. So the question remains, how can we have free will if God has a destiny plan? Plantinga answers this by saying, because God only has divine foreknowledge of what you may do with it. He could say, I know you will climb a mountain, but if a human uses his skills to do something else, like let's say go swimming, and on that day he goes swimming, then God can't predict your destiny. In other words, God gives us the skills to hopefully do it, but our free will ultimately change the pathway to something else that God could never see. And this is what Jones is reiterating to Goad, which Goad does not understand.
Well, a lot of people just get hung up on the whole free will thing because, you have to assume it to even have a conversation. So I think that's kind of like where a lot of this shit gets lost in the mix, because people are they're mincing words over shit just for the hell of it.
and I think honestly to probably draw away from what they're up to, in my opinion. So
Because he's adding the eternal punishment judgment factor into the argument.
Well,
right, but like, at what point do we just like accept that God made us and we get to act like I as as children we sin naturally, like we're gonna miss the mark all the time because we don't get what's going on. But like at a certain point as adults, like we all are on this panel, at a certain point we take the reins of our life and we march forward with the powers that God gave us, knowing that we're instilled with what is necessary to do what's right at a certain point. So it doesn't matter what religion that is. Like, how do we get to that point as a people?
well, I think it requires a few prerequisites, and I think the truth is most people are not willing to have the conversation of what are the prerequisites, and some of it we won't know, but I think this is I don't know. I think it's one of these things where, this is where authoritarianism comes in. Like, you're going to have to make some tough decisions in order to build something that people want. And, if people are good at manipulating, they're going to build something they want. And if you're not good at manipulating, well, you're just going to be kind of stuck with the situation because the average person is not really capable of being good, much less, holding power without wielding it in an evil way. So I don't know. That's kind of my thought.
But like, if we set our visions to a certain extent and like we seek that, what we see we know our heart's intent is good and pure, and we seek a higher vision for ourselves and those around us, and like we're not trying to harm anyone. There's no harm in us gaining, and we give space for those around us to have their own creative space, but we also understand that we need to lead them at the same time. Like, at that point, like, do we even really need religion as it's being laid out here and to argue about what happened 1,000 years ago and which religion do we pay homage to? We need to be aligned with the truth at all times. But like at a certain point, because I'm just in go mode at this point, I'm not holding back for anyone or anything because God's given me permission to just move.
What's your goal? I mean, depends on what your goal is, right?
That America doesn't go into civil war, for one, and
how do you intend to make that happen when they have open borders? They have about like
I'm not worried about what they have. I'm worried about what my vision is, bro. I'm not worried about what they have. I'm not trying to take away from other people's visions. I'm concentrated on my own.
Well, the average person is just going to go with the flow of convenience. The average person is going to go with the flow of convenience.
So the average person isn't led by the Holy Spirit and Rahu Kodesh. Like they don't get their life essence from that spirit. There's one spirit that moves all spirits.
So wouldn't that be your first priority?
Right.
Well, wouldn't that be your first priority?
But then we get that free will in the meantime too. We get the free will to be the intermediary.
So why not just slaughter everyone who doesn't follow the Holy Spirit, and then you can move forward?
There's no one that's alive that isn't in tune with the Holy Spirit. If you're alive, you are in tune with the Holy Spirit. You are moved by the one spirit that moves all.
So then what do you have to complain about then?
This fucking panel.
Okay, so out of all the things that are bad in the world, it's this panel that bothers you, not, the grape, the war, the, usury, the lying, none of that bothers you. It's just something about this.
Yeah, it's all these individuals on this panel unwilling to take full accountability for their own life and their own actions and be in tune with their creator and to be in full force.
Boom, boom. Jesus freak. Machine lives. We have a Jesus freak. Send out the Gatling guns. Shoot them all.
Not quite, but
take them out. We can't have more Jesus freaks on the panel. Machine, you got to put the Gatling gun.
I'm giving you some leeway in that because the last woman I was with, she's the most believer in Jesus, ever, and she is like totally fucking insane, dude.
Okay.
Like it's so bad, it's so painful. Because
Them dirty
she has her
goyim with their
personal
Jesus,
relationship,
right?
but she's not worried about she's not worried about how her personal relationship with Jesus integrates with everyone else's personal relationship with whatever they are going into.
So you believe in Jesus?
I believe in every man that takes a stand and does what's right.
So
Then
do
you just
you
said
believe
believe
in
in a
Jesus?
God.
I believe in those that are real that take a stand. Yes.
So what about so
All
why
of
are you
them.
why are
All
you
of I
using the
believe
whole
in you if you
so
would take a
what
fucking stand and stop trying to obfuscate why you can't be who you need to be.
so what
I'm an
what
Asian
is
sexual. I've written many papers about it before, and I have articles. I have a brand name. I have a subculture. I am what I am, but I'm not a Jesus freak. And I know there's a lot of Jay Dyer and Jim Bob fans that come over to talk about Jesus freak DC talk. Whatever, that's good. You can believe in that. I understand that. But if you're not talking about Alvin Planiga or Rene Girard, I'm sorry. I don't know anything about 9/11 truther shit.
well, he doesn't either, so that's okay. So
Yeah, I want to
what
know who you're even talking to. What are we even talking about? That's nothing. That has nothing to do with anything.
It's a jokey like troll thing, but I get the performance art, but it's like whatever.
no, so truther, so you don't believe in Jesus, but you believe in the Holy Spirit, right?
I didn't. I just said I believed in Jesus. What are we going back through? I believe in every man that takes a stand and understands his connection with the Most High God. What are we getting at, dude? Every man that believes in himself and takes a stand and does what's true and right, I believe in him. That's my brother.
Yeah, some of your brothers don't really seem to be doing that, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Then you're not listening to my fucking definition. I just described what my brother is. Someone who's willing to take a stand. No one on this panel that I know of. Maybe TML is. I'm not sure because he's been talking shit. I'm very hesitant to even give him any
when someone
credibility at this
walks
point.
into
But
an open field with the red coats across the thing, and they
Just
just take
making
a
a
stand
lot
and
of quick assumptions, dude.
and get their head blown off by a musket, that they're taking a stand, so they're your brother. Is that what you're saying? What does it mean to take a stand?
I
Why don't
don't
you
think
define?
anyone's had their head taken off by a musket in about 100 or 200 years. So I don't really get your point.
Okay, so what does it mean to you to take a stand? So you can take a stand on anything. You can say, well, I think that genociding this group of people is great. So Mean Mr. Mustache took a stand. So is he your brother?
It's very simple to understand that we were made in God's image. We made them in our image, says Genesis first and foremost. We made them in our image. To understand that we're made in God's image and to act as such.
So Mean Mr. Mustache took a stand. Do you avow or disavow?
I respect him more than I respect you.
All right, clip that up. Make sure everybody knows that you prefer Mean Mr. Mustache over.
I didn't say I prefer. I respect him. Maybe you could step up to the fucking plate and do something and stop being a little bitch and trying to obfuscate why you can't take a stand.
Listen,
and not, you know what I'm saying, and you're pretending not to. It's pathetic.
I want to point this out. Countercurrents fans believe in Mr. Mustache, and they don't believe in Christ. And the reason why is because they're pagan white nationalists with a neo-Nazi subcultural fixation. It is irrational. It's not logical. It's subcultural. It's about who's in and who's not in. Jim Goad's a part of that.
You keep referring and deferring to other people for authority about your connection with God. You were made in God's image, were you not?
Nigga.
You.
I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Jesus freak. We began the first axiom by saying, you're the Jesus freak. I'm not one. I'm a Girardian Planiga. If Jesus is real, he was a Gene Wolfe space alien. That's my fun little esoterica.
Don't you get it? Don't you get it, Pill Eater? You just got to take a stand. So just get out of your chair, stand up, and then he'll just leave us alone. Okay.
I know, but he's the truth cop. That's the funny part. So he has some level of like parodies of 9/11 truthers that mix with esoteric knowledge.
What's
Mr. Mustache is
to the 9/11 part? I don't get it.
Because the truth it's semantically in truther, and we're on a public access TV show doing creative writing, so it's a part of the performance.
TC,
Well, yeah, of
you know,
course,
you're
but
more of an attention whore than any woman I've ever met. You know, you have like nothing to say except for stand up, just stand up, stand up.
I mean,
and you have nothing to say but excuses for why you can't fucking believe in yourself. You have nothing but excuses for why you can't believe in yourself. It's insane. Each one of you on this panel, every
here's-
single one of you.
Well,
It's
here's
very
the thing.
judgmental of you.
No,
Very
I'll
judgmental.
do a
Big
put up.
assumption.
I'll do a put up for Truther Cop. I like that Truther Cop is having a cartoon character that is a satire and a parody of fringe YouTubers, and then a part of the joke has this meta level of birds aren't real and going around and seeing let me gaslight these people and pretending I'm your friend, and then seeing look how retarded these people are. They actually believe in this stuff. Ha ha ha. Well, that's a classic liberal hipster thing. What they do is irony is the control of satire. If you ever were sincere, if I told you, hey, listen, the Earth's flat, you would die. You would no, it can't be flat. No, it's flat. See, that's sincerity. The liberal can't take that, so they use irony to only say that the Earth is flat for points to make sure that their character looks. So that's what I do. Umberto
All I'm doing is telling poetry that others might understand where I'm standing, because I can't force you to see what I see. So I'm doing my best to like communicate what I see, and what I see is you all are a bunch of fucking bitches who can't take a stand for yourself.
That's what I just said. It's a positive thing.
Can you show
That's
us
what
your
you're doing.
square? Can you show us your square, compass, your gavel? You know what I mean? Can you show us your?
I can
your,
show you my fucking
memorabilia?
fist and I'll shove it in your fucking mouth if you fucking run like that in my fucking face, you bitch.
I just said that, and Truther Cop agreed. So I explained what's happening right now, and that's as a part of a performance that Truther Cop is putting on. It's not really an argument or anything. It's just a part of some weird.
No, but I am trying. That was facetious or whatever. Like that was hyperbolic for sure. But like, I am being for real though. Like, why can't
I'm
you
for real
guys just
too.
like
Can you
believe
show
in
us your
yourself? Why do you
square?
always have to defer to a religion that is external to you?
Yeah, I really remember the part where Jesus said, "Believe in yourself, trust in yourself." Yeah, I remember that part of the Bible.
I didn't say
what
I was
verse
a
was that again?
Christian. You guys put that on me. Do you understand how insane you people are? Like,
I know you're not a Christian. What you are is something that rhymes with T. It rhymes with T. Gason, if that makes any sense.
I actually have no idea. I don't know that reference.
Can you show
I'm
us your
sorry.
square, your compass, your gavel? Which one do you got? Which level are you at?
I have my fist. I just told you.
Why are you so angry when I mentioned your cult there?
Because I'll punch you in the fucking mouth if you run that shit on me.
Well, it's just.
Are you going to deny? Are you going to disavow the Masons?
I'm going to let you run your own fucking theories of bullshit about why you can't be accountable to yourself and why you can't understand your objective
I'm a Christian.
position with the Creator himself, and why you think that you need to defer to another man for your level of intelligence. It's insanity. It's insanity to continue to deflect to others for what you have inside of you. If you actually had faith, if you actually lived with the Most High God, if you actually had the Raha Kodesh within you, you would speak the truth. You wouldn't question what the truth is. You wouldn't sit here going back in history and figuring out what it might have meant to other men. You would declare what it means.
Did you meet
Stop
Lyndon
being
LaRouche?
bitches.
Did you meet Lyndon LaRouche before he died?
Does he know what Lyndon?
That was factual. That wasn't performance. That was factual.
Did you meet Lyndon LaRouche before he died?
I don't know who the fuck that is.
Okay,
See, like, if I had, would that mean that you don't need to be accountable to yourself? If I had met Linda LaRouche, would that mean that you don't need to be accountable for your own actions? All of a sudden, you can like defer it. Like you can all of a sudden, I'm going to vote for the right person. I'm going to have the right police officers in my town, so that I don't need to be accountable for my actions. I'm going to file the right fucking corporations.
Right.
I'm going to get the right insurance coverage, and I'm going to make sure that no matter what I do, I'm not accountable for my own actions. Is that your fucking perspective, you fucking fascist slave?
So you're telling us that. So you're telling us that, but not, I don't know, the heads of BlackRock or like the.
Why would I tell them? They're not my brothers, dude. They are my enemy. You are my retarded brother that I need to fucking force feed and spoon feed minute by minute. It's fucking shameful, dude.
Right. So basically, we should have our enemies rule over us and hear you complain about us because we don't want to be ruled over by.
No, you
our
shouldn't be a
enemies.
fucking bitch, and you should like. There's no enemy that's ruling over me. Who am I complaining against and saying that I can't be who I am? Who? Who have I given my accountability and responsibility to and
So
said
you're
I
upset
can't be who
because
I
we're
need to be
saying-
because this person isn't who
Okay.
they need to be.
So you're
I
upset
am
that-
who I need to be because God made me who I am, and I stand in that. And you bunch of fucking bitches, TML, you're letting this happen in Reddington. I think you're innocent bystanders. And Neurojack, you might be about to get shot. I'm not sure. Browns boy and Pill Eater, you're definitely like highly. You're in the firing range by far.
Hey, Truth or Cop. Truth
What's
is
up,
just a
Hank?
feeling.
What's up, Hank?
Yeah, truth is just a feeling.
Well, he's
funny.
he's definitely in his.
Well,
he's
the thing
definitely
with
in his
Truth or
feelings
Cop
today.
is that he's a liberal that believes in God. You are a liberal that believes in God. That's using satire to woo whatever. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, why don't you go
You
kiss Joe Biden's corn pops or something?
I love that you guys continue to talk about me. You can't talk about yourselves. Why can't you talk about yourself and who you are?
Oh, okay.
Like,
I'm
what
talking
is
about
that?
me. Thank you. I'm talking about me. I am also a
Hank, talk about yourself,
I'm
please.
I'm a neoliberal. I'm
Yes,
a
sir.
neoliberal. I'm a Christian globalist. I believe in God. And we're going to take over the world and end wars.
We just took over this panel, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going.
We're going
ending
there
the
right now,
conflict.
dude. They don't get it. Me and Hank are already on a movement. We're already going, dude. Let's take this panel verse over, dude.
I'm way ahead of you. I'm so far way ahead of you. I mean, I was just on King Stephen today trying to negotiate something.
No, I get it. Oh, so you're
exactly.
That's you, Hank. Hank, are you in control of his panel verse here? Oh Lord, he's a mod. Hank is a mod.
No, I don't have keys like Pussy Paul, but I have plenty of power.
Yeah, I'm not challenging your power here, Hank. I appreciate that you are coming here and representing with authority yourself. I appreciate that, dude. This is like a 180 from where we started, bro. This is like the fruition.
Continue.
Oh, like literally, I don't. Anything online that happens doesn't emotionally impact me, like, other than like people I actually know. So, like, these games don't. I don't care. Like, you can ban me backstage. I don't care at all. Like, literally.
Okay, you're now up against Pill Eater. Bring him back in.
Yes. Well, I kind of understand where Truther's coming from. But again, if it's a game, I understand. If it's a part of the 4chan universe and it's just having fun, then okay, whatever. I have fun too. I'm just tired at the moment.
It's irrelevant where I'm coming from. If you were standing in truth yourself, it's irrelevant where I'm coming from, because you would stand in truth. You would see. You would have discernment, which you clearly lack.
I mean, I have my own website, my own movement, my own books. You can read my books, and
I
I'm
have
there-
20 websites and domains that I'm trying to sell. I have way too many websites to manage. What the fuck does that mean to me? I've written thousands of articles. What does that mean?
Again, you're being a facetious liberal using satire because I have credentials.
I'm not.
I represent.
Business Insider, Douglas Diedrich.
Okay. I represent myself, and I have books and literature, and I'm a professional, and this is who I am. I'm not hiding.
And you
behind-
pretend like who you were matters
No,
who
I
you're
don't-
being right now. You're being a little bitch right now. It doesn't
No.
matter who you've been. Who are you being now, dude? Who are
I'm
you
an-
being now?
I'm
He's
an
not
Asian
being a little
sexual.
bitch. He's not
I'm an
being a bitch.
Asian sexual. I'm a violent Asian sexual. I've said it before. I have a whole art movement on it. And I talk to everyone on this panel space because it's a hobby and it's funny and it reminds me of old internet meme culture. And it's all relative. I'm not hiding behind any veneers.
Nothing's
you're not
funnier
gonna get
than thinking that pinning comments of Daisy May, whoever the fuck that is, against me is going to even impact what I'm saying.
But I don't know. You're not going to turn me on to the God thing, so I apologize.
I don't give a fuck what I turn you on. You think I want to turn you on? I'm not a faggot, dude. Grow up.
I mean, it's okay to call someone a gay Jew, but I don't know where the gay bashing comes in. So, because eventually we're all queers to some extent. So when you call someone a faggot, it's like, okay, nice to put the emphasis. We're all queers.
I didn't call you a faggot. I said I am not. Like all of a sudden you put it on you. You might be like a little into other men or something, dude.
Hey, truth to cop, I
Yes,
don't
sir,
believe
Hank.
you.
What's up, bro?
I don't believe you. You're curious.
No.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought it up.
No, I understand that bringing it up is like it's a.
That is.
No, you get punished for violating logos in some type of dramatic way. You punish yourself first, and then God punishes you for what you did.
So there's nothing free about. There's nothing free about that.
Of course there is. Of course it's free.
I'm supposed to be the rage ball here, not you. So take it down.
I'm just saying, if it weren't, you couldn't be punished. The only way you can be punished is if it's a free choice. Otherwise, you're not culpable.
I don't understand why he punishes at all. It seems sadistic, but that's a whole different discussion.
Okay, should we let's put a little bookmark here and let's take some super chats. Again, super chats can be good. They can bring us into new areas and so on. We definitely want to acknowledge people who have donated. Okay, love is a 4-letter word. Is that some kind of ballad rock song or something? Love is 4-letter word. For 25, logos. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Much love and respect to Dr. E. Michael Jones and his loved ones. All right. Based Air Force Aviator for 50. For our people struggle. Thank you, Based Air Force Aviator. Thanks for the $50. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and this goes to the instantiation of the Jewish or the Hebraic, for the Greek, right? Because obviously the Bible was using the term logos, right? Kaihon logos, right? I don't know the exact fucking Greek here. Let me open up the Greek. I do happen to have a Greek translation somewhere nearby. Let me go ahead and open that up. John's prologue and read it in the Greek, and then we'll see and compare it to the one that we have here, right? Give me a second here. This is the. Okay, hold on. I gotta go to chapter 2 here. Okay, NRK enho logos. Logos! Right? Anyways, I'll go ahead and say it the normal way. Logos. NRK enho logos. Kaiho logos and prostone theos. Okay, theos is God. Arche is the ruling principle. Logos is now translated to be the Jewish principle called the Word, right? As Jutherkop was saying, it was Raho Kadesh. He used the Jewish terminology for
Hebrew
the God, right? So this is essentially, and then he said he's not a Christian. So that was a notable point that he made. So
why is everyone trying to put each other in boxes?
Mr.
Why
Five,
can't I
the
be
first
like
time I
my
was
own
shot at
being?
in
Why
Afghanistan
can't
with grenades exploding around me, I thought, am I still an atheist? The answer was yes. I then started to focus on more pressing matters. So this is interesting. Anonymous commenter who said that he
in a foxhole. That's the big question.
Right. He was not technically in a foxhole, but
well, there you have it.
That's the requirement. You have to be in a foxhole.
All right. Tundra. What is that's interesting to look up the first time.
I got business to attend to. I love y'all. Be well.
That's a World War I cliche.
And do better for yourselves. Don't be afraid to take a stand.
It's interesting. It's had such a such longevity. It's pretty interesting. Tundra theory for 10. It's far easier to fight off the hordes of Gog and Magog with a unified spiritual race.
For a second.
It's deeper than religion, but religiosity makes unifying as a race easier. Degeneracy
I mean, I just want to say, Trooper Cop is a Fed. He says, "Take care of yourselves," and then he leaves. Oh, take care of yourself and think for yourself. And I'm like, bitch, I already think for myself. I have the Pill Eater
Did I miss
brand
something?
website. Yeah, Trooper Cop just left because he was bored. Like, okay, I get it. Trooper Cop's a troll. It's a part of his program. It's his personality. He just wants to do a laugh. I get his sense of humor. It's funny. Now, if I was more crazier and wacky, okay, then I would do the Pill Eater versus Trooper Cop. But I'm so into the Matrix. It's like, yeah, Trooper Cop is just a faggot liberal who's like, I mean, I'm using the F word too. Like, I don't know if he's gay, but like, he's just a dumb liberal who's like mixes up words, who's like a jaded countercurrents reader who liked Hitler, and then I guess went to like God. But like Jim Goad was in like Catholic school and he doesn't believe in God and he likes Hitler as an aesthetic subculture. So like Truther Cop's whole entire project is basically like, we should just stop doing all this and then be like outside touch grass bros and just like be normal liberals. And I'm like, that's what like all the normies want. They don't want intellectuals. They want everyone to shut up. They want everyone to eat a McDonald's patty. They're the type of people that would be like, hey, why do you care about Asian women? They're not that special. They're not that magical. Looks like it's irrational. No, this is what liberals do when they don't have an argument. They resort to satire. And that's what Truther Cop results to. He's a normie liberal that results to satire. I'm saying this because it's probably true. Is it fun to talk to him? Of course it is. Is he weird? Yeah, he's probably bored. He's probably means in a good, but it's just like, okay, a name like Truther Cop implies that he's saying birds aren't real. If you're a truther, you're an idiot. That's what he's doing. And he's probably just some normie who just hates this ideal. He can't believe there's sincere people right here. And listen, he was listening to that Umberto Eco thing I was telling him about irony and sincerity. He noticed that too. So I'm just saying, Truther Cop is acting in bad faith. He's a Fed. He's keeping tabs like 1950s Southern boy. But there's a strange line here. The line is they're all liberals and they all believe in 1950s PragerU God shit. If anybody can debunk that, then that's probably true.
Yeah.
Why does Machine Lives attract it? Probably because Jay Dyer and Jem Bob don't like it. But it's whatever. So enjoy the show. This entire time, I was on rule34.xxs looking up Cassandra Cain pornography to see if there was any really good hang tie or cartoon pornography of Batgirl. There's some, but not really. Why? I'm a connoisseur of interesting art. When I'm saying it sounds absurd, maybe the liberal will point and laugh at me in ridicule, but I'm such an artist and such a laid-back person that it just shows that I'm an open-minded person and I do my own thing. That would go against Truther Cop's assumption that I can't think for myself. The whole firing line and fist punching is Antifa tactics and basically Sorelian violence and just to start the troll party. Maybe if I was a little more funnier, I would say the hard R, but I don't feel like it right now.
Yeah, he comes from that entire stage of he was paid to record the protests of the trucker convoy.
Yeah,
So,
the best way to stand up is to get yourself put in prison for 5 to 6 years, and then you'll be. But he won't do that. But he'll tell he wants other people to.
So he's a Canadian that filmed the trucker convoy to try to like make a liberal point of view. That's why the hell does he have a computer and he's on an anti-liberal space? It should be like when you enter this club, you have to be 1, an anti-liberal. 2, you have to be race is real. 3, there's a difference between men and women. 4, there's a criticism of the current state we're in. And 5, you have to be some Hegelian and no critical theory. A lot. Most people just resort to Jim Bob Christianity. We're not into DC Talk Jesus Freaks. If you're into DC Talk and I love rap music, it's on the Jay Dyer channel. But it's always the same bullshit over and over again. It's this half-ass understanding of orthobros and tradcaps that think they know Planaga and Gerard, but they don't. Let's move away from the Jesus freak shit because it is a byproduct of liberalism.
Well, I'm a neoliberal and I dominate Jim Bob myself, so I think I have permission to be here. especially since I'm security.
Yeah, I like neoliberals who actually know what they're supporting. See, I'm fine with that. Like, that's why everyone hated Bush. I'm like, hey, I understand his point of view. If I was a rich, son of the CIA that had basically cooed the United States, I'd probably, paint pictures after I retired and shit too.
Yeah, I have a TML security team, so it kind of need to be here still.
Security team.
Yep, I scared the trolls away.
Yeah,
That
that was
you do.
excellent interaction, Hank, that you had with Truth or Cop there. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah, I missed part of that, but
He did go quiet on my irony sincerity expression because he agreed, and I called his tracks. I'm like, Truther, I know what you're doing. Let me tell you why for the audience. And I've seen this. This is what liberals do. They don't have arguments, so they resort to doing a ridicule satire show. And he was learning. His ears were perked up. And I just explained what he was doing.
The funny thing is like this. Again, this is kind of new to me, but a lot of the things when people say that when people say, "Oh, it's the communists," well, it's really the liberals are the communists, basically. The real communists would put people against walls and have you dig your own pit and throw you in it. I mean, So when someone says something to the effect of, you want to put everybody into a box, not everybody, but just some people.
Yeah, he definitely had an emotional breakdown. Seemed like a nervous breakdown because he started yelping in a sort of a high-pitched voice in the middle of the exchange. So
Well, he seems like he's
yeah.
enjoying what he does. This
Yeah,
is
I hope he's well.
When he left, he said, "Take care of yourselves," knowing that it is an entire act.
Well, I think it was also a veiled threat, which is what he and his, I don't want to call him Truth or Cop. I think Liar Fed is probably a more accurate.
What the hell is he gonna do? He's in Canada. He's just
he's allegedly an American, but
let's pray for Truth or Cop. Let's pray for Truth or Cop because he needs it more than we do.
Yeah, but Truth or Cop and Trucker Convoy, the same two TC, it's it's a what do you call it? Anagram? Is that what it is? Yeah.
I guess so, but they're also forget to remember the words.
Yeah, I believe anagram is a word. Yeah.
Yeah, you mix the word together. It's like I am Baltimore, but it's Baltimore.
See, individualism and humanism has stepped into the void once occupied by spirit. Let me ask a question.
Okay, that's an interesting place to bring us back to square one. Said liberalism and humanism has entered the square where spirit used to be, which is interesting.
To you, Dr. Jones, I feel like I don't want you to feel put upon or anything. I do feel like we're all kind of reacting to you. Maybe that's good. You're putting forth a vision and a very specific perspective. So, but
I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to talk to you.
Oh, of course, yeah, we are as well. What is your view? I mean, particularly when you're saying about the use of rationality and so on. I've talked to many paleo-conservatives who view liberalism as a kind of revolt against God, revolt against Christian. It's fundamentally anti-Christian and so on. And you can, of course, find many examples to support that theory. I have taken you could say Nietzschean theory of this, and you can find other men in German idealism who took such a thing, that really see liberalism as a Christian heresy. It is Christianity without God. It's maintained
So paleo-conservatism is basically the wholesale rejection of liberalism from the root of liberalism, basically classical liberal tradition from the 16th century onward. So it's trying to go in and reform those Enlightenment principles and those democratic principles instead of looking at modern liberal tendencies,
But doesn't that imply feudalism? Doesn't that apply, like, you know, the tension between church and state go back to square one for European people and their constituents, essentially? I mean, it's like, you know, like they're ignoring the Industrial Revolution, or, you know, the third or fourth that we're probably on now, or fifth perhaps. So it's like, you know, they're totally ignoring all these other factors that you know, it's like you can't. It's like, how are you going to maintain this system if you get rid of liberalism? It's like, it's impossible. You cannot manage 6 billion people. So I guess that's why secretly they want to get rid of 5.9 billion people. Then maybe they can kind of manage it. I mean, that's kind of what it seems like to me.
Yeah, another quick way I could explain it is that Andrew's handle on Twitter is PaleoCon Andrew. Right?
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah.
Well, it's, you know, I was looking at some footage of StarCraft. You guys ever play that? And, you know, I guess they have all these
Yep.
things like you know, StarCraft and Star Trek, and then they have what do you call it? What's that fucking movie that Andrew uses all the time? Starship Troopers, right? So, you know, how are you going to have that and feudalism? Like, it just, how is that possible?
Oh yeah, you have to have feudalism. Basically, you just have that. Pretty much Warhammer 40K was pretty much that with feudalism. So it's not that difficult. You just have kings and spaceships.
Well, how do you think that's going to work out for the average person? Is it basically like slavery then kings, essentially?
Absolutely, it's gonna be. If you hate the Habs now, you're really gonna hate them when they're ordained by God. So,
well, it was funny. Like, I heard, I think it was the Spencer and Andrew debate, and like, I'm not even hating. I'm actually trying to comprehend their positions. Their positions seem to be, well, does a slave have free will? Yes or no? And I think you have an opinion on that, Hank. So I'm kind of curious about that.
yes. So I do have an opinion on that. So a slave does not have free will because they're pretty much told what to do. But other people will argue that, well, will and free will are orthogonal to each other, and I would say then free will is just free will is just saying, well, I blame you for that thing, which is kind of it's kind of dishonest the way it's used. It's just a substitute for blame.
Well, technically, if the slaves didn't want to be slaves anymore, they could rebel because there's at least enough, right? And I'm just saying this for argument's sake. I'm not saying this is my position. I'm just kind of curious what you would say to that.
Yeah, well, if your choice is do what we tell you to do or die, those aren't really good choices. That's like that's a choice a bank robber would give you. So maybe you have free will still, but obviously you don't have will.
Right. Well, like, let's say, for example, that you're told by your master to kill another slave. Are you held? You wouldn't. If you're saying that you wouldn't be held liable, or you wouldn't have the same amount of culpability as, you know, your friend asked you to do it because some other bullshit reason, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have as much culpability if my master told me to kill another slave than if I was like a samurai and decided to kill someone on my own.
Right. And the same goes for like soldiers, et cetera, right? Like,
yeah,
just following orders.
Yeah, but someone like a Lumatov said, "Well, you had the choice, you have free will," but no, the choices were shit. That's ridiculous.
Well, there definitely should be like gradations, or some hierarchy of, and I think this is what kind of is interesting, because essentially, like, what I see the problem with Christian nationalism is, I mean, there's a lot, but if you get rid of the Enlightenment, which the funny thing is like, I think the Enlightenment is actually limiting people's free will. It just sells it back to them with a tax and says, well, you still have your free will and you have more options, which is actually kind of true, but it's kind of funny. Like, Machine points this out, like, more options doesn't necessarily mean you have more good choices to make, right? It's kind of this weird like trade-off where you have more options technically, but it doesn't mean that you have more free will just because there's more options on the table, you know?
Yeah.
I guess in a way you could argue. I mean, I think there's an argument both ways, but I just think that it's kind of weird because now they're saying, well, we have this giant technological system, and so what we're going to do is just take away the concept of rights, and then we're going to give you back the church and, you know, an autocratic state, and, you know, we'll tell you what's best for you, and therefore you don't have any responsibility for whatever.
Yeah, so pretty much the way most people use free will, they just mean it as like another phrasing for "I blame you." In that case, free will is orthogonal or unrelated to will, acts the decision making process. You have in control, because technically someone could be a zombie or a slave and have free will, because it's possible that they could have chose otherwise, even though that's not the way it happened. And I honestly disagree with them. It's technically possible, but it's just ridiculous. They didn't really have much of an ability. Like, you could say it's possible that someone could. It's just, I don't know.
Well, it's funny because like here's where I get lost a little bit, because like, see, the thing is, like, I think Spencer actually has one of the strongest positions, because, you know, even though he's probably wrong in a lot of ways, I think his position is very difficult to beat, because what he's saying is, you're not going to beat the system. You may as well side with it until you can get something that you want out of it, because essentially we're kind of slaves to the system just out of the sheer dependency upon it. And I think that that's a very smart move. And I think that's where your arguments are funny, because really the Christian nationalists and all these guys, they have a very difficult time actually laying any sort of pragmatic argument of how they're going to gain leverage with the system. And I think that that's a very strange position. It's basically like trust the plan. One of our guys are going to get in, and, you know, Elon Musk is going to get us to the moon, so don't you worry.
Yeah,
I mean,
and when last time the guys got in, Lord Fauci was their daddy, so we really can't trust that. So the Christian globalist has a far better shot getting some control over the will than the Christian nationalists.
Yes, massive.
Well, I mean, I think what they should do is just en masse get 330 million Americans to convert to Judaism. We'll merge with Israel, and you know, we'll tie our fates together, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think that's what I think we should do. We'll keep our religions. We'll just be crypto Christians, and you know.
Yeah, I mean, Israel's allowed to have their walls, so if we're Israel, then we can have our walls too.
Yeah, and we can just send all the new
yes, massive.
We can send all our shiny new fake citizens that come across the border, and we'll just send like half of them over there, because, you know, they're having their deficit of the Palestinians. You know, they have this war. You know, a lot of people are dying. A lot of people are starving. They need more people to fill the roles to feed their people. So I think we should just, Israel will be will become the next state. We'll have an autocratic church and state government that'll force everybody to convert to Judaism.
Do you remember Stefan Molyneux or whatever the fuck his name is?
I read his book.
Yeah.
Okay, so he had a documentary called "This Is Why You're a Slave" or whatever.
Yeah, the
story of your enslavement. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was talking about how, like, the best way to keep people slaves is, like, to give them the illusion they're not a slave, like give them choices of what job they want to do and all this shit.
Yes.
Yep.
That's basically where we're at this point.
You're correct. And I think that the only way we're going to get out of it is we all convert to Judaism and we merge with Israel. America is new Israel.
They don't want us, dude. They don't want us.
Oh, I know they don't want us, but they need us.
Yes, massive.
Oh shit.
Well, if they won't let us merge with them, we'll make them merge with us.
Yeah, I mean, we outnumber them, so technically we can just say that we're the New Orthodox Church. We're the real
Well,
Jews,
that'll
and they
go
need to get
well.
with the program. Oh, see, Benjamin right there. Well, I know you don't want us, but you kind of need us for the moment. So we gotta
I don't want to
work
send.
it out.
Yeah, and I don't want to send my tax dollars to you, but come on, we're in this together.
No, I want to. I want to send my tax dollars to you because you guys got the plan. I mean, you guys got the. I mean, if you can't beat them, be them. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like
No,
you've had
you
the
get it
struggle for a
wrong.
long
You
period
get
of
it
time.
wrong. It's because they're the same race as Jesus, so therefore we need to back them up because they're like Jesus people or something like that, right?
Well, now we're all the same race, and racism is evil. So we need to get rid of that. And I think that we just need to merge together. We're 330 million new Jews coming your way, and then we'll send the first ones we'll send are going to be from Ecuador, Venezuela, Colombia, Canada for sure, and I'll even throw in like some Puerto Ricans and Mexicans too. And we'll just make sure that you guys have all the people you need for your farms, your Golan Heights, your all that. And then as long as you guys have what you need, which I think is at least 100 million new immigrants, once you get all that in, then we'll make sure that we figure out where we're going to conquer next.
They don't want any immigrants unless they're Ukrainian prostitutes.
Okay, we could find some of those. We could guarantee 0.025% Ukrainian prostitutes.
Yeah, they'll probably willingly get on the boat and go.
I just identify as one.
Yeah, and I know this sounds like I'm joking, but well, hey, Benjamin, I mean, we just think that you guys should share in the love. I mean, we're all one now, so we gotta spread the love around. I heard you guys were deporting the Ethiopians and stuff like that, and I don't think that's very nice. So we need to make sure we get
Dude,
those
they
guys
have a
back in there.
border wall. Israel actually they're allowed to have a border wall, actually.
Yeah, and I think that Saudi Arabia should also get like 500 million Africans just sent right into the heart of Dubai.
It's
or
that
Riyadh or
close.
whatever.
It's that close, really. It could be part of Africa already. It's depending
Yeah,
on how you
because
cut the border.
Dubai has all the water and food that it needs. Okay, so they can definitely take care of another 500 million people, and between that, I think between that and the 100 million to Israel,
In
I think
pods, maybe.
We can move them by buses. It's not they're connected by land, so we could bus them in.
Yeah, and see, look, there's a lot of people who need jobs in the Middle East. So I mean, I'm sure there's a way to rally the troops, get the buses, day and night, 24/7 going in and out. We'll even have teams of boats supported by NGOs that will just make sure they all get shuttled in.
Dude, the Saudis are building that thing called the Line. Have you heard about that?
The Atheist Common show that was sponsored by Saudi Arabia. I didn't know that.
No, they claim it's like a city or whatever. The suspiciously looks like a fortification. It's called the Line.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
They're like, no, we're not building a wall. This is a city, I swear.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, dude.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I know it sounds like I'm being facetious, but I'm actually not. I think that this is really the only plan. There's really nowhere to go because let's just be honest. Christianity is not going to survive materially. It'll survive in people's hearts, but it's not materially. It's not going to work. So,
except my church, which is doing a capital campaign right now, Sunny Hill, and you use South Hill. So if you want to donate, but other than that. Everyone else, I don't know.
No, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that the churches, as they exist, are going to be around. What I'm saying is, as a political movement, it's not going to. There's no rallying the Christians to get something done in this country. I mean, that's just impossible. I mean, even our friendly Catholics from the South, basically, they're basically Santorians who, have a picture of Mary on their shirt or some shit.
Right,
I mean, it's
Mexican voodoo practitioners, basically.
Yeah, I mean, at least the ones that are getting here. So I'm just saying, like, let's just be honest that Christianity as a political system is not going to work. So the next best thing is either A, convert to Islam, at least cryptically, or C, we just go be Jews. And I think Jews is a bigger thing because, they have the most protection legally. So as long as we just use that legal protection shield, we'll basically have carte blanche to do whatever and say whatever we want. So,
dude, what state was Kennedy from?
Boston, I think, or Massachusetts. I think I could be wrong.
Okay, because he was Catholic,
allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Well, see, that's the thing is, like, I don't trust the Catholics, and to be honest, at this point, like, I don't think they have the stranglehold on things that they think they have. And it's either that or like we should just basically like become Africans and just invade the world from Africa. But I think that's I don't want to go live in the Congo. It's a little bit too much.
It's not gonna happen, bro.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much for me. So
unless we get Dr. Ivan roboticize it a little bit, then we
yeah,
okay.
maybe. And I think that I think the thing is I think Israel's banking on that along with China. So I think really I think we should also just like convert all of China to Jews as well. So I think it'd be like China and Russia. See, the thing is I don't trust Russians, so there's a little bit too much.
Russians do what is in Russia's best interest. However, I believe the strategy is that China is Israel's new Bolsheviks, or not Israel, but you know what I mean, right? Like basically China is the new deep state Jews Bolsheviks. Just like they used to use Russia. They won't use Russia like that again because they learned their lesson. And now Russia's all like secular and like semi xenophobic or isolationist is what I'm trying to, they're kind of like isolated and they're like, nah, we're not doing that shit again. We'll let some Muslims in here, but nah.
Russia's been the least secular spin in quite a while. I mean, they used to have the League for Militant Atheists in there, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think Russia is basically a totally secular state. I think that they're just adding a veneer of Christianity and even Judaism over top of it, just to like put a good face on it. But I think that they're totally a secular government as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I could be wrong. I honestly don't know much about it. My impression from my study is they're a secular state through and through. I mean, I think China's less secular than fucking.
Dude, the Judeo-Christians that are involved in our government, these people who, like I said, believe that, like, okay, Jesus was one of them, so we need to back all them up, right? Judeo-Christians or whatever. They give Israel our military technology, and then a year or two later, you'll see China using something that's, vaguely similar, but not the exact same, but kind of has a little bit of like what do they call that? Reverse engineered it or whatever. And they're just handing our shit right on over to them, and like these guys are like in a Cold War with China.
Who's doing that?
That's the Israeli government, or
Well, see, Benjamin's in here saying that Islam wants us, but Jews don't want us. I mean, I don't understand that. I mean, Israel wouldn't exist without the help of us fine Europeans helping you guys out down there. I mean, so why wouldn't you want us to join your club? I mean, we already helped you set it up. I mean, now that it's all up and running, I mean, don't you need more people? We can help you out,
Wasn't it called Palestine prior to like 1952 or something like that?
Yeah, me and Mr. Mustache sent a bunch of people down there to help set it up. I mean, that's what I don't understand. I mean,
no, actually, it was under the control of the English, and that's what the Balfour Declaration was all about.
but it was people under. There was specifically a lot of Germans that cut a deal for like 10% of the wealth transfer. They said, we'll give Germany 10% of the wealth. You help us send the money and buy the land. And so, I mean, I'm not even saying that like to be like controversial. Like, as far as I know, that's like factually correct. So I'm just saying it's Israel is a European project. Okay, it's not
Well,
it's not even a religious project. It's literally a secular
Right,
project.
yeah.
So it's that's why to me it's like, okay, so Europe set it up. So why can't Europe enjoy the fruits of the labor? I mean, we fought in Iraq, we fought in Iran, we fought in Syria, we fought in Kuwait. What do we have to show for it? My gas is $4.50 a gallon. I mean, what the fuck,
Oof.
It was $1.20. It was like $1. It was like 99 cents when I was like 10 years old or 11 years
Well,
old.
no,
Now
all that oil went to Israel. We Goyim don't get it. All that oil, they just took all that oil from Iraq and moved it over to Israel.
well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know the history exactly of what's going on, but what I do know is I'm just saying, like, I think that we just got to convert to Judaism. I think that is the only way forward. I mean,
Right.
then
Yeah.
I got the ADL on my side. I got the ACLU on my side. I got all the lawyers on my side. I got the banks on my side. I can start. I only need to borrow $5 million. I can start my own bank. I can print money for me and all my Jewish friends. I mean, what? I mean, I don't understand what the problem is. I mean, it's like if you have more people on your team working with you doing the same shit. I mean, I could send my kids to Hebrew school. We need you at the bottom. Wow.
No. Yeah. No, you're still just gonna be a lesser Goyim, no matter how hard you try.
Well, see as it exists now, that would be the case. But see that they're 1% of the population as of now. If I get the other 98% to join, then I have the leverage because now I have, 98% Jew Goyim that have now joined the club. Now I have the leverage. You know what I'm saying?
I think
Now
that's called a Sabbath Goy or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's what E. Michael Jones called himself earlier or something.
A Shabbos Goy.
Always referring to his books, like, "Hey, I wrote this in my book."
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, like I don't understand why Benjamin doesn't want me in the club. I mean, I'm actually dead serious. I know like I'm kind of laughing, but like I actually don't understand what's the problem. I mean, yeah. Like, why wouldn't that work? I think it's a great idea. Now you get all of Western Europe. I mean, you basically already have Russia in your back pocket. You basically already have China in your back pocket. So, I mean, the only thing you really need is like another Western Europe and American strongholds. Because obviously the British monarchy is not managing things correctly, and these stupid wasps have squandered the wealth of their generation. So what's
Taiwan is China's Palestine. That's a good analogy.
Well, Canuck, how is it bigotry? Because I'm actually saying I want to convert to the religion of Israel. I'm just saying, like, why wouldn't I do that? If you're saying that we shouldn't convert to Islam and Christianity is a waste, like our fine friends Richard Spencer and was saying, like if Christianity is lost, paganism's never going to work. So, our countries are being flooded by people who lovingly want to take advantage of the system, and they don't want to join our club. So we gotta find a new club to join. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? And I think that it's just I mean, put it this way: the Jews know how to watch each other's back, and I think that that's a skill that at the very least we should learn. And if we can't learn it how we are currently, we can at least go and learn from them. What Judaism? Well, I mean, that's what I'm hoping Benjamin can help me out with. I don't know enough about the sects and stuff, but
the egalitarianism of the religion. It has maintained the humanism, the kind of inherent individualism of the religion, and taken it into the 19th and 20th, 21st century and a new secular creed. But what is your view? Do you think liberalism is a revolt against the church or Christianity, or do you take my view that it is a kind of like late stage Christianity?
I think a guy like Rousseau is a good example of what you're talking about. He's a liberal, a kind of bleeding heart liberal who was raised as a Catholic, but wants to implement that in his own way outside of the church with no constraints. And then it becomes this kind of sentimental, basically death wish. So
I don't know if that's correct information. From what I know, I think Rousseau was a citizen of Geneva, and I'm pretty sure his dad was a Calvinist preacher. I don't know if he was raised Catholic. Maybe if he means his tutelage under a workman master that basically abused him during his younger ages. So, Rousseau basically grew up outside of his home for a long part of his life, but yeah, I don't know. I think he had strong Protestant underpinnings. I don't know if Catholic is the appropriate term.
Well, what about liberal? I've never heard Rousseau called a liberal before. That's an interesting. You
Yeah,
think
at
that
the
fits?
time. No, I think it's true to say that he influenced the French Revolution, but but the type of ideas he influenced within it are the sadistic and violent elements within it. He's more influential for his art in that conglomeration. More so, it's leaning towards the thoughts of people like Voltaire and Diderot, who were the Enlightenment thinkers. It was a sort of expression of Enlightenment thought. They wanted to take down the Notre Dame Cathedral and exchange it for the Temple of Reason, whereas Rousseau's ideal was Thomas A. Kempis' imitation of Christ, some type of liberal Protestant ideal, definitely not Catholic. So Rousseau is not a liberal. I don't think you would place him as a liberal, because he was against the Enlightenment thought of the time. So
I think that's what.
yeah, greetings, Benjamin.
Hey, what's up, guys? I was
Well, I
laughing
think
my
that's
ass
what
off.
you're
I was trying to shower and get ready for work.
Yeah.
What's up?
I like how you guys tried to make Hank a slave in a thought experiment. I don't know how he went along with that, but good job.
Well,
I don't remember Neuro saying him specifically, but
oh yeah, it was him.
It kind of ended up that way, though.
How do we describe liberalism?
But don't you think we should maybe inquire into the nature of Christianity in the sense that its heresy is liberalism? In the sense that at some level, I mean, Christianity has had a tremendous impact on the modern world, and at some level, it should be blamed as well, and not just let off the hook for where we are today, which is a global individualist society.
If you're saying, would there be liberalism without Christianity? I think the answer is no.
I agree.
I think it was released into the ether. Once you, Maritain said, if you take the Bible out of the church, you've got a revolutionary ideology. I think the same thing is true of liberalism. You take this command of love and you take it outside of the logos of the Christian religion, or just outside of logos, period.
Anyways, we discussed at length how this comes from Nietzsche. His thought that Christianity is that the democratic movement is the heir of the Christian movement. He said Christianity is Platonism for the people. He called things like Marxism, liberalism, universalism, humanism, Christian heresies, so on and so forth. So we talked at length about where some of the information that Richard Spencer is now formulating is actually coming from, the root ideologies behind those thought processes. Now that we're examining the modern paradigms in which they become expressions.
I don't think this guy has a good idea. if you take a value, like a moralistic value outside of a framework of values and just make that like the king of all values, this is Nietzsche said this too. It's like you're throwing everything out of balance. Like the will to power of love is going to be higher than all of the other will to power. It's just throwing everything out of whack.
You're talking about E. Michael Jones.
Well, whatever you just played here, I don't know. The guy's saying you take love outside of the Christian church, those values, and then you've got a good recipe. That's just not right.
Yeah. Yeah, that he's a Catholic writer. And it's interesting. E. Michael Jones would be an interesting person for you to consider because he wrote a book called The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit. So he writes very much about Jewish people. He might be working for Russian intelligence or something like that. He's appeared on Iranian television stations, right?
Wow.
Yeah, he's a very interesting author and a proponent of this sort of logos theology, post-Hegelian Christian framework within Christian academia. So yeah, he writes these 1,500-page books, and one of his magnum opus is called The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit. That the whole Jewish religion is based on the rejection of this principle logos, which he calls logos. Logos, yeah, exactly, because he's from Philadelphia, so he mispronounces it quite famously. But yeah,
I had to say, not all Philadelphians pronounce it that way. Just saying. We might say where, but
yeah, we're gonna play some music here. It's 4 hours and 20 minutes. But yeah, go ahead, Neuro.
Before we do, I want to ask Benjamin, why is my plan so bad? What's the big deal with my plan?
Yeah, there was a little back and forth there. Let's resolve it.
Oh, well, first you have to get all of America to go along with it, and and then you have to get them all to agree to keep, to all circumcise themselves, which some of them are, and then you have to get them to agree to all of the commandments, and then you guys have to go learn Hebrew, and I don't know, it just doesn't seem realistic.
Well,
I'm not like an authority on American dick or anything, but most people are circumcised, bro.
Well, I mean, you've seen enough of them, so I believe you.
Some people say I kind of look like one with my foreskin.
Well, okay, so this is an interesting point. So you're saying, okay, so let's just assume that we could. Who do you think is the biggest threat to Jews in the world right now?
The biggest threat to Jews is Jews.
In what way?
Come again?
Yeah, no, it's always infighting that gets us. It has nothing to do with anyone else.
Okay.
And the arrogance.
So which ones are the bad Jews that are causing you guys the most problems, in your opinion?
The bad Jews are the ones that think there are bad Jews out there. I mean, the ones that are pointing the fingers and saying that we need to stop being religious and we need to all that stuff. We need to be communists, like all that kind of stuff. All those revolutionaries that are pushing us in weird directions.
Okay, so non-religious Jews, essentially, is what you're saying.
Non-religious Jews that are, what's it called? Activists for that cause, if that makes sense.
Are those the same people that you think are trying to do the same thing to the rest of the world, essentially?
If there are those people, then yeah, those would be the people. Yeah.
Okay. So. Okay. So that's a good rebuttal to my position, I guess. So, do you think? If you were to be able to either A, get rid of those people, or B, get them to act correctly, the whole world would benefit? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes. I don't know about getting rid of them, but yeah, acting correctly is probably the better way.
Okay. So, and what do you think gives them so much power being such a small minority, those particular bad people?
I don't know. I don't think they have actual power.
Well, I mean, what I mean is their influence so dangerous. I guess. Like, what do you think? Because there's basically you're saying secularism is a danger to the entire world. Essentially, am I correct?
I don't think secularism is a danger to the world. I think what's it called? Zealous secularism is a danger.
More than quote unquote extremist Christianity or Islam or Hinduism.
I mean, they're all bad. All kinds of extremism is bad. We need balance.
I think that's what Truther Crowd was trying to say.
Yeah, maybe.
So, okay, so I'm actually being serious. So, assuming that you think that Israel should and can keep its geographic location where it's at, right?
Oh yeah, we're fine.
You know, but America weakening is kind of putting you guys in a precarious position. Would you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Okay, explain to me.
I don't think it bears any relevance. I think it's just optics. It's just the way things look. I mean, America never got involved in any of Israel's past wars, like none of them. And so, I didn't need them then. I mean, it's nice to have allies, but if you rely on them and they turn their backs on you, you're screwed.
Do you think Israel would be better off if America became stronger or less better off?
Honestly, it really depends how America is going to behave, for sure. If they're going to tie our hands behind our back and not let us protect ourselves, then no, get weak, please.
That's an interesting choice of words.
Well, don't you think that, do you think that it's possible that what we see in the news about Biden, restricting you guys or whatever is more of a PR situation than it is an actuality of policy?
Yeah, it could be. Behind closed doors, I don't know what the agreements are. I know a lot of Egypt is doing a lot of fronting for the people and for the globe, but behind closed doors, they're supportive. Turkey is the same way. Yeah. No, there is a lot of that too.
From what I understand, Egypt and Turkey, their governments are particularly nefarious, from what I understand. So,
Turkey more so, but yeah.
Really, you think Turkey is more than because of Erdogan or whatever?
Yeah. Well, Erdogan's just. I don't think he sees himself as part of a group, so I don't think he actually cares about Turkey, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I've heard people from Turkey say similar things, so you could be onto something. Yeah, and so you think that you guys have a position that's more or less defensible, or at least that you have to act as if it is without any outside help. And I respect that because I think that America.
Yeah, no, I think it's defensible, and I think with time it's only going to get more and more defensible. I mean, the technological difference between Israel and the rest of the world is huge, and it's only going to get bigger in terms of defense.
Yeah, I actually agree in a way, and I think that this is the weird part is I think if we're going to have this technological system, you do have to look at Israel because and again, it sounds like I'm being a dick about it, but I mean, obviously, me and my culture, I'm a little bit upset to see it, be Pol Potted essentially. So I think you can understand that, right? But
yeah, no, of course, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, the way it looks from the outside, I can see, seeing Israel as a threat and dangerous, and for sure.
Yeah, and again, I don't even say that in a whatever anti-Jewish thing. It's more of just it's it's not a power for anybody to hold, and it's not my people. I don't even trust my own people, so you can see.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And so I guess what I would say
Yeah.
for you, like now, assuming that your people are good, do you trust them to
I don't know.
will?
Okay, so I don't know if they're good, but I don't think they're going to interfere in anyone else's lives. I think they're just we just want to live our life here in peace. So, in terms of being good, we might be evil with ourselves and whatever, but at least we're not going to go and attack China for no reason.
Well, Israel doesn't seem like a particularly resource rich place, right? Like you'd have to have some sort of trade, and there's going to be some interdependence. I mean, the whole world is really that way at this point.
I mean, most of all technology is designed in Israel at the moment too. Not most, but like a good percentage. I'd say like 30% of the components in your phone were all designed in Israel and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
there is a trade, like there is a production. Trade is really just production.
Yeah, I agree, and again, like I do actually respect it because I do comprehend the little bit of nuance that I do know. I do respect and appreciate it because I do know that the stakes are extremely high, and I think this guy Giorgiani that we always watch, he said something in particular. I'm editing a video with him in it, and you ever heard of Stephen Greer in America? He's like pro UFO disclosure stuff. Do you have any opinions on that?
Oh no, I definitely wouldn't know about pro UFO shit. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not in that rabbit hole yet.
No, it's okay. But I think it's more of an analogy than an actual like opinion I'm trying to get across. But the analogy would be something to the effect of like, well, this guy Greer wants the governments to disclose that there's aliens here and give free energy to the world. And this Giorgiani guy is like, well, if you just give free energy to all these Stone Age religious people, Christians, Muslims, and even probably he would even say that about some Jews, that they're going to misuse that and try to kill their enemies with it, right? And what he's saying is like, this technology is going to require much more morally and intellectually adept people to wield it.
Yeah, we need to grow up. Yeah, we need to grow up before we get more responsibility, I guess.
Right. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is like part of my semi-facetious thing about converting to Judaism is if you guys know something we don't, we need to learn it because the situation we're about to be in with the technology is I think that 6 billion immoral, stupid people is very dangerous for everybody involved with technology. See what I'm saying?
I agree. I just don't think you need to convert to learn.
But here's the thing is like, I mean, you don't, obviously I wouldn't expect you to tell me, but do you get the sense that your people have some sort of plan in order to help that along? Or is it more like, now that we control the systems, we got to kind of like get these people to stop eating so much and maybe stop having so many kids and control? Because like I genuinely believe that there's not more than two choices that I can see. It's one or the other. People are going to have to grow up, as you put it, or people are going to have to like stop having kids. I mean, I don't see how you're going to be able to balance the budget essentially.
I don't see the problem you're seeing, I guess. I think things are going to be fine, and a lot of what we're worrying about is just chasing our tails. I'm not going to lie, like there are social problems, but I mean those will resolve themselves. They already are starting to resolve themselves.
Can you give me an example just to give me why you have such a white pill?
I don't know about a white pill. I just think, like for example, take this whole trans sports thing. Like the pendulum has already shifted the other way. There already is a critical mass on the other side, and there's no going back. Like yeah, trans people are not going to be in sports anymore. It's gonna end. You know what I mean?
Well, the fact that it was even an issue is also kind of like lets you know that where people are is like the fact that it's even like a discussion.
Right,
And
and so those forces are always going to exist, but like the counter forces also exist, and they might push you guys over too far, and then the other side will push everything back. I mean, mostly everything is going to work itself out.
Well, my point is, like, I'm assuming that there's no transports in Israel. Am I correct or wrong? Wrong about that?
Not yet. Yeah, we haven't had that problem yet.
I think they're preoccupied at the moment, probably.
Sounds very bigoted, in my opinion, but
Well, it's a massive population control machine, and they figured out how to hit the gas on it, and now how to hit the brakes on it.
But
So
see,
the pendulum analogy is kind of accurate, but that's basically what it's all about.
well, but
I
here's
mean,
my
and don't get me wrong, there are pampered and spoiled kids here who like think about identity and make that like their number one thing, but then they go to the army and they learn that there's a real world. And
yeah, you put them out on the front lines, and if they don't come
The
back, well,
troublemakers are sent to the army. Yep.
they're sent into the gunfire. You ever heard of this book called Wanting
Yep.
Seed?
Muslims do the same thing.
Yeah, I actually admire that. I think that's a very genius way to get rid of people you don't want.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You don't
In
get-
Tel
you don't get rid
Aviv,
of them.
just to give people some general information, in Tel Aviv, Israel, there is some acceptance of gay rights. For example, same-sex marriage is not performed in the country, and I'm quoting an article. However, Israel does accept and recognize common law partnerships of same-sex couples that live together. Beyond this, gay couples are permitted to adopt as of 2008, when Israel legalized same-sex parent adoption. This is in touristisrael.com article entitled "Why Tel Aviv is the Ultimate LGBTQ Travel Destination." But anyways,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe Tel Aviv is like the prostitution capital of the world or something like that. It's where all the Ukrainian whores go.
I
Well-
have not seen them there, but if you know where they are, let me know.
Well, but here's the thing: is like I guarantee you, they're not peeing in each other's mouth like they are, like not too far from where I live at. So,
well, it goes to what I was saying earlier that I mean, Herzl, he was a liberal. He said that we should improve technology. He said our new slaves are the machines. In the book, The Jewish State, where he founded the concept of a Jewish state in 1895. He didn't found the concept, obviously, that's from the Bible, but he founded the concept in terms of making it a secular country that was ruled through a parliamentary system. But anyways,
well,
The problem with liberalism here is it makes you look weak, and you don't want to portray weakness when you're in a jungle. You know what I mean?
well, that's the way that most of the world is too, though. I mean, that's the thing is like, I mean, like here's the thing is, I think that if you look at China or Russia, I mean, they're liberal states, regardless of how they try to present themselves. I mean, the damage has been done. Okay, it's like and I think that the damage is not really measurable or quantifiable in the traditional sense, but over the course of generations, it will be for sure. I mean, like even for me in the past 20 years, like, everybody knew people who we suspected were gay, but it just like, it was, and we kind of like laughed about it, but it wasn't like hate filled. Now it's like, it's an obvious psyop, but people, will make you lose your job if you make a joke about it. So, I mean, it's like, it's serious in a sense, right?
Do you
And
think Russia's
Right.
liberal also?
yeah, I think so. My personal opinion is I think that they have the same problems we do. I mean, they may put on a better facade because their women still act like women to some degree, but I think in general, yeah, I mean, this is my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think they're nearly as quote unquote based as people think. I think that yes, there are some men who are more masculine on average or whatever, but I think that it's
Well, I think what everyone here is picking up on and what the world is picking up on is that we are reversing a lot of our traditions and a lot of the way we were raised. We're questioning everything and, saying everything is okay and getting rid of things that have been working for generations and generations without replacing them with something else. And we're going to see a lot of the consequences of that, like the population problem where no one's having kids, or all kinds of stuff is going to come out because we're just trying to reverse what we've inherited. And like that has been evolving for millions of years to keep our civilizations intact. So without that, I think we're just going to fall apart.
Well, but that's kind of what I'm saying is like, I think that Jews do know how to preserve their civilization, and I think Islam did longer than the Christians did, but really I think that they're falling to liberalism as well. I mean, I thought this for a while, but I didn't have the word to use, but I think liberalism is pretty accurate just because it kind of encompasses like, I really look at it more like a Trotsky thing from my understanding of Trotsky, where it's like this perpetual revolution where it's just never ending. Like you're never free enough. You're never good enough. You're never whatever enough. It's just like purity spiraling essentially. And I think that like, that's kind of like what I see going on with the world right now is like, all around the world, people have these NGOs and United Nations and WF and corporate. Really, it's a corporate structure, but they have these like panels. Like I'm sure they have panels just like this with like people we've never heard the name of, and they sit there and say, well, like I'll give you an example. I saw this NGO. They sent all these young girls to Mongolia. So, imagine you're out there in like Mongolia where fucking Genghis Khan, like, took over the whole world. I mean, a lot of the known world, 1,000 years ago or whatever. Now you have these girls going over there and teaching them like, you need to like wait till you're 30 to have a kid, and you need to go get a career for fucking Coca-Cola so you can, buy more horses for your family out there in the fucking plains of, whatever the fuck, it's like, I mean, I'm just saying like, that's not quote unquote freeing people, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like it might get them into a better situation temporarily, but I don't think that where that's eventually headed is ultimately good for anyone. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, if you look at what the, I mean, good in some sense, I guess, but I mean, I guess it really depends on how you're measuring your values, I guess,
Yeah.
Mongolia.
Well, I mean, until they develop a system to successfully survive and reproduce, and the liberals, like, there's still going to be a core of a country where that's the family unit at the moment. They're the ones producing the kids, unless they factory produce kids like in 1984, the George Orwell thing. There's like, I don't know, is what's going to be survived. Like you're going to have a core group of people that are surviving. Like the culture is going to survive through them, the nation's going to survive through them, all that kind of stuff.
Well, what if someone who has access to certain technology can, let's just say, release something or another that makes it where now you need a therapeutic medical procedure in order to have a kid, and by the way, you have to get a license from the United Nations in order to have kids. I mean, if that technology were to become available, I can't imagine that someone wouldn't say, I can basically dictate the genetic and moral future of the world. I can just put in a social credit score system. If someone doesn't keep up with the morals that I set forward, well, they just won't have children. Well, and I'm sure that Israel or America or every country in the world is going to be saying, well, I hope I get that technology first so I can use it instead of somebody else. I mean, you kind of see where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I just don't think it's our ways at the moment. I mean, once someone develops the technology and starts pushing it, I can just see civil wars develop. Like, I don't know who would accept that, to be honest. No one likes control.
No, well, I don't know about no one, but I mean,
unless it's being in control. But I mean, like, so they're going to really have to develop some kind of crisis in order to push that as a solution and have everyone accept it. Well, that's going to be a crazy crisis.
We have a lot of examples of
Isn't that their MO, though?
Say what?
Their MO?
Well, but
create
that's what,
some crisis
Yeah, to
and
create a crisis.
offer the solution.
Yeah.
well, as David Icke likes to call
But-
totalitarian tiptoe. The tiptoe.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have lots of good commentary. But can you confirm or deny, Benjamin, that they have actual pride parades in Tel Aviv?
Yes, they have pride parades all over Israel. Yeah.
Wow, that's fascinating. But yeah, so I think it was recently Pride Month. So yeah, I guess they celebrated.
Do
Yeah.
you have any personal feelings about that, Benjamin? Or
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, he's a religious one, so I bet you would think
Yeah.
that that's bad, right?
Yeah. Well, the main thing, the worst thing about it is that it's in the open and promoted as like a good value, I think.
Yeah,
That's the
Well,
worst
see-
thing about it.
But see, here's the thing:
Yeah.
is like, here's the thing, and this is why I think that it's funny because people think that it's all the Jews running everything or whatever. I mean, I think that it's kind of funny because if that were true, I don't think that there would be pride parades in Israel. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that they would do that. So to me, it's just kind of funny. Is like, why would?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like why?
We're getting ideologically invaded just like everyone else.
But that's what I'm saying is like, who and why would someone do that to themselves unless they had some sort of ulterior motive? Like, wouldn't it be like, I almost think David Icke is right, and it's the fucking reptilians like sending in like skin suit wearing people, and they're like, hey, you know what would be good for you is just chop it off and go pee on each other in the street. I mean, that seems like what
Yeah. I mean, these social movements start small and then they grow, and yeah, I don't know what contributes to the beginning and what contributes to the growth, but they are what they are right now. Not much you can do about it.
Well, but see, here's the thing: is like, do you think that there's a psychological reason behind it, or a political thing, or I mean, of course, I think that you and I would agree that it is spiritual. I don't know what the official position on demons is, and in your version of Judaism. Like, I've heard that different things about it, but what would you kind of like boil it down to? I mean, there's got to be something that can be done. Ultimately,
I just know that like the Torah is protecting us. Like there is a large percentage of religious Jews in Israel. I would say 30 to 40% that don't fall in any of those rabbit holes or any of those traps. It's like it's the other 60%, but like even the ones that are religious, we're tolerant. We won't go and raise a fuss. Like the extremists that are religious that raise a fuss are very rare. So, I mean, overall, it's not going to overtake the country, but it will be a problem.
well, but here's the thing: is like, the only way I mean, you're assuming that there won't be exponential growth of the ideology, but yet it does seem that all these ideologies are kind of exponentially growing. Like, I mean, just in our lifetime, you've kind of seen
Right, but we've got a boundary. Like the fact that the religious population has none of that, has nothing to do with that. It's always going to counterbalance all of these weird ideologies that leak in, because I don't know what the next one is going to be. Like right now, this is the current one, but whatever next ideology there's going to be, we have insulation. Like we're insulated. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yes, to some degree, but I mean, I don't know. I think that it's one of those things like insulated for now, but I think the consequences of these things. I mean, again, like I'm just using the analogy like with America right now. Like America didn't have kids for 40 years. Now the politicians like, well, our people are aging out. We need to bring people in. So
Here, hold on. Give me a second, guys. Is this base Oracle?
Yeah, it's me.
Yo, okay, for sure.
What up, man?
The other thing here is the religious people are the ones having kids. So it's not like there's no danger of getting the population inverted on us. You know what I mean?
Well, yes, but you also are surrounded by people who aren't Jewish and whatever, and also your greatest allies, the whiteys in Europe and America, are not having that many kids either. So you're kind of at the mercy of, like, hopefully the numbers and the resources and the supply chains outlast the whole world kind of falling apart around us, essentially. I mean I know that sounds like
I agree.
but I mean I think
So yeah, I definitely care about the world, and I think like I want what's best for you guys too. But yeah, specifically here we're okay.
Well, if the whole world falls apart around you, I don't think that you're going to be okay. I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, if the whole world goes dark and Israel has a light on, you're going to see a lot of ships on the horizon in the Levant. I can tell you. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
You know, right? And this is where I think a lot of people here in the West, they get this idea of like, well, just let the system collapse. We'll rise out of the ashes like a phoenix. It's like, well, historically, that's not exactly how it goes for most people.
Well, I think about this, Nero. If the world collapses, which I don't even think is an if, I think it is collapsing. I think it's being perpetuated by the people, ironically. But if it does, some people will, so to speak, rise out of the ashes. Darwin will be in full effect, and I think that's how it always has been. There's been many periods of time, I'm not a history expert, but from what I understand, many periods where we've had collapses of sorts, and it is survival of the fittest. I mean, that's nature.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's true to some degree, but I guess what I'm saying is, like, with the
You still don't want to
amount
collapse.
well,
You're still not praying for a collapse.
say what now?
I said you're still not praying for collapse, even though like collapses are part of nature.
Right.
Well, I think that the thing is, the difference is we have this level of technology, and I just don't think that it's predictable. Like I don't think we can predict anything well with the amount of technology that we have. Like, I think that it's more likely that we're just going to keep progressing, and people are just going to start choosing not to have children. And like, I mean, unless something major changes in the lifestyle of, like, I'm just saying from here in America, like, the lifestyle here is not conducive to life.
Agreed.
Okay, you're right. So, yeah. So,
Well, let's
and-
just
yeah.
well, let me go to the heart of some of the issues that were brought up. You know, Benjamin, you mentioned that Israel is a huge exporter of technology. 30% of the equipment that we see in our electronic devices may come from Israel, as you stated. So, on that note, you know, what happens when the world system and the international trade system or the technological system collapses? You know, won't Israel just go down with it, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I do think most countries can sustain a population to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because yeah, it's hugely dependent on a global system. We many times read here the quote by what was the guy? Ben Gurion. You know, obviously Ben Gurion was a socialist, right? And he was also atheist, right? He was part of the World Zionist Congress, I'm pretty sure, right? And at the time when they
But he
founded
knew a lot of religious stuff. He was well read on religious stuff. He learned Gemara, so he learned the Talmud.
Yeah, he quoted.
Yeah.
He famously quoted Isaiah in Look magazine, talking about an international government being set up and federated states through Israel. So it's interesting that he brought that into the frame.
and maybe the next global collapse will signify a collapse of Europe and Israel rising up as the global superpower. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah, hard to know what's going to happen.
my main point is this, like, you know, the whole world is dependent upon fossil fuels, right? And I don't think that fossil fuels are going to run out, but what I do see is, you know, the policies of, you know, work for the corporate.
some have stated that they're already running out. That we've already reached peak oil. You know, a lot of people have speculated that peak oils have already been reached, and that's why they're having this great reset in the fourth industrial, you know, paradigm or whatever. But yeah, go on, Earl.
Yeah, well, I think that you can assume either way. I actually don't think it matters much if we have reached it or we never will or whatever. I think that with the level of technology, this is what I'm trying to get at, is like, you kind of necessarily have to start putting the brakes on dumb people having kids. Okay, like, this is just the reality of the situation. You can't have global supply chains and then just like 60% of the people are fucking stupid and immoral. Like, I don't think you can manage a system that way. And I
How
think
very dysgenic of you.
well, I'm just recognizing I mean, look, I could be wrong, but I think that if I were in charge and I was trying to manage the system, you'd have to, from an ethical standpoint, think along these lines. Like, can I manage these people?
I disagree.
Versus, you know.
So here's the thing, Nero. In a way, reality takes care of that. So let's look at specifically the nuance. So you look at Pride Parade or whatever the case, and I'm not here hating on that. At the same time, I'm not supporting it. But just looking at reality, a vast majority of them will probably not reproduce. They will be phased out in and of their own decisions. There's many other examples of this. So what I wanted to ask you is what you were describing as degeneracy or stupid people, whatever it is. Do you believe that that is genetic or a choice or some combination of?
I think that people have free will, but I think really the higher the IQ, the more control people have. And again, I don't think it's only IQ. I think morality plays a big part in that. But from my experience with people who, I don't want to say that they're less valuable or anything like that, but what I'm saying is, like, I don't think they make as much of a conscious decision about, should I be vegan? Or should I do this ethical thing, or should I do that? They kind of just react to their environment. And again, like, I'm not like one of these like you know, like super psychology people that says, well, brown people you know, evolved in a place where there's food falling off of trees, and white people grew up in the far north where they had to plan a year ahead. I mean, I think that there's some truth to that, but it doesn't make people quote unquote good either. I think that you can be good from either position. But what I'm saying is, like, you have all this technology and you're trying to cram this technology, which is not natural for people to do, and you're trying to give it to everyone in the world equally. Let's just put a fucking supercomputer in the hands of people in the Amazon and hope that they can handle it. I mean, white people can't handle it. I don't think that people in the Amazon can handle it. So what is the purpose of it? Like, it's you know, I guess that you can argue that there are some good things about it, but if the net benefit is like people are going to wait till they're 35 to have kids on average as they quote unquote progress, I just don't think that that's sustainable. And I think that the amount of waste that the system is producing, you know, I'm not even like in a tree hugger sense, just from a pure management standpoint, I think that it's a lot of burden. And I don't think that the people who are running the system are necessarily interested in managing people for once they hit a certain level of technology. I just don't think they need us to be productive anymore. And so you're just necessarily going to see like a reduction in the benefits that we've gained from the Industrial Revolution. I just don't see how you can have it both ways. I just don't, unless you have a new form of energy production that is not fossil fuel, I guess, allegedly based, perhaps you could do it. But
So-
other than that, I just don't see how you can
Yeah.
manage it.
I think you're looking at the world from a purely productive standpoint and not a life standpoint. Like the value in stupid people alive they're enjoying the life, I guess. But
Well,
what
then why
Oracle
are
was
we-
saying is
then
really
why
true.
are-
Like if you're gonna
then
if
why
you're
are
gonna
we-
mutilate your kids' genitals, you're not gonna have grandkids.
Well, then why are we importing them into our countries if they're just happy to where they're at? Why do we need to import?
Well, but look, this is a different argument now. Like, why are we importing them into the country? It has nothing to do with whether or not they exist in the world.
Well, my point is everyone who gets industrialized stops having kids. That's my point.
So you think the industrialization society is causing people to have less kids than prior?
I
Or
mean,
without?
it seems that it's not even arguable that
Okay.
yes, of course, but not
Okay,
only
so
that,
let's say you're right. What's wrong with that? Do we need to keep growing in population around the world?
no, but my point is the technology is guiding the quote unquote evolution, not the other way around. We're not guiding the technology where to go. The technology is showing us where we're going, and I don't necessarily know that we have as much control over that as we think. I mean, my point is you put a smartphone in every hand in the world, which we're more than halfway there now. You're not dealing with the same.
So the kid problem, you can actually boil it completely down to children cost resources. It's resource heavy to have children. Even in nature, producing fruit, producing flowers, you need resources for that. And the cost of having kids is just too high right now for the average Western citizen. And so that I would weigh that as the main problem for having children. Because once that goes down, people will have kids. People want kids, they just can't afford them. Or they believe they can.
And who's to say that that parents that are relatively low on IQ can't potentially have a child that's higher IQ?
That's
well, not even only about the IQ. It's just the fact that you put a supercomputer in the hand of every person in the world, and then you get them to join a corporate system to quote unquote exist. And who's really controlling who? Is the system controlling the humans, or are the humans individually controlling it? Like in America, do you have a choice not to have a corporate job? I mean, I guess technically you do, but not really. I mean,
yeah, but I think you're creating a false dichotomy here in terms of the only option is not just that. Can you say the last part of that again? I'm about to fuck it up. You said that people can't make individual decisions, right? Like it's not an individual, right? But what I'm saying is that society collectively can impact that, and the decisions of some individuals at the top can affect that. But granted, I agree with you that the average person, whatever exactly that is, they don't have much of an influence or control on whether or not the new iPhone comes out. I totally agree, or AI or that sort of thing. But here's my issue with what you're saying. It's almost taking the autonomy away from people, right? You're saying that people, whether individually or society, can't affect technology, that technology is in charge. And I don't think that's objectively true.
well, I definitely think it's more true than not true. I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. It's like I think that you
are right, Neuro, about like there's a trickle down effect that like sometimes things affect people that we don't care about, and we won't even start paying attention until the effect starts hurting us. And I think that's what you're pointing at, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not actually like a moral judgment per se on like all of human or even dumb people, because I think that smart people are probably destroying the world faster than dumb, honestly. But
like the fentanyl problem is a huge example of this, where like most people don't care about the ones that are addicted to fentanyl until it starts, being your daughter. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, like me where I live, with the whole everybody's like, oh, San Francisco's so bad. Well, it really didn't affect most of the area in California until the past 5 years. Now, all of California is basically like air drug market drugged in. So now it affects everyone equally, basically. So everybody cares now, right? And the thing is, like, it's not bad that we didn't care when it didn't affect us. That's kind of just normal human behavior. But now, what do? Can we go and buy a politician? Maybe, but there's a lot
Happens
of
every
other
day.
forces. There's a lot of other forces at work. So for me to sit here and pretend that me as an individual am going to get rid of the open air drug den all around me is insane, right? Because there's lots
yeah.
of money and political will to make sure that they're there on the street every day, and I have to look at it. So
You are correct, Nero. In the binary sense, you cannot change that. I mean, you cannot, I cannot. But with that said, do you think that it's true that we can't affect it, right? If I affect you with truth, let's say that what you're getting at is all true, and you can't affect the next person, that society can't collectively hold accountable politicians, technology companies, etc. I mean, if you're arguing that that won't happen, I'd probably agree with you, unfortunately. But if you're arguing that it can't happen, I don't understand how. Like, what is the...
Well, I'm saying it's going to get less and less probable that it can happen as time
Okay.
goes forward, because the dependency on the phone, on the politician, on the bank, on the digital currency, on whatever the next new thing is just going to be exponentially more difficult to get away from. Is kind of what I'm saying. And like,
well, I agree with that. Yeah.
And so really, I think it's like kind of like a python that's around your neck. Like, he's going to let you get a little wiggle room here and there, but really every time you struggle and he loosens up, he just gets a better grip. That's kind of,
no, and I wasn't trying to make a semantical argument. I just didn't understand your point fully, but I got you now, and I agree.
Yeah. And again, like, I know this sounds like I'm really black-pilled. I'm not. I'm just trying to point out that, like, it's kind of inevitable that if the average person can't think 15 months in the future, and we're looking at technology that's, radically changing the course of human evolution, and we can't get ahead of that.
That's a good point too. Yeah, you can't beat a chess player that thinks one move ahead of you.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that the problem with AI is not necessarily even that it's quote unquote conscious, is that we won't know the difference between if it was or not. Like, people can just put up a system that looks as if it's conscious, and then we say, okay, it's conscious. Well, now this conscious being controls your stuff. Whether it's an actual conscious being or not is irrelevant, because from your point of view, you have no way to prove that that's the case or not. So it's kind of outside of your purview of reality. And I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is like, we're looking at a situation where knowing what's true or not is going to get progressively harder, right?
Agreed. I agree. And so there's the point of the boiling frog, and I think that we're well past that. It's almost, the way I look at society, it's almost as if you all can't figure out some of these basic things by now, right? Something I would say is very basic is that our political system is corrupt beyond repair at this point. But if you can't understand that now, this slippery slope that you're describing, Nero, I totally agree with you. I mean, things are going to get, turn into more of echo chambers and 1984-ish, however you want to put that.
Yeah, we got some heavy hitters in the house, Base Oracle and also Benjamin. I really want to get you guys' opinion on the interview that we were watching. Lots of opinions about Judaism, about the new directions that this country is headed in. And I want to take a little break in terms of music, and then we'll get back to that if you guys will stick around. Thank you guys so much.
Sure.
Blessings.
Yeah. I'm gonna jump off and charge my phone. I sent you two pictures, if you don't mind, after the break, to bring it up to get the people's opinion, and I'll try to come back on. It's very brief.
Oh yeah. Okay, that sounds so mysterious, but yeah, for sure, we'll check them out.
Yeah, because it actually talks directly about what I'm getting at. So I'm actually stealing Owen Benjamin's rhetoric. I'll just throw that out there. But I'm actually trying out his rhetoric for this argument. So I appreciate it.
Old Jim Bob was going at Owen Benjamin again today. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. And that's why I looked at what Owen Benjamin said. And
I was like, whoa, this is... Yeah, I thought it was like a year ago. It was like this is so
Yeah, it's
last
deja
year.
vu. But
Yeah,
it's funny
deja vu.
because they actually have. Sorry, I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
No, it's okay.
No, I was just saying, like, it's so interesting because I think they both do a great job of critiquing each other's philosophy. That's the crazy part about it. Is like I'm actually a little bit torn on both sides because I think they both have good critiques of each other, but then at the end, like, we're still in the same fucked up situation. I think that's the funny part is like they're kind of like arguing past each other, and we're still in this stupid ass situation. And I don't know. It's just a weird situation. So I'm gonna jump off.
And before you go, Nero, I just wanted to mention sometimes things come to me later on. But when you asked me about Owen Benjamin, one of the last times we were talking about, I was incorrect. I didn't know who he was. I thought I did, but I was thinking of somebody else who I don't recall his name. But anyways, I just came across Owen Benjamin recently and watched some of his stuff.
Oh well, I'd be curious to get your opinion because I have mixed feelings on it. Obviously, like I think that he's correct on a lot, but I think that he's got a very strange angle. I guess I don't know how else to describe it. So
yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys. I'm just gonna charge my phone. I'll jump back on. But I would be really curious to see you guys' reaction to like the basis of my rhetoric that I was using. So I appreciate it. Bye guys.
Cool. I'll see you.
For sure. So we got some photographs, and then we got some other things in terms of the radio interview we are watching. This is a classic by DJ Crush, along the lines of what me and Pilliater were talking about, Asian subculture and its influence. But anyways, see you guys in maybe 6 minutes. Thank you so much.
Behold.
Gotcha with the commercial.
I like that first one in particular. That was good. My type of beat. Oh, Sage Francis.
Might want to lower the speed.
Whoops. I guess I have it sped up for some reason. But yeah, I don't know what the last thing was. It was like piano music. And then it's
No,
just
that's my type of jam. Yeah, it's like lo-fi.
And then it was like Sage Francis lyrics.
It was lyrics, but it was like an instrumental. It was very
Yeah,
strange.
it was like a piano. Yeah, I don't know what some girl made that, but yeah, I don't know. I was hoping it was a song, but yeah. Anyways, this Sage Francis. Yeah. The last one, DJ Crush, with the dope piano beat, with the birds over it. Yeah, that's so beautiful. I don't know. Yeah,
Those words were kind of weird. I just went crawl back into my mother's womb. What the hell is that?
Oh yeah, these are incredible. This is one of the greatest lyricists for real. Yeah, these lyrics are incredible. You will see, Benjamin. I think you might appreciate these lyrics. A lot of them, I know I could relate to a lot of these lyrics, but yeah, it is what it is. So maybe it's too American, but yeah, let's see what it is.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm open to it.
Yeah, you haven't heard Sage Francis, huh?
I guess not. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
When are they from?
This is from I believe
2001, I
yeah,
think.
2000. Yeah, basically.
He's
Yeah.
from Rhode Island.
Oh man, that's when I was heavy into the scene. I'm surprised I didn't hear them. All right.
Never held a funeral for that big part of me that died. I need to put these thoughts to rest. I need to find a peace of mind. I need to peace my mind. Find a peace of mind to rest in. Need to find someone to confide in. And let the rest in. Need to start resting. Needless to say, I couldn't hide. Thinking grown men shouldn't cry. Had I known then what I know now, had I thought now what I knew then, I might still be human with all the little stupid fixins. As I fixins and vixens, Vic souls, stitch clothes for the characters they played and switch roles. Nail me to the cross dress, the holy cloth costs less. I toss less if I still had you soft breast to rest my head on. Since you've been gone, I recall my issues with problems and hate, but I can't exactly remember the model of me. Now glass bottles breaking my death grip. I'm about to take the next quick exit and end this head trip. My bed stripped of his blankets, comforters, pillows, and sheets, but I might have to peel off all my skin to remove your scent in order to sleep. I had my highs and lows. When on top, I let you peek out over my nose, sitting on my shoulders, and I suppose if I had a backbone, you might still be here. My skin is filthy from my lows when you weren't there, but to keep from feeling guilty, I collected the dirt, kept it piling up. Now Mr. Feel Nothing, Mr. Feel Nothing saves his tears inside of a cup, and he drinks, and he forgets that he's an asshole, jealous of his ghost and doubts he even has a soul. My secret pleasures got my inner demons gossiping. I'm a ghostwriter for the hardcore lyrics my personal monsters sing. I'm sitting in a stranger's tub with all my clothes on, shivering, considering the dangers of love. They get half of what I have to give, if that. It's all about the packaging. They're distracted by the gift wrap. Predictable, easy to manipulate. They're foreshadow puppets, and I'm waiting for their strings to break. The pillars that once held up my halfway house have been taken out. I'm in my last days now. There's a change coming soon. I just want to crawl back into my mother's womb. I need a comfort zone, but obviously I need to find another home to call my own and always return to. And I want it to be you. I sit and stare, zone out. I think a lot and never sleep. Create memories to remember, and then I forget to eat. Went to the street used to live on, stared at the bedroom window of your old home with puppy eyes, waiting for God to throw me a bone. I'd settle for one more goodbye kiss, while I settle for less. I'm unsettled at best, sulking while abandoning settlements, insulting my companion's intelligence, conversing with baby talk, practicing mind games, rehearsing with playful thoughts. The way we fought that made my blood bubble, then turned cold. When you made me walk through rain and mud puddles on a dirt road that left me so messy. Forget me not, I've got more mud to sling. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love back.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened to Benjamin, but I made these promos for my panel portion of my show. and they're interesting. Somebody made one of them. I assume to make fun of me or something, but I just jacked it. This is what it is.
Greetings. I am Space Ghost. Whatever. My first guest is
Space Ghost.
What?
Space Ghost.
What, Zorak?
Space Ghost.
What?
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 Nothing.
I see.
And I'll just float this by and see how it feels on you guys. You know. But one of the things I read in the samurai manual, is by this guy named Tsunetomo, and he says one thing. He says all you have is your present means to achieve what you want at this moment.
Say, to be or not to be. That's Shakespeare, isn't it?
Yeah, I said that God can change the future.
We have a clip from that, but we're not going to show it. Do you think kids named Mobley are secretly planning crimes against the world? Here. Okay. Do you have enough air?
Well, you tell me.
I'm getting it all right.
When you experience the world, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you experience the world, right? Can you just imagine whatever the fuck you want? Or is it based on something that's already in existence?
Sure it wasn't. This is all a conspiracy.
Nothing is totally predetermined. I think it's a mystery how we are able to act on behalf of our own volition.
All those years and you forgot the words?
It's not me who sins, but it's the sin living in me.
What?
I think next time let's do a Ren and Stimpy. That's a good one.
I have one from Ren and Stimpy too, but this is the one that Neuro made for the panels. This one's funnier. But yeah.
What's up, nigga? You want to talk some shit? On the spot. Hundreds of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit about you right now.
In a world of pure imagination.
Yeah, I said some shit. What? The hardest niggas is standing by, ready to pick up that phone. Asian niggas, white niggas,
Suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you.
classic niggas, racist niggas, mystery niggas, psycho niggas, Jewish niggas.
You got some motherfucking nerds calling me out Shabbat on some little bullshit ass nigga. Better calm that shit down and come around here and show me some fucking respect before me and my Jewish niggas come up here and beat your ass, nigga. Off top.
That still makes me laugh. I like that.
Yeah, here he is. All right, let me turn this on for you guys. Richard Spencer, but yeah, the self-proclaimed white nationalist. Obviously, we understand that he is a liberal clown, and some of his cohorts on the right-wing Nietzschean sort of trained there. And then there's also E. Michael Jones, who's an interesting Christian scholar. But yeah, let me know if you guys want me to pause this at any point.
Do you mind if we review the picture?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah,
very briefly.
Let me go up on that.
Just because I think it's a good framing for what these guys are actually talking about and my point I was trying to make to Benjamin.
Yeah, let me go ahead and because I have that as well. There's one thing. So I don't know if anybody can see that.
I really appreciate you doing that for me.
Yeah, it says, guys, no need to tweet to me about the flat earth, I don't even want people knowing anymore. Shitty people don't get healed with this shit. They'll just use it to be even more annoying. If flat earth goes mainstream 5 years, they'll be calling me a globetard. They're awful. Let's just keep it between us. So for the record, I have zero interest in ever discussing the shape of the earth with you. This is by Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, it is.
I was wrong about waking people up to Jewish control. Wrong about it. Many people are not. And by the way, he had many dealings with the E. Michael Jones. They had this famous conversion thing where Milo Yiannopoulos and E. Michael Jones and Owen Benjamin, they had a conversion intervention for Owen Benjamin to bring him back to Christianity. And it's interesting. They kind of had the same thing on the Crucible with Jim Bob, you know. So yeah, so they had this great movement to bring Owen Benjamin, who is a Jew who used to work in Hollywood, right, to Christianity. So it's interesting. But yeah.
Well, and he says he's kind of like a Chrislam kind of guy, so he's kind of like Christian Islamic too. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, the Chrislam thing is interesting, and so is the Judeo-Christian thing. We were talking about that. But yeah, many people are not capable of knowing stuff he says. They just adopt a grift and call anyone who suffered to get the truth out a grifter. All of them do that. The fact that people who call me anti-Semitic publicly when I was banned from everything are now calling me a Jew for having the same view. Well, I guess ethnically, not religiously, right? So I want to clarify that. Joe Rogan and him said on the Joe Rogan show when he did his interview with Joe Rogan that both Joe Rogan and him have Jewish mothers, so they're ethnically Jewish, is what they said on the show. So I can neither confirm or deny when what they said is true, but they claimed it was true on the Joe Rogan Experience. But anyways, all of them do that. The fact that people who call me anti-Semitic publicly, I was banned from everything. Okay, I just read that. Fluoride, spinning balls, Fiat, MTV. I get it now. It's just retard management. And then he has a second one.
Yeah, the second one is kind of like a more hardcore version. Yeah.
I also think politics are good now. If you are a retard and legit want you to think a lot about red or blue and blame the other for your problems, and when nothing changes, it's the other color. Dead serious. You'll never hear me making fun of the political system again. My actual Dunning-Kruger was assuming people get better with more knowledge. They don't. Shit, people need these things. Most of society is just occupying the minds of retards until they die, so they don't break too much. Biden sure looks old and dumb. Let's help Trump avoid jail. Time to get our country back. Hold tight. Help is on the way.
Yeah, I would just be curious if anybody has a reaction to that, because it's. I actually have mixed feelings. Like, I don't know if he's right or wrong on that.
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there. Would you have like a point? I mean, is there a point out of there? I mean, that in particular.
Well, I would say just really the political thing, like, is the main one. I would say, like, you know, is politics necessary just because people are too dumb to like manage themselves? Essentially, is kind of what I was trying to get at with my whole argumentation. I
see. Yeah. Well, you know, here's an interest. I'm going to answer, or at least my perspective, but here's an interesting way maybe that I look at it. Is there is in a vacuum and there is right here and now. And when I say in a vacuum, actually what I should put that as is, let's say, naturally, intrinsically. So where we are right now, it does seem that we are dependent. And when I say we, I mean collectively, society, the retards, as it was put, that we are dependent on a government. But intrinsically, naturally, I don't think that we are. And I think that we would be perfectly fine without it. I think the government is more reliant on the people than the people are the government, just intrinsically. But where we are right now, I wouldn't say the same thing. I'd say the opposite. So context. I'm saying contextually it depends. And here's my last part is kind of analogous. I view abortion as bad, right? I view it as killing. I don't think it should be here. I don't think people should be doing it. With that said, given our current state of society, I'm not against it. Because I look at it as so many people don't seem to give a shit about their kids in general, just societally, that I can't imagine how much worse it would be for the people who don't care about their kids to the degree that they opt to get rid of them before they're born. And I know I'm creating a binary there, but nonetheless, generally, I see it as such. So, context.
Yeah, and just what the guy wrote, I guess it's very like giving up on humanity a little bit. Like if we're gonna be in a cage anyways, it might as well look like a maze. What do you say? I don't know.
Yeah, I think. Say it again.
Did I come through with a roboting?
A little bit. It's just because you're driving, I think.
Yeah.
No, but I get it. I mean, I kind of have mixed feelings as well, because I think that the situation that we're in is just kind of like it's not ideal, and I don't think it's our natural state, but here we are, and so effectively, right. I have to agree with his general position, even though like morally I have a problem with it. I think that effectively, like,
yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and the same thing with like the abortion thing. I think the abortion thing is like one of these things where people are trying to fight for quote unquote what's right, but they're kind of like they're trying to win the battle, but they're losing the war. Is kind of what I'm saying. You know, it's like that's kind of the, you know.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I agree. Unfortunately, I agree that is in fact reality.
Yeah, and so I just want to say that because I just wanted to read that just because I think that it's keeping that in mind in the back of your mind when we're listening to something like E. Michael Jones and Spencer and these guys, like they have a very deep understanding of that. I believe. I think that they're kind of working within that framework of like, well, they already agree that people are too dumb to govern themselves. And I think from that point forward, you can kind of comprehend what they're saying a little bit better. I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, you know? So.
Yeah, he's actually agreeing with the Matrix. He's siding with the Matrix.
I think a lot of people side with the Matrix because it's convenient, but I think people like these guys are siding with it because they probably have a more vested interest in keeping the Matrix going, in my opinion. But yeah.
Also, I don't know that anyone is siding. Well, anyone here at least is siding with the Matrix. I at least from my purview, just describing reality. So, you know, this is reality that we're in, but there's no prescription that I'm making or claiming or Nero as far as I can tell.
I'll let you guys just play, and I'm going to let my phone charge a little more. And I actually want to hear what Spencer and E. Michael and you guys react a little bit, because this is actually a very fascinating like topic we're covering. To be honest with you, it's very, very, very interesting.
For sure. Yeah, it's funny how he just, you know, did a 180 on all the conspiracies he used to promote. It's just funny. But yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to believe it anymore either.
It sounded like he gave up telling people.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Owen Benjamin?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. He is. I guess you could argue he is siding with the Matrix in that way, and I would agree. It does sound like that, right? He was saying something about it was wrong of him to think that promoting the truth or more knowledge for people is a good thing, something to that effect.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree in terms of it depends on how we define too much knowledge or what is enough knowledge. But there definitely seems to be a correlative between knowledge past a certain point bringing diminishing returns in terms of people, so to speak, can know too much. Not to make this biblical, I don't subscribe to a religion, but with that said, the Bible talking about forbidden tree of knowledge, I think there is some truth to that. I think that to some degree, people could know too much. There's some things that we're not meant to know, and that's okay. But I think the kind of God complex that some people seem to have, in particular in the technology space, unfortunately, seems to lead to bad things. Now, on the surface, and in the short term, they're perpetuated as good, as feeling good. But in the long term, and for the good of society, if we're to look at morals and, you know, those useless things that maybe used to exist, I think it's bad. But again, we'd have to define what it is and what is too much knowledge.
Yeah, and if I could point out, you know, I'm finally getting to finishing the debate you had with the Andrew Wilson, you know, the Christian brother there, and basically, he's, you know, one of your favorite, one of my favorite points that you made against him was, do you promote Christianity? You asked him if he promotes Christianity. Just a simple, straightforward question. And it seemed like the back and forth on that question was really one of the most interesting parts of the entire exchange. So, yeah, for sure, because the branding of the crucible and the witch hunt and that sort of thing. So, yeah, it was fascinating.
Yeah, no, I agree. I enjoyed that part as well as I think it was right around that point when we got into intent versus damn, I can't remember what it was. I don't remember now. But anyways, yeah, there was a few parts that I think probably, even though he would never admit it, gave him some food for thought, or maybe just pushback he didn't expect to get. I don't know. But that's what it seems like to me. So, and yeah, I guess he can, you know, he finally said, well, yeah, I guess transcendentally, you know, whatever. It's more than that, but that was his concession, apparently, that it's incidental.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit of a concession, especially I wasn't aware of the background of the witch hunt and the Crucible movie. You know,
shit, sorry.
I always thought it was about what the hell?
He's coming in Morse code.
Morse code. He's receiving orders.
The Mossad got him. Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
so interestingly, oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
So I had some people, you know, reach out to me during the debate, after the debate, and I wasn't looking, you know, at messages during the debate. I was concentrating on what's going on. But interestingly, I was sent some videos that would have been good. And I know I talked to you about, I didn't know we were going to be introducing, you know, videos or have that opportunity, but, you know, it is what it is. So with that said, somebody sent me a pretty interesting video of Andrew which I'm sure many people have seen, but I had not seen prior. And it was on the Whatever podcast with Brian. And he was going on about once Brian said that he was converting or looking into converting, and Andrew was saying, oh, this has been the plan the whole time, and that type of rhetoric. This is not a quote. I don't remember exactly. I didn't get transcripts. But anyways, that would have been a very interesting one to put up. So were you lying? You know, when he had this whole spectacle, he's jumping up and down practically, talking about this was the plan the whole time to convert you. Meanwhile, during the debate, he was, you know, practically saying, no, I've never had those intentions. No, and anything that comes out towards anyone else in terms of my view of Christianity is just incidental, you know, transcendental, whatever.
Yeah, ultimately, people that are going to follow a type of religion because of the transcendental argument for God, that's not going to be a holding value. It's going to have to be something much more substantial. And even the air and pomp of the ceremonials of the Orthodox Church, you know, there needs to be something a lot more. Something I mentioned that actually has staying power is 1100 AD. You know, if you're going from 1100 AD to, you know, the present day, and you can trace a line of saints or what have you from that time, then that actually has staying power. And you have traditions, and you have, you know, papers, and you know, it's the same kind of thing that the Jewish rabbis have, you know, where they have this paper trail, you know, going back to, you know, back then. And same thing with the Islamic scholars. You know, the paper trail ends in 1100 AD, as I was mentioning in the first part of this. But yeah. Oh.
Hey, so on that note, thank you for having me up.
For sure.
I'm going to head out, but I'm sure I'll see you again soon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll talk
Nice
to
to
you
see you
soon,
again.
my friend. Blessings.
Yeah, you too. Benjamin, did I say that right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're good.
Right. And then, Yes Mays and Reddington. Good to see you all. So, see you next time.
For sure. Talk to you soon, my friend. Thank you.
All right.
Blessings.
Cool.
I'm gonna have to go to work pretty soon too myself. But yeah, thanks for having me on. This is interesting as usual, as always. Great content.
For sure. Blessings. Yeah, thank you for being here with us as always. And yeah, you're always welcome to be here and discuss some of these things, because yeah, we do get into some interesting things. Even for myself, it gets a little weird. As I say, I don't really plan these shows, so a lot of times I don't know where it's headed. You know, it's been a very long time since I've listened to this particular broadcast, so a lot of the thoughts I'm having in my head about it are pretty much fresh.
Right.
You know, I was not. Yeah. So yeah,
well, I mean,
it's been
that's a sign that you're getting something out of it. If it's making you think, that's good.
Oh yeah. This is on the spot thinking. You know, so there's at least that
Nice.
aspect to it. But yeah.
All right, later, guys. Nice to see you all again.
Yeah, thank you so much, Benjamin. Have
See
a
ya.
blessed night. Well, I was hoping they'd stay and comment on this, but yeah, get some of their comments on this, but I guess I waited too long to play. But yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, and bringing up certain Owen Benjamin image.
Yeah, the Owen Benjamin. Yeah, that
kind of derailed it.
Yeah, the the Owen Benjamin. Well, at least Neuro got some commentary on something that he wanted to have you know, some feedback on, because
Yep.
yeah, it's becoming relevant again, I guess. What this guy is believing and saying on the internet today. They were covering some of what he was saying on Jim Bob, which I didn't really have the patience to watch the show. I just noticed that he was talking about him again, which, as it relates to the entire gay op, you know, was it set up that they had this public conflict with each other? Was that a trade of audience or some type of, money laundering, payment secured at 420. Elon Musk smokes the, blunt, it is what it is, but yeah, blessings, guys. Let's listen to the end part of this and see if there's any value.
You've got a revolutionary ideology or you've got a self-destructive ideology. I think that's absolutely true.
Interesting. Okay. Captain Blocker's anger for 10. Looking back, it appears as though Christianity was a strategic weapon used to pacify the warring Germanic tribes, much like how modern immigration is being weaponized from a fourth generation warfare perspective, used to dissolve a society from the inside. Interesting. What do you think about that? Anyone can pick up on this, not just Dr. Jones.
I think
Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones. Sorry.
I think that you pacify is, if you want to use that as the word, or civilize. Which do you want to use? Are the Bavarians stronger now than they were at the time of Rome, or are they weaker now? I think they're stronger, and I think there's a strength that they imbibe from Christianity that could not have prevailed. They could not have prevailed. I said this about when I was in Mexico trying to convince David Duke to become a Catholic. I talked about the Guarani.
What?
How do we know about the Guarani? Okay, it's one of the official languages of Paraguay. How do we know about the Guarani? Well, because the Jesuits went in there and
that's kind of E. Michael Jones' entire game is to co-opt the white nationalist movement with Christianity, which is interesting. He did have a talk with Andrew Wilson, because Andrew Wilson had this entire attack on the kill stream against the Nick Fuentes brand of Christian nationalism, which is more leaning towards the anti-Semitic type of rhetoric. So he thought it was more about promoting Christian value systems, and that was his entire start with that. So it's interesting that E. Michael Jones figures into the same attempt, but he's saying that the Catholicism was basically the repellent against Jews in Europe. So he's saying that they persecuted Jews. They didn't stop at just, having a tough stance against Jews or something like that, putting them in the ghettos or something like that. But no, they just wholesale expelled the Jews and or killed and persecuted them. So he's saying that, actually it was the Christian Catholic Church that was responsible for, making sure the Jews weren't in Europe anymore. So he's taking this interesting stance where in the Jewish revolutionary spirit, he's saying that the thing that's preserved Europe has nothing to do with being white. It's got to do with Europe's heritage that is uniquely Christian. And he's saying that Christianity was chosen for this project. And he's saying that the special legacy that unites Christian and European people is that, their religious creed that basically dispels any mention of Judaism. But is that true? Because obviously in Romans, right, Paul says it's the Jew first and then the Gentile, right? That's the salvation, that it's a universal salvation, but the salvation is about the Gentiles being grafted into the Jewish salvation, right? A partial hardening has come upon Israel until Gentiles come into the fold, right? So there's many different ways of looking at the situation. That goes to the evangelical sect, where they have basically taken on a form of Christian Zionism and saying, no, well, we have to set up the Messianic Jews first in Israel so that they can build the temple, and then the who knows what will happen. Either the Messiah will come back or the Antichrist will come, and then Jesus Christ will convert the Jews, or you know, there's many ways they talk about how the scenario will play itself out in the evangelical factions, right? But anyways.
Wrote their dictionary and their grammar for them. If they hadn't done that, they would have disappeared like all the other ethnic groups that we don't know about anymore.
I think the Bavarians are in the process of being ethnically wiped out, and part of it has to do with Christian universalism and acceptance of other people. So it's as far as stronger, well, they have iPads now. Back then, they were genetically stronger.
I'm saying, I just wrote an article, Werner Heisenberg and Jewish Science. It's about Bavaria. It's about my experience in Bavaria. And if you want to know why the Bavarians have been weakened, you need to know about Jewish social engineering that took place after World War II. I recommend this book. It's on Kindle and Amazon.
I think Christianity has had 2,000 years of survival because it appeals to people's ability or susceptibility to being guilt-tripped. And I think that's Jews are good at inflicting guilt on others, and I think so are Catholics, and I think that's part of the problem. Europeans have been made to feel guilty for their history, and I think that's fundamentally a Christian thing more than a barbarian thing. I don't think barbarians feel much guilt.
I'm saying it's a Jewish thing, and it's in the book. I explained to you why it's in the weakness of Germany is
just because it's in the book doesn't mean it's true.
I understand. The weakness of Germany at this point is guilt over the Holocaust.
Yeah.
That's the main thing that's inflicting guilt, and it's not. I'm sorry. The Jews are responsible for this, and the social engineering implemented it after World War II.
We whites have a remarkable capacity to feel guilt. It's very interesting. I actually talked about this in a speech from a few years ago, but there are the difference between, say, a shame culture and a guilt culture. A shame culture is, I've ashamed my father because I failed this exam. I'm going to go commit suicide or something. It's a Japanese trait. Whites, we have this remarkable ability to tear ourselves apart even when we're alone, to tear ourselves apart even when no one would even know or find out about our crime. That seems to be something we have perhaps a greater imagination than any other race for good and for ill. I often
wonder whether that's like a boiling the frog thing. I don't think the Vikings felt much guilt, so that just might be where white people are at this place in history and decline and those sort of things.
Yeah, we was Vikings, and plus, it's interesting that he's a Nietzschean, but he's talking about the salvific value of guilt. That doesn't sound very Nietzschean at all. It sounds like a post-Christian liberal ideal, and this whole guilt versus shame motif smacks of sadism and all of these post-liberal ideologies. So it's just interesting where he's coming with that. It's a very gay philosophical motif, a very cucked philosophical motif. Oh, guilt versus shame. Well, they have shame and we have guilt, and guilt is better than shame, so we win. It's like, that sounds weird. It sounds like psychological tropes are being paraded as philosophical maxims. It's post-liberal synthesis.
Something like that. It sounds like ends justify the means to me.
Yeah, in terms of utilitarian, yeah, very much so.
And when you're in decline, you tend to submit because you're afraid of the power of the people that are on the ascent.
Right. And there's no question that the fact that we've moralized stepping aside is just remarkable.
We're moralized self-destruction. Right?
Isn't this a great thing that the new CEO of this company is black? Or isn't this a great thing that the next James Bond will be played by a black man or whatever? This just idea that this is inherently great. It's like, why is it great?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's
what's great about it.
I'm not sure if it's innate as much as just where we are in history right now.
Yeah. Put upon.
And then feeling guilt is a survival strategy because you don't get your head chopped off.
I have a simple explanation for guilt feelings. When you do something wrong, you feel guilty. The main cause of guilt feelings is sin. Okay? The more you remove yourself from the graces of the Catholic Church, the more you will be involved in sin, and the more you will feel guilty.
So if blacks feel guilty for the Holocaust, that's because they are guilty and they sinned against Jews. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's literally a non sequitur.
Well, that escalated.
You move from a You get removed from the Catholic Church and you're prone to sin, but there's plenty of sin within the Catholic Church, so that doesn't make any sense, right? And the whole Catholic Church would be basically wiped out if there was no sin, right? So it just doesn't even make sense. But yeah.
Saying that I'll give you the classic explanation. The Jews were involved in the sexualization of German culture in the period following World War II. The Jews destroyed their sexual morality.
Now that's interesting that he relates the production of Hitler, and he wrote a whole book on Hegel. Some say Hegel is kind of the founder of German nationalism. In his lectures on history, he makes interesting statements about the German nation and how it's attached to the spirit of world history. And it sounds like he's kind of coining a type of German nationalism in this whole entire thing. So he takes a look at that and he talks about the land versus industrial, the land versus international trade system. Okay, so he's talking about nationalism as opposed to international or globalism, and how basically the Hegelian and the ideas of Fichte are related to this landed politic that was then exploited by Hitler in World War II. So it's interesting that E. Michael Jones is using all of these, and then he's talking about how the Jews were responsible for the corruption of German culture in terms of sexual immorality during the Weimar Republic. So he talks about all of these things, that it's the fault of the powerful elite actors, and that is what some of the white nationalist groups will say, like David Duke, who he invited to join his Christian movement. David Duke is a former, I think he's a Grand Dragon or whatever of the Ku Klux Klan or whatever. But yeah, let's check this out. So he's part of a well-known white nationalist organization.
Once their sexual morality was destroyed, they started to feel guilty. The Jews then said, the reason you feel guilty is because you killed all those Jews, and all of those guilty Germans who wanted to hold on to their bad sexual habits said, yeah, that's true. That's the dynamic that we're talking about here in Germany.
I think if you control the media, you basically can make people feel whatever the hell you want them to feel. I mean, it basically boils down to that, right? And it's not, so you don't even have to think of it in really complex terms. If you control the media, then people will feel what you desire them to feel. And I think that Jews use this power in a very conscious way. Now, not all Jews are kind of conscious of this manipulation or involved in this manipulation, but I think at the top, there certainly are conscious Jews that know exactly why we feel guilt. And it's done to us deliberately so that we feel guilt. We're kind of a demoralized race, right?
The Jews promote sexual liberation because it creates guilt. And then they come in and tell you, well, the reason you feel guilty is because you're an anti-Semite and your grandparents killed Jews in Auschwitz. That's the whole story of the manipulation of guilt in Germany in a nutshell.
Right. These things do have a tendency to flip. I know if you keep telling Germans over and over again that they're Nazis, at some point they might believe you.
What's to lose if you're going to be a Nazi anyway, right?
Mary for 1488. Richard, what are your thoughts about the comparison of Christianity and Buddhism in Nietzsche's Antichrist? Thank you for all you do. Okay, Mary, I'm going to go look back at that book. I certainly remember that Nietzsche discussed Buddhism as a nihilistic faith, as an attempt to reach oblivion, as an escape from this world. One can make comparisons with Christianity in that nature. Christianity isn't quite like that, although there's certain currents to it. But it does offer a afterlife as a kind of a token for, say, failure in this world. I've talked about this in some of my speeches. I think we need
Again, I've already discussed this. This is another key in saying that he's actually not serious about his right-wing Nietzscheanism, because he's quoting Nietzsche's sort of lame defense of Buddhist ascetic practices, placing them above Christianity, but he also blames both Buddhism and Christianity for placing the lower order in an imaginary higher order. So he talks about the transcendental ontological death, which is inspired by these teachings about how suffering and or sin is actually a good thing, right? So just keep that in mind here. But yeah, let's go on.
To understand eternity here and now. That we achieve eternity by looking at our children and seeing in them our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren, and seeing in them also our ancestors, our grandparents, and even the ancients, and that we're part of this line that exists here. And we should also be building structures that last thousands of years. And the eternal is here. I think there is a danger. I would not deny that Christianity has been a moralizing faith. I remember earlier on we had a interesting exchange with Dr. Jones where he said, a God is an expression of your power. Well, that's just an idol. Well, I think for your average conquistador, the bringing the cross and conquering the natives and ultimately converting them was an expression of their will to power. There's no question. So I think Christianity can be integrated into this. But I do think there is a fundamental problem with the idea of an eternal hereafter, in the sense that we are motivated to create projects in this world to better ourselves, to better the planet, to better each other, to create amazing art, to explore untapped parts of the universe, precisely because we're going to die, and that there is that great deadline in our life, and that this can be very motivating. There does seem to be a kind of fundamentally demoralizing aspect of thinking that your best life is not now, it's to come. I do think that we need to think about creating an eternity here. Does that okay? I was hoping that would spark a rejoinder from.
I think the idea of an afterlife, eternal punishment or eternal paradise is great marketing, but I think it's sadistic and cruel, and I think it allows people to accept intolerable circumstances in the present, just as the 72 more brilliant marketing than the Muslims. But I think whoever came up with that was sort of a psychopath and a sadist. Plus, I'd like to see evidence.
Interesting where that came from.
I think people are terrified of not existing anymore. I think that's the main existential question. It's horrifying to think you.
But we have
no
to have
exist.
We have to have a certain consciousness. I mean, I don't think your dogs and cats have a concept of not existing. They have a concept of direct punishment, but not that terrifying fear of not being around.
Right.
So it's an interesting question in just the development of human consciousness. Have you ever thought about these issues, Dr. Jones?
Yes, every day.
Okay.
Every day I pray that I will be when I die, that I will go to heaven and spend eternity with God. You can't have eternity here because eternity means there's no change. Okay, so you have a life
Not
here.
necessarily.
No, it does. It means that necessarily. It means no change. That's absolutely what it has to mean. There can be no change in eternity.
Well, I mean, you can say that all you want. I mean, I have a
moot point.
Heraclitean view of eternity. It's stepping into a river. It's flowing and developing and changing, but then it is a thing as well. I don't think that there should be no change in the world.
Okay, so he's trying to sound Nietzschean, but he then states that we have this collective ideal of forming art, and then becoming the best version of ourselves by transforming ourselves. So this inner sort of ideal of transformation and this collective ideal of we can all do it, that is a sort of liberal post-Marxian ideal that I think that is not really that Nietzschean. It's more of a transhumanist sounding thing that he's saying that and in other talks, I wish I got this clip, but he says that the goal of humanity is to build Mount Olympus in space. So his right-wing Nietzscheanism is basically just sounding like Elon Musk, sort of transhuman, Kantian ideals of world peace and transhumanism, right?
That's usually what it boils down to, as far as I can gather.
Yeah, so in that way, I mean, at least E. Michael Jones rejects utopia. He understands that every man has his own utopia, that we should actually strive for some sort of, understanding of what heaven is and not try to create it in this world. So that sounds more sane than the transhumanist sounding ideal of Richard Spencer here. So that's at least interesting.
No change in eternity. Once you leave the world of time, you enter the world of timelessness, and there's no change. So you live in this world, and you have a chance to change things. You can make changes. Think of the past. The past is completely immutable. There's nothing you can do about the past. There's not one thing you can do about it. When you die, everything is the past, which means everything that you've done is completely immutable, and now you're faced with answering for what you did. All of the good things, you can't change them. You can't go back and screw that up. All of the bad things, you can't change that either. So all you can do at this point is ask God for some type of forgiveness, because he can give it to you. And at that point, the good overwhelms the bad, and you pass into eternity with God, as opposed to in rebellion against God.
All right.
Yeah, but
Richard, I would say certainly that the decline of Christianity is tied to the demographic decline of whites. I think that's questionable.
If I remember right, Catholicism doesn't teach eternal security. So it's like, what was the point of talking about how eternity is basically static when you're not even sure that you're going to even end up there? And it also just seems to go against the whole point of God creating mankind to begin with. If God has a purpose for mankind to begin with, then if there's no change in eternity, then there's no point in having a goal for mankind, because that would imply having changes over time to accomplish the goal, or goals, plural.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think he's it's very fascinating, because he's sort of implying that this realm of heaven and hell and all of these things, they exist outside of time. So in that way, they are eternal. And so he's making a distinction between the sort of permanence of the heavenly realm. And this comes from how Christianity used the, Plato's world of the transcendental in order to formulate these ideals, because this world is the world of particulars, the world of becoming, whereas the heavenly realm is the world of the forms. It's a world of universals, and their eternity exists, and mainly because God exists there, and God exists sort of outside of time. So that's the philosophy, how they mended or rejected the Neoplatonic ways and the Gnostic ways, because there's more of a interesting view of time there that is more into the sort of Kabbalistic way, to quote some of the people who study the Gnostic views. They have this idea of eminentizing the eschaton and pulling the future into the past that is more heavily driven towards the Aristotelian view of teleology within nature. So that's where all of that goes. But yeah.
If I heard correctly, Jones said a little bit ago that he hopes to go to heaven. I think I heard him say that. That's where I get the whole thing about Catholics not having eternal security. They're not taught that.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. And it makes sense because of their practices like indulgences and other practices. So
so that is one thing. I mean, the fact that whites are in decline, a lot of that is related to a loss in belief in Christianity, it seems. And the interesting question there, though, I guess, is I personally don't think we can go back, right? And I think that ultimately the way that you could recreate these things is ultimately it's through a kind of media and a culture that is moralizing as opposed to demoralizing. The culture now is very demoralizing, and so I mean, I guess I would just add that remark. I think that's the reason it becomes a question in our circles at all is because clearly Christianity was responsible for a great deal of sort of white fecundity in preceding generations. I mean, I think.
He said media and a culture. So yeah, interesting optics with that term. He openly said a culture. So he said that we need to do work in the esoteric aspect of things and hide things from the masses while propagandizing them. This is essentially what he said. So. So, yeah, the Brahmin guy is a neo-occultist, neo-pagan. Interesting optics there with those. What are those?
That's just undeniable.
Sure. All right. Lawrence for 5. Jim, this is for Goad. Why are you wearing that silly looking getup? Is it not so subtle way of showing contempt for the topic of religion?
I can show contempt for religion while topless. I like this jacket. I got it at a thrift store, so I went full Harold Lloyd for tonight. It's my way of being trad. If I could return to an era, I'd go 100 years ago. 1918, when Harold Lloyd and Buster Keaton reigned supreme. That was a world I would like to live in. Middle Ages? Yeah, no. Thanks for asking.
Great. Okay. Market Raisin for 5. Dr. Jones, if the Jews' great enemies are, quote, Catholics rather than white people, then why is it the UK, Sweden, and Germany are the 3 most attacked countries in Europe by the tribe? Haiti is 96% Catholic, and they don't care about Haiti.
Yeah, because nobody cares about Haiti. But they
God definitely doesn't care about Haiti. That's obvious.
Sad trombone.
I change that. Okay, but the point here is that Haiti is not an important culture. It's not a culture that is loaded down with value in the way that these European countries are. Also, from the speeches that the Jews have given, the Jews who are orchestrating the migration crisis, the current migration crisis, people like Barbara Lerner Specter, they see their cause as punishing Europe for its anti-Semitism. So that's the reason that they're doing this. The problem here is that because these countries have turned away from Christianity, they are defenseless. That's the problem. The Civiltà Cattolica series on the Jews, which was published by the Vatican in 1890, said it was on the 100th anniversary of the French Revolution. Any country that turns away from God's law, as established by the Catholic Church, will end up being ruled by Jews. That is what we see across the board. That is what we see in Germany right now. Okay, a weakened country because they turned away from Christianity, which is the only thing that can provide a defense against the Jews. Hitler tried it on other terms and he failed. I'm saying the long-term strategy has to be Sicut Judaeus non, the Catholic strategy.
Does the current Catholic Church do they believe in antagonism towards Jews or kind of subordination of Jews?
No. The biggest crisis in the Catholic Church right now is the problem of Catholic-Jewish dialogue, because now you have what is in effect dual covenant theology. Bishop Barron was just on the Ben Shapiro show, and Ben Shapiro said, "Am I going to hell?" And Bishop Barron danced around the issue. What Bishop Barron should have said is baptism is necessary for salvation. Then if you refuse baptism, you cannot be saved. That's what he should have said, but they don't say it anymore.
I don't know how accurate this map is. I'm looking at the Telegraph UK, and it's the percentage of population who feels religious, smallest to largest. To my knowledge, the number one and number two economies in the world are China and the US. China has the smallest, US has the next smallest amount of religious belief. Where is it clustered the largest, the darkest? Africa. Just tossing it out there.
Is this the Protestant work ethic where wealth is a sign of the election? Is that what
I think when you say the countries fall apart, I think prosperity is a sign of a country being successful.
Well, then these are not successful.
I would much rather live in America or China than, say, Zimbabwe or Swaziland.
That's I don't know what to say to that.
Well, don't discount Swaziland.
Swaziland's
right.
Very religious, very religious.
Right. I am
rocks or something, but right.
Well, I'm banned from Europe, so I am forced to summer in Swaziland, and but they have some great beachfront restaurants and things like that. So, okay, Zero Schizo for 5. I love these names. At Spencer, the idols you are looking for are called nukes, petrodollar, NATO, CFR, and FMI. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't quite know how this question or comment is directed, but I don't disagree in a way. There are these big others, as Lacan might say. There's these gods of the world, and those are things like.
Interesting. He quotes Lacan. Was that?
I believe yeah.
Gods of the world. My God, interesting optics here. He's quoting postmodern philosophers here, and for his post-Hegelian sort of synthesis here. And also all of the things that this one questioner mentioned, nukes and petrodollar, are technological. So he's talking about, well, what about these issues about global control? You seem to think that we're going to surpass them, or that these are the solution. The problems that we saw about the international media system and the global elite, it seems, the gay rights parades in Tel Aviv have something to say about where we're headed. You know what I mean? That's what I'll say now. It's a cultural dynamic, and even the people in Israel have to deal with it to a certain extent. So if they're the ones spawning it, they're affecting themselves with it. How can that be? One has to wonder, right?
The U.S. petrodollar monetary system, NATO, the nuclear powers, they have this imminence that is almost godlike in our world. It's something that we can talk about and criticize, but that we are always in their shadow. I don't disagree with that. At Goad, you speak of genetics. Then explain to me why the British sold their people to Benjamin Disraeli. Same blood?
Who said that genetics always dictates loyalty to genetics? So based on a false point.
No, I agree. I think that's true. Okay.
Benjamin Disraeli was the Zionist prime minister of Britain. Bet you guys didn't know that was a thing, right? But yeah, also, the guy wrote Zionist poetry, and it's interesting that this idea about it is coming from a Zionist, Richard Spencer, who's basically, although despite being a white nationalist and a Nietzschean, has said many times that white nationalists and America and Europeans need to model themselves after Israel, and the Jewish people have many good things and all of that type of stuff. He's a sort of pro-Jewish white nationalist, and also a socialist sort of supporter as well. So it's interesting. He's a very interesting character.
That's very strange. Yeah.
Indeed, it is. Oh.
Well, I would actually, I think an underappreciated figure in the whole movement is Michael A. Hoffman II. He was the one who wrote "They Were White and They Were Slaves," Judaism, Strange Gods. He's about as good as they get on a white elite's disdain for the poor whites.
Yeah.
So yeah, is this the time to announce I'm going to have a show on Heel Turn starting in 2 weeks? I want to
You
get
should have announced at the beginning. Yeah, please.
Right, called Bad Faith with Jim Goad starting in 2 weeks. I'm going to get Michael A. Hoffman II on because he's a genius.
That's awesome. I can't wait, and I'm very happy that you're on. At Dr. Jones, Spencer is Nietzschean ideologically. That is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I supposed to agree or I agree with that statement.
Okay. Hermes Dioctoros for 20. Question for each of the guests. Which comes first, religion or national identity? Do you need a cohesive common mythos to form a national identity or vice versa? Very interesting question. I would say this, language and our ability to use language. So in that sense, the word does make us human. That is something that separated us out. So in a way, language is the most, I think I might actually agree with Dr. Jones here. I think Aryans are a linguistic category. Now, that doesn't mean that they aren't genetically identifiable, but they are a linguistic category. And when we think of the beginnings of consciousness, it must begin with our use of language, our use of symbols and metaphors in that sense, and communicative currency, as opposed to either violence or direct domination or so on. So I would say in the history of consciousness, which this question is related to, language does come first.
Yeah, a God comes way before any type of political organization. This is the testimony of Vico. I think it's absolutely true. The fundamental feeling that the man has in the state of nature is that there is a God up in the heavens, up in the sky. Jupiter is Zeus Pater, God the Father. He lives in the sky, and he's unhappy with me because there's thunder. And thunder is an expression of his unhappiness, and I have to do something to avoid his unhappiness. This comes way before there's any type of civilization.
Well, here's where we get to this question. Why would God create a universe that makes him unhappy in the first place?
Well, it's weird that he went back to Jupiter as a stand-in for, Christ. It's kind of reminding me of Truther Cop and his whole Saturn, Jordan Maxwell thing. I don't think he understands where that came from, but yeah.
This is the question. The question he just asked is my question. I would like to see how they answer.
Yeah, yeah, that's the main question. Theodicy, right? That both religion and atheism struggle to answer, which comes to the whole thing that Pill Eater was talking about with Alvin Plantinga, right?
Yeah. Right. Well, atheism doesn't really have an answer because it's like, what's the word? It's not the right question to ask for an atheist, basically.
Yeah, it might just fall into determinism. And that goes to the whole idea of Hume, where he went to the radical empirical approach, where he fell just into determinism because he said, well, it's atoms banging against each other, so you can't really control anything.
Right.
And then the religious answer is free will, but that doesn't solve a lot of issues because you have to have obedience to God, right? Or else you go to hell. So there's that whole question, right?
Because the question he's asking is about God's character. It's not about mankind's character or actions or free will or lack thereof.
Yeah. Yeah, but in the atheistic sense, they too much blame nature. They see nature as a bad thing. And you could see that in the hubris of science, that most atheists sort of want to surpass nature, and that's why they've had a uneasy fellowship with the occultists since their conception. And then you go to the religious people, and the religious people, they seem to justify a lot of the bad things that happen in the world
They say, no, we'll just go away and pray about it. Well, there's things going on beyond the four walls of your church or mosque that you might want to go take a look at and address, right, while you're praying, and seeing what the sacrifice is. Obviously, the founders of these religious conceptions, they did great work in society. They went to war. They set up monasteries. They built things that lasted for thousands of years. That Richard Spencer is saying that we need to build monuments that last for thousands of years. Well, the people who built those churches did that. Right? So he's a little bit presumptuous when he's saying, well, we need to do these things. Well, he might want to look at who already did those things. Right? It's interesting. But yeah. Let's go to this, because I think there's only a little bit of it left. Yeah.
God tolerates evil because he can bring out of it a greater good.
But doesn't he expect it to happen? Doesn't he have control? This is what I don't understand. It's a sincere question. I don't want it to get contentious.
I'm trying to give a sincere answer. Everything I talked about eternity. God is in eternity. The entire scope of human history is one complete plan now in God's mind. Beginning, middle, and end. It's all over. It's an eternal pattern in his mind.
But
and what we perceive as the beginning and what we perceive as evil is something that he resolved in the end as some type of ultimate good.
But if it's his plan, why does it make him unhappy? I genuinely don't understand this.
He has to be, first of all, this is an anthropomorphism. God cannot be unhappy. But the Bible tells us that God is angry and things like that. What we're saying here is that God cannot tolerate, he does tolerate evil. God hates evil. It's the antithesis of what he is. And so we have this kind of anthropomorphism. He's angry at evil. He does not like evil.
Since you brought up evil here, the classic questions from Epicurus. Is God willing to prevent evil but not able? Then he is not omnipotent. Is he able but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then whence cometh evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Then why call him God?
Right. That's exactly the atheist objection to God. Either he's all good or he's all powerful.
Well, it's an objection to a pissed off God. That's specifically.
But I just gave the answer to that question. God tolerates evil because he brings about a greater good through that evil that could not have happened without the evil. The classic example in the Bible is
that's not an answer.
Joseph is sold into slavery by his brothers. That's an evil. Okay.
So evil is something separate from God.
Absolutely.
Then God is finite.
No.
That sounds like it.
No, it's not. It's not. God, creation, evil is part of creation. Creation is separate from God. God is not part of creation.
So he's finite. He's separate from it. Okay. He has limits.
He's infinite. He's the creator.
Finite. That's
he's responsible for evil.
There.
No, can I finish the story of Joseph? I was trying to explain that.
Sure.
Okay, so Joseph is sold into slavery. Okay, that's a bad thing. The brothers committed evil. He ends up in Egypt. He becomes a high official in charge of the granary. Famine breaks out in Israel. They're starving to death. Now they have to come to Egypt. They have to go to the brother that they sold into slavery. And Joseph reveals his identity to them. And then he says to them, the evil that you intended to do to me has been turned by God's power into good. That is the whole explanation of the relationship between God's power and evil in this world. In other words, if Joseph hadn't been sold into slavery, he could not have provided food to keep the Israelites from starving to death. That is the way God works in history.
But that's begging the question.
Sorry, Mark, you want to answer that? Do you want to chime in? The original question was, which comes first, a religion or national identity?
Oh, okay.
And then we got into other subjects.
That's assuming God has no other way to provide food and shelter for the Israelites or for the Egyptians, for that matter, in that famine. Or how about not just prevent the famine from happening to begin with? Why did it have to be Joseph being sold into slavery in the first place? It makes no sense if he's going to be omnipotent.
Yeah, I wanted to let Reddington get in on that. I know he was chomping at the bit to respond to some of these.
It's one of the main questions that that has to be answered, in my opinion.
Yeah, the whole question of theodicy, and it also relates to free will.
and our creative capacity as well. So that's another aspect to it. And also it relates to, as I already mentioned, nature, how we view nature. And yeah, that's one of the main aspects of this whole thing too. But yeah. I'm sorting out some of these some of what I'm going to show you guys after this. But yeah, here we go. I got some good tapes for the replays. But yeah, let's see what more of this we can undertake. I did do a interesting panel 2 days ago. If you guys missed it, it won't be back until we do another show. So you know, that's gone for now. But yeah, let's see where this is. Okay, there it is.
But
Sure.
Where are they coterminous?
Yeah, I mean, you know, race is the fundament, right? So that's what I would say. I think that race is more important. I think that a mythos or religion develops in a positive way to protect and ameliorate a race. It develops as a kind of enclosure, a helpful enclosure, in the case of Aryans, certainly, and it works to ameliorate. Judaism works differently. It seems that religion developed in a kind of different manner, and it appears to be designed to kind of attach itself to Aryans on some level. You know what I mean? And to kind of draw a resource, whether genetic or you know, wealth resources from Aryans. And yeah, but it's a different kind of, you know. But having said that, I don't think that a kind of salubrious Aryan religion has existed since Rome. So I think Christianity basically left us open to this kind of parasitism from Jews, effectively.
All right. Drake God 84 for 5. Hey, Richard, if I ever get the chance to meet you, the 10 high whiskey and the natty daddies are on me. All right. That's awesome. Jim, have you ever been to Carrollton, Georgia?
Carrollton? No, I'm not. That's not where the Guidestones are, is it?
It is.
That's interesting.
I have been to the Guidestones, and those are pretty freaky. But it's like, do you ever see Spinal Tap when they have the tiny Stonehenge? It's much less impressive when you get there. They say it's 20 feet high. I would doubt it's higher than 10 feet. It was a little bit of but yeah, that's a freaky.
Carrollton's on the other side of the state. It's not near the Guidestones.
I've actually climbed up the Confederate Mount Rushmore outside of Atlanta.
Oh, Stone Mountain. Yeah,
absolutely. It was amazing. It was a great walk too. It was pretty easy, just a couple miles or so.
Yeah. There's a trail that goes up. Did you see the light pole with all the bubble gum on it? Everyone puts their.
Oh, I did. Yes.
It's disgusting. But yeah, Stone Mountain is where the Klan was reformed in 1915, and
right.
As far as I know, that bas-relief carving, it's larger than Mount Rushmore. It's the largest one in the world. And of course, they're trying to get rid of it. They've reached a compromise. They're going to put a giant MLK statue on top of Stone Mountain to atone for Jefferson Davis and Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson.
I don't know if you're joking or
not. That's true. That was and I'm sure eventually they'll try to blast off the carving.
That would be absolutely appalling.
It's a story.
If we can't stand up for that, then we don't have.
It's a story I told before, but it bears repeating. You know who Hank Johnson is, the retarded congressman who thinks islands can capsize?
Oh, well, that is true, but he is retarded, and for other reasons.
Yes. I actually saw him. It was like a pro-Confederate rally at Stone Mountain a couple of years ago, and there's Hank Johnson standing there, and I got all excited. I went over and talked to him, and he was surprisingly cool about it. I said, "What do you feel about this?" He's like, "Leave it alone. It's a private park. If it was a government building or something, then I'd be against it. But this is history. Just let them." And it's always kind of delightful when you see somebody you think is an idiot, and probably is in most cases, be rational about something.
All right. You heard it here. Okay. Anonymous for 5. This is the same soldier who claims to still be an atheist. I was not in a foxhole. Jesus got me on a technicality. Oh, no, I guess this might be a different person. I was not in a foxhole, but Jesus got me on a technicality. I presume he is a Christian. Okay. That's, or maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's just a aphoristic joke.
Totally unrelated. Dr. Jones, Pats or Geno's?
any place that puts cheese whiz on a cheesesteak.
Oh, boo!
So you're pro Pats?
Did they put cheese whiz on it?
Geno's does, but Geno's had the xenophobic guy, Joey Vento, who died a couple years ago. They had all the anti-Mumi Abu Jamal rhetoric. So I'd got to go with Geno's, and also because they have the hottest hot sauce in the world. We're speaking a foreign language. It's this corner in Philadelphia. They're lit by like red fluorescent bulbs. They're open 24 hours a day, catty corner from each other. Pat's and Geno's duel for the best cheesesteaks in Philadelphia.
I don't think I've had Geno's. I've had Pat's, but I don't know. Maybe Geno's
Italians
is
are
better.
gay for 10. What a username there. I just wanted to say that Jim Goad likes peckers. And yes, thanks for that. And to ask Dr. Jones that while
But yeah, it's interesting. The Philly cheesesteak, that is a delicious treat for sure. But
When
yeah,
done right, I grew up right outside of Philly, so I never put cheese whiz on there. It's like putting chemical shit on there. You can have plenty of good cheesesteaks without that stuff. I mean, it's just I can't stand it. In other words,
but yeah, interesting. He related it to the move bombing and the Mumia Abu Jamal trial, which a lot of people think is staged. You know, move was going around freeing the animals from the zoo and doing other such things. Interesting acts of quote unquote eco-terrorism. And they're bombed in their headquarters by a police helicopter. So yeah, anyways. What's going on here?
he is happily married, would he like to impregnate me with his Logos babies? Okay, I kind of regret
I have an answer
reading
to
that.
I am in favor of unprotected intercourse.
That was a woman who wrote that?
What?
I don't know. I feel dirty for reading that. Okay. Joseph G for 5. He actually used another name.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say it this time. Sad trombone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sad trombone.
Dr. Jones, what do you think about all right, so he's basically asking your opinions of the Third Reich. What are your? We could go on for a long time about that complicated subject. What are your opinions on? I think you've already expressed that.
It was a neo-pagan revival based on an American understanding of race. That was the best thing that ever happened to the Jews. Basically, because they used it now to take control of the mind of the entire West. So it was a disaster.
All right. Ebb and flow for 50. If we on the alt-right are to move on from Christianity, do we establish a new religion in its place, or is the real world our new spiritual structure? Does anyone want to take that? But particularly the more of the unbelievers in our panel here.
Sure. Yeah, I think the answer is yes. I mean, I think that we have to control. I mean, to simplify it, is we have to control the media, and we have to control representations in the media, and present good breeding models effectively for people, and not have a degenerate media effectively, right? Is that exactly going to be sort of a Greco-Roman thing? I think it certainly will draw inspiration from that. But that's what I would say. I mean, I think I kind of outlined it before, but there's got to be some kind of consciously developed culture. So I think that when people don't, I mean, and I'm sure Michael Lee Jones will disagree with this, but I think that both Judaism and Christianity developed cynically, and that they were kind of these they were sort of the intelligent aligning of symbols, and were designed exactly for the purposes that we're discussing now. In other words, Christianity was designed as kind of St. Peter's net. It was designed to kind of ensnare the non-Jew or the Aryan, and make him vassal to effectively a Jewish God, right? There's a huge kind of psychological component to the idea that we worship a Jew, we worship a rabbi. I think that is psychologically demoralizing for Aryans. That's the reason the Romans worshipped Jupiter, because he was an Aryan figure. He was a celestial sky god. It's the reason they worshipped Apollo. So those are my 2 cents on the matter.
Real quick, Jim, what do you think in terms of do we need a religion as identitarians going forward, or again, I would actually point out I was just I saw an interesting thing on Twitter just today about Gen Z. There was a kind of meme about Gen Z returning to religion. That is just simply not accurate.
I think Nick Fuentes was the guy who pushed this, because I was reading the summary of an AmRen conference, and he said something along the lines of 40% of Zoomers go to church, whereas 23% of Boomers.
That is obviously incorrect.
That's not true at all.
That's
seven different graphs where religion is going down among the young. I think that religions are genetically created by a community to cope with their circumstances. Dr. Jones used the term obsolete. I think Christianity is obsolete for current circumstances. If you want to believe in it, I don't care. Don't be a dick to me about it. I won't be a dick to you about it. Otherwise, yeah, I think it's outmoded, and it's not and like I said, it's been watered down to the point where it's a majority non-white religion, and I think that's a problem if white survival is your goal.
Right.
And like I said, I think it's undeniable unless your head is floating in the clouds that the enemy is being okay with being white, not being okay with being Christian. I mean, like I said, they're kind of mildly against it. They can mock it in ways they don't other Abrahamic religions, but it's not this full-on onslaught. You don't have a Charlottesville when Christians get together to give speeches.
All right. Jim Morrison in Paris. Oh, thank you, Ebb and Flow, for your $50. We appreciate that. Jim Morrison in Paris for 5. That's a cool username. Dr. Jones, are we misrepresenting the Catholic version of hell by using the word punish? The Bible defines this punishment as separation from God rather than any sort of internal torment, fire, or pain. This was a non-biblical construct of Dante and Milton. I visited some amazing little churches in Italy when I traveled there, and gazed upon the pornographic display of S&M that was occurring in hell. I found it pretty amusing. I was putting myself in the position of a medieval peasant and thinking of how terrifying some of those images would be in a world in which they were just we weren't inundated with images and salacious ones like we are today. But what do you think about that? Is the concept of hell as punishment, is that non-biblical or non-Catholic?
Scriptural.
Yeah, I think so too. The lake of fire is mentioned in Revelation, and in Mark, Jesus mentions where the worm dieth not, the suffering never ends. I think it's definitely scriptural and wasn't.
Also, the parable of Dives and Lazarus. The rich man goes to hell and he's tormented.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Truth will. Did you want to say something there, Mark?
Yeah, no, it is scriptural. You go into the barn or you go into the fire. It's the idea when the Reaper comes.
One quick question, Richard. When you were in Italy, did you see the monastery in Rome with all the bones?
Oh, yes. I love that.
I was there too. It's pretty amazing. Italy blew my mind. I grew up in Philly with a whole different breed of Italians. But in Italy, I was afraid of breaking things.
Well, yeah, I've been to Italy many times. But the first time I went was when I was in college. And I seriously considered converting to Catholicism for purely aesthetic reasons.
The beauty, right? Yes.
Yeah. And it was also so kind of non-Protestant. It was sensual and so on. I loved it.
Venice too had amazing churches. Yes.
Yeah, and I think also it was a culture that was, it was European, so on, but it was obviously distanced from someone like me, a kind of uptight wasp. I mean, when you go to Germany, I will fit in. Walking around Rome, someone like me kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. It was a kind of other culture that I really admire.
I was prevented from entering St. Peter's because I had a wife beater on, and it was 105 degrees in Rome that day. But maybe I'm bitter because of that.
First of all, I'd like to say I've enjoyed being on your show. I have to go now, but there's just one thing I have to say is that I too was an apostate until I went to Germany. And it was only in Germany in 1973 that I came back to the Catholic faith. And it was because of European German Catholicism that it did to me. I had to get out of Philadelphia to do that. Anyway, I enjoyed talking.
I think you have to get out of Philadelphia to be spiritual on any level.
It was too many cheesesteaks or something like that.
Yeah, there you go.
You guys, I got to go. My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on.
So long.
I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
So long. All right. Let's just power through these.
Especially with that cheese whiz.
Okay. Truth will out for 10. Mr. Jones. Oh, dear. Oh, if he's still there. Okay. I'll just ask it.
One more question.
Dr. Jones, not Mr. Jones. Why are religious countries in Africa unsuccessful? Why are atheist countries in East Asia very successful?
When I was invited to Africa by the Bishop of Musoma to Tanzania to write a biography of Julius Nyerere. And while I was there, I met a group of people from Germany who were working with the Tanzanians on a coffee plantation, selling coffee in Germany. And it was a joint venture between the Diocese of Würzburg and the Diocese of Mbinga. So you open the brochure and it says Diocese of Mbinga founded 1987, I believe. You turn to the Würzburg thing, Diocese of Würzburg founded 840. So we're talking about the difference of 1,100 years of Catholic culture that taught the Germans how to work and how to be prosperous. That's the whole story of Europe in a nutshell.
So in 800 years, Africa will be Europe, or will be as successful as Europe in its own way?
I'm saying if the Africans have not learned how to work as effectively as the Germans have, it takes a long process of enculturation that involves many different aspects. I'm going to be speaking in Kenya in a not too distant future. Part of me is I'm going to address this issue then, but we're talking about development.
What about the Japanese?
Japanese had a very advanced culture that was different than Africa. If you're asking me why did Japan have an advanced culture and the people on the plateau of Africa not have the wheel, not have writing, I don't know what the answer to that question is. I don't know what the answer is. Okay. But I'm saying that basically what I am
latitude, well, part of the answer at least, but
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. I wish I did. Anyway, I'm one question over.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jones.
Thank you.
Take care.
Talk to you soon.
Bye bye. Bye.
Go Eagles.
Yeah.
You are listening to Radio Area for an alternative to the anti-white system on RadioArea.com.
Gay outro music, unexpected, but yeah, interesting conversation, an oldie but a goodie in terms of its presentation and scope. You know, interesting links that are forming today between the right wing people, what is defined as the alt-right movement, and whether the American project or the European project in general can be linked to Christianity or even liberalism on the other end. You know, the secular humanist ideal, you know, of world peace or world, you know, sort of, you know, matters. But yeah. And the instantiation of universalism that goes to the whole concept of, I guess, the goal of humanism, right, is this international state. And really, it's seen in Kant, who talked about world peace through mutual contraction. He wrote about it as his political ideal. So that's one of the main things, too. We also have another guest here. Let me see if this is okay. What's going on?
I thought Cecil had beaten all the sleeping on panel goals.
Yeah.
Am I behind when I just found out that Jay Dyer went on the Sam Hyde show?
Oh, Neuro, are you aware of this?
No, I'm aware of it. He's not too far off. I think it happened it's been off and on for the past few months, but it
He's
officially
been on a couple times.
Yeah, Pillier was talking about it too. Yeah.
It's only been recently that he kind of made it official, I would say, probably the past couple weeks he officially showed his relationship with that dude, but they've been talking for a while. Yeah.
You make it sound like they're fucking, but I was watching I haven't watched Sam Hyde in a while, and he missed the mark. I mean, everything they said about the Puffy situation and child trafficking and everything was accurate, but I don't believe this video was Puffy calling people out. I think it's an old video that he was inviting people to a party. You don't sit a kid on your lap and call people out. There's a video where he's got his kid on his lap and they're reading off a list of celebrities and the kid repeats the names. That was an old video he was inviting people to his party. That would be a weird way to imply some ratting and narking. But everything else they talked about in that situation was pretty spot on.
Yeah, the strange thing to me is like when they talked about the religious and the like occult stuff is like it's very like kind of just Sam Hyde hasn't been that funny, especially like when he was with Dyer, like he didn't really laugh or make many jokes.
Yeah, I
I'm
think he's
surprised, like very serious all of a sudden.
probably evolving because his humor was never like broad spectrum. It was like for the type. Like I recognize his crew because that's a rural style to buy like hip hop and urban clothes, but then let it get worn down in their rural lifestyle. I saw that a lot growing up in West Virginia.
Yeah, I agree. Actually agree. And the weird thing is with him is I don't know. Sam Hyde has he does a really good. I would say he does some of the best comedy in the last 15, 20 years, but he definitely, I don't know. He's not a Christian, that's for sure. And so I'm not sure exactly.
I can also relate to him where if he doesn't have a rival or a subject like iDubbbz, the iDubbbz situation was pretty much his claim to fame. And if he doesn't have something like that to counter, probably more difficult for him to do content. I mean, I'm gonna evolve, but he definitely did his best stuff counter trolling iDubbbz and getting kept out of the boxing matches and stuff like that.
Yeah, I liked his character, the Candyman. That was a good character. And no,
Have you ever seen their sci-fi pilot that never took off?
No, I didn't.
I'll link it. It's only like 5 minutes long, but I wish it would have went somewhere. It intrigues me severely.
Yeah, he's a good writer. I think the problem is doing a podcast and doing like actual writing is not the same thing. Like I think you have to it's very different trade in my opinion. So like I don't think he's a good podcaster, but I think as a writer, he's a very, very good writer. And I think that's kind of like and also like you said, he needs an adversary. And I think that's my thing with I don't know. I don't know. The whole Jay Dyer and Sam Hyde thing is actually confusing in a way because
I don't even know what Dyer's about. I mean, I've heard you guys talk about him, but when I saw he was on there, I wondered if that's like a jump in fame level for Dyer or what.
well, I think it can go either way because Dyer hosts Alex Jones, so technically Jay Dyer has a big audience technically. So,
and I feel like the Panelverse is destroying what we used to know of like fame tiers because we can interact directly with Andrew Wilson, who can put it to Wes Watson in Vegas, but that doesn't mean any of us get invited to Vegas. But it wouldn't be a big deal to just be like, Wes Watson, you're garbage. But I acknowledge he can demand 10 grand for face to face or whatever it is he charges.
well, it is weird that you can like basically contact celebrities. Like before Alex Stein got famous, I used to like DM him sometimes, like just be like, "Hey, I like the comedy thing you did," and he would like say thanks or just like my comment or something. It's really weird. You can actually contact like relatively famous people sometimes, and they'll like actually read what you say. It's kind of strange, you know.
Yeah, I knew in the MySpace days, I knew this. Well, she wasn't a porn star yet, but her name's Stoya, and I used to talk to her whenever she was just a go-go dancer, just before I was moving to Colorado.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I think it is very strange. I was kind of respond to like that whole the end of that whole thing that we just listened to, but I think I said most of what I needed to say. I mean, it's kind of beating a dead horse in some ways because I mean, did you have any opinion on the alt right, Tommy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Audio's good.
grabbing this link, and there's like a time limit to grabbing a link where the audio goes away. I'm gonna drop it in the back if you guys want to see this. I mean, it's on YouTube. It's not dangerous or anything. I just think it looks like epic stuff. It's like comedy and sci-fi, but it's badass. If you want to check it out. I actually just got here. I don't know. I kind of relate to some right, not really political, but if I got to go into the future, I'd rather take the right-wing path than the insane leftist path.
Well, I mean, like the alt-right, like the whole like white nationalism kind of stuff, you know.
As much as I use all the words, I'm not into the racism, but it is great being white.
But I mean, did you follow?
Except for when it's not.
Did you follow any of those guys like Richard Spencer or like I don't know, any of those white, like I followed like maybe 3 or 4 pretty close, but then like
I mean, I've paid attention to them, like the guys that got pulled over in the U-Haul with the clear shields and the work uniforms. I think that was largely ops because they weren't technically doing anything illegal. And then I heard Flow State was with Proud Boys. Truther Cops accused me of being a handsome truth Nazi.
Well, Handsome Truth isn't even a Nazi. That's the fucking hilarious part. I mean, he plays
well,
one.
He's Nazi adjacent, yeah.
Yeah, he's close, but I think he's really like a hipster. He's actually like kind of a hipster, like ironic guy in a way. Like,
yeah.
I don't. He's kind of confusing because like I only saw him a couple times, but like I saw one of his old videos. Like, how's that even the same person? He's like a Sicilian dude who I don't know. It's just confusing. Like he's a
I
kind of.
appreciate the homegoy. The homegoy term is pretty cool because we're all goys. It's like the Jewish N word for everybody.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, you missed that conversation. Is Machine still there, or did he just like drop off or something?
He looks like an Islam Dr. Disrespect. Oh, he did drop out, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Disrespect, R.I.P., man. That dude was... I actually like his old content. I don't know. I haven't followed him for a while.
I used to be a fan, too. I even made that video off of it. And I ain't even mad. I mean, it might be inappropriate, but if he kept doing whatever he does, I wouldn't have batted an eye.
Well, it goes back to like all the thing I was arguing about earlier about power and all this. Like, I mean, you basically give some guy who's a game developer like this fame, and then now it's gone to his head, and he's probably like, it's kind of like the whole Zerka thing that Based Oracle and all these guys are talking about. It's like these guys are all like staying up all night, probably doing drugs, and then weird shit's gonna happen, and people will take advantage of the fact that you're doing whatever.
Well, it might not even be that extreme as much as once you're in some kind of fame light, it's just constant barragement of opportunity. Like, that's why I'm glad I didn't stay at military cop, because I talked to some of my friends that stayed in, and they were telling me all the access overseas to black markets and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I probably dodged a bullet not having that option when I was young.
Yeah,
So,
it's weird.
Whenever you're in beast system fame, there's always opportunity of young ladies, copious substances, power to erase your enemies, things like that. I mean, he already got past the cheating on his wife stuff a couple years ago, so yeah, it's a bummer. Like, there was cheating on his wife, and then he walked into the convention bathroom with his cam going, and that wasn't a huge deal. But yeah, now this one, he definitely fucked himself. But he should be good. I mean, he was making a lot of money.
Is your channel gone, by the way? Because I couldn't find it. I was trying to see if you had a live going or something.
My channel's still here, but I got a 2-week strike from all the porn bombers showing up to my last stream. Like, Mike Away. Is Mike Away in the chat? One of them even came up as Mike Away, and that's how he got me, because I was like,
Yeah, you know how many
Michael A.
accounts the Michael A guy has? He has lots of accounts. So
Yeah, but
actually,
he's not a porn bomber, is he?
I don't know. I banned all the Michael A accounts. He showed up here 4 times with 4 different accounts. So it could have been him because he has a lot of accounts with
Michael
Michael
A's
A.
like a Catholic dude, though.
I don't know. I banned him once and he came back with 4 different accounts that were all Michael A. So yeah, it's interesting. So I could show you my banned like accounts. Like they're all like there's 4 different ones that are Michael A.
Hey
So
Tommy,
yeah.
I don't want to say what I saw, but I'll put in the back chat something I saw, and I'll just say if it makes sense to you.
At
Hold
my
on.
stream. Because once I got a couple porn bombers through, I was like, "Fuck it! No one ever hears out the porn bombers. I'm gonna see what these guys have to say." And then they hit me a couple more, and I think Snafu or somebody went and reported it because I was gonna shut the stream down and not post it, but somebody went and reported it and got me a strike.
Yeah, just a
When
heads up, I'm about to be done with my show soon. So
yeah, it's
you
fine.
guys just showed up in
You ought to play that sci-fi thing there in the back.
the sci-fi thing.
Yeah, it's Sam Hyde. It's really good.
Sam Hyde. Yeah.
Sam.
Actually, Snafu used to actually be a porn bomber. He would use what Venus said was probably a picture of his dick, but when he stopped using that, he would use hentai, like cartoon porn. I've watched him do that. It was either here or on Truth or Cop, but he came up. I think it was here, but he was trying to come up as Truth or Cop and Yurt after he got kicked out. It was either here or Benton's or Steve. I can't remember.
Wait, who is this? Who are you saying?
That used to be a porn bomber?
Yeah.
Snafu.
Oh, Snafu. You're saying Snafu porn bombed us?
No, he well, it might have been here, but he got kicked out of wherever it was, and then he came to the backstage as Truth or Cop, and then he came as Yurt, and whoever he finally got up as, he tried to use
Truth or Cop
hentai.
was here one time when I got porn bombed, I think. The first time I got porn bombed, I think Truth or Cop was up here. And I think you were here too, right? Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you
No,
were here
that
one
probably was
time.
the time I'm thinking of.
And yeah, you were here one time, and Truth or Cop was here one time. But yeah.
Well, I have a question for Tommy. What is Truth or Cop's deal? Like, what is his fucking like problem? Like, he came here like
Having a mental fucking breakdown about the typical function of the people in this panel group.
well, yeah, but like, why? What is like? Who does he work for? Or something? Well, like, is he working for someone or what?
I don't know. I mean, I remember when the socialist trolls were encouraging him to destroy his channel in the fashion he's destroyed it, but why he's suddenly on a campaign to show up everywhere, I don't know, because he is kind of like flipping out about like JG doing what JG does, and he was flipping out about machine lies. That's the night I was like, have him come over here, I'll mediate. Because I'm always looking for more opportunities to mediate. But yeah, I don't know what his deal was.
I mean, what is his origin story? Like, where does he count? Like, what's his?
Oh, it used to be all about the J6 and the truckers, and he just keeps following that stuff, and he'd try and warn them that there's a psyop that you don't want to protest because the psyop is to get you to protest.
Well, he came here saying that you have to stand up and show that you're against whatever, and I'm like,
oh, then he's completely fucking sideways. I don't know.
Stand up for your
But,
principles, I believe, is what he was getting at.
well, that's what we should do. But what was the chick's name that got killed because her and her boyfriend were shooting back at police one night? Like they claimed they thought they were home invaded, but those shells go on out the front door and stuff. The black chick. I can't remember her name, but there was
I remember. I know
on,
what you're talking about, Deanna Brown.
yeah,
Or something.
There was this stream when I first found Truth or Cop that he literally was just researching newspaper articles and news reports. Breonna Taylor, that's what it was. He's like trying to break further on that case, just watching stuff that's on the internet already. I was like, Truth or Cop, that chick was in the life, bro. Like when the shells go out your front door and your old man probably hides behind you to get shot by cops. Like there ain't no foul play here. She was in the crime game and she knew that risk whenever she picked up a gun to shoot back at cops. Like there's no and I said this to him like with all kinds of Breonna Taylor adjacent people like watching his show and on his panel. But my biggest beef was like, dude, you're just making everybody sit here and watch you go through your research. Like, this fucking
Well,
sucks.
it sounds
You're
weird
supposed to
because
do this shit whenever you're not live.
well, it sounds weird like it's another soft sit thing, like the fuck the police, blah blah blah. It's like the same old
Yeah.
loop
I've
essentially.
already outed Paul and Joe Cool for all their soft sit stuff is because they're mad, because they're criminals that got busted a couple times. Now they mad. Like I've caught Joe Cool over these years slowly admitting to he has tried his hand at every petty street crime life there is. And he still has the nerve to be like he talks about how they used to be team drug dealers, and he's trying not to say a gang because that's the only team drug dealers I know. And he said if you would fuck with any of their dealers, they'd come fuck you up or shoot your house up. Like sounds pretty gang. And he's like, why can't junkies just lay around on the street? That's stupid. Why can't junkies lay around on the street? So
Well, and
I
it's
still
funny because
stand
it's
beside.
mostly white and black people laying around on the street.
Well, no, it's you don't leave them laying around because, as far as the conservative side of the country, as long as you can function as society, there was always a wink and a nod. Like, yeah, don't get pulled over, don't get caught with your stuff. But if you just appear to be functioning in society, who cares?
Well,
We're not shaking you down.
well, that's see, it's funny. Like when I first moved to California, I knew people who were like involved in the drug business back in the 90s, but they weren't anymore. And they told me like essentially everybody was on crank or what, meth, I guess. And then he's like, everybody had a job. Everybody went to work. You didn't have junkies laying around. People were like
Dude,
making money.
meth is the get out and do something drug. Like, if we didn't have the advancements in factories and robots and stuff, I swear they would have had the whole country as an industrialized country. They'd have us all on some kind of Adderall or meth to be still doing factory work. I'd fucking love it, man. Like I got $1 an hour raises when I went to work on that.
Well, yeah, my point is like now, like whatever they've done to the streets here now, it has no, like, it was not like this.
Yeah, that's the fentanyl and the heroin and stuff. And that's why you don't want them laying around the street like they're either zombie moping or grabbing kids or ladies or whatever.
Yeah, it's insane. Like the fact that they even just like allow it to happen. It's like it's one thing. Like there's some of these guys who are just like they've obviously like they're just kind of like harmless, more or less, crazy people, right? But then you have these other people. Say what?
Everybody's harmless as street people if you're packing.
Well, but that's the thing is you're not really. This is the weird part is like you're not really allowed to pack, but then all the criminals have guns, and then they just,
No, that's why you got to pull enslaved to some degree. Like, don't let them tell you can't be armed because you'd rather go to jail than watch something happen to your family.
Well, yeah, but if you get arrested for carrying a gun in a public place, and then it's...
Well, they're not gonna find the gun on you. If they ain't got a metal detector, I'm packing everywhere. Like the only time I leave my gun at home is if I got to go to the courthouse, the Capitol building. I'm always packing. I've seen the shit that happens in the city. But
have you seen a big influx of Venezuelans there in Denver?
Oh yeah, even in my building. This guy that does economic videos, he actually came to Denver and he was at a hotel I know of, talking about how they're using migrants to where they're literally gonna flip and renovate the hotel, and like 25x the value. But right now they're like just giving room and board to migrants while they're renovating it.
I meant to ask this to Machine before. Machine, who do you think won that discussion between Spencer and E. Michael Jones? Like, if you had to say, like, one had a better argument than the other.
Is this the Sam Hyde thing?
Well, I mean, I guess it was 3 against 1, and by that scale, I think E. Michael Jones had very compelling arguments to make against their points of view. I don't really think that their sort of scoffing type of rhetoric and also their understanding of Nietzsche will really uphold. They're not going to be able to replace Christianity or the scale of the different European societies, right? The influence of Christianity on those societies. So, at best, they will have to try to co-opt some type of Christian movement. So people who are thinking in those terms are possibly thinking, I think, ahead of the curve. But yeah, at best, it's gonna be a sort of Christian Nietzscheanism. So, that goes more along the lines of what me and Pill Eater are talking about. But yeah, what are you saying, Tommy?
I mean, they are gonna roll out some kind of world religion, or even if it's Christian founded, it'll be false.
Well, do you think that Chrislam is or could be a real thing, and do you think that Nietzsche is kind of an overlap of that, or?
I just know there's already so much proof on YouTube of all these apostate churches. There's I use Dr. Evil quotations, Christian churches that are being preached at by like transmission specialists and like rainbow robes, and even EBT was like, turn this off. And I was like, no, you look. You Clockwork Orange, look at what's happening. You better not turn away. Just lean on me. Oh, but I did save the corn bomb stream. It will be resurrected.
Well, it's time to find a new apartment on Zillow.
fucking, I don't even know what Zillow is. Is that a pillow website?
That's like a real estate website.
I was like, yeah, I thought it was either bed, and what do you call those? Bed and breakfast, is it? Or bed and beyond, or
Airbnb,
yeah, what does B&B stand for in Airbnb?
bed and breakfast.
Oh, okay.
I guess air implies the app.
Yeah, so I guess we'll hit it off with these closing statements. Yeah, blessings to everybody who's here. And yeah, I got some interesting recorded footage. If you guys missed it, I did a 3-hour show on Monday, sort of a surprise show with surprise interactions. Most of those interactions will not be broadcasted tonight, even though they were highly tumultuous and included many of the characters online. I'm sure Illumitami will love to see those interactions coming soon to you guys. Maybe on Saturday, we'll see what happens. It depends on how much time I spend on these panels, how you say. But yeah, I did produce my own footage. Some of that I'll play here. Anyways, let's go around here. Blessings.
Yeah, I'll go first. Oh,
Oh, you wanna go?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay.
But yeah, just thank you for having me, and I think it was a very interesting conversation. This one and the Monday thing was like bizarre, but yeah, it was either. I think the alt-right is just something that people really should examine, because I think this whole Mean Mr. Mustache, we're approaching like 100 years cycle of that being like the main focus of white people history. And I think that it's just very strange that it's like a cover for something else. And I think that yeah, we're in a situation where I think people's heads are like spinning so fast they don't know what they got hit by a train and they're like trying to find their head, you know. And I think that, you know, take time to realize that, you know, you got hit by a train before you try to go find your head, you know. So that's about the best I can put it right now. But yeah, thank you for having me, and yeah, bless you guys, and it was a good conversation.
For sure. Yeah, we'll be back on Saturday. Yeah, what do you got for him, Tommy?
Also, thank you for having Neurojack. He's always looking for somewhere to find information or get things off of his chest. We're just in the foundation. We may not live to see this revelations in the KJV, but we're definitely in the foundation of that. And I want Neurojack to be ahead of Jack Talcott in the concept of anybody that's not unplugged from this matrix will run the risk of being an agent and plan for things to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets worse, because it's only America in name. It's America in name only. My membership side is going for ruthless season. I'm about to abandon my own shelter to take part in the homelessness that seems to be coming up on people involuntarily. Porn Bomb stream will be resurrected. Don't know about FIFO though. Not confident in FIFO with that kind of Porn Bomb onslaught. Oh, and I found an old TML stream recently that was very eye-opening in the fact that it was just a lot of the same loop we're on a year later. CBO and TBE hating. But the gem was, until recently, I never heard JG had speculated in honesty that I had been assassinated over my crypto holding. But I dig that shit. It's fucking cool. Season of discontent when I come off of my strike week. Dis content. You get it?
Yeah, thank you,
Cecil,
Tommy.
your turn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
later.
Cecil's gonna skip his turn for now. But yeah, Cecil, thank you so much. Maybe if you're viewing this later, thanks for joining. Blessings. And for everyone else, thank you for joining me and Reddington on this episode. Reddington, you got anything for these people?
No, the streets are alive with the sound of pain.
Yes. Yes. And there will be vengeance. So yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And the first step to blinding someone is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you have been programmed and the constituencies and the predicaments of the tyranny of our modern age. We are just trying to show the various entrapments. So, thank you to all who joined us, and please enjoy these recordings that were brought to you at an earlier time. And yeah, we'll be back again on Saturday night for you guys. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us this time. Philosophies and all of those things. To end with what we were talking about, I think that the uploading our consciousness into the machine, it comes with a sort of understanding where we merge the higher part of ourselves with the lowest part of nature, right? So it's concerning geomancy and also necromancy, the idea of uploading consciousness into the machine also translates into people that are using spirits in order to compute, right, more things. So giving up your spirit to the realm of the dead, and the machine using the realm of the dead to attain new information, right? So that is all in the cards. We will talk obviously more about those topics and themes. Hank, do you have any closing words for us?
Not today. I think we did well today.
For sure. Well, this stream will be definitely gone, and we'll do some other stuff soon. But here's a good reading for you guys if you guys want. I'm going to record this in order to play on my stream on Wednesday. So if you guys want to stick,
मेरे प्यारे दोस्तों, मैं जरा अपने गुरु से ठीक से सीख लूं, फिर मैं I'm sorry, my good friend, let me learn it properly from my guru, then I will teach you.
whoops.
I accidentally closed my own tab. Sorry about that, guys. I closed the tab on my browser, but yeah, it just slid my finger on that fucking thing and just hit the fucking wrong shit. But yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, as I promised, a reading, right? I'm recording this for my show later. So yeah, I will be playing this later on Wednesday. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. But yeah, the whole idea that I was discussing was the major influences on Christianity, on Judaism, and on the Platonic synthesis that's before the whole invention of Christianity. I was talking about how some of the church fathers were looking at some of the pagan philosophy and how some of the Jewish ideas were mixed in with the Zoroastrian ideas, you know. So yeah, okay, we got our friend back here. What's going on, dude?
Yo, what's up, Machine?
What's poppin', dude?
Nice to crack a lack, and I just caught that rant versus Canadian guy battle, which I thought was pretty hilarious.
Oh yeah. Are you talking about the Sanity Machine?
Yeah, it was that's his name, Sanity Machine versus Rant.
Yeah, they have a very good video. Let me try to find right here on Madsen's channel where they had a interesting argument or conversation. That one is a real banger. You know, I wish, you know, actually I should just finish my stream by playing that conversation on Madsen's channel. It's called Conversation with Rant, where they had an epic disagreement. I mean, that would be a perfect way to end. Yeah, that would be a perfect way to end.
It was just like accusing each other of being Jewish or something.
It's interesting, isn't it? Right? That's why we
I was
talk
trying
about
to pop
these
in and be like, okay, if being a gay Jew is the worst you can be, obviously those are the people in power, and that's what we have to focus this on. It's gay Jews in power, not gay Jews as in you're a loser, because it's really just code to say you're an anti-liberal, or no, you're a pro-liberal. You know, the anti-liberalism is us; they're the pro-liberals, the gay Jew.
Yeah, pretty much. And did you see how I played this? The Bugby. You know,
I saw it. I saw it when Rand was talking because my phone died. Yeah.
Yeah, that was sick. I saw that earlier. I was like, yo.
Yeah, I was playing with the Bugby because I just got done a podcast with Shane the other
Oh
day.
yeah, let me plug that over here because you guys go check this show out. You know, Bugby, he's hilarious. I mean, for
Bugby
sure.
and Pill Eater episode 6 where we talk about Philistines.
Yeah, Philistines. Yeah, I'm gonna get more into that episode for sure.
Basically, the ideal is like people who come on your show and do the Jesus freak shit. They're pretty much Philistines because they're way too much focused on some supernatural idealistic element rather than common sense rationalism and aesthetics and artistic interest, because it goes to show you that your politics align with your artistic taste. And if you have poor artistic taste, chances are your ideology is shit too, and you're a Philistine and you don't know how to talk to people.
Yeah, that's what's going on today. A lot of people are either undereducated or overeducated, you know, and you know, that's kind of the thing. Nobody is you know, and I sense that there will be coming back a sort of Renaissance man, you know, of the modern age, because as they say, like, there's a lot of like DIY movements available. I think that a lot of this will come down to, you know, if you're not a sort of a person who is you know, and I like the line in the Tao Te Ching, you know, that says engage all things while doing nothing. You know, I think that's really how the virtual space becomes dominant, because it is a place that you can engage all things while doing nothing. You know, that's really the power that it has. It becomes a second skin, if you will, you know. And it's funny that the second skin whole transhumanist ideal, you know, I don't actually relate it to the Kabbalah, but I actually relate it to St. Paul. You know, because it's about rebirth, it's about regeneration, it's about gaining a second skin, a new body. You know, so yeah. I don't know if everybody's gonna get with that one, but yeah.
I basically argue and say that the biggest problem we have with anti-liberalism are people who are not sincere with anti-liberalism enough. In other words, they use a scapegoat of some kind of... Hold on a second.
Yeah, this is Bugbee and Pill Eater. Go check it out, guys. You know, on Pill Eater's channel there. You know, and I'm gonna play a conversation with Madsen and Rant since they were here. You know, that is such a interesting, fascinating conversation, whether or not the two of them actually think so. You know, because I thought it was, you know, very engaging exchange. And also highly pertinent to all of the topics on this show, because it is somewhat of a look into the conspiratorial, which we often try to go ahead and...
Apologize, just had to do some fatherly things, but I
Yeah,
was
no
just
worries.
saying is that there's I see us, we're in a canon of anti-liberalism. We're trying to stop liberalism in the transhumanist spirit. But right now, people don't have the semantics and words to say it. So they hide behind veneers like being a Jesus freak or some shit. And the problem is that's coming from Jay Dyer, Jim Bob, all these fucking post-Sam Hyde idiots, which is pretty much what happened at Unite the Right, the alt-right. Because what we're really talking about is the contrarian interest against the liberal Hegelian canon. And how can we make it our own Hegelianism? And the problem is there's too much people invested in religion that it will not make any ideals of anti-liberalism forward. In other words, you know, one kind of answer to that is like Georgiani's Prometheanism. Now we have to think in those terms of a good transhumanism, but I don't think that takes the cake because it'll eventually end up controlling us. So we just have to be more open and honest and think of in terms of whether somebody is for the cause of anti-liberalism or is just fucking clueless and pretty much uphold political correctness in different levels. In other words, we can't say everyone's based, because it turns out the so-called based people are like the new liberals.
Yeah, that is essentially what the whole intellectual thing is going towards now, where you have these new fangled atheistic figures that are championing right-wing politics. So I think that is really the direction, that is the optimizing direction that it seems like it's going to go in, because transhumanism, it needs a right-wing culture, you know, and commentators like Nick Land, they kind of see that it needs both the culture of the Anglosphere, and also it needs to be atheistic in its goals, because the goals have to be based on, you know, power and you know, and also somewhat on absurdity, you know, and the whole chaos-driven motif. You know, I think that is essential.
You even cut it down to whether, you know, you believe in simple things like, do you believe in race? Do you believe there's a difference between men and women? Do you believe that we live in a capitalist reality? Do you believe in work? Do you believe in violence? Do you believe about this space you exist? And if you can answer those things, then you can just, that's, you know, quote unquote, truly what it means to be based. But I think these are just destroying the liberal paradigm of the blank slatism of the European spirit and trying to reinvent it to go forward, so we won't have this like transhumanist, transgender endgame that kind of is trying to destroy us as we speak. Because that's the problem. And and some people think the solution is just being traditional or conservative or libertarian, and it's like that's not the answer either. Those are just byproducts of liberalism, because again, they haven't been given semantics or any subculture in order to address this digression or address this kind of opposition. So I think it's a part of my duty to kind of see what subculture, interesting art aspect that is happening now, which is peddling in anti-liberalism, because if one is supposedly liberal and by their consequences of their choices, they're setting up their own prison. So I would rather want a rational system, a rational understanding of the world, which is trying to, you know, in return destroy me, but I'll rebuttal back, because I know that liberalism is ultimately the suicide of the nation, like Emil Durkheim has stated.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the right wing is gonna be more and more finding out that libertarian is basically liberal, and also that communist is satanic, and that they're both linked in a way. You know, I think they're gonna see through all of that, and basically that's what a lot of this show is about, is looking at all of the right-wing issues and boiling them down to talk like how they're just a restyling of liberal problems, and even those within Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. You know, that these themselves have been susceptible to modern, you know.
Yeah, I just would like people to change their thought instead of being so Jesus free. They gotta think in terms, or being so, you know, Jewish focused. They have to think more in terms of the liberal transhumanist projects and the anti-liberal front we are a part of.
Yeah, that is essentially a great place to put it. But yeah, I think you'll join us again on Wednesday. Is that right, Pill Eater?
I think so.
Okay, my friend. We'll open it up there with some of those
We
issues.
could talk about any Rene Girard, Alvin Flanagan, you name it, because I think
Oh
most
yeah,
of the
let's get into
freaks can't do that.
yeah, let's get into that Flanagan thing that you sent me. I also have a thing with Spencer and Jim Goad and E. Michael Jones, which is
I've seen that
interesting.
too. That's an oldie goldie.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think a lot of people have seen that. That is such an oldie.
I've seen
goldie
that
where
one.
He talks about his Nietzschean views and all that stuff. And Jim Goad is wearing that carnival suit or whatever.
Because Jim Goad is a artsy prankster by the liberal Hollywood class, and he's a fake white nationalist. He's just a LARPer. He's pretty much just like a Gavin McInnes Vice magazine front to mislead people into a fake white nationalism run by feds.
And then there's also that Putnam and Rorty, Putnam versus Rorty.
Yeah, I like that too. That's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, we
Yeah,
gotta.
really.
There's a lot of fake actors like Jim Goad, so you got to be careful. And a lot of them they know it's an art project, so you can't just take their word for it, just like J Dye or Jim Bob or whoever, because these people are literally taking our names, writing our stuff down, just like that Sanity Machine guy. He's notice when he's talking to Rant, he's like, "Oh, where the hell do you live in outside of Philadelphia?" Yeah, because he was taking up tips. He comes in the chat, he takes up tips for whatever
Right.
he's writing on his hit list. He's like basically Antifa, but in a new dress.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those. You know, actually, our friend Toilet Bowl Earth started LARPing as a full communist. It was pretty funny. He did it for like 2
Well,
weeks.
if he does, he should join Caleb Maupin's CPI, and I'd love to see him at a CPI event in person. So I just want to know how sincere he is instead of being kind of ironic. So, take it
Yeah, I saw your post earlier. Live LARP Leninist or
Yeah, because that's what they say. Okay, so that's a video by this girl who's basically like communist, but it's like to her, it's just an art direction. It's just like a hot topic subculture. It's just I'm gonna look Muslim and Russian and just hey guys, it's basically retro culture by William S. Lynn. You know, for Arctos, Lynn argued that the only way white nationalists are going to win is if the women dress up as Marilyn Monroe and the guys look like rockabilly stars. Well, this is what the Live, Laugh, Love, LARPy Len girl is saying. She's basically saying, hey, if you want communism to be a reality, just role play like it's Stalinist 1950s Russia. And I'm like, that shows you it's not about politics. It's about some idiot who just likes certain interesting music, certain aesthetics. Therefore, the question should be about art school, not about politics. And that's my background. So that's the 4D chess move where you can put a knight's move and checkmate them. And that's what Jim Goad knows about.
Yeah, it's funny because my wife is like that too, because her dad is Norwegian and her mom was Russian and Polish. So she always started LARPing as like a neo-Slav. You know what I'm saying? Right? So she's got this whole thing. You know what I mean? She's obviously reddish blonde or whatever. But
that's where we have to talk about postmodernism at that point. And what the hell does identity mean in a liberal capitalist society? Because I get to hear that in the Jesus Freak audience, the Jew on the Stick audience. I'm opening up the panel, Jim Bob, J Dyer fans. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I mean, people would be so crazy if they found out about Peter Coffin or Caleb Malkin. Ooh, RedTube, that's scary.
Yeah, we tried to engage them so many times. I went on Jim Bob. I went on the Crucible twice. I got thrown off of Jim Bob the first time I was there. Then the second time, basically just for saying what you just said, the whole Jew on a stick thing, and they just threw me off. You know what I'm saying, right? And then the second thing was and they were doing an episode against Islam the day after they did the debate with me. So I didn't consider it a coincidence.
That's basically that's a signal. They're doing a hard signal to try to hate on you because you're Muslim.
Oh yeah, and then also they had the dude that was my debate challenger on as a specialist.
And
so
then
I was
they
like,
pretended
okay, this
never existed. You pretend.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
the part of
exactly.
that's the part of the new dehumanization. I think they've done it all the time. With me, the Asian Aryan, Eurasian futurist anime realist guy, my brand name. I'm basically the only advocate on the internet for white male, Asian female relationships and Eurasianism, and I'm the fucking devil for them. I'm basically because the narrative is Eurasians are fucking misgenerated people. That is so not true. If we want to talk about social justice, that is like my main number one thesis cause. That is the highest priority. So before you find another Wignat in a J Dyer, Jim Bob fan base to just peddle in white nationalism, I guarantee you they hate race mixing. I guarantee you they hate Asian sexuality. And to me, that's a bigger problem than believing in a Jew on a stick, because that's your enemy.
Yeah.
One of my things is, I ask any of these Jim Bob, J Dyer fans, about Alvin Plantinga, and they say no because they're fucking idiots. And the big thing is, that
that's where
makes argument. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just gonna add that's where that Andrew Wilson guy is like a little bit on a higher level, because he would know who Alvin Plantinga is. I bet you any money, so that's why it's interesting to debate a guy like that.
Because I'm saying Plantinga gives you the analytical ammo to believe in God, but at the same time, God isn't a Christian God. It could be fucking Cthulhu or Skynet AI. That's the creepy
that's
part.
it. Yeah, that's how all modal ontology work from even Avicenna.
I'm just saying, Plantinga works for atheists. It really doesn't work for religious people. It doesn't bolster anything. Plantinga just says the possibility of believing impossible. Therefore, it's not about God. God's a ruse. It's really about Cthulhu or time travel, or your eccentric belief is already rational because other people in your subculture believe it. That's what Gods and Other Mind is about. It's so as long as there's other people that think like you in a subculture, you don't need evidence. And that's the point. That's the whole argument. So it's the big people trip up on Plantinga thinking, oh, he's a Christian philosopher. No, that's just what he uses his philosophy to justify. But really, you can use it for communism, fascism, whatever inserted ideology you want. So Plantinga is like a universal weapon you can use for anything.
That's a good way to put it.
And the thing is, another guy in the is Rene Girard. Talk about pandemic desire, the scapegoat. Well, he
Yeah.
just came to the conclusion that Jesus Christ is the best thing we should emulate. But guess what? He was very much an atheist in his entire life. He just came to that conclusion using his Girardian mimetic desire philosophy. And guess what? His highest priority, is not God, it's desire. And he's saying is that all human beings desire, and religion is basically a manifestation of what desire is. And guess who was reading Girard too? Lacan, Derrida, from both psychoanalytic to deconstruction, comes from Girard at Johns Hopkins University. And so before you talk J. Dyer, Jim Bob, that pillar requires desire to make religion possible.
And another one that's on this same level is Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard comes to the same conclusion as well, and I don't think he's taken seriously. Yeah, and Lacan and these guys, they really were like talking about how how Kierkegaard misunderstood Hegel. That was their big so because they were sort of neo-Hegelians or whatever. So yeah, it was interesting conversation how Schopenhauer's view on Hegel and Kierkegaard's view on Hegel. It's very interesting because they thought that
Gregor
it was
and Lukács argued that Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Heidegger, they all have a misinterpretation of Hegel, and he was upset with that and called it a form of irrationalism. And therefore, he said that all they're more based on some non-materialist, idealist, religious superstitionism, which is true. But Lukács, his answer was, we got to think of a materialistic version of Kierkegaard, Heidegger, Nietzsche, instead of this kind of, what he put it, irrational. And again, I bring this up because people don't read Lukács because supposedly he's Jewish, just like Freud. And this is a problem that goes with the Jungian fans. They don't want to read Freud because he's Jewish. But hey, just like Spinoza, Gregor Lukács is the same. It's important to read him. And it's not just about being Jewish. It's just like a rational criticism.
Yes, and if my wife is watching, I apologize. I will be a little late calling at this point. But yeah, brother, please tell these people anything you want.
All right. Yep. Yeah, we should have a Wednesday. So.
Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah. Tell them tell them what to expect.
What to expect? Whatever. If we're talking Plantinga, Girard, I just want to say that the highest priority is desire. And fucking idiots like that weirdo Jim Bob thing guy, whatever his name is, thinks it's, desire is going to distort you. I have sex with my sister in Alabama. No, because that's 1950s PragerU bullshit. And desire is what Lacan, Girard, Plantinga all talk about. You wouldn't have J. Dyer or Jim Bob without desire. It's the foundation of postmodern Christianity. And desire is such a pinnacle, it has created God. That's what I'd like to say.
Yeah, and I'd like to present to you some of those findings I have on this Tübingen school and the Hegelians, the young Hegelians, and all of those, and also Kierkegaard. But yeah, definitely. Have you ever read Kierkegaard, Phil Eater? I'm curious.
I enjoy his concept of endless love, where Kierkegaard criticizes the Christians of the time and says, listen, if you're a true Christian by the text, you have to love everyone. You have to love people you hate. You have to love people you wouldn't love, because really a part of Jesus' sacrifice is the internal love humanity does not understand. And at that time, the bourgeois Christian people were peddling Puritan ethics, as pointed out by Max Weber. And Kierkegaard was saying that, they only love you if you do something in favor. In other words, they're using love as a weapon. So the concept, of endless love, the brief English translation, is that Kierkegaard says this new Christian, the new, philosopher, should love everyone. Should love, and if you're in love with someone who's incredibly ugly or loving someone who hates you, this is what it means to be a Christian, because you're willing to die to love that person, no matter what. It isn't just this snarky, oh, I have to love all my enemies because Jesus said so. No, love cannot be used as a tool. Love is endless, and love will love you even if you are a murderer or a serial killer. So I thought that was pretty deep about Kierkegaard.
That is an excellent place to begin my little reading, and then also I think you will very much find interest in this conversation between Rant and Richard Madsen. I will put the link also in the chat, so if you miss it, please go ahead and save that for a later time, because they are talking about this issue about really what it means to be a Christian, and they come to two radically different conclusions. It's fascinating. But yeah, blessings. We will be here again on Wednesday. Thank you so much for being here, my friend.
God bless.
Yeah, blessings. And here goes my little reading for you guys. Anyways, let me get to this page here. Okay, here we go. And I will be playing this on a different stream. But yeah, thank you guys for joining. Let's get into a little reading here. And then I'll play the conversation I'm talking about. Rant and Richard Madsen. I believe it was a real banger. We had a lot of interesting guest appearances there too. Rant gets a lot of pushback, but he takes it well, and I think he has a lot of knowledge. So all of those who criticize my friend, I think they're gonna be in for a treat if they try to have a little conversation with him. I do have a high respect for my brother Rant, and also Neurojack and all the people that have been involved here, so yeah, blessings to all you guys, and I pray for you guys. But yeah, here we go. Any view that claims, and this is 378 paragraph, any view that claims that this concept of logos has guided Western history does not wrestle with the fact that these that these concepts had a much earlier origin in African, Arabian, Persian, and Vedic thought forms. Okay, so this is a continuation of what I was reading last time, right? The logos was something outside of nature that imbued nature with the properties of mind and change. This force was ontologically transcendent, unlike the key of Chinese thought or the chakra of Vedic literature. Heraclitus fell into ill repute for challenging the gods, who he said were far removed from the human thought and toil. Heraclitus felt that war and strife governed all things. He had a general negative view of humanity, as he declared that Homer should be flogged. He gave mind a central place in his cosmology. Like Anaximander, Heraclitus had assigned change or becoming to be the essential quality of nature or mind. Mind and nature were at odds. Nature is the opponent of mind. There was a merging of contradictions. This was the paradigm of natural law. Nature's law and nature's God were not animistic or polytheistic, but the God of the philosophers and mathematicians, this was the God of necessity. This God was bound to create. Pythagoras had claimed that nature was ordered by the divine. Nature was harmonized like a musical scale with precise numerical sequences. The divine ratios were put forward by Pythagoras to be part of a cult-like adherence. His followers considered him to be the son of Hermes. In his cult, they worshipped the Platonic solids and taught, as did Heraclitus, that energy is neither created or destroyed. Anaximander, Pythagoras, and Heraclitus believed in a sort of passage of souls through matter that was later maintained by Plato in the Timaeus. All of the thinkers mentioned so far were not even born in Greece, but were either from Italy or Asia Minor. They lived closer
to Persia or Turkey around the same area where Paul originated. The origins of Socratic philosophy as well as Christian theology were not originating in Greece and Rome, but in Persia and Turkey. You know, it's interesting. Let me put this down for a second. I gave a interesting presentation earlier on Jesus, Socrates, and Lao Tzu. You know, go to my live streams, and I gave an interesting presentation on those three sort of mythical and historical figures. And what's interesting about these figures is that they have a story where they go into a town, they're then charged with a crime, they get put on trial, right? And then the people who put them on trial sort of become their followers, right, in a later stage. So it's very interesting. That happens with Socrates in the Apology, right? You see that Socrates gives the curse to Athens. He says that when he's going to pass on, that Athens will be known as the city who killed Socrates, right? So this is one of the main things. You know, he wanted his people to prosper, and same thing with Isa or Jesus, right? He wanted to sort of uplift the current stage of culture and humanity, and basically he was then put on trial, right, for claiming a false sort of religiosity and for claiming to want or seek political rule, right? Obviously these fake charges that were put on him, right? Then later Rome became Christian, right? Then you have Lao Tzu, right? Where Lao Tzu, right, was visited by Confucius, right? And they say Confucian culture ruled China for 1500 years, right? But who did Confucius pay homage to? It was Lao Tzu. And Lao Tzu, obviously, he was going to leave the village, and he was taken out on a trip. He went to go on a trip, and he met with the gatekeeper Xingxi, right? And Xingxi put him in jail, right, where Lao Tzu produced the Tao Te Ching, right, and won his freedom from Xingxi, and Xingxi became his follower, right? The military order became the followers of Lao Tzu, right? This is the great thing, that the warriors or the warrior spirit aligns with nature, right? And that is one of the lessons there that you know, he's kind of put on trial there. But yeah, let's go on a little bit. Okay, so they're from Persia or Turkey, like Paul was. Okay, Paul was from Tarsus, that's in Turkey, modern day Turkey, right? The origins of Socratic philosophy as well as Christian theology were not originating in Greece and Rome, but in Persia and Turkey. The Anatolian influence has been derailed in the West for the more obvious reasons. The myth of a Greco-Roman nexus should be replaced with an African and Turkish one. It is perhaps no surprise that this Western myth was devised by Europeans because the origins of society, democracy, and major philosophical and cultural achievements, as well as the so-called three Western faiths, are sought for in light-skinned people of the world. They were deliberately limited to the achievements of Hellenistic civilization as well as the maintenance of the Judeo-Christian perspective, which tends to conveniently exclude Islam. The Milesian teacher Xenophanes complained that the Ethiopians said that their god was flat-nosed and dark, while Thracians said that they were red-haired and have blue eyes. Each race had mistakenly believed that the gods were painted in their image, like Michelangelo. I once heard in a verse, okay, that the white image of Christ was really Caesar Borgia. You guys ever hear that song by Killer Priest? Right? The son of Pope Alexander V. Right? This was the fact that this was told to me in a rap song instead of scholarly article is quite fascinating. The resemblance is uncanny. The idols that humanity has formed always resemble humans. Xenophanes said that the gods of Homer perform deeds that are in ill repute among humans. To him, God was one, and all of him thinks and hears and sees. His vision of God was closer to the God of Moses, which was ineffable and indescribable and beyond human comprehension. This God brought all things into existence and was changeless and boundless. This is the simplest and most concise definition that reflects God. This was an all-permeating force that created nothingness and the stage of existence, and did not exist separate from matter, but was an ever-living source of all matter and existence. For some philosophers and saints, this being fashioned existence through nothing, a virtual space, and created harmony and form, a Hindu conception. For Plato, this very same harmony, and form reflected the essence of the divine. Okay, folks, give me a second. My phone is ringing there. Let me fucking be with you guys later, okay? Blessings. And thank you guys for joining me here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And please enjoy this conversation here, guys. Between our friend Rant hear myself. I just couldn't see myself on the screen. Yeah, so that was a problem. My damn internet crashed out real quick. But yeah, thank you guys for being out here with me, on The Machine Lies. We talk here about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. You know what I mean? And our main topic is about artifice, right? About the artificial scope of things, right? And how we are adjusting to those. You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and open up my book here, which I can't find, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Technological slavery. Give me 1 second, folks. Let me discover where I put this technological slavery book. And I will be fucking showing you guys something. Let me play this video by Provo Kid first. And I'll just play this video and, while I look for this so you guys aren't bored. I know there's been a lot of music. I'm sorry about that. I'm just getting set up and obviously I'm having some technical difficulties. You know what I mean? But yeah, also having some emotional, kind of emotions. You know what I mean? Some raw emotions, to be honest. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's just really coming with some shit. But yeah. I really don't know where everything's coming from, to be honest. But yeah, man, it is what it is. Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's happening?
What's going on, homie? I don't know why this opened up like this. All right, there we go. All right, yeah, I'm looking for my Kaczynski book. So give me a second, guys. Fucking find this goddamn book. Where I put this book. But yeah, you guys watch this video while I do that. Give me 1 second here. I'm sorry about that. And it kind of ties into the discussion we had last time. This from Kaczynski. He writes, he says, you write to a letter to his friend. He says, even some primitive people from Mexico joined the values of modern society because of TV.
It's TV that makes them do that. You know what I mean? What would make them go back to the forest? What could make them go back to the forest, says Kaczynski, right, would be an end to the functioning of the world's industrial centers. The Mexican Indians couldn't use their TV sets if the TV stations were no longer broadcasting. They couldn't use motor vehicles or any internal combustion engines if refineries were no longer producing fuel. They couldn't use any electrical appliances if the electrical power plants were no longer producing electricity, or even if the Indians relied on small local water power generators, these would become useless. When parts of the generator or the appliances wore out and could not be replaced with new parts produced in factories. For example, could a group of Mexican Indians make a light bulb? I think it would be impossible. Impossible, he says. Even if it were possible, it would be so difficult that it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Thus, if the world's industrial centers stopped functioning, the Mexican Indians would have no choice but to revert to simple pre-industrial methods. But what could make the TV stations stop broadcasting, the power plants stop generating electricity, the refineries stop producing fuel, the factories stop making parts? If the power plants stop producing electricity, then the TV stations would no longer be able to broadcast. The refineries would no longer be able to produce fuel. The factories would no longer be able to make things. If the refineries stop producing fuel, then the transportation of goods and people would have to cease. And therefore, the factories would no longer be able to make things. If the factories were no longer able to make things, then there would be no more replacement parts to keep the TV stations, power plants, and petroleum refineries functioning. Moreover, every factory needs things produced by other factories in order to keep operating, right? So what's going on here, right? You know, the thing is interconnectedness, right? Small scale technologies build up into large scale technologies. And once it's done, you know, once this process is done, those large scale technologies need those lower level technologies in order to function. And where are those being manufactured? Well, just to create a light bulb, just to create one of the rudimentary parts, one of the smaller parts of the large machine, right, to function, it would be impossible for a group of humans without the set level of expertise in order to even accomplish such a task. So we have A, interconnectedness, and B, rule of experts, right? Which causes over specialization, which causes alienation on a grand scale, right? To most types of knowledge that are available for us, right? Now, that type of understanding makes somebody feel like they're floating in a sea of information. You know what I mean? You know, that's really the effect it has, right? Because anytime you have a problem, you need an expert to solve the problem, right? So you are no longer self-sufficient. This is the real effect of things, right? Right? So I'm not saying that you know, if you pick up a hammer, the hammer tells you how to use it. That's not the fuck I'm saying, right? Right. What I'm saying is that you need experts in order to produce hammers. Okay, right. It's a different premise, right? Anyways, let's go on a little bit. And these function on a smaller scale, you know, as well. You know, but yeah. These problems function on a smaller scale as well. You know, they function on a psychological level, you know, in which one feels over socialized on the one end and then alienated on the other end. You know, so, you know, the technology imposes this effect on the culture, right? So, you know, anyways, you know, cultural dynamics, you know, the technological scope of things, as I like to call it, right? You know, it's how you see things, right? It's how you view the world, right? View the world in terms of ends and means, right? In terms of processes and designs, right? Anyways, But what could make the TV station stop? Okay, I think I read this. Yeah, let's go. Thus, modern industrial society can be compared to a complex organism in which every important part is dependent on every other important part. If any one important part of this system stops functioning, then the whole system stops functioning. Or even if the complex and finely tuned relationship among the various parts of the system is severely disrupted, the system must stop functioning. Consequently, like any other highly complex organism, the modern industrial system is much easier to kill than a simple organism. Compare a human being with a hydra. You can cut a hydra into many pieces, and each piece will grow into a whole new hydra, but a human being can be killed by a blow to the head, a stab to the heart or kidney, by cutting the major artery. Even a psychological condition, such as severe depression, can kill a human being. Like a human being, the industrial system is vulnerable because of the complexity and interdependence of its parts. The more the system comes to resemble a single highly organized worldwide entity, the more vulnerable it becomes. Thus, to your question about what could make the Mexican Indians give up modernity, the answer is the death of the industrial system. Is it possible for revolutionary action to kill the industrial system? Of course, I can't answer that question with any certainty, but I think it may be possible to kill the industrial system. I suggest that the movement that led to Russian Revolution in 1917 and the Bolsheviks in particular could provide a model for action today. I don't mean that anyone could look at the Bolsheviks and say, quote, the Bolsheviks did such and such and so, and therefore we should do the same. What I do mean is that the Russian example shows what a revolutionary movement might be able to do and accomplish today. Okay? So he's not supporting Bolshevism, right? He's supporting the methodology of revolution, right? That was successful behind Bolshevism, behind the success of Bolshevism. Anyways, throughout its history up to 1917, the Bolshevik party remained small in relation to the size of Russia, right? Yet when the time of crisis arrived, the Bolsheviks were able to assume control of the country, and they were able to inspire millions of Russians to heroic efforts that enabled them, against all odds, to triumph over enormous difficulties. Of course, the Russian Revolution is accounted a failure because the ideal socialist society of which the Bolsheviks dreamed never materialized. Revolutions never succeed in creating a new social order of which the revolutionaries dream. But destruction is usually easier than construction. The revolutions often do succeed in destroying the old social order against which they are directed. If revolutionaries today were to abandon all illusions about the possibility of creating a new and better society and take as their goals merely the death of the industrial system, they might well succeed in reaching that goal. Okay. Now I want to read a different section. But actually, I think I lost my place, but yeah. Give me a second here, guys. But yeah, the whole understanding of the system, you know what I mean, right? A hydra, right? Now, I think that part of the interconnectedness, okay, so the more the system seems to function as a whole, he said, right? So the interconnectedness of the parts spells weakness for the entire system, right? Now, that's part of the problem, right? Now, the more interconnected something is, right, the more closed off a system is, the harder it is to deal with the changes that are going on outside of it, right? So we're looking for, you know, measures, you know what I mean, right? There's a lot of studies, end game studies, right, that tell you the health of a civilization, right? Collapse scenarios within the civilization, right? Things that could make, you know, weak points. you know, in which you know, the infrastructure could collapse. Now, this is what the Bolsheviks really did, right? They sent a few people out into the city, right, and they would disrupt the wires and the trains and, you know, that sort of thing. They would close those things off, you know, to shut down the businesses, right? Their point was not to attack the people and the political organizations or to have war in general with armies and those types of things. No, their ideal was of political and urban sabotage, right? Destroy the industrial centers. See, that's what he's talking about, right? Now, those same industrial centers that are the health of the society are the same weakness of the society. You know what I mean, right? Because without them, the society can't function. You get it, right? So it's hard to sell it as a strength, right? You see what I'm saying? But that's the thing, it's ironic, you know, because how much, you know, is it okay if somebody gives you what you want by taking away your ability to defend yourself? You have to ask yourself, is that a morally superior position? Is that an ethical position to take, right? You know what I mean? Thank you so much, people. Right? I'm just kind of going off the cuff here. Right? I didn't really have much planned today, but, you know, we're kind of going around. I also have my Twitter page. I'm going to go around there. You know, I was talking about, you know, whether the technological scope is a wall, you know, or a screen. See, a screen, you look at a screen, right? Right? Is it like a window, right? A wall is something you could project the image on, right? And look at it, right? A window is something you look out of, but there's a barrier of separation there. But there's no barrier of separation between you and a wall, or you're just looking at the wall, right? But what it's projecting on it is not real. Right now, a window, what you see past it is real, but there's a barrier between you and the outside world, you see? Now, is the phone a wall or a window? Right? Is it a screen or a filter? Is it filter or filler? Right? Does it add shit to the reality that's there? Does it strain the reality and present you a specialized version of what's going on, right? Or is it a window into another world? You know, can you guys comprehend my thoughts? I mean, you know what I mean? You know, these are just parables and metaphors, you know, dealing with the truth of things that are going on even out there, right? You know, how much sincerity can you have while wearing a mask, right? What does a mask filter out, especially, right? You know what I mean? Technology is like a mask, second skin, new body, right? As mentioned in 2 Corinthians, right? It says we're gonna have a new body, right? One that's not susceptible to the old body, right? Wear and tear of the old body, right? Right, this becoming reborn, eternal, immortal, by adhering a new body, right? From the spiritual reality, not from the material reality, right? This encapsulates the, but you know, the inversion of this is really what encapsulates the whole ethos of transhumanism, right? Being born again, it's a sort of pseudo-Paulinism, you know? You know,
being born again, man, you made me think of like hitting the reset button on like a PlayStation.
Yeah, you know, like it's like, you know, it's like you die of the flesh to become renewed. Sounds like transhumanism, in my opinion. You know what I mean, right? But you know, you know, you take on a new body. You know, it's interesting that in some of the translations, it actually uses the term new body. You know, and also Paul says that Christ is like a second Adam. You know, so it's like humanity began anew. I mean, so you know, so it's interesting. You know, man is a symbol-making animal. You know, we are the only animal that has mediation. You know, not language. Animals communicate. You could have communication between two machines, right? They're just sending information to each other. That's communication, right? Language needs meaning. You need meaning to understand language. That's why it's human, right? Now, communication, right? What precedes communication is symbols. You could code any amount of, see, what's primary to language is the actual, words and the symbols. Right now, the words and the symbols can go beyond the language. You can encode many things into just A, right? You could write a paragraph and have that paragraph be A. You could write another paragraph and have that paragraph be B. And you could put A and B together as operators, right? You know, there you have A and B. You've encoded, right, the information into A and B, right? Now that code, that symbol is superior to the language itself. Right, because it precedes it. The language needs the symbols. The symbols do not need the language. Right? You know, the symbols can be repurposed. Right? So, you know, they're vacant, if you will. You know what I mean, right? You know, so that is the beauty of symbols. Now, man is a symbol-making animal. Let me say that again now. I've explained it. Man is a symbol-making animal, right? Peace, New Main Order. What's going on, bro? Yeah. You know. Some of these new thoughts I wrote, you know, these old thoughts, nobody's ever going to get these. They're special. They're special. And, you know, this is what made my wife fall in love with me. You know, so maybe I'll just read that. You know, I don't know how much she's in love with me now, but we'll figure it out, guys. I mean, you know, but yeah, check this shit out, guys. I mean, some of my original thoughts, some OG thoughts, and I'll be compiling some of this information in a book I'm writing. So, yeah. Yeah. This is Nietzsche here. The machine as teacher. The machine of itself teaches the mutual cooperation of hordes of men. It provides model for a party apparatus and the conduct of warfare. It makes of many one machine. Look at that. He's making the same point that Kaczynski made. It makes of many one machine. And it makes every individual an instrument to an end. He says in another line, it makes all men active and uniform. Right? There's movement, but all the movement is towards the same end. Right? So there's incredible conformity behind the separate movements. Makes men active and uniform. This is psychological. This is a psychological effect of the technological system. Okay. Now here's another one I put, you know. Is it possible to be sincere when wearing a mask? Okay, I released this during the COVID crisis. Okay, to make people think. Nobody even knew what this was about. Why? Because they're not thinkers. They're all walking around wearing this shit on your face, right? Right, and I'm only asking a question. What is the personal responsibility of communicating who you are when you're wearing a mask? How much sincerity is behind the mask? Sincerity is the jewel of the heart. When you use machines, you become less sincere. Okay, the evils of the heart are related to the use of technology. All right, let me read you guys a passage. Let me find you guys this passage. Son of a bitch. Fucking every time I find a passage, I fucking start looking around like a bitch. Okay, let me see this shit. All right.
The way you said that, it just reminded me of the word derivation, because it's a delineation or a derivation of the heart in a way.
Yeah, it reminds me of this meme with this black girl. You know, it's like this GIF where she's like, where she's like, isn't that a little bit derivative? I love that fucking GIF. Or like, it literally doesn't mean anything. Isn't that a little bit derivative? It's like, yeah, everything is fucking derivative. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's so funny. All right.
Oh man.
Yeah, but yeah, black girls are cute. Right? You know, depending on whether Virgo moon wants to move in with me, I might be thinking black girls are even more cute than they actually are soon. I mean, because you know, they get cuter and cuter as she pulls away. I'll tell you that. But yeah, let's see. Oh, hold on. Wait, what was I gonna? Okay, actually, I was gonna read Shang Tsung. You know what I mean? You know what? Let me, since I have this open already, let me just read the Nietzsche line. I mean, right? YouTube jail. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we had some spicy episodes last few times. Go check them out. You know, I'm in a little bit of YouTube jail or whatever. But yeah, it doesn't matter. You know, still hundreds of people watching this episode or whatever. I don't give a fuck. You know, reaction against machine culture. The machine itself, a product of the highest intellectual energies, sets in motion in those who serve it almost nothing but the lower non-intellectual energies. It thereby releases a vast quantity of energy in general that would otherwise be dormant. It is true, but it provides no instigation to enhancement, to improvement, to becoming an artist. It makes men active and uniform, but in the long run, it engenders a counter effect, a despairing boredom of the soul. I know you all feel it. I mean, this is why I talk about escapism and voyeurism and idealism. Okay? Okay, we have a voyeurism that says seeing is believing. We have an escapism that says that you don't have to participate in anything directly. Right? And you also have a sort of, you know, you have a exit capacity, right? People can exit the situation. They could leave if they want to, right? You could leave the call. You could leave the text message. I mean, right? This swift and changeability, right? Part and parcel of a technological system and part and parcel of our own process of indecision, right? Choices. We're inundated with choices that have no actual bearing on how we live our lives. Superfluous choices, okay? Right? The illusion of choice by artificial needs and compensatory mechanisms. We are inundated with compensatory mechanisms. How can you be sincere when you're constantly being operated under compensatory fucking mechanisms, doing something so that something else doesn't happen? Surrogate activities.
You know, before the activity, even just like the beeping, like the conditioning of like the beep going off, like that's my number one. Like I don't know if you're gonna mention that or something, but that kind of for me goes there.
Oh yeah, you know, noise pollution, you know, and conditioning, you know, through blips and beeps, and you know, this type of communication is not only nonverbal, but it's you know, it ties us back into this thing that I was calling symbolic. You know, like Marshall McLuhan, he said that newspapers require audiences, right? But TVs really don't. TVs are, you know, the whole process of analyzing information, it comes from reading things. You know, and he said the understanding of visual cues is going to take us back into the tribal mode of understanding. Neo-tribalism is going to emerge from this. And you already see it. You see people conditioned by visual cues more than ever. You know, that's what memes are, right?
Isn't
People
that
are
why all the news, they all speak in the same cadences and everything?
Yeah.
Training manuals in a way.
Yeah, they're being conditioned by means, in such a way that they accept the appearance of symbols, right? So symbols delineate information. That is the same as the tribal mode with fucking hieroglyphics and all that type of shit. Indigenous fucking pictography, right? That's what the TV is. That's what all these brands are. Right? It's markings, right? And they even look like tribal symbols.
What do they call it? They call them logos.
Yeah, they're called logos, and they're named after pagan deities most often. Explain that. I mean, it's interesting. It's very interesting. But what it really is it's mediation. Right? You can over contextualize symbols. You could layer contextualization into the same symbol and collapse its meaning. Right? This is what Edward Bernays did with the lady smoking the cigarettes. The cigarette represents freedom and sexual liberation. It's not just a lady smoking a cigarette. It's over contextualized with meaning, so that it'll blow your mind in terms of meaning. One action doesn't mean the same thing. It's a symbol for so many other things, right? That's a meme. Programming, right? It's getting you to relate images and symbols to things you would never relate them to, right? Primitive form of conditioning, primitive form of predictive programming, right? And what is the use of machines doing to your heart? It's programming your heart to move and think like a machine. Just how when you use these things, right, you're inundated with artificial needs, compensatory mechanisms. This is what leads us into these truncated means of understanding. Disinterested idealism. Acceleration and escapism.
Sounds like with like that sound for some reason I'm reminded of like when you're a kid, like you're playing with toys and you're like putting your consciousness onto that toy. You're like, and it's is that what you're kind of saying too a little bit? Or?
Yeah, and it's interesting because our understanding of the future is being eclipsed. Our ability to daydream is being ramshackled by a form of futurism. They're stealing the dreams from our eyes because we're thinking about what's coming up next instead of sitting back fucking daydreaming. You know what I mean? That memory, that inanimate object that reminded you of the past is the opposite of this forgotten fucking future that's coming up that makes you anticipate something that you haven't even gotten to yet and you're never going to get. You know what I mean? We need trinkets that remind us of our past. You know what I mean? That is what makes us who we are. You know, the past is what makes we're more who we are in the past than we are in contemplating the future. If you don't know where you come from, you don't know where you are, and if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. You know what I mean?
I do.
I keep repeating these things like mantras for you guys. I've said these things hundreds of times. Why? So that I could put together a thought schema that will help you resist the programming that you've been inundated with. Now I'll read another passage before I read something. And this is about the mechanical heart. I mean, and I already read this, but this is a new channel, so I want to have this here too, and it's very, very important that we understand these views, and this is coming from Taoism. You know what I mean, right? Right? It says, exterminate ingenuity, discard profit, and there will be no more thieves and bandits. When cleverness emerges, there is great hypocrisy. Woe to him who willfully innovates. So do we see cleverness and innovation as a bad thing? They are bad. They are bad. They're bad news. They escape ethical constraints. That's just the beginning, folks. Right? You know, all utilitarian thinking is like that. It doesn't start with inherent sense of value in anything. It's only concerned with use. Use is not the measure of ethical responsibility, right? It's not based in usefulness, right? Woe to him who willfully innovates, exterminate learning, and there will be no more worries. In pursuit of learning, one knows more every day. In pursuit of the Tao, one does less every day. One does less and less until one does nothing at all. And when one does nothing at all, there is nothing that is undone. Engage all things while doing nothing. Don't try to change the world. That's foolishness. Let's go on a little bit. The more sharpened tools the people have, the more benighted the state. One ought to know that it is time to stop. Knowing when to stop, one can be free from danger. Right? Know when to stop and you will meet no danger. You can then endure. Right? Anyways, let's go to this. Zhu Kung traveled south to Chu. This is from the Shangzhou, right? Turned back towards Qin, and while passing along the south bank of the Han River, saw an old man looking after his vegetable garden. He dug out a passage down into the well, from which he merged with a pitcher in his arms to water the earth. Splash, splash. It was costing him a lot of effort, with the poorest of results to show. Zhu Kung said, suppose you had a machine which one day would irrigate 100 fields. You would have plentiful results to show for your very little effort. Wouldn't you want one of them? The gardener lifted his head and looked at him. How does it work? The thing which makes it go, Zhu Kung said, is a piece of wood chiseled to make it heavier at the back end than at the front. It pulls up the water as though you were plucking it straight out of the well, as fast as it bubbles in a boiling pot. It's called a well sweep. The gardener gave him a dirty look. And laughed. And then he said, I have heard from my teacher that those who possess machines must end up becoming mechanical in their affairs. And those who are mechanical in their affairs must end up becoming mechanical in their hearts and minds. If a mechanical heart is situated in one's chest, then one can prepare oneself to receive pure simplicity. If one can't be prepared to receive pure simplicity, then the spirit becomes unsettled and the Tao has no place to enter. It's not that I wasn't aware of such machines, but that it would be disgraceful to end up that way. Zhu Kung, too embarrassed to meet his eye, looked down on the ground and, without answering, after a while, the gardener said, "What do you do, sir?" He said, "I'm a disciple of Confucius." Aren't you those people who make themselves so learned to get to be like the sages, go in for a fancy talk so that they could look down on the crowd while crying, mournful song about how alone you are? In order to gain a reputation in the world, you forget about your spiritual essence, cause degeneration to your physical body, and for what? You don't even have the ability to set yourself straight, let alone set anything straight in the world. Go away and don't interrupt my work. Zhu Kung was shocked out of countenance, in too much of a dither to pull himself together. He had traveled another 10 miles before he recovered. I used to think that there was only one person in the world who could reach me. But that was before I'd come across this man. I'd heard from my master Confucius that in order to deal with the affairs, to be successful in them, one must use as little effort as possible while achieving many things. That's what it says in the Tao, engage all things while doing nothing. Stillness is a master of movement, right? That's the Tao of the sage. Now, I found that's not so. In order to grasp the Tao, one has to make their virtue whole. One who makes their virtue whole has to make their form whole. One who makes their form whole has to make their spirit whole. One who makes their spirit whole. That's the Tao of the sage. By trusting life to take him along with different people without knowing what's really going on, his capacity for purity is boundless. The rewards and benefits obtained by clever machines must be forgotten in the mind of such a person. Such a man goes only where he himself intends and does nothing which is not from his own heart. Even if the whole world were to praise him and accept what he had to say, he'd consider it to be frivolous talk and ignore it. If the whole world opposed him and rejected what he had to say, he'd figure he didn't fit in and not let it bother him. The world's praise or opposition wouldn't harm him. That's what's called being a person whose virtue is whole. I'm someone who still gets disturbed by other people, he says. He says, anyways, the gardener is a follower of the practitioner of the tradition of the house of Huntun, primordial chaos. When he returns to Confucius, this is what Confucius tells him. Anyways. Oh, we have another guest here. What's going on, my brother?
Hey, what up, man?
Yo, what's poppin', brother?
Haven't been on in a minute, and I didn't even realize, right? I know you mentioned it in the Discord, but you got a new channel for now, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just it's a good thing to have, you know what I mean? Especially with the strike thing, and they could just put 2 more strikes there and just take my channel away at any point. So, yeah. I actually got lazy. I'm also on Rumble and Odyssey, but I never made another YouTube channel. That's such a good way to do it because you can multi-stream to the other YouTube channel, and there's no actual viability of these things anyways. I'm glad I have all my content backed up, because because there's
go
ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I've been meaning to get on with you again. I know it's been a little bit, couple weeks or so, but we've got some good talks, so I'm down.
Man, I wish that they still had the video I made yesterday at Hoax Wars. I took a big shit on Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob, but actually, the thing was that I was a little bit supporting what they were saying too, but I was also challenging them a little bit, challenging them for being on the stage and kind of acting like it was like a serious conversation, but then.
Right.
And then with these house Negro Muslim types, but then I was kind of talking about the pressure of the situation, about Wes Watson and just how he was coming.
I watched it today and it was so fucking cringy. They all were trash. And granted, I like you, I'm sure like you, there was some things that Andrew Jim Bob said that I agree with. But they also pieces of shit. It was just 3 pieces of shit, or well, not even 3. It was, I don't know, pretty much all of them. Like, I don't see any of the people that were there as good, strong men to aspire to. Not for me, but for anyone. Like, they fucking suck.
Yeah, but I think the guy mentioned an interesting point about just how different they looked. Like, how could you have, like, if you close up on Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson, they don't look like the normal type of people who are supposed to be on the stage. Then if you look at the audience, it seemed like the audience was actors.
Yeah.
So
right. They were paid like fill-in seats.
Yeah, it was like the same type of guy. They had almost no reactions to anything that was said.
I noticed that too. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. They were just like drones. They were NPCs, what they talk about, right? They were just fucking in the game. They didn't know what they were doing. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
And none of them look like an Andrew Wilson or Jim Bob type of man, if you get what I'm saying. You know, they all look like the kind of Coomer bodybuilder, like kind of you know, metrosexual type of men.
Metro, yeah, bring
That
Metro
shave their
back.
arms. I can't believe he said shave your arms. You know, that was the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Bro,
So
that dude is fucking dumb. Like Wes Watson, he lost on merit and core principle. He just was a loser. But even him, there was a lot of things he said that were true, and that's the problem. Is deception is often wrapped within truths. So people are like, "Oh, that's true," so I like them. And meanwhile, there's a bunch of bullshit mixed in there. Like, you know, for instance, Andrew and Jim Bob coming back.
That's his quote, ripped, rich, and rare.
Yeah, yep.
Yo, the last word doesn't even mean anything rare.
No, it's a relative term. It means nothing, right?
Yeah.
Handsome, like whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
I'm rare. Yeah, okay. That's what every woman says. I'm so rare. I'm not like any other woman. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you the same.
Yeah, ripped, rich, and rare. What a goddamn. Ugh.
But anyways, yeah, I saw that earlier and like a 20-minute clip, and it was just so fucking cringe. The whole thing was it hurt to watch. And the thing is, that dude Wes would have beat the shit out of them in GTA and such. And meanwhile, he was a bitch. He was getting emotional about nothing. And then Andrew was also kind of getting emotional back, but in terms of let's debate. And he is a good debater, no doubt about it. So he would have slaughtered him. He would have absolutely destroyed him. And the dude West was like, nah, I don't know. I'm done. You know, this type of thing. It was a bunch of bravado, a bunch of ego and outrage.
Yeah, or just the fact that this guy said he's gonna smack people up on stage.
Yeah, that was good too.
That was stupid as hell.
Yeah, he looked terrible. It was all terrible.
Yeah, that seemed like it's like, okay, so you're not being truthful. You know what I mean, right? Because it's like you wouldn't do that, right? You would like there's no way
he didn't do it. He didn't do it.
Exactly. Like there's no way possible. So you're just being so you have unrealistic expectations about what you can accomplish in this world. Yet you're
Right.
talking about how successful you are. Like what is the fucking premise here?
You know,
and then
yeah, go on.
No, just the lack of answer that Andrew Wilson and them gave. Obviously, everybody wants all of that stuff too, you know, like family and shit. Like it doesn't define anything, you know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I saw it as kind of a wet dream, you know, in terms of it's not that it wasn't real, but it wasn't fucking real, right? This whole bravado in terms of you know, Wes talking about looking in the mirror, right? There's some truth to that, right? Taking care of yourself is a good thing. It's a good thing to promote. So when we see people in positions of power who aren't taking care of themselves, obviously, like if it's obvious to you, and that obviousness might be every time you see them, they're drinking alcohol. Every time you see them, they're smoking cigarettes. They're 100 pounds overweight or whatever it is, right? They're with their wife and the wife is disrespecting them, right? There's lots of different ways that you can see that a man doesn't respect himself. So to Wes's point, if you're out of shape and you're an influencer, I think that was kind of his point, that nobody's going to listen to you. Well, clearly that's not true. I mean, that's just not true.
Right.
We can point at many examples where it's not fucking true. But he was going back to, well, I don't respect you. And Andrew's kind of like, so what? Let's talk about the core argument. But meanwhile, he didn't really care about the core argument. This was more of a AMOG, right out of the Red Pill book.
Yeah, we've already went like we've already talked about it for 10 minutes and like and the thing is that, you know, like they took down that video where I reacted to it earlier, so I might just do it now again, you know. Because because my audience isn't gonna know what I'm talking about. There's only like 9 people here and they're probably like, what the fuck are they even talking about?
Well, you know what, Machine, I got another stream I'm supposed to be on, but I saw that you were doing it. I saw your Discord and I was like, fuck it, they can wait. So
No, don't worry about me. You know what I mean? But
No,
but
no.
yeah.
I'm worried about you. No, I'm joking. But no, I'm gonna chill for a bit. I mean, if you have me, I will chill for a bit.
Thank you, brother. Yeah. I mean, this clip is just so, and I also just got my new song. So I just recorded a new rap song today, so I'll be premiering that in a little while. You know what I mean? So the people who are here, they're gonna get a special treat. You know what I mean? But my horrorcore single called Bones. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you know what I mean. Unless you guys want to hear it now, you know,
I want to hear it. I mean, I want to hear it. Period.
Shit.
So yeah.
Oh shit! Let's go with the Bones. You know,
Yeah.
my new rap single. You know what I mean? But yeah,
do it.
I mean, I did make a couple of these. Let me try to. And yeah, I don't really have a video right now, but you know, we'll just listen to it. Right?
Okay, I'm ready.
But yeah. Oh, this file is too large. Son of a bitch. I guess I can't upload it to here.
Oh, for StreamYard.
Fucking bitch. I mean, if I share it, it won't sound as good. But this is just a like a preview, I guess. But like, yeah, we'll just do it like that. All right. But yeah, tell me if you guys could hear this, or you know, if it sounds like if you guys could hear it, because every time I try to share like situation like this, where it's just a file, you know, it kind of sounds like shit. But yeah, let's check it out. Hidden corrections. Hidden corrections.
I know the sound was maybe a little fucked up, but still better of most than anything that's on the radio. Know what I mean?
I liked it, man. I liked the cadence. I liked the cadence. At one point,
But yeah, also having some emotional, you know, kind of emotion. Fuck. Like,
I was like excited with the like what it sounded like. I was like, cool. That's not what I was expecting it to sound like. So that was pretty sweet.
yeah, I was like, cause like go fucking like, yeah, like it's a wild roller coaster, but it is what it is. You know?
At one point, I don't know why I was like, at one point, halfway through it, I was like, kind of reminded me of like Joey Badass a little bit. Just
I'm not really familiar with that guy. What Joey Badass say? Oh, Joey Badass. Yeah, how he's like Christ consciousness. I think I heard Christ consciousness. That was such a good song.
Yeah, and like he puts like emphasis like kind of on words like kind of similar, I think sometimes.
Yeah,
just for a brief moment, because you switched it up a couple times. So.
Yeah, shit's from MOP. You know what I mean? Where they like be screaming on the track.
Yeah, no, I like MOP too. Yeah, I do. I do.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm an 80s baby. You know,
to the
MOP.
death. You ever hear To the Death? MOP to the death.
Which album was that on? It's been a little bit. Oh man, I'm trying to think of
rugged,
some of this.
Rugged, Never Smooth. But yeah.
It's been a little while since I got into them. You know, I gotta look that up too.
Yeah, because that's also what I wanted to be like hillbilly rap, like, or some shit like that, you know, like or some stupid shit or like I see a lot of people making like weird hillbilly rap. Where I was like, let me do like a, you know, sound like a meth head kind of thing. It's a new style.
When I was thinking the Joey Badass, like for I don't know, like 5 seconds, I also thought I was like, is this a mix? So a little bit of a mix between Joey Badass and like Flatbush Zombies or something, like for like 10 seconds. I thought that.
Yeah, Flatbush Zombies is interesting. It's an interesting band for real. But it's like rap that's influenced by psychedelics, so it's extremely strange. I mean, but yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a lot of that now, including Tyler the Creator, when they had a lot of that type of stuff.
Yeah.
They had such a good production team, you know, that's the thing behind it. But yeah, let me open up this this clip, you know what I mean, because this clip is so retarded.
Is
Yeah.
this the clip?
Yeah, this
it?
is a clip
Okay.
of Mr. Poopy Pants attacking Jim Bob for not shaving his arms.
Yeah. That was such a weird argument.
Yeah, and he literally looks like he's got a dookie in his pants, like as he's saying it. Like there's an extra lump in his pants that's not explained by the size of his pants.
Bruh.
It's some shit, yo. It's like, yo, you know, turns up, and the way they labeled it is cringe. Wes Watson turns up.
Yeah.
Fresh and fit.
They turn up, and it's funny. He's like Paul enslaved, like without tits. Like it's hilarious. Right? Like what is this guy? You know? It's like how does Paul enslaved even flip this into a persona when like he has tits? Like I don't even understand. Right? I mean, like it doesn't make sense. It's like I'm gonna be Wes Watson with tits. It's like all right.
Yeah, but they're hard tits, right?
With Piame Kevo.
How did I find success?
How do you define success? What does that mean for you?
Success is, you know, being free, being able to do what I want to do every day when I wake up.
For you?
Hey, by the way, Machine Lies. By the way, this dude Kevo that just went. From what I understand, I don't know if this is fact, but I think it is. That's why I'm saying it. I think he got like ab implants, like abdominal implants. And, no, I'm dead serious. Like it's and some other shit. But I remember this being a thing like a couple of years ago, like people making videos on him that he did the whole ab implant. I don't know about like bicep or whatever. But I find that super fucked up. Like it's bad for your body. It's not good. And like, you're fucking tricking people. Like people think like, oh, he's ripped and it's like fucking silicone.
It's like SpongeBob where he like inflates himself up. He starts like
yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like it's like, yo, what the fuck is this shit? I also think it's hilarious.
I just wanted to mention that. Yeah.
That's the greatest fact I've heard so far.
Yeah, no, I also think it's hilarious that he's the only black guy on the stage and he said being free is his thing. He's like, I want to be free. He's like, see, my thing is being free, like not being in chains and shit. Like that's cool.
Yet, Machine, he got this huge. You'll see when they zoom in, but he got this fucking huge chain medallion on it. It looks like some fucking Cameron shit. Like it's insane, and it's like, man, like I can't take you serious. It's just so hard. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like he's wearing more colorful clothes than everybody there, and he's like,
that's the first thing I noticed.
Like, why are you wearing a dashiki? And then, like, why do you want to be free? Like,
with
you're
sandals
already
with
free.
socks.
Like, it's like, I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm biggity black, and I'm black, y'all.
Yeah, same thing. Being able to do what you want, when you want, and with whom you want, whenever you want to do it. Because a lot of people don't.
Yo, that's not cool, yo. Like, just do whatever you want with them.
I know. I was thinking that same thing. Right. Like, is that man imperative to do whatever you want? Isn't that for children? Like, right? They try to do whatever they want, and then parents bring them in, like in terms of if they're doing the wrong thing, crossing a boundary, whatever. But he's talking about life from a man's perspective, that we should be able to do whatever we want, right? I want 80 hookers and coke and whatever. Yeah, do whatever you want. Like, is that being a good man?
That's disgusting, yo. That is literal licentiousness. Like, this guy said he wants to be free, and then this man defined licentiousness, which is the opposite of being free. Like, you know, like literally, you know, like it's like, whoa.
Do you mean like slave to his desires?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, like he considers that freedom, you know,
right,
like, or success. It's like, or power, even like.
Yeah, you're
like,
right.
what?
That's
And-
that's a really good point.
And then that's what the other guy says too. He asks the guy, like he's like I don't know what I want and all of this stuff. And he's like, well, what do you desire? He's like, what? What do you desire? like what? And he said it in the.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. So I wasn't planning on dual streaming this, but I know it's a new channel. Do you want me to dual it just to maybe help out a little?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah, no, I haven't been dual streaming streams that I hop on, but I just thought of like you just opened this channel, so let me put it up.
I apologize if my fucking commentary gets too spicy, but you know.
No, bro, you've been on with me. You know that's not the case.
Yeah.
You know I'm not censored like that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, just this French guy. I mean, he shouldn't even be on the stage. This guy doesn't know English. You know, it's
Don't have that level of freedom in the world, so 100%.
We got
to
Hank
be
out
honest,
here.
it's working in what you love, because you gotta wake up and love your life. Just create that, that life you just want to live every day. You want to stop. Sometimes I don't want to sleep and I want to wake up earlier because I live the life I want to live. I also with my wife. Like I'm married.
So you have no discipline. Yeah, so you
Right.
just wake up whenever you want.
Right. Yeah.
Just do whatever the fuck you want, and that's your life. And there's no content in those statements. You're not describing what you do.
Right. Where are the ethics? Where are the morals? Where is doing the right thing for the right reasons to any degree when we're just talking about our natural desires?
So I'm gonna push back because doing whatever I want is my goal instead of just doing whatever I'm told to do, like I did when I was a child. So
Right,
I actually
but
went
but
into
if
being-
you
have some agency instead of just being a slave.
right. But here's the thing, Hank. If you would adequately prosper, and I don't know why you're so sweaty. What the hell is going on?
I did a split shift today. Lucky it was only 10 hours instead of 13 hours.
All right.
So
Well,
I'm working my ass off.
no, I get it. You're a working man. Yeah, for sure,
Yes.
dude.
So I did a split shift. It was luckily I took last week Saturday off, so they actually scaled properly. So this Saturday was easy. So I did 10 hours this week instead of 13 hours like I've been doing for the past couple months.
But let me ask you a question. If you knew for a fact that somebody could give you orders and they would lead to your prosperity, and the ones you have in your own mind would lead to your fucking defeat in every sense, then would you not follow? Would you not obey?
It depends what prosperity meant, but generally yes.
Generally, yes, right? So
Yes.
see, that's
but
the thing.
prosperity was defined in an odd way that didn't mean what we would normally think it meant. Then no, but
Right. Well, I'm just making sure that you still have your rationality intact. But
So
But
I
here's
agree
the
with
thing.
you.
A lot of
Go
times
on.
people do define prosperity in a weird way, and like Mr. Enslaved, you'll define prosperity in just doing whatever he tells you to do, which is ridiculous.
So I just want to point out, right, there's two extremes, right? The one could be what he's describing, not you, Hank, but him, like, what he was in terms of like slavery and then into doing whatever you want. And there's a balance in between, or at least there can be, right? The balance being that you're not doing whatever the fuck you want. And meanwhile, you're also not a slave, but right, for the higher good.
Part-time slave.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
punch
yeah.
clock slave.
Yeah,
Like
that's
me.
most people. That's
Yeah,
most of
including
America.
me.
Yeah.
That's another point I'm gonna make after this Wes Washington guy comes, because he's putting it all on A, the material wealth, and B, the appearance.
Right. Yeah. And none to, by the way, none to really the health. Like, look, there's bodybuilders that are very fucking unhealthy. And, meanwhile, there's also obese people or whatever who are very unhealthy. But it doesn't mean that because he looks good, that that's actually good for him.
Yeah, but people are superficial, so
Right.
maybe
right.
women would disagree and say, well, he looks good. I don't care if he's got a lip too long. It doesn't matter. He's tall. He looks good. He's built up. So I'm picking him.
Right. So
He
women.
steroids, it doesn't really. I don't care.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But I mean, to other people, to your point, Hank. But what I'm saying is, what about to him? Right? Because you know if you're being healthy or not. Right? You know if you're, sitting on the couch eating Cheetos all day, smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, doing whatever other drugs, social media, versus doing the things perhaps that you don't want to do, like eating healthy, cooking, meal prep, reading, right on and on, working out, not necessarily with steroids, but for your health, for your cardiovascular, for your muscles, etc., and for the serotonin. But meanwhile, I'm big, I'm strong, I have muscle, therefore I'm healthy, you're fat, you're wrong. And I'm just saying that binary take of superficiality, as Hank pointed out, I think is just as dumb.
Yeah, well, I follow hedonistic principles, so you should probably do what you want to do, and if you want to be fed and healthy, that's you have to take the steps to get to that. So,
Yeah.
I just say take. You want to be fit and healthy, take the steps. So it's just an equivalent exchange. It has a cost. So if you want to be in a certain state, you have to pay the cost to get there, whatever
Agreed.
it is.
Yeah, that's true. Good or bad, you got to pay the cost.
Yeah. So if you think it's fun that you're fat and can't move as fast as you want, snacking on Cheetos, go for it. And if you don't want to do that, then you have to move around, breathe hard.
No, I agree with you. My point is that he's bringing up, or at least this panel right on the screen is bringing up, what's good for men in general. So it's not even just what's good for me, but what's good for me to promote with my voice. And I don't know, but I think these dudes up here, like there's like 10 of them, probably have close to 1 billion views combined, right? So they've had a lot of voice in the space, like of YouTube, Rumble, whatever the fuck, TikTok. Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, my question is always, are you promoting the right or the wrong thing, or somewhere in between? And it seems to me a lot of them are promoting whatever will fill their pocket and not what's good for us, like meaning viewers.
Yeah. So it's up to us to use our discernment and probably ignore them.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, and other news, I also have AirPods now. So for on the road, I have an Apple AirPods, and also I have a knockoff set that works. Yes, I have a knockoff set from Five Below that's like a tenth of the price. No, a fifth of the price. 5% of the total price, and it doesn't sound as good, but it connects. The firmware is pretty good, so it connects by itself, unlike the other ones I used to use. So.
Okay, that's a good backup at least, right?
But this is gonna be the primary for non-recorded stuff, and this will be for anything that's recorded.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's good to have you on the functioning side of things, you know what I mean? Because we could not hear you like last 2 times. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, let's go up on this.
But not trap. It's not like I hide shit. It's everything is up front. Like I don't hide anything, and I show everything. Blessed man.
Okay.
Oh God. Oh God. Here it comes.
My definition of success is across the board. If you're not ripped, if you're not rich, if you ain't rare, if you don't stand out, if you ain't across the board successful, it doesn't mean fucking shit to me. If you got straight tits and you're in your Rolls Royce, you look like a fucking clown to me. I'm just laughing at your dumb fucking ass. But this is the whole fucking point. You have a weakness. Change it, motherfucker. How the fuck are you going to lead people if you don't realize your weakness is their way out? They're not going to listen to you. You're sitting there possessing shit that they don't want to have. So, I mean, this is what people...
So like what I'm hearing is like, be dumb, be beautiful, don't possess any real strength, but just have a bunch of fucking muscles and shit. You know, don't actually have any knowledge that actually equates to value for other people, and just do it all for yourself. Well, if we had a society of people like that, it'd be over.
He's born and painted like a cheetah. I think he has a weakness.
Yeah. So Machine, he's right? To your point, he's really pointing out some superficial specifics, right? If your money isn't on point, if your body doesn't look like mine, right? This type of thing. And so I think in the vagueness of it, he's correct, but as he's kind of honing in, he's not correct. Right? He's looking at superficial features. Well, how much money do you have? And meanwhile, look, there could be like look at, I know it's a movie, but just for instance, Rocky and Mickey, his trainer. Mickey couldn't box.
Yeah,
But where
right.
would Rocky be if Mickey wasn't there? So,
That's
on
so
that
true.
point,
It's like he's making the argument that the grunts should like run society.
right? Yeah, I mean, in a way, right? The meatheads, the rich meatheads in McLarens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say run society or ruin? I couldn't tell if there was an I in there.
Run society. It's like in the show Naruto. The whole show is about these like ninjas that are like killing people. They're like kicking ass. They have like these codes and shit where like they don't fuck with each other. You know what I mean? Like, and all this shit. And they have like they like super honor each other. They like shit on each other. If you disrespect somebody, like you're gonna have to fucking go to the thing for it. Then like one of the times they're going to war, and one of the scholars, like somebody's carrying like the scholar, like in this little like carrying thing where they're like sitting on a sofa and shit, and they're carrying the sofa, and the scholar like accidentally falls out of like the carriage, right? And a ninja like tries to pick him up, and the fucking scholar's like, "How dare you fucking touch me?" And he's like this skinny, scrawny little guy. Like the whole health of the society is the scholars, not the soldiers. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, why would the big, strong people be in charge? Like, that's never how society works. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The strategists plan the war, and the soldiers go fight and die in it. And what the fuck part of that don't you get? Now, are you too stupid to realize that? Being strong and having a lot of money, like you're being used for the system. Like to function correctly. Like, you're not the goal of the system. If everybody had Lamborghinis and they were all rich and ripped and rare, we would have no fucking society, and you would have no success because everybody has the same thing you have. So what the fuck are you talking about, man? I mean, let's get real here, right? And you're gonna fucking smack people up to prove his worth. Get the fuck out of here. You're not doing that or nothing. They'll put 50 fucking holes in you before you even make it under the door. The guy you're talking to is a gunsmith, and you're just a bodybuilder. The gunsmiths add more value than bodybuilders, right?
And to point out, Machine, not to be too superficial, but why you think his kneecaps are all tore up? All right, moving on.
He bought broken pants because he's working on them.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say something else, but yeah, that could
be. He didn't just get into the position he's in. Let's just put it that way. Right? Yeah. Somebody empowered him to make him have that much wealth.
Well, apparently, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but apparently he was in prison for 10 years and was creating like a workout program and maybe entrepreneurship. I'm not sure the ends of it, and was selling it or starting to set it up to sell even while in prison. That's what I understand.
Yeah, people get rich from the stupidest things. So hard to predict how dumb people are.
That's
very
true.
Frustrating.
Yeah. You're right, Hank.
People say, oh, it's not about the money. It's about family, Wes. It's about this, about that. Motherfucker, when you're making money, it's about the money. When it's family, it's about family. When you're at the gym, it's about muscle. Whatever you're doing, it's about that. There's no black and white life. It's the gray area.
He's making a black and white.
Everything. That's the goal, to really excel in every area. I roll in most rooms with successful entrepreneurs, and it's pathetic. They'll have like a before and after picture of their fitness shit, and their after picture looks like their before pic. And I'm like, motherfucker, you're not embarrassed of this shit? Like, you have enough money, and that's what you put out. You're that big of a pussy. Like, I just can't get behind anything that's not.
But here's the thing, dude. There's people who are more ripped than you, have more money than you, and so apparently they're more rare than you. Why are you not listening to them, right, and following their advice right now instead of giving advice to people who don't have what you have? Right,
And
like it doesn't
smarter.
even make sense.
Oh, this is simple because he wants to top the dominance hierarchy. So,
Yeah.
so he doesn't care about those guys. He says, ignore them. Listen to me. I'm your daddy. I'm in charge.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. You're right.
Hank killed it with that one. That was
Yeah.
real, Hank.
Hank did good.
Yeah.
Done at a high level. So knock the one thing off the board first, then the next thing, then the next thing. Jados is ripped, rich, and rare. I mean, the whole thing. What's rare mean to me? It means no vices. It means no drugs, no alcohol, no bullshit. Don't have to hide behind nothing.
No vice.
I don't know if anyone has no vices. I think that's impossible. I don't
What do
know.
you consider a vice? I mean, it just goes to that. Like, like the other three people on the stage don't seem to have the same set of vices, seem to consider the same set of vices. Like,
Anything I don't like.
I always thought of like a cell phone as a device.
So think about this. Their little dumb co-host there, Fresh, right? Walter. Apparently his vice is jizzing inside of hookers. According to him, that's what it is. So
I have that one too.
I mean, yeah. So that seemed like a pretty bad vice to me. And meanwhile, Wes is saying, well, I don't associate with people like that. But you are.
You're on stage
purpose.
with them.
Yeah, no, you brought yourself there knowingly. So
Right.
what the fuck are you even talking about?
Right. Like you're so unprofessional that you literally go on stage with people that you don't research in advance. And you don't know what type of venue you're even going to be performing at.
Well,
So, like,
he's been on their show. He knows them. You know what I mean? Like he was on Fresh and Fit, and then obviously all this stuff came out about Fresh and about them. So he has to know. You know what I mean? Like he knows. And he chooses to be there. And meanwhile, it seems like what Hank was saying, it's just to, right, I'm going to say just to mog, just to be like, I'm the alpha male. And if you're not doing what I'm doing, you're fucked. And I'm perfect. I don't have any vices, right? Virtue signaling, right? I wouldn't do these things. And meanwhile, I don't know if he does or doesn't, but I'm betting he has some vices. Whereas meanwhile, maybe his vice, and I'm not saying this to be funny, but maybe his vice is like steroids and he's at the gym all day. That's also not balance.
I mean, you remember Liver King? He used steroids.
Yeah, that came out. Yeah.
Yep.
And what is that promoting to the young men and women in a term?
Cheat.
Right. Yeah. Cheat at the expense of your long term for instant gratification.
yeah, I mean, it's a bad scenario. And I don't know why. I could only sense that he's doing this because it's a tactic in order to, like, it's like his like fucking drill sergeant like thing or whatever. Like it's not like an actual, he doesn't actually live this way. You know what I mean? Because so it's just some sort of drill sergeant persona that he's kind of going with. Meanwhile, he probably dances at the club, sips martinis, and fucking, you know what I mean? He's doing this all just to look good. I mean,
that could be. That could.
He likes to golf, and he poops his pants, right? So this is really what's going on.
So to your point, Machine, I mean, here's something I generally say, that if you're talking about this stuff constantly, as he seems to, it seems he's always this way, that you're probably not doing it, right? You ever meet somebody and they're like, oh, I'm so honest. I'm very honest. I'm always honest. I don't lie. And you start thinking like, yo, you're a fucking liar. Why are you saying that? Why don't you just be you and I'll judge? Why do you need to tell me how I'm going to judge? Right. So my point is, if that's all true, it could be, and like you're saying, it could not be. It could be the opposite. But why don't you just fucking be and let you speak for yourself, like in terms of how you act? And meanwhile, not to ruin this, but we about to get into him acting emotional and outraged and right, this AMOG alpha character unnecessarily without even getting to the core argument.
I mean, what's rich? I mean, you get to do what the fuck you want. I don't need you to be a billionaire to say you're rich, or other people, they'll see that even I rent my place. It's $95,000 a month. They're like, you rent your place. It's like, you dumb motherfucker. You don't understand how to even operate at my level. People don't buy a $24 million house. They buy $24 million worth of properties that would bring them more money. You don't dump all that into that fucking liability and live in some $24 million pad you bought, stupid. Fucking make investments and you bring it back to this. But everybody thinks they know some shit. And if you don't have the results that I want in some area, I can't fucking listen to you. So most people, I won't listen to them. What are they going to tell me? Some motherfucker comes up to me at the gym and he's like, hey, you should do your push-ups like this. And I say, why? So I can look like you, motherfucker? And the guy's like, oh, no, but like, it looks like you're going to hurt your, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm end up with your chest if I do that shit. Why would I want that? Or these motherfuckers go in my comments and I'll say some shit on purpose. I'm like, rent or buy. And if you ain't at the level to even do either of these, shut the fuck up and don't even participate. And they just get mad. It's like, you don't get to have it.
Yeah, so like that's another thing I was gonna say is you don't actually accept personal advice from people that you don't know. So how would you how would you even get to where they could even tell you anything? You know, like from the place you're looking at it, nobody can actually give you sane advice about anything. You know,
the only thing I'm hearing from him when I translate it is I'm a child. That's the only thing I'm really hearing from him is I operate like a child with big muscles and money, apparently. Look, $100,000 a month apartment or whatever. I don't know what it was, 95,000. So you're spending $1.2-ish million a year for an apartment. And I get it. That's a flex. But what the fuck is that doing for you to improve your life? I don't know what $100,000 apartment a month is, but what are you even talking about? And meanwhile, back to our Mickey Rocky example, somebody could have a great way to do push-ups in what he's talking about, right? Doing push-ups. And maybe they have a genetic limit or predisposition, whatever it is. And meanwhile, his basis is, well, ignore that because I don't want to look like him. That is unbelievably arrogant.
And then he's kind of given this whole thing where he's like, it actually doesn't matter how much money you have. And he's like, it just matters that you get to do whatever you want, which again is inane bullshit. It actually doesn't amount to anything. Do whatever you want. You do as thou wilt. You know, like it's just stupid. I mean, it's not a credo for anything, you know, but the fact is that, you know, if you have enough freedom, then how are you judging other people? How do you know they don't have enough freedom? Like, look, you're not going to criticize somebody that you don't know. You know, if you have no honor for with them and you struggle with them, then you have no shame in terms of what they're doing. It's a bystander effect. You know, you don't just go like fucking save people in the city because they're struggling. You know what I mean, right? So like, obviously, like, you know what I mean, right? Like, who gives a fuck if somebody just walks up and says, you know, I'm doing my thing, and you know, I'm less successful than you, and you know, and like you said earlier, like the people who have looked at hundreds of wars and have planned for the strategy of how to win a war, they're often not the people who participate in the fucking war. Like, so like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, like you think you're literally telling me that a person isn't a good strategist because they're not a good soldier.
Right. And look, I mean, I know this isn't the norm. It's an extreme, but to make the point that a bum on the street, like for instance, could give you a great piece of life, whatever, advice or, you know, whatever the case. It's about the message, not the messenger. right? So his line of thinking is, well, if you're not as good as me in every way that I measure, then I don't want to hear from you. And all that says to me is you're arrogant and your ego is inflated to the point where you don't even know who you are, right? You're too worried about how other people stack up and compare to you.
Yeah, and yeah, I like what Newman Order said too, because this, you know, you don't necessarily have to be on steroids to get this new type of testosterone therapy that they have, which is basically like steroids. They've just improved it so that it doesn't make you like a female or whatever like that. So like they have testosterone therapy, which is basically, for all intents and purposes, it's like steroids, right? You know, so like, you know, but it's just that they're just better at making it. You know,
and they're encouraging young men to do this, and they are doing it based on that encouragement, that influence. So that's where I again have a problem, right? Because in a sense, I don't care who's rich or anything like that, but when you're profiting and profiteering off the fear that you're promoting and the lifestyle that you're promoting, whether it's true or not, right or wrong, to me, that's a big issue. The machine lies.
Yeah. You know, in more ways than one, as we've seen, you know, but yeah, you know, this is part of a sort of a machine, you know, of trying to draw men into non-traditional lifestyles, you know, and also trying to get them into a understanding of, like, you know, that type of fuck bitches get money, you know, sort of understanding that they were pushing on the black kids, and now they're pushing it on the white kids to have them destroy themselves too. You know, so this is just like white rapper syndrome. They're preaching to these fucking people, you know, and it's completely like, you know, and what a surprise. It's coming out of the prison culture. Oh, okay, that makes sense too. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's the same fucking thing. It's just repackaged for white kids to make them destroy their life. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, and to your point, Machine, there's no ethical values or morals or anything wrapped within that. And therefore, I know this could seem like a reach to some people, but I think you'll understand that you are necessarily harming the family. You are harming children. And I get it, it's not a direct correlation, but indirectly promoting these bad values, bad things, or absent, amoral, that's what it's doing, right? You want to be mad at baby mamas and the court system and the financial system, yet you're feeding it. And I don't mean you, of course, but just this culture, this degeneracy that we're talking about.
Oh shit, I lost my tab here. Fuck. Okay, here it goes.
Sorry, I was laminating something, but I got finished. Here's the thing. I tried to pursue traditional lifestyles, but society didn't reward me adequately for be in a sustainable position. So I'm actually migrating closer and closer to non-traditional lifestyle. I wouldn't say rapper, but I'm migrating away from tradition because society just isn't. I'm just not the right person according to society to prosper on tradition.
Yeah, I mean, you know, traditions are like a standard, you know, they're not like a perfect, I mean, right? Not everybody's gonna fit it perfectly, you know what I mean? So they're just kind of like, you know, like nobody actually follows traditions, right? They're just like markers for shit. You know, there's usually like a hero that actually did it, you know, that nobody's ever met before. Right? But like that's kind of usually what it is, I mean, right? It's just like a standard, you know. But you know, are we better off with the standards or without them? You know what I mean, right? That's the whole question, right?
Yeah, it really depends on the context. So sometimes the standard works, and sometimes the standard is so bad you have to remove it and replace it, or just deviate, do a lot of pathwork, deviate from it, just keep things chugging along. So it pretty much depends.
Yeah, and I agree that there's no going back You know, so we are going to have to form a new standard based off of the one in the past and based off of what's going on now. But the fact is that these people are not giving us that out. They're just kind of like, it's like on the one end, it's like make money. On the other end, it's like have kids and start a family. But, there's no like conclusion to that. If the kids are like, the kids aren't like, everybody says the children are the future. But yeah, if, the parents are fucked, the children are going to be fucked, and the future is going to be fucked. So like, there's no future. The goal of Christianity is not children. It's to make good Christians. Right. So, like the goal of having more kids is so that there'll be more fucking Christians, not that there'll be more goddamn kids. Right. So, it doesn't even make sense. Like how Christianity is the goal to what? Having more kids? That doesn't even make sense. Christianity is not an ends to a means. I mean, I'm sorry, a means to an end. Or it can't be. If it has inherent value, it can't be. Right. So
I could be wrong, but I have heard that like breeding programs of countries, like I guess at some level is taken kind of seriously. So maybe there's like a connection in between there. Like, there are, being outbred as a nation or for whatever reason is a thing that people like. I don't think about it, but I've heard people say that people do think about that, like on some like, geopolitical type level or something.
yeah, I mean, it is I mean, it's a problem, but the thing is that the solution is not, see, the solution is, if the solution is the virtues, right? Those virtues don't point to just having kids, right? They point to actual virtuous lifestyle that then translates into having kids and having actually obey you and all this type of stuff. So, but the emphasis isn't on just to have it because yeah, you can increase the amount of kids people are having, but that won't solve the overall problems that we're facing. And that's kind of more of my thing is that yes, we increase the fertility, yes, then what? I mean, right?
I guess that we have we sell the babies to the atheists to eat. I guess.
Oh Lord. Well, you heard it here first, folks. The fucking insane mind. Insane in the membrane.
Opinion if it's not an option for you. You don't get to say my chick's BBL and her fake tits aren't for you. You couldn't get her, you dumb motherfucker. You got a goddamn 3. And that's the worst thing about these motherfuckers. They try to give you relationship advice. Motherfucker, you got a borderline Miami 2. That's like a fucking Mississippi 6. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't give me relationship advice to my 10 when you got a 2, motherfucker. Shut up. But this whole thing. People don't think I'm going to put the measuring stick to their motherfucking face. They better just watch what they say around a motherfucker who's beating them in every area. And if someone is beating you, just ask them. Just be humble. Like, your bitch is better than mine. How'd you get her? That car's way more than mine. How'd you do it? You make more than me. What's up? Like, just fucking ask. And that's the thing. People aren't humble enough to ask. That's my
See,
shit.
but that
ask because you
Bro.
don't know.
Bitch.
That's what I'm saying. You should ask somebody who's more successful than you. Then why are you talking to people less successful than yourself? What the fuck are you doing?
Have you ever gone up to a dude, like a man, and said, "Hey, your bitch is hotter than mine. How'd you get her?" Like, what the fuck kind of fuck?
Right. Yeah.
This dude is like, fucking dumb.
Yeah, it's like, so you want to go around appearing as a cuck, and you think that that's going to be some sort of move that's going to gain you power? What?
And you heard the signaling there, right? That basically he's saying that his woman is full of silicone. So she's a matter of money, not character, but money and look superficially.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it's not a boy turned woman, right? Because enough money could make that happen too.
That's what it is. You know, see, where do you stop with the, like, where do you actually have knowledge and standards? And like, what, you know what I mean? Like, where does that become valuable for your so-called lifestyle? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because it's because it's the thing that creates value. So let's not fucking mince, goals and words here. This is fucking, these people are not giving advice. And I asked Andrew Wilson, I said, dude, like, what about this issue? What about this fucking issue, dude? And all this. He said, dude, I'm a political commentator and an entertainer. And I said, all right, I'm sorry to bother you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
he
Andrew.
hides behind that shield of political commentator, and that allows him to sort of, I say sort of, have his cake and eat it too, in terms of he can virtue signal, but then fall back on no, it's just entertainment when somebody like yourself actually puts him to the fire.
No, I'm going to thank Andrew, because if he doesn't know and admits it, I think that's a good thing.
Yo, it sounded kind of similar to me one time. Like, this was like, I don't know, years and years and years ago, but like my family was at church and stuff, and my dad like pulled the pastor aside and was like, hey, what about the Council of Nicaea, and how that kind of went down. And the pastor told him, he's like, there's just some things we don't talk about.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that many times. It's sad, and that's a lot of the mentality with some of the Christian groups, and I know personally that it's the mentality inside of the Orthodox Church. Andrew Wilson has said many times in debates that he cannot give authoritative advice based on Christian doctrine. Now, that is deplorable. That's a deplorable position to be in as a Christian, right? You can't even, like, you're a political commentator, right, and an entertainer, and you can't give sane advice based off of your religious doctrine because the church won't allow you to. So it's not something that is a matter of anybody can attain to it. It's just as rare as the Wes Watson position.
Rare.
I don't think that's a big deal. So first of all, you're not Christian, and he has policies that he has to follow for his church. I don't think that's a big deal. Like, I can't give away Sunny Hill's passcodes away. So I don't think it's a big deal. Just
right. But you could walk into the Sunny Hill Library and be like, "Hey, like, am I allowed to learn like everything that the priest knows?" And they'd be like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
But like, they don't do that in the Orthodox Church, right?
So they have policies, they have codes, and he wants to follow them. Fine.
I guess, Hank, but I mean, do those policies and codes actually equate to the strength of the community, right?
Yeah, I don't want to like, I don't, because I could be wrong or something, but I'm pretty sure I heard that dude like cuss like a bunch of times. I'm not sure like what exactly he's representing yet, but like,
good point.
Yeah, I just want to make note of that. Like, I haven't seen it.
But does the Orthodox Church disallow cussing at all? If they don't,
he was like, I'm in the fucking gym. He's like, what do you think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna talk the biggest motherfucker in there. I'm like, what's this guy talking about?
Well, it's just the presence. I don't think it's so much about the words, like where he's coming from. I agree with you, but where he's coming from is, I'm gonna fucking put these people in their place. And that's the descriptive of how he's talking. Right? Everything's fucking. I mean, to your point.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, like, look, here's what I'm noticing. It's like, if I want to voice somebody, get advice from somebody, I'm going to go to a person who's eloquent, who can speak better than you. Like, yeah, I'm going to use your own mentality against you, because like you're saying, like, go to the person who has the best. You're not the most eloquent at giving advice, apparently. You got to say fucking and this and this and that. It's like, dude, you don't even know how to explain yourself. How many books have
Right.
you read? Yet you're here giving advice to people. Like it's
So,
fucking, you know.
so it's funny, not to do a spoiler alert, but you bring that up, and at one point he's like, "Oh, you're reading books? That's gay." And then
Right,
at the
that's right,
end
he
he
actually
says,
says that.
and then at the end he plugs his book.
and he literally says he's like if you've written 19 books, then what the fuck are you doing? And then he says prison makes you stronger. And he says, okay, I guess we should put the kids in prison from 1st through 8th grade. It doesn't even
Well, we
fucking make
do.
sense. I mean,
But technically we do. But first to 12th grade.
I mean, yeah.
Right, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I also do see. Sorry, last thing. I also do see like you guys. We've all heard of Boy Scouts. You know, they do teach like young men good things. You know, and stuff like. But I think that guy's kind of acting like he was in, excuse me, Goy Scouts. Terrible joke. Terrible joke.
I mean, I got you. All right.
He's just stupid, Browns boy.
Yeah, let's do this thing. Yeah, this guy actually says he's gonna reading 19 books is of no value, but sitting there in prison is gonna strengthen your character. It's like, yeah, I guess it all depends why the fuck you got there in the first place. You know,
Yeah.
honestly, which I don't know why he got from prison, but like he's actually not explaining it correctly. All right.
And I just want to mention real quick to that point, Machine, that it's not that prison couldn't strengthen you, but at the end of the day, nothing really strengthens you. It's your experience, what you do with whatever trauma that you have. So I think prison could be an accelerator, just like joining the military could be an accelerator, just like becoming a father could become an accelerator, right? There's many different ways, but I think he's very stuck on the anecdote of this is what I did, and look at what I built from this. But causation and correlation are not always the same, right? There could be overlap, no doubt, but it's not the direct correlation that he is figuring it should be, because that's how he sees it.
Yeah, hold on. Let me try to play this video and see what happens. Okay, that worked.
Oh, Pharaoh Munch.
Yes,
Oh.
yeah.
You know I know. You know I know.
That's
Yeah,
right.
all right.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's the intro to the show. No Mercy by Pharaoh
Yeah,
Munch.
yep, No Mercy. I remember.
Yeah, yeah. Because I was just talking about MOP. That's one of the
Yeah,
classics.
I know. Wait, see how quick I did that? Can't make that shit up.
Yep. We got Weirdo John talking about
Oh,
Protestant.
shit. Weirdo
Protestant.
John. What up, man?
Yeah, Protestantism. Yeah, that was a problem. The reason why you don't let us. Oh, okay. You talk. Okay. The reason why you don't just let anyone preach doctrine without permission is because it can be easily distorted unintentionally. It will misinterpret what the church actually believes. I mean, fair enough. But
yeah, telephone form. Yes, that is actually an issue. So
yeah, fair enough. But you're skirting the line. I understand the problem. You know, and because we have the same thing within Islam. You know, you can only go to a scholar for advice, obviously, you know, somebody who's learned within those materials, right? But the thing is that, you know, when you're in a situation where you're giving political commentary or you're a public person, then you should be able to give some knowledge on it, right? Or we should only have the priest do that, right? Because the thing is that you're constantly skirting the line between giving religious advice on religious values and providing a secular view on things, right? Because he claims to be doing both, right? So in other words, it's confusing because, you know, I do this whole debate, right? He's saying, well, my position is Gnosticism, right? But he's saying he's making a secular argument. So which one is it? Are we talking theology here? Or are we talking fucking, let's get to brass tacks of what we're actually discussing here, right? But it's like, if you can't even make the argument in terms of theology, in terms of theological speculation, you're not allowed to have theological speculation. I'm sorry about that. Let me drop the link for you guys. Yeah. Yeah, I had the link.
You know what's funny? Jim Bob called my position Gnosticism too. It's like any position that's not Catholicism and not Orthodox is Gnosticism. So
yeah, because I got news. Islam is not Gnosticism. Protestantism is not Gnosticism. It's just not. They're not even comparable. Right? So let's stop doing that. Right? You know. And this is what I got thrown off of Jim Bob's show. You know what I mean? For just stating that simple fact. Yeah. I'm quite famous around these parts. But yeah, it's funny. But yeah.
Well, you already know Andrew Wilson coming on mine and Spurgeon and getting kicked and all this shit. And his wife, by the way, Rachel, has some very nice comments towards me.
Yeah.
Very Christian, let me say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's a good defender of her husband, for real. You know what I mean?
The sad part is he needs her to do that, because I would certainly not have my wife making threatening or, whatever the case, comments towards other men.
Yeah, I think that's a little well, the thing with Rachel Wilson is that I think she might be more powerful than Andrew Wilson. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's my point. I mean, that's what I'm getting at.
So that's the ultimately you might have to look at things that way, because I don't know if I can only speculate, but she was on Tucker Carlson and she wrote a book. He did not. He has not done any of those things. So
that's
I mean, if I look at their credentials, it seems like his wife is much more far along than he is. She might even be older than he is. I'm not sure about that.
No, you're actually correct. She is older than him.
That would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense.
And despite the fact that he's on with Fresh and Fit talking about cucking and baby mamas and all this, apparently he is the third husband of hers with I don't know how many kids before him.
I promised them I wouldn't rail on them for that. But
I mean, I'm not trying to rail on it. I'm just saying because I think the show and the format, I find that to be very contradictory.
I do think that it's nice what they're doing in terms of their family. They're trying to bring it back in terms of the baseline Christian values, and I do think people should kind of like forget about the past, because if we are gonna scrutinize everybody in terms of their past, then we're not gonna be able to move the discussion forward in terms of what can be done or what should be done, or keep shaming everybody and all that stuff. But the fact is that they were the ones slut shaming, so maybe they brought some of that on themselves. But I think noticing that, they will take a step back from doing that, because they're like, well, we don't want people to then, because it's not a good way to move people in the direction of Christianity to shame them.
Right.
It's just not. You want to kind of elevate their character in a way that it makes them easy for them to follow these things, and show them that it's natural for them to follow them anyways. That's quite simple and natural for them to do it anyway.
Look, Machine, I totally get you, and I'm not against your point. I'm just saying that the dudes that he's on with, right? This is Fresh and Fit. That's what they do constantly, and they're adding to the problems, right? They're adding to that causation, right? Fresh is now in the heat of creating baby mama, who he wanted to get rid of it according to his own voice recording. And I'm just saying, it's not just hypocritical, but he's doing the wrong thing. He's necessarily doing the wrong thing to get families back to that place that you're saying. So my issue is with Andrew Wilson supporting that to the extent of, for instance, send Fresh and Fit money, give them a like and subscribe, come to their shows. And meanwhile, this is what they're doing and promoting. So I hear you. I'm not trying to delve deep into that. I just was mentioning in terms of the big picture.
Well, just later where he talks about YouTube and how it's a great brand and all of this stuff, and how you need it to like get your word out, and how it's so awesome. I mean, he's speaking like a company man. He used to talk like YouTube is just a tool in order to achieve these ideological ends. But now he's like, no. It's like he works for YouTube.
Right.
So like that is the key difference, where he's like, YouTube's a great brand and all. It's like, it's so cringe to listen to. It's like, look, are we doing this because of YouTube is so easy to use and it gets us a lot of money, or what is the fucking goal? That's not my goal, folks.
I agree, and that's why I'm here. If that was your goal, I wouldn't fucking be here, right? Because in a sense, you're selling your ethics and morals and values for what? For the attention and the dollar. And that's a very cheap way to get across your message, which I'm not even sure what the fuck it is at this point for him.
Yeah, I know how Andrew Wilson would react if someone did just criticize his past, because I do the exact same thing. We would break out the Chris Voss and ask, okay, how should I go? How should I fix this? To get a time machine and just bury you in question of how to do it the right way, and pretty much expose you for not making up decisions yourself. So that kind of strategy just probably won't work.
Hey guys, will you forgive me if I ask this, because I'm not exactly sure of who exactly we're talking about at this moment?
Go for it.
Are we talking about the Crucible? Are we talking about Andrew Wilson? Are those the two things?
Yes. Yeah, that's Andrew Wilson from the Crucible.
All right. Well, I had a 20-minute experience with the Crucible, so that's kind of where I wanted to leave it as well. You know, between my time and interacting with that. But if you guys are interested, I'll tell you quickly how my experience was. But I don't have to. If you want,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Lance. Yeah, you got it.
So I signed in and I looked at the Crucible, and when it popped up, there was like Andrew and some dude. What's his name? Tim maybe or something. I don't know. Andrew.
Yeah, there was a black dude there before. I remember.
Well, it was another white dude.
What? Oh shit!
It was him and another white dude, and then it was really like 5 or 6 like pretty good looking females. And I thought it was a debate channel. Like, I don't know. It doesn't matter what I thought. I went there to see what it was. And it was like, dude, it looked scripted. It looked like somebody's daddy has connections. Like, I pointed out a couple like things that made me laugh. Like, they looked inauthentic from and they were shaming. They were like trying to shame people. I thought that was kind of weird.
Oh,
and,
yeah. Yeah.
And then I typed something like, because the guy hadn't moved his hands off the table for like 15 minutes, like they were in the same position. I just thought it was funny. So I called attention to it, and whoever the other white dude was, he was in the chat. He goes, he even said, he's like, I was bored. Thanks for giving me something to do, and then he blocked me.
Yeah, the blocking is ridiculous.
So
I got blocked. Leroy got blocked. A bunch of blocking, and I think it's super gay. Like in terms of, I don't want to hear your opinion, and now I shut you down. Even though I will say I'm open to any criticism and that sort of thing, but unless it's coming down to like personal attacks, family attacks, like you were mentioning, Machine, right? There's lines and boundaries. But unless it's that, why do you need to block somebody as an influencer other than to keep your echo chamber going?
Yeah, exactly. To keep your echo chamber going. But I already learned from tactics around being blocked that doesn't work anymore. I learned tactics from OTW News and Paul Slade. We could just record, play a clip and comment over it. Play the whole show and comment over it. Blocking doesn't work. You can get around the blocks.
Yeah.
If you're just consistent and annoying enough, they'll pretty much have to unblock you and talk to you directly. So blocking only slows you down. If you're determined, then you can get around it.
You guys actually, I would say like that was all normal, like egoic stuff I kind of said earlier, but dude, people are donating. I saw somebody donate $200 to ask.
Yeah, that's the thing that is
multiple times, dude.
Yeah, it's getting suspicious. Yeah.
No, dude, multiple times. And it was like 15-word sentence, and it was like so ridiculous. Like it didn't even matter. And I'm like, who would pay $200 to ask this question?
That's money laundering. That's my knowledge.
Yeah, I
Hank,
think.
Well, tell me it's not.
I mean,
Yeah.
no, for real. So, interestingly, I guess if you look at they only take 3%. I think. Don't quote me. But the point is, you count super chat
I think it's
several
30,
times a day.
right?
No, for
30%.
StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
Or, no, I'm sorry, not StreamYard, Streamlabs. I believe it's 3% instead of YouTube, which is like 50 or 30. Okay, it's 30.
Yeah, YouTube 30%. Streamlabs is, I think, 3%, but you had to go through PayPal too, so it's another
I don't
5-3.
I don't know anything about money laundering except for like in movies and like whatever you fucking hear and shit. I heard it's like 20% is like what people get charged. So if it's 3% StreamYard, maybe we have a case here. Maybe you have a case here that isn't quite going to be at rest for a while. Like,
yeah. Well, my point was, if it's 3%, you could transfer to yourself $200, and that only costs you $6. You know what I mean? So it would make it easy to do that. Do you see what I'm saying or no?
so who benefits from allowing that then?
Well, I mean, potentially it looks like clout, right? You're making it an illusion that people are donating large amounts and you're not paying much for it. Whereas if you do it on YouTube, you will pay that 40%. Now you're taking the hit.
Yeah. Plus, if
Sorry,
you got the
I
money
can't.
plus if you got the money from unscrupulous avenues, you can use that to claim that money in a more legit avenue.
Well, look,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I got to head off, and I just wanted to say thanks for having me on Machine Lies. Good to talk to you. Replant Wild Nature and Hank, as usual.
Yeah. Thanks for showing up again, man. I remember you were here a few weeks ago, and it was a fun time.
Yeah, I look forward to coming back. And Machine, always happy to have you on as well. You know that. But I'll be back. But I got to head off for now. All right.
Yeah, thank you so much, Base. Yeah. I know you had to go, so I totally appreciate you being here, brother. Yeah, thank you so much, brother. Bless.
Absolutely. You guys have a good one.
For sure. Peace, brother.
Cool.
Yeah, everybody go support Base Oracle. He's a good dude. He's been chilling out here with us a few times. So I greatly appreciate his, commentary and also bringing this, just getting up on the changing the vibe of the show to bring this clip or whatever. I'm glad I actually started commenting on this. I've laid some good shit down on this. So I'm happy he moved the show in that direction. You know what I'm saying? Let's take a little music break. There's not that many people here anyways. I mean, we'll get back to this Wes Watson clip, Mr. Poopy Pants. It's got more shit. But yeah, what y'all doing out here? I mean, man, I saw this fucking dope Doppler effect fucking song, man. This video with this Doppler effect. Fucking shit, dude. Let me show you guys this shit. And yeah, nobody even has to hop on the panel. You already know what it is. It's the Machine Lies. I'm going to hold y'all down for like 9 hours. I'm going to drop y'all off, drop the kids off at about 7 hours. And then we'll have another 2 hours of some shit, where we actually play some material. I was on London McLovin last night. We were talking about Skynet and, technology, AI shit. Right. So I'm going to play some of that video here. It was excellent shit that we had. Talking about there. But yeah, here we got this thing. But yeah, I'm going to be rocking out with you guys. I'm going to be laying down some information for like 7 hours, and then I'll play some videos for you guys before I go to sleep. With some 4 hours of some videos or some shit. Let me see this shit. Man, I'm losing where the fuck up. Oh yeah, I'm going to play Doppler effect. So yeah, you guys want to hear some Doppler effect. This is one of the greatest bands ever made. You know what I mean? One of the founders of techno music, really. Doppler effect, Kraftwerk, Drexcia, Cybotron. And these are some of the groups that founded electronic music, folks. They're very, very, poignant for what we're facing. We're facing a cultural collapse, right? That's partly based on the way we're using technology, right? And that's one of the important issues that we get to, and that I try to explain on this show. I mean, how, we don't look at things from a cultural level, from an economic level, but no, we look at them from a theological and a philosophical and a technological level, right? These are the great issues of our time. Let me try to find this video for you guys, because this video is fucking awesome. And I want to see if I get, struck for playing this video. It's called Tetrahymena. By Drexia. I mean not Drexia, I'm sorry. Doppler effect. I'm gonna smoke some weed. Look at this visual. I might open the show with this next time. Such a cool video. That's right. Little drummer boy in the age of machines.
I got a good one too. We don't have to watch it, but it's a good one. It was recommended highly by. It's one of those ones that makes you think a little bit too. Just whenever I can't really find it. I'm on my phone. I'm not good at that, but I know the title of it.
What's it called? Yeah, drop the title in the back. I'll find it.
Okay.
Sorry for coughing into the mic. We had base Oracle here. And we had Sarah steal him away. I saw that. Damn. Calling him a traitor and such just for being here. I mean, it's all love. I mean, we're going to go on Sarah's show too. It's all good.
You want to rate it now? Maybe
we're on it now?
I don't know. Should we rate it now?
Yeah, we could go on the show right now, honestly.
Yeah. Want to play Brown's Boy thing first, then rate it? What do you want to do?
Yeah, we could rate Sarah's show if you want to. You know?
Yeah.
If that's what you want to do, Hank, I got you. You know?
All right. Let me pull it up. It's mindful exposure, Sarah, right?
What mindful exposure? Sarah's there?
Oh no, which Sarah?
Oh no, I'm talking about Sarah the Raging Tomato.
Sarah, that's another one. I don't know that.
Yeah,
one.
she stole base Oracle from me. She called him a traitor. So it's funny because he was supposed to be over at her show. So she's like, you're a traitor. That's funny though. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the 3 Sarahs that we have to take note of.
Could do that.
Oh my, that panel's about full.
Yeah, this one, because this Sarah's the hottest one. This Sarah's the hottest Sarah. Like, you know, like I got like these like model chicks in my chat. Watch out. Watch out, folks.
I disagree.
We got them dime pieces watching out here.
I definitely think Mindfuck Sarah's hotter.
That's dope, Hank. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. You know, Sarah's intelligent, man. Sarah's the coolest, man. Honestly, I told Sarah to move me into Hawaii, and I said I'll be quieter than a titmouse. But yeah,
that panel's full.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to this shit and comment on this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. And also, while I look up Lanza's shit here, let's see what this is. Fucking Wes Watson. Mr. Poopy Pants. You know, let's see him get up and do. Oh, my God.
Success? And we'll start with.
Oh, hell no. They started the video
How do you
again.
define?
Here, hold on. Let me get to the part we were at. It was like 4 minutes in or some shit.
Be humble. Like your bitch is better than mine.
Okay, yeah, this is the part. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
How'd you get her? That car's way more than mine. How'd you do it? You make more than me. What's up? Like, just fucking ask. And that's the thing. People aren't humble enough to ask. That's my shit. It's got to be across the board. You better have a bad bitch. You better be ripped. You better fucking be rolling some sick shit. That's what I like. I grew up hustling. There's be rims on my goddamn Phantom. Go out front. That ain't normal Phantom. That's the Mansory Phantom. I don't have the normal shit. Fuck that. Chick's got upgrades. Done.
Well said, Wes. God damn, with the fire. Shit.
I've been watching Goldie's content. That's the reason.
Straight trash. There's people who are richer than you. You're not going to ask them for advice. You're going to give advice to these poor motherfuckers. And straight up, and why are you giving them advice? If everybody had a Lambo and a Bugatti and all of that shit, then it wouldn't matter. You wouldn't have no success. Your shit wouldn't matter.
So why the fuck are you giving them advice? Shit is straight trash. Why should they accept the advice that you're giving them? How did they know that it's advice that's going to make them on the top and not just make them your bitch boy?
Is this called How to Sell Out?
Yeah, or some shit. Like, how to sell out like 101. Was it right? And then you have the other side, which is like how to just proceed into normalcy, some vain sense of normalcy that actually doesn't equate to actual, success or isn't conducive to moving society forward. It's just be a normal guy. Be a normal guy, Jim Bob. Be a normal guy, Andrew. Be decent. We need decent people. And it's like, okay.
Do you think all these guys on? Do you think all these guys on stage are like we're just watching coping with uncomfortability? Like, how inauthentic am I gonna have to be compared to these other people? Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I could be talking shit, but maybe someone's gonna say something nice. But so far,
I
not
don't know.
impressed.
And you notice that Andrew Wilson and the guy he's sitting next to have like the same shoes. I don't understand that.
Yeah. So I thought one of them was Timberlands, but I was wrong. I think.
Like, what the fuck? Y'all both have brown suede shoes? This is how we're going out today? Brown suede shoes?
Well, I would have been if I was there. I would have had my laces undone, so I'm already cooler than everybody there.
Shit, that looks like a Heidegger painting straight there. Hank's got the word boot.
The fun, new guy. I don't care. I got 3 of those, man. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, and Hank's got his fucking
Motherfucker,
curb
I got a
stomp.
Verona.
Yeah, I got Tim.
I got a Verona. Magic carpenter. You don't gotta know about. I got one, but you don't gotta know about.
You're roboting, Lanza.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good. Oh shit! Now you're wheeling. You're wheeling.
Slipped on a banana peel again.
Yeah, I think his connection went out or some shit. But yeah, shit. We'll see if he'll come back.
I'm watching Goldie's content. He be getting me in trouble. My chick don't like his content. She's like, he's making too much sense.
Shout out to Goldie. All right, what about you?
Supposed to follow that up?
It's tough, right?
Get him.
Yes.
Well, hey, what you guys were saying earlier, I need to know what the fuck you said in English.
Okay, so my definition of success will probably be far different than everybody else's on the panel. I'll probably maybe be the lone dissenter, but my definition of success is having a family, having children, and being part of the apparatus of the world. And true wealth is a
That actually follows everybody else's what they've already defined. One of the guys already said family. The other guy said it's not. He said it's as rich as you want to be, or whatever. And the other guys said that you just do whatever you want. Okay, so if you do whatever you want and you want to have a family, then I guess you fulfilled it. Like, so yeah, they did talk about your view. You're not the lone dissenter here. Stop acting like you're like some great dissenter of everyone. You're not dissenting.
Yeah, you need to find breeding as success. So those single mothers, successful.
right, exactly. Right.
rejection of materialism. As Christ said himself, what good does it benefit a man to gain the entire world at the cost of his soul?
Now that I agree with. That's brilliant. I love that he said that. That's the real shit. Fuck everyone on this panel. This motherfucker actually said something true. Fuck the world. What does it matter? Like, look, like at the price of what? Your actual values? The thing that is actually making you or holds you up? Honor, respect, value, virtue? The thing that builds you up? Not just things. Actual knowledge and virtue. What happened to that? That's real shit. That actually determines value. All right. So I like that he said that. All right. comparably, that's the only correct answer that has been given on this whole panel about anything of value. It said, no. You look at like what's actually going on. You don't try to gain the world at the price of what makes you who you are. You know what I mean? It's not about getting things, right? Everybody on this fucking panel so far talked about getting things, right? Rejection of materialism. True, all the way. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. But then why are you on this fucking panel? Fucking grifting with these people. If you reject materialism, why do you want notoriety? Why do you want credence with these people? Right? Like, what's the point of it? You know, like, what do you gain from it? What are you gaining from being here? Is it good for your soul? Come on, man.
And essentially, when I think of wealth, I think of materialism. It's okay to have materialism. It's not against Christian ethics to become rich, become wealthy. But I just think it's all beside the point, ultimately. You're trying to go for a single thing, and it's to achieve something greater
You have
than
money.
the person.
Does he have money?
No.
Do you have money?
No, I don't
How
have.
much
I
money
don't
do you
have.
have?
I don't
Does he
have
have
money. But here's the thing. Why is money
much-
valuable?
How much do you have
Why?
money?
What is money valuable for?
Yeah, he's clearly lying. This guy's like about to be a millionaire off of YouTube, right? He definitely has money, right?
I'm just asking. Do you have money?
I just said no. I'm broke. I'm a nobody.
No, but really, you are?
Yeah.
Is he really broke?
Yeah.
I just want to know. I have to know.
No, I'm
He's
not.
trolling.
I'm not one of these rich guys. I don't have a Bugatti. I don't have a Lambo. I don't
I
have
just
a
really
Ferrari.
have to.
Damn, the freak is calling you out. Skanks, ignore me. What? Why are you calling him skank? What the fuck? Yo, the freak, hop up here. Yo, Lenza, we can't hear you, or are you talking?
Am I talking?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Yo, the freak, come up here, dog. What's good?
To know, like, how much money you got?
Probably the $5 in my pocket. Not much more.
See, can anyone answer for the guy?
Why do they think I'm kidding? I have a family. I take care of an entire family. That takes a lot of money.
He's doing all right.
Okay,
It's okay.
This is the thing. You guys. If you ain't fit, you can't say it's not all about being in good shape.
Why not?
If you don't have money, you can't say it's not all about money.
Yeah, why
But
not?
if he does have money, he can say that.
Why not?
He
Why
can.
can't you say? Why must you have the thing
Because
before you hang on? Let me ask the question.
Because hypothetical is
Let me ask the question.
hypocritical.
Let me ask the question.
Hypothetical is
How
hypocritical.
do you even know what I was going to say before I've even been
That's
allowed
I
to
know
ask
what
the
you're gonna
question?
say.
Then what was I going to?
Now, now I agree with that. Hypothetical is hypocritical. That's a good quote, honestly. Like, I like the quote. I mean, I think he's being a little bit, kind of like jumping the gun. Like, let's at least hash out the hypothetical or some shit. Not every hypothetical is useless, but like, I don't know.
I think that's lack of discernment. Hypothetical is hypocritical. So how do you make a choice?
Yeah. I guess you have to have some kind of categories, I guess, but how much do you want to give to the semblance of those specific those categorizations, right?
Going to say?
You're gonna say why can't you ask the question?
Okay, so that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is, how in the world can you create a standard that it's inappropriate to ask somebody, how come if I don't have X thing, because I don't value X thing, does that mean X thing is actually valuable?
You've never
There
experienced
you go,
it.
Andrew.
You can't speak about
You
it.
think that I haven't experienced wealth? Even
I
poor
was
people,
asking if you did.
Even poor people experience days of wealth.
I was
They
asking
can-
if you
even
did.
poor
I don't know
people-
who you are.
Even
There
but
you go,
even poor
Andrew.
people experience days of wealth, and so the thing is
No,
it's
definitely not. Definitely not.
definitely
Definitely
so.
not.
Definitely so.
I've lived the lowest lows and the highest highs.
Well, what's the distinction? After you make X amount, hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you look at these studies done on this,
He's lived the lowest of lows and the highest of highs. On the face of it, that cannot possibly be true, right? That means that you are the fucking standard. You're the everyman then. Like what?
You know, like you are the possibility of what can be achieved. Like it's like you literally can't see past yourself. You know, yet there's people more successful than you, more eloquent than you.
It does not.
I don't fit no
hugely-
fucking studies.
It does not
bro.
hugely improve a person's life.
Are you proud of who the fuck
Bro,
you are?
Why
Bro,
don't
look
you
at.
even
Are
let
you
me
proud?
get-
If you look in the mirror, would you guys say this motherfucker's proud of who the fuck he is? That's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your
Yes,
fucking shirt
because
off.
I've been-
Tell me you're fucking proud.
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fucking prison.
Wait, I'm sorry, Hank. What did you say?
Oh, of course he would. He scared Matt Dillon out their way. He's still bragging about that. Of course he would.
Yeah, but I can't believe he got up out of his seat. Like, dude, this is like, sit the fuck down, dude. Like, this is so
What?
stupid. Like, you're a child. Like, you're like, you know what I mean?
Yo,
Like,
it's like a boxing, it's like a boxing like promo like
yeah,
pre-fight.
yeah, right, yeah, exactly.
WWE.
Yeah, you know.
Do they do a face? Do they do a face off? If they do, dude, oh my.
Well, he threatens him. He actually physically threatens him. He says, "I'll smack you, you little bitch." he actually says that to him on stage, and he's like, "Oh yeah, do you normally attack armed men?" That's what he says.
Yeah, but that's a worst move. I mean, if I was going to smack someone, I wouldn't tell them because that's bad tactics.
Yeah, yeah, and then like, are you gonna attack an armed man on a stage? Like, you're not gonna do it, and you didn't do it. It's like, as proof of like that you have unrealistic claims and expectations of what you can and cannot do, sir. Like, you know,
Prison?
Jesus Christ!
Because
look
I've been
at
to
you,
prison?
bro. You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have tits.
No, they go to prison where they get fucking.
Fuck yeah,
where
they
get
do.
raped up the ass.
You've never been to prison.
and then let's go to his you
Your
know,
fucking shirt
Because
off.
I've been.
Tell me you're fucking proud.
Because
of
I've
yourself.
been to fucking prison.
Jesus Christ! Pull your fucking shirt
Because
off.
I've been.
Tell me you're fucking proud.
Because
of yourself.
I've been to.
You guys see that?
Yeah,
you guys see that
Fucking trash, dude.
that
Pull your fucking
disaster?
shirt
Because
off.
I've been.
Tell me you're fucking proud.
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fucking.
You guys see that? You guys see all the poop in his pants when he said that? That shit is
Yeah.
crazy, yo.
Pooping in
It's
pants
cat-
is gay. He got up. He can't keep it in his pants. He can't keep his sphincter together. He's been railed in prison so much.
Mr. Poopy Pants. Yeah, look at
Trash, dude. Pull your fucking shirt
Because
off.
I've been.
Tell me you're fucking proud.
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fuck.
Tell me you're fucking proud.
Because I've been.
Tell me you're fucking proud. of
Because I've
yourself.
been.
And all that poop in his pants, bro. Come on, bro. Like, I thought like if you're like a bodybuilder, like you're supposed to have like a muscular ass. But there's just something weird going on back there. It's like he's got shit in his pants.
Are those like girls aerobic pants or something?
Yeah,
Or
unfortunately,
Yes.
this is as high as the YouTube volume goes. You know, so I'm sorry about that, guys. I can't even turn this fucking shit. Like, this is as high as this fucking shit is going for some reason. And I don't know why.
I heard it fine.
Control your PC. And
Oh, speakers on the PC. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, let me fucking turn this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So that
Okay.
could probably you can push the volume.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Let's try it now.
To fucking prison.
Jesus Christ!
Because
look
I've been
at
to
you,
prison.
bro. You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have tits.
No, they go to prison.
So it's about people's appearance, right? You got like, you know, like what? Like, so you're judging people based off of appearance and not based off of like what they know or what they can make. You know, somebody can build a fucking robot that shoots people and they have less value than a bodybuilder. Is that what the fuck you're trying to tell me right now? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He's got holes in his pants. Like he's like they're not jeans. They're aerobic fucking like girl pants. You know those yoga pants or whatever with holes in them.
Yeah, yeah. Jim Bob
I mean,
says,
I don't know this guy or anything,
yeah.
but it's
Jim
like,
Bob
you know,
goes, he goes,
there
did
had
you
to been
borrow
an
those?
offstage.
Yeah, he goes, did you borrow those pants from George Michael? That's what he says. Shit is hilarious. But yeah,
That's
go
a
ahead.
good
Nick.
comment.
Hilarious.
Yeah, Jim Bob says,
No, I'm never gonna dance again.
Okay. Like you actually know his songs?
I don't know. Just what like Wham popped up or something like when I was mowing the lawn back in the day.
Back in the day, yeah, you know, the freak's old as fuck. That's the word on the street is the freak is an old ass man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Where they
No, I
get
never
fucking,
seen
where
this
they
guy.
get raped up the ass.
You've never been to prison. Look,
That's
he's
what
talking about shit
happens.
you don't know.
They go to prison where they get raped.
Now you get your ass beat in front of
You think that
everybody.
that's better? You think that that's
Okay,
better?
let's let him give his definition of success. And then
Having tits and 10-inch arms is what a
let's-
man is.
Let's
You
let him.
guys.
Let's let him.
Please
get his,
don't listen to that.
Wes, let's let him get his thing out, and then
Tits.
We can have different opinions.
Yeah.
Titties.
Anyway, back to where I was at.
Boobs.
Yeah. Okay. Prison. But anyway, if you want,
fuck yeah.
If you want to follow the successful mantra of a man who tells you he's reformed from prison, understand why they might have gone there to begin with.
Oh,
Yeah, that is a good question. Like, why did you go to prison in the first place, Holmes? Because there's different reasons why people go to prison, and they're not all the same. So, you know, that does matter.
Yeah, was he protesting? Was he violent? Did he blow himself up like Officer Snaps did? What did he do?
Now, I'll tell you something very strange. When I tried to look this man up, he has no Wikipedia page, but he does have an IMDb. So I think that's very strange. He's probably a fucking Armenian gangster and a money launderer. I don't understand, you know, how he's this low key, you know, yet this famous, you know.
Even if a dude does have man boobs or whatever, I never mention them, and I never mention them more than once because then it might look like I'm trying to fuck them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, like I was saying, you know, if you want Wes Watson with the man boobs, you'll have to go to Paul and Slave, you know, because that's where that's going on.
And
take care of
yes,
a
I
family.
do think that a rejection of materialism is something missing in society. And I do think that true wealth is the family. And I think that true wealth is having a wife, and true wealth. That is what I think it is. And that is what I think truly success is being able to go home and look your family in the face and know that you're doing everything you can to support them. That's
And then
what
when
I
you
think
go to the
success
beach
is.
with your family, they're like, "There's my stud dad right there, standing there.
Do you have-
that stud right there with
do
his
you
shirt off?
do you have children?
Look at that
Do
stud.
you have children?
I do have children.
How many?
I have two.
You have two. So are you saying that your Bugatti and your money and everything
If
else
they
is
saw
worth
me
more
standing
than your
there, they'd be
children?
like, my dad's a superhero. Look what he brought to the table. Look how hard this guy works. He came from nothing to this.
Yeah.
He's God damn it.
You're still whining. Stop whining
That
and
is
just
a
make an
product.
argument.
I'll smack you.
Fucking poopy pants over here, bro. That's what he said. He said, "I'll smack you." This is crazy, yo. Look at his head. What the fuck?
Damn it.
You're still whining. Stop whining
That
and
is
just
a
make an
product.
argument.
I'll smack your fat ass.
So you're gonna attack.
Straight
You're gonna
up.
attack me.
All right.
I'll smack your fat ass. So this dude is total belligerent, you know, total fucking belligerent. Like these guys should be fucking dropped off in a, like their own colony, and like, you know, like basically we should air bomb it like every like 10 days or some shit, and the ones that survive, we should take them out and put them in a super soldier program or some shit. You know,
Don't
jihad
waste
unit.
don't waste the money on bombs. Just run the program longer.
Yeah, like this is the only plan that these people deserve. It's
Did
total
you ever see
belligerence.
That, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you ever see that Survivor where there was, you know, men against women and they were on the island, and you know there was like this one that was kind of a little bit of a fruity one, you know. Well, he was the one that like made allies with the women and was able to boss all those friggin' men around the whole time because he was allies with the women, so he wasn't getting voted off. Did you ever see that one?
No, I mean I don't
Yeah,
watch
so
much of like shows like that, but yeah. So you have to pardon me.
you know, Survivor Island and something like that. It's like there's a whole there's very many variables that go into just being a brutish man and surviving on an island like that or whatever. But I just want to say the dude is wearing an actual, I think, a onesie. I think that's what that is.
Whatever it is, it's gay as fuck. And then, like, he promotes shaving your body. Like, it's like, what are you gonna go to a Roman bath? Like, what's wrong with you, dude? Like, this is disgusting. I mean, like, you look like a fucking, like, I don't know. You look disgusting. You look like a fucking armadillo.
Like,
Dude, nobody's
All right. Do you
white.
usually attack
This
armed
is
men
how
in
I
Florida?
talk. You, dude,
All right.
look
Let's
at
just
your goddamn self.
guys,
I've never seen such a pathetic motherfucker.
Okay,
Let's
well,
chill out a little
I'll-
bit, man. A little bit.
This is not what men
Let's let
look
him.
like.
Let's let him.
What do they
finish
look
his
like?
point.
Fucking shit.
What do they look like? Bald prisoners?
Dude,
Is
fuck,
that what they
bro.
look like?
This is the problem in society. Is people like this think they can talk to someone like me like that. They really think they can.
That's what you're here for.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Have you ever laid eyes on Henry Kissinger or any of these fucking people? Have you ever seen Jimmy Carter, how he looks? Have you ever seen any of the people that run the fucking world, how the fuck they look? They're all short, fat, bald, white dudes or Jewish dudes. So, like, they don't look like you, dude. They're the ones who control you. So how come how come the world is not being run by 6 foot tall bodybuilder dudes that have a lot of money?
Steroids make you stupid, I guess.
I don't know. It's all short. It's like that Yuri Bezmenov thing. He says, how come the smartest and most beautiful and most talented people aren't running things? But it's all sneaky, short, fat, bald guys that are ugly.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk.
It's because it's manipulation. It's because it's knowledge that actually helps you rule people. It's not all these things that you're listing off, sir.
And Bill Gates. And there's a lot of non-bald guys that have money. It's still white mostly.
Hey
This is
guys,
like,
this is like a small little thing.
Drama.
This is like a small little thing. I ran into like a business owner one time, and we were like joking about customers, and he goes, actually it was like my neighbor, and he's like, back when I was doing something, anytime we come across a guy that was bald, we would charge him 20% more. And I thought he was just joking, and he's like, no, I'm serious. He's like, they're the hardest people to deal with. And he works for a big contractor. I don't know.
I don't think that's. He was probably just messing with you, dude. Because who the
Okay,
heck
yeah,
on the
yeah,
flies
no,
on
no,
Jam up
yeah,
20%?
dude, you're
If
right, you're right.
negotiating a deal, like it
You're
doesn't
right.
work that way.
You're right. No, you're right. You're right.
It's funny though.
In fact, he's probably telling everyone he's charging someone else more anyways.
Like I said, he's my neighbor, but I think you guys are right.
Hey, when was this this conference, this Fresh and Fit conference? Like recent or?
It had to be recent because I went on a show this morning. I think Neurojack sent me this clip like yesterday, and then I went on a show this morning, and then they were watching the very same clip. So it must have recently happened, so because they're all everybody's reacting to it now, and and base Oracle came here, and me and him started opening up the topic, and I'd already reacted to it on another fucking channel, and they took it down. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just do it here. But yeah, this recently happened. Let me fucking see when they posted this clip. Shit says
There had to be some sort of
one day ago. 1 day ago, it says DeFreak.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm sorry. What did you say?
There had to have been some pre-stage drama before they got up there for him to get triggered like that, because he's talking about, you know, how weak the guy is, and he's attacking the weak guy. Like, you know, how strong is that?
Yeah,
No, I
exactly.
doubt it, because you know how these panels go. You don't need pre-stage drama to get into this. So
No, but you do need pre-stage drama to get to a slap contest.
no, you don't. Some of these people are freaking nuts.
Yeah, maybe he got the corner room in the hotel and he wanted it. You know, it could be something stupid. But you know, I mean,
No,
all we know is what's on stage.
Pre-stage drama is not necessary. You know, officer snaps. You don't need pre-stage drama to have someone to nut job.
Yeah. You know, if Fit wanted to replace Fresh, you could send Hank. I think he'd do a better job.
Yeah, probably would.
Definitely would. Even though you're lying on me last night on Tommy's, but that's all right.
What was my lie?
Yo, just curious. I'm sorry if this is like rude, but how long is the? Where are we? Like, you want to? Is there more to watch here?
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes more. That's why usually when I do these commentaries, I skip around and I play fast forward because I want to get done as soon as possible. Just that logistician in me.
I don't know. Do you guys want to finish it?
Maybe go a couple more minutes.
Yeah, I don't know who wants to do what. I'm just here.
Yeah, I mean, what? I mean, I don't know what this. You know, you wanted me to look up this, but I don't really know. There's no directions attached to it. It's just shadow work, or
Oh,
we did Tommy's last night.
All right, yo, it's Do you see one that's got it's got like probably like 5 mil views? It's probably like one of the first ones that should pop up. Or wait, try In Shadow. In Shadow animation. It's an animation.
You are not that good at researching. You want to give us the whole headline so we get it.
Hank, you're not that good at criticism.
No, I am. You want to give us the whole headline for video so it comes up to top 5. Say
I'm actually just trying to communicate and figure out like how I need to communicate to make this video show. That's all I care about.
Yes, that's all I care about too.
Okay, thank you.
Shadow.
I think it's called In Shadow. It's got like 5 million. If you could pull up the search like screen, whatever you're looking at,
Oh,
maybe
I see it. I just
Yeah.
it's an animated film, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm gonna get copyrighted for that, right? But
No, we don't. Let's not play that.
yeah.
Okay.
Will it be a copyright thing?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
If you want to watch Tommy totally melt down,
And if you want, we could just watch like whatever 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Bop it, speak about it for maybe who knows what it'll spark. I've seen it.
I got you. Yeah. I'll do that when we're done with this. I'll do that shit for sure. But yeah, this shit is crazy. Yeah, but yeah, Mr. Poopy Pants is gonna tell Jim Bob to shave his arms. That's where we're at this point. But yeah, we're gonna get to the shaved arms part. So I know some people were waiting for that lizard tree because that's how I'm summing this whole thing up, is that this man wants people to shave his arms. Like that's basically, the top thing that I've heard in this whole exchange is, why haven't you shaved your arms? And it's like,
You
okay,
got tattoos, Machine? You got tattoos?
I don't have tattoos. No.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't got none.
I don't have any.
Damn.
Yeah, dude. Yo, everybody here kept that body sacred.
Exactly. We on that purity. You know what I mean? So yeah, you got the fucking, I'm not a canvas for some fucking putts, to put like fucking his nonsense here. These are the blueprints of the divine. To fucking do this shit.
Sacred body.
Fingerprints of God on this motherfucking body.
You wouldn't do shit about it, and that's the problem.
I mean, you're the one who got hostile for having a difference of opinion.
Dude, check it out. You started coming at me about some other shit. This is what the show is supposed to be about. I like this shit. So personally, I enjoy it.
Yeah, I enjoy
But
blood sports.
We can agree to disagree.
We can we can
we
have a
can move on, but
we can-
Jesus
yeah.
Christ, men don't have tits. We can agree on that. Physically,
Men usually have
he has-
hair. We
he
can
has
agree on
cro-
that too.
He has
Physically.
crossed over gender barriers.
I think we can see each side has
By,
different
by
opinions.
choice, crossing gender barriers by growing tits.
So, what about you, brother?
All right, nice.
Crazy.
Being successful.
Let's go back to this. Look at this crowd. These people look like they're paid to be there. Like these don't like you don't ever encounter a group of men that look as these people do. Like what what do you have a crowd of here? You know, these are not your average people. These are people that seem to have been selected to be an audience. You know,
Bro.
they're all one type of person. You know what I mean?
Bro, I feel, is this like a timeshare?
Yeah, like
Nightclub energy there. Nightclub energy. Especially
Those are their employees.
Yes.
it's such a weird crowd of people. Like it's all the same type of dude.
Is it a cruise ship?
Yeah, it kind of looks like a cruise ship. Like they're all on a cruise ship. Like yeah. it's
Oh yeah,
fucking
because they're the Crucible. I get it.
I'd say those are the employees and the staff of the support group of all the different people there, probably. Most of them.
Well, they look like they all fucking work at the fucking chum bucket. I don't know. If I'm gonna
Yeah.
the fuck is this? Bunch of robots. Huh?
Let's see what we got. Dude, I think I went to school with that dude on the second right side. I think his name is Stavros. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone's got chains. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, they all got the same chain on. It's fucking weird. Like this is so weird.
Bro, it looks like kind of looks like a Moorish meeting a little bit with some white agents and trying to infiltrate. Never mind.
That was kind of funny.
It's a strangely diverse crowd. Like it's like they like put like white people in there, like and like they like space people out, like on purpose. Like
Man, those are all the employees and staff of all the different people that are up there on the stage. Half
What
of
if
them, anyway.
What if this is like the Sinaloa cartel's Christmas card photo? Alright, never mind, dude.
Yeah, for real, yo. Yeah, Canuck said it for real, yo. This is a fucking deplorable. There's a deplorable energy behind this crowd. Their lack of reactions to what's going on the stage. You know, like people are like literally saying they're gonna smack each other, and they're all just like giggling and like fucking whispering in each other's ears. Like, what the fuck kind of people are these? Like, they're like, what is it? Was this supposed to be part of the show? They're like all like asking each other, like, say, excuse me, sir, was this on the program registry? It's like what the fuck are these people? That you've never encountered a group of any men in any audience. You've never seen an audience. Go watch like Jerry Springer or any of those fucking shows. You'll never see an audience that looks like this. This is a fucking weird audience. Okay, I can't believe the people on stage weren't like, who the fuck are these people? Why is it all the same type of person?
It
Like,
looks
if I
like
was on
Florida.
Yeah, you know, like if I was on stage, I'd mention it. But yeah, what'd you say, Browns boy? It's like Florida.
It just looks like Florida, maybe.
It is. It's Miami. So
Oh, dude, there's not much good coming out of Miami. Okay.
So is this just? Have I just not been to Miami? And this is how these cocksuckers look like.
Side note, I'm so sorry. Just gotta say it. 444 Brickell Street, Miami, right on the Miami River. It's a thing. People look it up. That's all I gotta say.
Oh shit. We dropping fucking smooth bombs out here, yo. On the masses.
So No one's gonna do it, but if you look it up, you'll see. You'll see.
Oh shit, he's talking to his girlfriend. The robot.
All right, nice.
Crazy.
Being successful is effectively acting on your intentions, and I think I agree with Andrew that your intentions must align with something bigger than yourself. In my case, it's God, the Christian God, and so success to me is fulfilling on your intentions, but maintaining your ethical standards. And if you're doing that as a Christian, you are in fact procreating, and if you're not, you're doing something that fills.
What the fuck am I hearing? Like, see, look, like that didn't sound like actual. It made sense. Like that didn't sound like directives for life. Like, all right, so if you're a Christian, you have A, an ethical standard, and B, you're procreating. Like what?
Yeah, this doesn't jump off standard breeding is an argument.
Yeah,
I
like,
actually went at him directly for this.
yeah, I mean, it just goes back to what I'm saying before. Like, the goal of being a Christian is not, breeding or having ethical standards. You know what I mean, right? But rather, having kids and having ethical standards are towards being Christian, right? Or how couldn't it be that? Right. So the fact that they keep putting the emphasis on the end goals, and the end goals are actually the means through which you achieve these things, and what you actually want is people to be Christians, right? So I mean, if you're procreating, that doesn't mean you've created more Christians, right? Or you've created better ethical standards. Right. So none of those things are actually interrelated in any, coherent fashion. Pseudo Christian LARPers. Some of that going on.
In that gap that's equally effective to contributing to a moral society. And I think if you're not contributing to a moral society and you're only contributing to a consumerist society, a materialistic society, that's the only thing you're going to worship. And tons of people.
And that's true. Like the things that they mentioned, they're not even materialism. It's not materialism that these guys follow. They're clearly naming brands and shit. So what they follow is consumerism. It's like it's even lesser than materialism. It's consumerism. It's like, that's sad,
Yes.
It's like, oh yeah, you just go with brands and symbols and shit like that. It's just a name. It's a catchy name, and it's all about catching the name and saying the name. It's so stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's stupid.
Worship material things and flash it around, but it's vacant. It's spiritually vacant.
The craziest thing is, if you looked at the people who are supposedly materialistic, we've helped more people than these guys who claim
Why is
to help
helping?
people.
What is? Why
We've
is helping?
actually
Wait.
changed more
Why is
lives.
helping important to you?
I mean, because I know what it's like to be at the bottom.
So okay. So, are you helping someone if you give them an expensive watch?
Why do you think we just do that? You must not know who you're talking to.
I asked you a question. You didn't answer it.
I give them the habits to build themselves.
What did I
into
ask
something.
you though?
Yeah, he got him with that one. Are you helping somebody? That's not helping. Right? Like what? Yeah, he got him with that one. And the other thing, when Andrew said, would you trade your fucking Bugatti for your kids? Because he literally said, he's like, I have a Bugatti so I can impress my kids. Like it's like so. It's like, yeah, but what's more important? Like, I mean, right? Like the impressing kids part or the having the Bugatti part? Because you emphasize having a Bugatti and not impressing your kids. So that's the problem with these guys. I mean, so yeah, no conflict there. They're absolutely right about that.
Am I helping them if I give them an expensive watch? I give them habits, a mindset.
So the answer is
how
no.
to operate.
So if you give them,
But you guys are assuming we're
Just
only
answer-
doing
no,
stuff
no.
about materialism.
Can a man answer a direct question?
He's doing the can you answer a direct question thing to him now. That's his tactic, right? Can you answer a direct question?
Jesus Christ. These characters.
The answer
are
is
tough as
no.
fuck. Look at these fucking Karens.
Go ahead,
dude.
buddy.
How the fuck did these guys even get up here? Why would you bring me here with people like
You didn't
this?
answer the question.
Dude, it's fucking shit.
We got different of opinion here. Okay, go ahead, Miguel.
This is why they split it like this. I'm sorry you got put over there.
No, I know,
You don't really fit over there. We need some other little fucking lame douche over there.
Oh man.
I'll still answer the question. Is giving someone an expensive watch?
Would any of you guys really hang out with these guys?
This is not an
Yes,
argument.
I
Like,
do.
Jesus
hang out with them.
Christ.
They're skilled. They're
Fuck
skilled at
you.
some
There's the
things.
Lord.
Whoever fucking said
Hang
that.
on, that bass
Kick
guy
you
right
in
there
your
just said,
fucking
"Hell
face,
yes,
little
shut up."
faggot.
That's fucking hilarious. You're awesome.
Again, like 3 people in this crowd are even reacting to what's going on. Like, what the fuck? These people are straight up asleep out here, or just literally just paid to be there.
Yep.
Go ahead, man.
The whole crowd says, "Yeah, we'd hang out with them."
Different guys
this,
on the
this
panel.
is why most people don't invite me
Guys,
places.
Different
Of
guys
course.
on the
Yeah, we
panel
can tell.
Of course,
have
we
different
don't-
skill
we won't
sets
invite
and
you.
different things that they bring.
With belligerent,
We can tell.
Wait, I'm sorry. What'd you say, Hank?
we don't invite him because he's belligerent and stupid.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. Most people don't invite him because he's belligerent and stupid. Don't you agree, TML?
Yeah.
Tits are all jiggling. He's got like a half a fucking jelly donut.
Hey, bro, your toupee, it's still back there in the back. Go get it.
I shaved my head, you little faggot.
Are you sure? Are you sure you shave your head? Or?
All right, go ahead, Miguel.
We're on Rumble, right?
Yeah, we're on YouTube too.
Oh, well, fuck it. We do it live. We're not on my channel. We do it live.
Bro,
Do it
George
live.
Michael wants his pants back.
God damn, look at whose shirt is that?
Oh.
Dude, that your fucking mom bought you that. Your aunt bought you that for fucking Thanksgiving dinner. That's like Oshkosh Bagosh or some shit, bro.
Welcome
Jesus
to the
Christ.
roast session today.
There's any
Lord.
guys who fucking
I feel like I'm
holy
in the locker
shit.
room.
If those are men to you guys,
God
go fucking
forbid,
kill
God
yourself.
forbid you say watches are not important to this guy.
No, it's the thing about materialism. You
Oh.
You worship
these
it,
guys-
dude. You
these
worship
guys
it.
must have grown up with money.
Ooh.
Bro,
People
you
who didn't
worship
grow up with
material.
money chase money.
Worship
People who did grow-
materialism.
Shut the fuck up.
You
You don't
worship
know me,
it.
you fucking
I can tell.
lame.
I can tell by your speaking.
How the fuck do you think
Oh.
you
Listen
know
how
me?
reactive you are. If someone
Shave
says,
your goddamn arms.
say you can't
bro.
deal with it. You can't deal with it.
Shave your goddamn arms, bro. Yo, that's it, bro. Shave your goddamn arms, bro. That's it.
Base job. Oh yeah.
Dude, 0.25 makes it sound super demonic.
Yeah.
You
Listen
know
how reactive you are. If someone
Shave
says,
your goddamn arms.
say you can't
bro.
deal with it. You can't
Shave
says,
your goddamn arms.
say you can't
bro.
deal with it. You one
Shave
says,
your goddamn arms.
say you can't
bro.
deal with it.
What the fuck? Shave your
Your brother was pretty
goddamn
clever, man.
shave your goddamn arms and go to the fucking Roman bathhouse and get fucked. What the hell? Shave your arms and look like a gay. I don't understand. Shave your arms. Like that's his comeback to wearing gay pants. To wearing gay pants is shave your arms.
Yeah,
Oh my
shave your
God.
arms and paint them like a damn leopard.
Yeah, I just don't get it, dude. You look like you're going to a fucking, disco. You look like a clown.
An extra ram says not Mr. Not So Clean, Mr. Unclean.
He just be a forked tongue and a red nose.
Yeah, really.
You can't deal with it.
Oh yeah, I gotta get back to the thing. Yeah, but yeah, shave your goddamn arms, bro.
Why would I shave?
And look at like who's laughing at that? Like what? Like they must be laughing at him. Like shave your arms. All right.
My arms on the man.
That's I'm sorry. That's the first time I've heard that. Yeah, like men have body hair. Like I don't. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's manly to have body hair. But yeah, it's like this. I don't know who this guy is on the side of him, but yeah, that looks like his little like you know what. I'm saying right, but yeah.
fuckboy.
Yeah, basically, you know what I mean, right? Like,
These pale
What the
fucks.
fuck is wrong with you?
Okay.
Shave your body. Aren't you a man?
Look at this guy, dude.
Okay, let's let Miguel finish this real quick.
Let's post these guys.
Shave your pubes.
Hey, post these guys,
Guys,
women back here.
guys.
I mean, these two guys that sit next to each other, they like compliment each other on how shaved their arms are. They're like, "Oh yeah, man, you're so ripped, bro. Yeah, man, you got some nice arms, bro." And then what? Like, think about it, guys. Like,
Reach
it's
around.
fucking weird. It's fucking
Yeah.
weird.
They give each
Usually
other
the baby oil or something.
Yeah.
After that.
It's like, oh yeah, yeah, you know, you got to make them look shiny, bro. Next, you know, that's what. Yeah, you know, you got to get that shine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me help you, bro. You know.
How many
It's the tattoos popping.
how many views did this get? When did this happen?
Oh my God, yo! I bet the views for this is off the chain. There's like 15 people watching my show right now. This thing has 22K views
When was it posted?
1 day ago.
Oh my God, who is watching this shit, dude?
And this ain't even on the main channel, by the way. This ain't like their like this is.
What are
Yeah,
people
actually,
saying that they're learning?
yeah, this might be their like clip channel or some shit. I don't even know because it does have all their links underneath. But like, yeah, I mean, you know, the main thing would be on Rumble. A lot of people watch it on Rumble. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Well,
it's probably
not
got.
all about learning. Like watching float state, it's not all about learning. So this is a drama show.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 people
Yeah.
paying $50 an hour for 3 hours is what? Like, it's not that much money. It's like $400 to make these people show up, and then you just sit there and collect random $200 questions for like, where'd you get those shoes from? Like,
It's a night drift.
bro,
So if I could do it, I would.
I don't know. Listen, if I had to bet my life at this point with the knowledge I have, it's a scam. So
Well, I wouldn't say it's a scam. Then people know what they're buying.
I didn't
But-
say
and I
you
need to
would
pay
say it
them.
was a scam.
Yeah, but people know what they're buying, and I have bills to pay, and sites that have a little extra too. I have a freaking catalytic converter need to replace somehow.
You were thinking what?
Well, yeah, I have bills to pay, and I have a catalytic converter need to replace. So if I could do it, I probably would.
Well, there you go. You know, I know. Yeah, there you go.
I'm sure that some of these panelists people say money's bad.
Don't-
Well, I still need it. So
You said?
I'm
Did
just a
you say
bad
that?
person.
Did you say that this was kind of like grifting though?
Yeah, I would say it's grifting,
Yeah?
but I wouldn't say it's a scam because people know what they're getting.
How would
who is
somebody
this?
know what they're getting?
It's a $50 super chat.
Who is this addressed to?
To me, that's to me.
Oh, okay. Because I was like wondering.
Yeah, it's to
Okay,
me.
so is this gonna be like okay? So we only got 5 more minutes of this, then we're gonna let Hank and the Freak have this discussion or whatever because this is kind of getting weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting strange. Yeah.
I want to see these guys women. Let's put these trolls back. here.
Women are not objects in our world. 'Cause
guys,
we're not
guys,
materialists.
guys, relax.
I've never heard more
Relax.
lies in my life.
Relax.
This is one thing I don't like.
Wes,
It's
come on,
people
man.
who lie.
Wes,
You're crying.
Wes, let's just
No,
move
no, no,
on.
no, no, no. We're gonna
move
continue.
on.
I
We're
can
gonna
make
move
you
on.
cry if you want.
We're
little
gonna move
fag.
on.
That's all
We're
you
gonna move
got.
on. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move
I
on.
could if you want.
We're gonna
No,
move
you all,
on.
that's all you got is threats.
We're gonna
and
move
fruit
on,
drink.
guys. We're gonna
I'm
move
a great
on.
speaker.
We're gonna
That's
move on,
it.
guys. We're gonna move on.
At least,
Okay,
I can
Miguel,
answer,
go ahead.
at least
Miguel.
I can answer a direct question.
Guys.
Oh my
We're gonna move
God!
on.
How
Go
did
ahead,
you
Miguel.
bring me here? I thought this was
Go
like
ahead.
some real
Wes,
shit.
Wes, we gotta chill, man. We gotta chill.
I'll dip.
Wes,
I
go
don't
ahead.
give a fuck.
All right, what's success, right? Freeing the slaves. That's what it is. Mental slaves, man. That's what it is, man. And I gotta agree with Wes. You gotta help.
I can't believe like what the slaves? Like you're a slave, dude. Like there's people who rule over you and maintain systems so that you don't succumb to the forces of nature. Like, you're a slave, dude. Like, there's people who rule over you. Absolutely, 100%. You know, and or if they wanted to, they could put you out of commission. You know, so, you know, you're a slave. You know, are you a mental slave? Absolutely. Are you a physical slave? At least part of the time. You know, everybody goes to sleep at some point. And nobody sleeps with one fucking eye open. It is what it is. You know, you eat or die. Okay? It's the fucking law of the jungle, okay? Everybody has to follow it.
People out. Like, you can't, like, it's true. This whole thing, right? I came from no money. Immigrant, Mexican, having trouble with the body, you know, so shout out West.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. But
So how do you define success for the Mexican and the black guy? It's don't be a slave. Got it. So you guys still are trapped in that mentality, obviously. You're a bunch of house Negroes, right? Obviously.
Let's be a slave master, actually. That's a success.
Right.
When you have your own plantation full of slaves, you're successful.
Right. Right. Exactly.
you know, we've helped a lot of people. We made millionaires, and that's changed people's lives. That's helped people get fucking families, and now people have the time to fucking go to the gym, do everything. But it's about freeing your mind, and that's what I'm proud of, and that's what I do. That's what Charlie does. That's what most of these men on this panel do, is we free people from their fucking mental slavery. Period.
He tried to get all like, you know, they didn't really do it.
So, oh man. Well, here's the thing. I'll tell you this: we got a bunch of masculine guys on the panel because they're arguing with each other. So that's how you know.
Those are some stuff,
so-
Mr. Steal Your Bitch.
Yeah,
and
so
his buddy.
Keep shaving your body.
What I will say is this. I think the definition of success is a combination of everything that everyone on the panel has said, whether being free, being able to have a family, being able to have your money on point, being in shape, which I agree with 100%. If you are going to be married, you're free and you run the marriage the way that you want.
Those karate bodies.
Being free. I think all these, how do I say this? All these attributes absolutely make you into the top tier guy. And it really comes down to having all the pieces, right? We talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! And all 5 pieces of Exodia. You got to have all 5 pieces. The piece that I'm missing right now, which I will admit that
Exodia, right there.
that Wilson has.
What the fuck did he just say? He just said we
5
talk about
pieces of Exodia. That's a Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
that's what he just yeah, he said we talk about Yu-Gi-Oh and having the 5 pieces of Exodia. Hank, do you know what the fuck he's talking about? Do you
Yes,
feel
yes, I do.
What the hell did he just say to my ears, to my
That's a
face?
children's card game. That's a combination that makes you automatically win that duel.
Good lord. So we're at Dungeons and Dragons and a lesser version of it at this point, and I don't even know where we're at anymore. And this house Negro Muslim slave is gonna pretend he's mentally free. All right.
Is that religion does matter, right? Whether you're Christian, Muslim, Jewish, etc. Understanding that there's a higher power and being devout to something.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The black guy on the stage, he wants to be free. The Mexican guy on the stage, he wants to be free. And the Muslim guy on the stage, he doesn't care if anybody's Jewish or Christian or Muslim. So all these people follow some cucked ideology that is not a reflection of who they claim to be, and they're all just like free.
Well, don't Muslims tend to be slaves of God anyways? So
Yeah,
it's
really.
not consistent.
Yeah, really. It's it's a contradiction. Yeah.
No, most Muslims claim that they're slaves of God.
Right. Right.
Then-
So like
then
so
consistent,
yeah, but that means you can't be enslaved to anybody on earth, right? You're a slave to God. Get it right?
Well, if God puts someone in charge of you to manage you, and then it's still consistent. You still have the hierarchy.
Right, but God only puts the righteous in charge of you. You know what I'm saying,
Well,
right?
no,
So
God puts whoever He wants in charge over you. He does
when?
whenever it's God.
Well, I don't know. I think people create their own systems, don't you?
Yeah, at the
Yeah.
pleasure of
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, and I think well, no, not all to the pleasure of God, right? Like for example, God struck down Babylon. He did not create it, right? Tower of Babel,
Well,
right?
who created Babylon then? That God created everything.
No, God created the people and then they made Babylon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
so he
God
did not
wanted to
so
prevent people from creating Babylon, He could have.
oh, of course, yeah.
So
Yeah, but
God allowed for Babylon to be created. He gave tacit permission.
no, he gave the people permission to either create it or not create it, and they created it.
Yeah.
So he did not create it.
Well, I guess created one step removed.
Well, that's not a direct order of creation. You know what I mean, right? It's a secondary order of creation. Just as we don't create, man didn't create the Tower of Babel. They just recreated nature, right? They didn't like create something, right? They couldn't have
Yeah.
made yeah. They didn't just invent a tower. They made it out of shit that was already there, right? So yeah. So like God creates out of nothing, right? And then man creates out of what is there. It's a different order of creation, right?
And God creates out of Himself, but it's technically nothing the way I define it.
Well, it could be that God creates out of himself. Then if you believe in emanations, right? But
Yeah.
but I believe that God creates nothing and then creates. And right, I believe that God is a creator of nothing, right? For instance, right?
I think God's just there. Then he's the definition of nothing. Then he splits himself into something, because you need two objects that have either be in the facility of something else.
Yes.
This is the difference between angels and mankind. Is that
Yeah,
He
we're
gave
getting
us
a
creativity.
little yeah, we're getting a little deep, but go on that point, DeFreak. What were you saying?
That's the difference between the angels and mankind, is that he did give mankind creativity, the gift of creativity, which is probably one of our most important, highest gifts.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's the singular thing in which it gives us a power to like kind of destroy ourselves. So man has a capacity to be evil, which is what makes him good, Like as it says in the Tao Te Ching, it says those who are aware of their goodness are not truly good.
That's the thing too, is when we enter into heaven, we are already going to have that sense of goodness, so that we won't be creating a whole bunch of evil in heaven. That's kind of what this place is all about, what it's for. It's weeding out the evil creators.
I haven't seen how Evans ran, so I don't have an opinion on it yet.
Yeah, see, this is the type of shit we actually usually talk about, and this is the level of shit we talk about, and these guys are talking on a very low level, obviously. It just is what it is. There's no, movement or compulsion towards higher orders of learning here, or towards better solutions, or practical solutions, right?
Yeah, you know what? I don't think we'll get much out of the last 2 minutes, anyways. If we can start hashing out the issue from Illumitami.
Oh wait. Well, let's just let it play then, because I don't want to
Okay.
disturb this audience here.
And understanding that and following God is very important. That's something that I need to work on myself. And I'm definitely going to admit that, I haven't been the best Muslim. I haven't been the most devout Muslim. And it's something that I need to go back to at some point. But
Oh my God, isn't this the guy with the baby mama with the Chinese prostitute? I mean, you haven't been the best Muslim? Like I believe that's an understatement, sir.
That's the other one.
Being religious is very important. And it's something that I'm.
Oh, that's the other guy?
Yeah.
Funny, but I mean, I don't even know which one's which at this point, but yeah.
You know, obviously have the fitness, the money, girls, whatever the hell it may be. But at the end of the day, to be fulfilled, you need that religious component, I think, especially when you have it all. So no one here on the panel is wrong, honestly. Some guys are specialized in other things. Some guys are better at some things than others. But I think the general message, the underlying message is 100% correct. You got to have your money on point. You can't be a fat piece of shit. You got to be able to run the marriage if you are married the way that you want, where you're able to have an open relationship, where you're able to be on a private jet with 4 other women with your wife. Or if you want to be monogamous, that's fine too. But I think you need to be able to run your life the way that you want to.
So literally no directives on anything. You could just live however you want to live. You could be with your wife. You could be a swinger. You could be monogamous too. There is no directive. You know, it's just literally just, there is no standard for how anybody's going to live. You get to do whatever you want is the standard. You know, except for the 2 people who literally just said, well, actually, you know, we reject materialism, you know, and there's something to do with the family that's probably important, you know, which is general, but at least it's a start. You know, I mean, the cultural desolation of the other points of view, the you know, complete vacuous, you know, like just desire, impulse, you know, to just, you know, and then also just material wealth to back up the impulse. Right.
Understand that you're put on this earth for a reason, and God put you here for a reason, and it's not to waste it away. So turn it to fresh.
I think success just means you have a choice that you can make every day. So waking up saying, okay, this is what I want to do with my life, I'll do. And ultimately, if you're a guy out here, you want to be successful for yourself and your family. So I think for most people here, you want to grind, make money to invest for your family. But how do you get there? And it's having goals, setting it for yourself, running it back. How do I get to this point? And execution. And I think for most people here, by yourself, you can't get it done. But with a team, people are successful or on the way up, you can get it done. So I think having a good network of people around you and having that mindset and goals helps to go all the way. But yeah, as you can see here, we all have different opinions and it's success in different ways.
As you guys see,
Oh, yeah.
everyone has a perspective of life. Sorry for my English and Spanish, you know, but what you got to understand is your perspective is going to shape your reality.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's many things being said here, but one thing I got to say that I back up Wes is that you can never be truly like in peace with yourself.
Again, another empty platitude. Your fucking perspective shape your reality. No shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes.
Yeah, I knew this wasn't going anywhere. Put on 2x, we can get it over with.
If you're not proud of how you look, because to be present, you're going to be proud of your presence. So, you know, you got to be proud of how you look in the mirror. That's money on the side. You know, I've been broke and I've been rich. I'm always going to choose rich, bro. You know, I've been fat and I've been in shape. I'm always going to choose in shape. You know, so I feel that's the main message here. You guys got to be proud of who you are, because if not, you're not going to be walking around of your best version of yourself.
Well said. Okay, second question, guys, is going to be, what is your daily routine for success?
We did it. We got through it.
So yeah, that's all, and if you heard that, that's only 17 minutes of it, and it's basically fucking unwatchable. Like, it's literally fucking unwatchable. So like, I mean, I don't know. That's even worse than these panels, to be honest. I mean, like, you know.
Well, that was a panel. No, I'd rather watch Flow State.
Yeah.
Okay, the freak. Let's hash this out.
Oh yeah, real quick. Sorry, I was away there. Just the last opinion on that thing. That that whole exercise there is a microcosm of everything in the world today. A whole lot of chatter and a whole lot of no solutions.
Yeah, you said it, brother.
All right, Hank.
Okay, give me your dispute with me.
All right. So yesterday on Tommy Illumin Tommy's, he was absolutely whacked out of his mind, going crazy, exposing himself, trying to trying to initially frame me in a certain way so that like he could basically get the authority of the moral high ground, and failed miserably, of course. And then Hank comes up to the panel and, you know, asks a question. Well, how do we know between two Christians who's the more righteous, or who's the one with the Holy Spirit? And Tommy gave some whacked out 20-minute, you know, grandstanding. I don't even remember what he said. Answer. And I tried to give my best, clearest answer. And Hank said that he did not recognize that Tommy was lying, that Tommy was exposing himself as being a non-hetero, and that he didn't say, and that he denied that Tommy admitted that he was basically hitting the glass. And I found that surprising. He said he denied all of those. So maybe we need third-party judgment around here. Watch this film or something and see what happens.
Okay. So
there
what's
it
your
is.
dispute with me, not Tommy? Me.
My
But
dispute with you is you didn't recognize the truth and say it. I asked you.
Oh, okay.
Do you
I had
admit
the wrong
that
opinion.
Tommy exposed
That's
himself?
your dispute with me is that I came to the wrong conclusion with the facts I observed. Okay. Well, my opinion didn't change from yesterday. So how are you going to deal with that?
Well, I didn't realize you didn't have all the facts because I assumed that you were watching the whole time. So
I have a job. I have a life. I have things to do. In fact, Paul came up. I said that I didn't know Paul came up because I was taking a nap for work, and you didn't listen to that. So I didn't know Paul even came up because I was asleep. I have a job. I have responsibilities, so I don't watch all these panels. So there you go.
Yeah, and I remember he asked you if you saw when Paul was up, because he was up right before I was up, and so when you said no, I should have realized then, but I think I was already so like into telling Tommy that he's the liar that I missed it. So forgive me on that, I guess.
How you guys doing?
That was quick.
Anything else? Any more grievances?
Nope.
Anyone else have grievances? Do you have grievances? Grounds board while you're already here.
Oh, do I have grievances?
Yes, for me.
For you?
Yes.
Does that mean, are you asking me, dude, I didn't go to like school. You got to use like language terms with me, homie. Does that mean I have a problem with you?
Affirmative. Do you?
No, I don't think so. Do you think so?
Not that I know of. That's why I asked you.
No, I don't. I think, no, I don't have a problem with you. I don't see you messing anything up or anything. Well, right
But
now,
none of your stuff, none of your things, but I'm totally messing stuff up. The machine lies. Do you have any grievances for me at the moment?
Does it also mean criticism? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Not really.
Yeah, it could be criticism.
Okay.
Not really, my friend.
Oh, okay,
No.
cool. I'm gonna go take a nap. I'll probably be back up at 2 a.m. EST, probably 2:30 now. 2:30 EST, I'll be back up.
Okay, my friend.
I don't know
Well,
if I'll
you
be
have
back on panel, but I will be awake.
Okay.
Too
Well,
big.
you have a peaceful day, my friend. Thank you so much for joining.
See you later.
But
That's one thing with Hank. Like, first of all, you probably won't get it sugar coated, but you're definitely gonna get it the way he sees it, and it's not gonna be straight up like deception or lie, because that's kind of what took me by surprise last night. But we already figured it out. So take care, Hank.
I'm glad I showed up and something was figured out. That's awesome.
It's all because of you.
Yeah, exactly what I was not saying. Yes.
Well, and Santos Bonacci.
And Santos. Dude, someone else talked to me about him today. Oh shit, no, it was yesterday.
No, I just woke up, so I missed a little bit of what's going on. But I know Fresh and Fit was up in there. Glad you guys you got graced with the Christianity
clip.
just pouring out of that display.
That exchange. Yeah. Yeah, good lord, yeah.
I saw a lot of
realized
seeds.
what he was walking into with Jim Bob. You know, Jim Bob's a pretty clever guy. Like, I don't know if you're gonna win too many intellectual well, you're not gonna win too many, you know, verbal whatever, you know, like that against Jim Bob.
Yeah, I mean, the guy refused to debate me on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Dude, I would too if I was a pussy, seriously.
Well, to be fair, I think that there's something else going on. I mean, Jim Bob is smarter than he acts.
Right. They're trying to cultivate this narrative. You know, we've been through it, you know. And
that's what's the worst part to me. And again, like I'm not even talking shit. I'm just recognizing what's happening. And it's kind of like strange, you know. It's like Jim Bob is smart as fuck. I mean, he's not a total idiot, but the stuff that he's throwing out.
Oh yeah, and his older shit, he used to talk about the New World Order and stuff in the same kind of way that we're doing it, you know. So he had a kind of change of heart at some point, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
Right now, he's like chumming. Like somebody used that term. I can't remember who it was. Somebody said like
I've heard multiple people around here use that term. I'm not even gonna name them.
Yeah, I can't remember. I heard somebody say that for like a very specific thing, and I can't remember what it was, but it fits. It's like stuff, like just throwing like bait out there for people, and I don't.
Yeah, dude.
And what I mean by bait is like it's like they want you to. It's like Don Quixote. They want to turn everybody into like that dude. Like go attack a bunch of things that aren't really your enemy, and then pat yourself.
Why does a fisherman throw bait into the water? Because that's where he's at, and he needs fish to go like there. So it's like,
yeah, no, exactly. Yeah.
And so people will hit on different lures, lures. No, I'm kidding. And then, then they get what's it called, hooked, and then maybe they get dragged through this water, and feels like maybe they don't know which way to go, and they fight, but they keep getting pulled until they're on the mothership. All right, I went a little farther.
Well, I'll put it this way: it's like they took that Fisher of Men, kind of like a little bit of a different direction than I thought it was. But I think that's kind of maybe what you're saying is right. Maybe they're maybe they're little green men underneath those suits. So I saw some videos the past couple of days, some shit.
Dude, yeah, I think that's all true, man. I saw this movie once. It was called Tremors. I believe that too.
Dude, I literally saw Truthers, and I can't remember exactly who it was, but trying to play that up as if it was real. And like,
what?
Yeah.
I mean, whatever, dude. Listen, it probably is real in some capacity.
No,
like,
yeah, don't get me
honestly,
wrong.
it even could be talking about like the gut. Like, who knows?
No, don't get me wrong. Like, it wouldn't surprise me that there's really some. I mean, I think people out in the Gobi Desert in Mongolia believe in like something like that. So look, I'm not saying it's totally like bullshit, but I'm just saying it's like they were trying to like, do some kind of half-assed like connect the dots shit. And I don't know. I mean, that's I guess that's what we do with Truthers, but is
What do you guys think, man? What's something you think that's out there that people normally would not, like, in a normal setting, you wouldn't be like, In a normal setting, I wouldn't just walk up to someone and just be like, "Yo, hey, 4 people I don't know. Do you guys know Queen Elizabeth is a lizard?" You know, I wouldn't do that. But like, what's something like that that you guys actually like think is possible? Because I've had different thoughts and not having the evidence for it, but I'm like, wow, I wonder if this is connected to that. And then like 2 years later, not even looking for it, it ends up kind of being pretty close to what I thought for whatever it is.
Well, let me give you an example. Let's say that you are in a club and you're dancing with some women, and you start telling them, let's just use the Queen Elizabeth lizard people thing, and let's say that 2 years later, you happen to see that same person, and it's on the news that it was true. What do you think the likelihood of her giving you due credit and being like, "Oh, I thought you were crazy," but
Bro, look, I'll tell you what. I like your example. Not whole, but what I see in it is that it doesn't matter about the credit. And because like I had the exact scenario happen to me, like my neighbor, I was telling them stuff for years, dude. They thought I was so crazy, but I like try to do like I was practicing trying to like figure out how to like talk to completely brainwashed people. And then like 10 years later, she was like, "Oh, it's so crazy. What's going on?" I'm like, I told you all about this stuff like 10 years ago. And they were like, I know, but it didn't make me feel good. Like it made me feel bad they didn't listen.
No, you'll never get the credit for anything.
Don't want it. Yeah.
no, I'm not saying about the credit. I'm more talking about like
I don't want it. I want to communicate something
no.
to make
What
somebody think.
What I mean is, do you think that she would actually recognize that what you said was even true, even if it's on the news and it's all admitted and all that? That's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
I don't know. It's very speculative at this point.
Well,
pretty much said that she did.
I'm sure that a guy like you've been in that scenario where, some of the things that you predicted over the years, like, or seen and told people, like, have actually come true. Like, for me, I'll just use me as an example. Like, a lot of the stuff that I've kind of noticed for, I don't know, 20 plus years, is basically all out in the open now. And like the first time I ever watched stuff like Obama Deception or Alex Jones or stuff like that, I was like, oh, I've been saying this stuff for years in different ways, like not directly, but I knew that there was something underlying a lot of political stuff, right? And everybody just said, well, that's ridiculous. And then when like at this point, it's like everybody just accepts that kind of stuff is true, even like a lot of normies. But nobody really came back and said, oh, I appreciate you kind of like trying to give me a heads up on that. You know what I mean? Or
no,
not,
dude. Yeah,
like
it's rare.
Like,
it's rare, but it happens.
No, but what I mean is like, it's not even about the appreciation. It's more about like they recognize that something is deeper than what they had.
For me, it's about like the applications. Like, cause I'm like they learn. I just like learning from people, man. It's like learning from people. And
I think it's part we need validation. I think it's part we want the credit, and I think it's part they should be able to trust us, kind of a thing.
Who's we?
Well, I'm not even getting into all that. All I'm saying is like I don't think people want to see what's right in front of them. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Is like even if things like, let's say the alien tomorrow, most people are just going to get up and go to work and be like, well, I don't really care. That's kind of what I'm saying. Is like it's like it just doesn't matter to them. Essentially, apathy is kind of what I'm trying to get at, I guess.
What doesn't matter to them? Anything other than like their, what their forced, obligations are or something? To some degree, yeah, I think. Or you ever see the movie Office Space?
No.
If you have not seen the movie Office Space, you are about to lose your mind with laughter.
Is that the one about the 90s cubicle IT, cookie cutter corporate slave comedy show?
I don't know.
Wait, who said they haven't seen Office Space?
That'd be me.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest movies of all time, DeFreak. I would highly recommend that movie to you. That's like top 10 movies of all time, in my opinion.
I think
Right
he's
on,
getting it
check it out.
confused with The Office,
Yeah.
which is definitely a different thing.
Yeah, The Office is trash, but Office Space
Yeah.
is pure gold.
I'll check it out. But the answer to that weak question was us three that were actually talking about it. And you're talking about that. That's my entire game, man. I mean, what do you think? I just randomly or wherever, whenever glorify Jesus Christ. It's the same thing.
So, DeFreak, how's it going? Look, I'm gonna have to go ahead and ask you to have those reports on the desk by Friday. And real quick, DeFreak, yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to come in on Saturday and Sunday as well.
Those TPS reports, son.
Just a joke, DeFreak. It's in the movie, bro.
Well, you know what's interesting? Mike Judge made at least 3 documentaries: Idiocracy, which everybody knows.
Oof.
Office Space, which everybody knows.
Oof.
And Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, the first 2 sounded amazing. Machine, what up with you, bro?
What's this?
Yeah, I'm trying to
comment here?
break down this weed. Well, it's funny because in the movie, somebody walks up to like this dude is explaining to his neighbor how somebody at work said to him that they've got a case of the Mondays. So he goes, has anyone ever said to you, hey, when you're pissed off, hey, looks like you've got a case of the Mondays. And he says, no, I think you might get your ass kicked saying something like that. This shit is hilarious.
Yo, I don't want to say too much. Never mind. It's a funny joke. I can't say it.
I gotta be honest. I'll probably never watch it, so don't worry about any spoiler alerts or anything. So that's what you're worried about.
No, one of the best lines in the movie is
How dare you,
Bro, that's actually that's teetering on sarcasm and rude. I'm marking it on the calendar.
One of the best lines of that movie is when he says, he's like, what would you do if you had money? And he's like, nothing. And then he's like, well, you don't. He's like, you don't have to be rich to do nothing. He's like, I have a brother. He doesn't do shit. He just sits around all day doing that.
Hell, my brother Ricky, he does nothing. Oh my god.
There's a very Taoist moment in the life. I mean, that movie is actually kind of a Taoist movie, in my opinion. Very interesting movie.
Yeah, so is Groundhog's Day.
Yeah.
It's very Taoist. It's like if you could master one day, you could master all of eternity, right?
Sometimes the metaverse actually is like Groundhog's Day, actually. Where you can predict what's going to happen half the time.
Hey, is Rent coming by?
Huh?
Rant. Is he stopping by maybe, or?
I didn't really. I usually throw him this link. Let me throw him this link.
Do you miss him, DeFreak?
As much as any of you guys, yeah. I think he's an interesting character.
Dude, I like him, man. I like him a lot. you know, the freak or whoever. I mean, like what I'm saying is like when I come across people who are able to actually like put a lot of things in line, like I don't, you know, I don't have to agree with it, but like when someone's able to do that, it's a very good skill. Like like that's something that I would like to be 50% better in. You know, like you know, I don't keep that emotion or anything when it's information other than like
I
just trying to
totally
check.
agree. Totally
What?
agree because like he'll dig in, and I don't even think he believes half of the shit he's saying half the time. So it's like he's
Right,
just
I've heard you say that, but like, why don't you? I mean, yeah, okay, I'm not even gonna get into it, but like, I don't
well
think that. I think
because
I
he's digging
literally
into
take
someone
it like
else's
100%.
because that's what he's doing is he's digging out the you know, the skeletons in someone else's closet and just
I
saying
don't get
whatever,
that.
you know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's like
so
he's
does that?
challenging the psyche of
But
the other person.
what you're saying to me, I could be wrong, implies like a judgment of some sorts.
No, I think it's just a maybe not 100% honest query, but it's a valid query.
Why? What would make it dishonest?
Well, if he's saying something like, you know, just being contrary to whatever the other person believes, just to test their psyche or test what they believe.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. I can agree with you to a point, but bro, listen. Look around you. Think about anybody that you know who is honestly doing it slicker than him. Like, I get that. Yes, like that happens, bro. You gotta rub people to be like, what's up? You know, because like maybe because it's where we're at and shit. People aren't just being here spilling everything that comes to their exact mind because you have to be conscious of what you say. So, like, there's nothing wrong. Like, I think he does it in an encouraging way. Honestly, like that's kind of where it ends for me.
Can I offer an observation?
Sure.
The show that Machine showed a moment ago with the fresh and fit people up on stage. You notice how it kind of turned sour once just two of the people there decided to start acting in an unmannerly and ill-considered fashion, right? We likened it to throwing chum. That seems to happen on this particular show when certain personalities arrive. It's the same pattern.
Facts. For sure, it happens everywhere, but like not like that. Not like where it's like a stage where it's a production and there's a crowd, and then there's like it's a WWE. The guy looked like a little version of The Rock up there, dude.
It's worse here sometimes, actually, at least in my opinion.
Okay, well, I appreciate that opinion, dude. If you don't mind continuing, like, I'll listen because, like, I actually am interested in hearing what you think.
Well, no, I don't want to bad talk people specifically.
No, not specifically.
Just
say the concepts that go through or something.
Well, it's chumming, and certain folks come onto machine shows to throw chum into the water, and they happen to enjoy, watching the patterns develop out of the froth of the churning waters, and then they suck a little bit of everyone's energy out of it. They're energy vampires.
I've noticed that too, but yeah, that's a good observation. Is there anything else?
No, not at the moment.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, but as long as it's not questioning or quenching the spirit of what's going on at the moment, I'm okay with it.
You may have more years on your life clock than I do. Once you realize there's more behind you than in front of you, your perspective will change on many different things in life. That may be one of them.
Yeah, I get that too. As I get older, there is less time for just fucking particular types of nonsense. But in terms of engaging with it, I mean, I guess I haven't lessened my engagement with it because how do you get out of the fucking bullshit? Right? You have to fucking like look at it somehow and fucking either get metal prongs and just fucking touch this radioactive shit.
No, you don't have
You know-
to touch the shit. You can sidestep the shit. You don't have to put your finger in it and test it like a tracker does. When you piss into the wind, you know what happens? Your pants get wet. You're not going to piss against the wind and succeed. And
It always
inviting
says
chum
boo.
throwers is yeah. Chum throwers are they're the wind when you have to have a piss.
Well, if we were to take Rant for an example, I think over the course of like the last few months or whatever, he's grown faster than I've seen anyone else grown in terms of being from a complete troll to being, you know, even more stronger in their faith. Just want to say that.
I can't speak about that aspect of any growth on his part. I don't know the person very well. I've noticed that certain folks, and I'm not implying anyone here specifically. I'm not trying to subtly, passive aggressively say anything to you to freak or anything like that. But I've noticed certain folks in some of these spaces have honed their presentation skills. And when I say presentation, I don't mean making cogent or salient points in discourse. I mean how they present a facade towards other people.
Sure.
They present other facades in other environments. And it's kind of like mapping terrain. I would urge anyone to trust their deep instincts and their immediate instincts about people they encounter, because those instincts are usually correct.
Canuck, I gotta be honest with you, man. I actually really like you, and if I could say, I felt that was a little bit vague.
He's talking about me. I'm gonna cry, John. That hurts.
No, no. Don't be like Fresh and Fit. Don't cry and then rage on camera.
Why?
I don't know. It was meant to be vague because it was a vague thought. It's not a
I
precise.
know, but like, I don't want to always think of Canuck as a guy who says vague stuff, you know.
If you want a precise answer to something, ask a precise question. If the question is one that I believe is genuine, I may answer it. I'll endeavor to answer it if I think you're being genuine.
Well, like I said, I agree 100% that for times we've seen, who knows, possibly now and in the future, you can't get away from a population that is under whatever type of influence that disallows or purposely disrails, where there's opportunity to build and communicate with respect. In terms of things like that, I agree with you 100%. And because of your comment, it makes me think that you've thought of this before, and I kind of was hoping, because I share that sentiment, and I think I can't speak for everyone, but I think that they would possibly agree with me. And I think, yeah, if you have more to lay out on that, man, like I would benefit from hearing it, because it would teach me.
I don't want to sermonize. I've learned the hard way that telling is insufficient. Showing is the way to do things. Show, don't tell. The old line, yeah, blah blah blah. Anyway, showing is much more important than telling, right? Exemplifying certain traits. The old line, fake it until you make it, is actually quite deep wisdom, because courage is contagious, and many other positive character traits that are hard to embody are also contagious. And
That's very
model.
suspicious, John. That's very suspicious, John. That's what Andrew Wilson said last night about the bald guy yelling at him. He said he's probably in debt and faking it until he makes it and all that. You must be you must be like him, because you said the same thing.
Hey, in many parts of my life, I'm a loser in someone else's eyes, and vice versa. the point is to try and well, if you have a dog, for example, if you have a pet, or if you have a young niece or nephew or some of your own children, try and be the person they think you are when they look at you with eyes full of love and hope. And if you
For
can,
sure, dude, for sure. Like, I get that, but like, as far as how the panels go, like, I'm with you. I wish that I could see not only my angle, but also be able to look at other people's angles of this problem, because it'll happen tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like,
well, imagine you're at the zoo and you're having a grand old time enjoying, an ice cream cone, a lemonade, while you're looking at, beautiful giraffes. Hopefully,
and this would be us. What this would be equatable to what me signing on to YouTube.
No. What I mean is, or imagine you're out on a picnic somewhere, and suddenly, a wild animal bursts out of the bushes. A whirlwind of, it's flinging shit and knocking over plates and cups and throwing your sandwiches out of the picnic basket all over, and taking a big shit on your shoes that you took off to let your feet touch the grass. And next time you go picnicking, you go to this very same spot, and the fuckers come out of the woods again and shit and piss and throw your sandwich. You keep going back to that same spot. If you don't learn that the savages come out at that spot, you're always going to have shitty picnics. So you got to pick your picnic spots well.
Hey, we call it picnic after Yogi the Bear.
Right.
So-
Is it them again, Boo Boo?
So I get it. It's like, yeah, like ultimately, of course, the example, right? And that's a good thing to keep in mind, all the time. And I think nobody's above reminders. I think nobody's perfect. You know what I mean?
Hey, say that line again. You said I think about that all the time. And what else did you say?
I'll just say this, like, apparently everyone, well, maybe everyone knows or heard that Tommy's, a Christian or whatever. Well, I was on his panel last night, and like within the first few minutes, I was asking him to challenge my authority in Jesus Christ, and he wouldn't do it. So if anyone ever wants to do that at this point, I think it's not me being arrogant. I actually want to find someone who is, so that I have a leader. Feel free.
Well, fear not of man, for fear of man causeth snares, right?
All I imagine in my mind is a young wife who's gained a bit of weight after pregnancy, looking over at her husband saying, "Does this dress make me look fat? I ain't falling for bait." I've already fallen for a little bit just in the last 5 minutes, but I'm not going to fall for much more.
Well, that's when you say, of course, you look like a whale, a gray whale.
Actually, that wasn't pointed at anyone at all, like particularly. I'm just saying, like, to whoever. Because my actual spiritual father did die about a couple years ago. So, like, I'm out here running wild now. Like, I'm just looking for guidance or something.
What about toilet bowl?
Toilet bowl.
Guys, I gotta be honest with you. The last 2 minutes have made zero sense to me. What you guys are talking about?
Well, the freak started it. He kind of said that he has authority in Jesus Christ. So
Okay.
And he's like, anybody can challenge me, but there's no way into that.
Okay.
So he just laid a challenge on where there's no arena to take up the challenge, right?
Well, I would like to see Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob, or who is that guy? Jeff, Gen X Jeff, take that challenge. I think.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, Gen X Jeff. Let's get him on the line. You guys want to get him on the line?
No,
I do.
No.
Yeah. Okay, the freak.
Absolutely
The freak.
not.
Let's go.
What do you want to?
How do you get him on the line?
Go call in to Gen X Jeff and tell him that you're there. You're there to have him challenge your authority in Jesus Christ, our Lord.
All right.
Why? What will that achieve?
You want me to drop off this panel and go on that panel or something?
Yep.
Like that?
Yep. And we'll
I'll tell you what.
We'll be watching.
I used to understand happy. I know that I used to be happy. I was really happy. I'm unhappy now and I can't remember what it's like to be happy. I only remember... I don't remember. I remember being happy only in comparison to not being happy, which is what I am now.